Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Xu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the 5 shimmering cubes on the ground.
Lucky blocks?
The boss actually dropped lucky blocks. His mind raced. If lucky blocks are in this game, does that mean a mod is active? He recalled the recipe: 8 gold ingots and a dispenser to craft one. If they could be crafted, that would confirm the mod's presence. But first, priorities. After gathering the loot, Xu Yuan exited the dungeon instance with the guild. The others dispersed, still chatting about the unexpected rewards. Xu Yuan, however, made a beeline for the guild warehouse. He grabbed a handful of gold ingots, crafted a dispenser, and rushed to the crafting table, placing the dispenser in the center and surrounding it with gold.
Nothing.
The right panel stayed empty.
Xu Yuan frowned.
So, lucky blocks can't be crafted. They only drop from bosses. That meant they were rare. But also, potentially more powerful. With that thought, Xu Yuan laid a lucky block on the ground. Crack. The block shattered, and his inventory pinged, a full stack of iron ingots.
That's it.
Not bad for most players, but to Xu Yuan, who could mass farm iron, it was underwhelming. He opened the next 3 blocks in quick succession. Gold ingots. Lapis lazuli.
A few diamonds. Useful, sure. But not exciting.
He sighed and cracked the final one. Something flickered across his vision. Strange, dark, elegant. It slid into his backpack like a shadow. He opened his inventory and froze.
Nameless blade puppet.
Xu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This wasn't just any item, it was from the Drawn Blade mod. The Nameless Blade, the foundation of everything in the mod, the key to an entirely new combat system. He'd always wondered when this mod would appear in the game. And now it had arrived, hidden in a lucky block. Wait, does this mean the Drawn Blade system is active? He tested it immediately.
Crafted a wooden sword. Killed a sheep. Durability dropped. As expected.
Then, he tried crafting a drawn blade. Placed the wooden sword diagonally with 2 logs. Nothing. The recipe didn't exist. Xu Yuan felt a pang of disappointment. So you can't craft them.
Only find them.
Still, he equipped the Nameless Blade and headed for the mob tower. The moment the sword left its sheath. Shhhhhh clang. The sensation jolted through his arm.
Smooth. Clean. Lethal.
Unlike any clunky swing before, this felt sharp, responsive, real. Holographic immersion changed everything.
There was no keyboard. No hotkeys. No shift-click combos.
Only your body, and your skill. Can I still use the old techniques?
He summoned a zombie.
Raised the sword, tried an upward strike.
No lift.
Just a glancing hit. The zombie stumbled back slightly but kept coming. He gritted his teeth and swung a heavy horizontal arc. The zombie staggered. Knockback rating, A. Xu Yuan blinked.
A rating system?
So even knockbacks are evaluated? He was beginning to understand. This wasn't just a new weapon. It was a whole new gameplay system. The Drawn Blade mod didn't just give swords. It gave freedom.
Directional strikes. Combos. Techniques.
You weren't just swinging, you were fighting. Can I create my own moves later?
The thought thrilled him.
For now, he had one question: can it be repaired? He placed the damaged Nameless Blade puppet on the crafting table, added some dirt blocks as filler, and held his breath.
The result lit up.
Nameless Blade puppet, durability restored. Xu Yuan's eyes sparkled. Yes. It's reparable. That meant it wasn't just a one-time item. He could keep using it, training, improving, experimenting. A wide grin spread across his face. This dungeon drop was more than worth it. But that led to a bigger realization. If the lucky block dropped a drawn blade, could it drop others? Rare weapons?
Advanced versions?
He recalled the system prompt from the SSS rating earlier. SSS rank, zombie faction boss defeated.
Wait, it said zombie faction.
Does that mean the human faction has a separate SSS rating and rewards too? The first kill reward for the giant swordsman had given him Twilight Forest blueprint fragments. So if he claimed the first kill on the human camp's final boss, could it reward another fragment? Xu Yuan's mind raced. Many bosses in the Twilight Forest were known to drop drawn blades. This could be the path to unlock more.
He didn't hesitate. He messaged Ken.
Minutes later, Ken walked in and immediately noticed the weapon at Xu Yuan's side.
Whoa, what is that?
That's not a normal sword. It's kind of beautiful. Xu Yuan smirked, drawing it slightly. This is the nameless blade puppet. The first weapon from the drawn blade system.
Ken blinked.
Drawn blade what now?
It's a bit complicated. I'll explain later.
Right now, I need you to gather the elite team. We're going back into the dungeon.
Ken was stunned.
Didn't we already clear it? Got the first pass.
Xu Yuan nodded.
Only for the zombie camp. The human camp hasn't been touched. And if we kill the human camp boss first, we might get more blueprint fragments, maybe even better than last time. Ken's eyes lit up.
Got it.
I'll rally the squad. As he left, Xu Yuan looked down at the nameless blade in his hand. Let's see what other secrets this game is hiding. After leaving the room, Ken moved quickly. Within minutes, he had gathered the same 30 elite players from their previous raid. They arrived confused, glancing at each other as murmurs spread. Didn't we just finish the dungeon? Yeah, and didn't Boss Steve already secure an SSS rating? What's the rush this time? Ken stood before them, arms crossed and face serious. So many questions all of a sudden? You lot getting soft. The teasing edge in his voice was clear, but it was enough to make the players straighten up. They had grown used to Ken's intensity, and when he got like this, it usually meant something important. Seeing their silence, Ken finally spoke up. We claimed the rewards from the zombie camp, but not the human camp. This time we're going back in, but we're choosing the human faction. Understanding clicked into place.
Oh.
We're not repeating the zombie side.
Nice.
Finally, we can use tools. I used to think the human side was weaker, but after seeing Steve clear zombies like that, maybe not.
I mean, who do you think taught Steve? Someone chuckled.
As excitement grew, a few players brought up something new. By the way, did you see the forum posts? Someone already uploaded a strategy guide based on Steve's zombie run. Yeah, I saw that too. People are going to copy it for sure. Ken raised a brow and looked over at Xu Yuan, who had just entered. Xu Yuan addressed the crowd calmly. Ken probably mentioned we're going with the human camp this time. Everyone nodded. Ken stepped beside Xu Yuan and added, seems like your last dungeon run made waves. Someone's already posted a breakdown of your strategy online.
Xu Yuan smirked. Good.
If they follow my method, it'll make them easier to predict.
Ken laughed.
That's one way to look at it. With everyone ready, they re-entered the dungeon. They spawned into the waiting area, and luck was on their side. The lobby instantly hit capacity. Before the others could even react, they were teleported to the preparation zone. Because of Xu Yuan's infamous strategy, most players now rushed to select the zombie camp. As a result, the human camp, once the more desirable choice, was now being overlooked. Xu Yuan's team immediately chose the human faction, and the screen went dark. When they opened their eyes, they were in a familiar starting location, the wooden house exclusive to the human side. From outside, voices echoed. Damn, the zombie slots filled up in seconds. Ugh, all thanks to that Steve guy and his stupid guide. They're probably out killing animals already. Should we head out too?
We better.
If we wait here, we'll just starve. Let's go, there's still plenty of territory untouched. Hearing the growing clamor outside, Xu Yuan's guild members turned to him, anxious. Boss, should we move too? They're already gathering supplies. If we wait, there'll be nothing left. Ken frowned, watching the rest grow increasingly restless.
Enough noise, he snapped.
Xu Yuan raised his hand and smiled. Relax. We split into 4 groups. He outlined his plan quickly and clearly. Group 1, stay behind and dig a concealed underground shelter beneath the wooden house. Group 2, lure and cage chickens for food.
2 were enough, but more would be better.
Group 3, follow Ken and sweep the battlefield. Try to reach the edge of the zombie camp to collect monster drops. Group 4, follow Xu Yuan to scout and secure a mine.
The group paused, digesting the plan.
Xu Yuan continued, zombie players will head out to slaughter animals, same as last time.
But they can't pick up food.
So we'll scavenge the leftovers before they despawn. With clarity restored, the group scattered into their roles. Xu Yuan's team headed toward nearby terrain to locate a mine. Unlike the rest of the dungeon, the land around each faction spawn was fixed. The outer regions, however, changed with every run. After a short hike, they stumbled upon a natural cave nestled in a small hill. Xu Yuan stepped inside to inspect it. To his satisfaction, the mine was untouched. Ores glittered from the walls, copper, iron, even traces of diamond. No signs of zombies yet. He returned outside.
Well? Someone asked.
Is it still intact?
Xu Yuan nodded. All clear.
Cheers erupted, but he held up a hand. We don't dig it out yet. First, camouflage the entrance. Match it with the terrain and place a hidden mark that only we recognize. The group instantly understood. Better to conceal the resource and come back later than reveal it too soon. Boss is brilliant. Alright, let's find a few more. Excited, they moved quickly, locating 2 more similar caves not far from their spawn. Each was rich with ore and again, untouched by the opposing team. At the 3rd cave, Xu Yuan finally gave the go-ahead to mine. They'd gathered enough backup options. After nearly 2 hours of focused work, their bags were heavy. Over 6 full stacks of iron.
A handful of diamonds. Tons of redstone.
Gold was left behind, useless for this dungeon type. We're full, Xu Yuan said. Let's return. When they arrived back, the base team had successfully carved out a large underground shelter. Even more impressive, chickens were already clucking in the corner of a wooden pen. It wasn't elegant, it looked like a boxy underground bunker, but it was safe and stocked. Not long after, Ken returned as well, covered in mud and wearing a satisfied grin. Xu Yuan glanced at him.
How'd it go? Ken laughed. It's a gold mine out there.
Zombie players are so focused on killing humans, they don't even notice we're scooping up all the loot behind them. Humans lost about 20, zombies maybe 10, but I picked up everything.
Tools, food, even rare drops.
They don't even realize they're our delivery boys. Xu Yuan nodded, eyes gleaming. Let them fight each other, he said. We'll wait for the full moon.
The players in the guild were a little surprised when they heard Xu Yuan say that it would be good to wait directly for the night of the full moon. So they all asked, "Boss, are we waiting here?" "Yes, we can also design zombie players. We have all the equipment to eat now, we can completely kill it." Seeing this, Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "There's no need, we just wait, why bother with so much work?" In fact, Xu Yuan's purpose in entering the copy this time is very clear. Just wait until the night of the full moon to kill the zombie king. Last time, because I didn't know the specific rules of the copy, I was busy thinking of so many methods. And this time, as long as there are players in the zombie camp before the night of the full moon, so Xu Yuan just needs to prepare enough food and equipment for the final battle. When the players heard this, they instantly felt a little bored. They were originally going to come in to experience the pleasure of humans, but Xu Yuan wouldn't let them go out. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "Last time I was in the zombie camp, I was tired half to death, and now it's time to take a break." When everyone in the guild heard Xu Yuan say this, they naturally didn't have much to say. Ken smiled when he saw everyone's dejected looks. "You Steve yelled that you were lying down and winning, and you weren't happy." When everyone heard this, they all laughed. Ken is very apt to describe it. This time into the copy is indeed a bit of a sign of winning. Slowly everyone accepted this fact, so they all found a comfortable position to lie down, ready to rest for a while. After all, they fought for more than 10 hours in the last copy without much rest. Ken, on the other hand, came to Xu Yuan and sat down and said, "Are you really going to wait until the night of the full moon?" Xu Yuan nodded. "Yes, as long as there is no violent death on the other side, it will be fine. The sword chi of the giant swordsman and the green phlegm of the zombie king. It's hard for others to survive without knowing it." Ken thought about Xu Yuan's words and felt that it made sense. They have all seen the strength of the giant swordsman and the zombie king. Last time, it wasn't Xu Yuan who led them to open the tunnel first and go to the giant swordsman's side. They must have been killed by the sword chi in seconds. So the zombie players over there must be the same. And the players on the human side naturally don't know that the zombie king still spits green phlegm. So when there is a big war, players on both sides will inevitably die. At that time, just find a way to deal with the zombie king. "Okay, then I'll be busy." Ken smiled. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and smiled and said, "You better keep busy for a while." "How?" Ken said a little puzzled. "You still have to pay attention to the number of players on the other side of the zombie camp, otherwise when the time comes, they will be violently killed, and our copy will be in vain." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded. "Well, I'll keep an eye on you." In the past 2 days in the copy, everyone in Xu Yuan nestled in the ground to recuperate. Outside, however, there was a constant scuffle. Since everyone knows the raiders, this also happens to offset the effect of the raiders. The players on the other side of the zombie camp initially followed Xu Yuan in digging tunnels to lead zombies. As a result, they found that players in the human camp would not set foot in that forest at all. Players in the zombie camp have been unable to find a breakthrough. So in a fit of rage, he attacked the next night. They come to the cabin and have a fierce battle with the human players. There were heavy casualties on both sides. Then, the players of the human camp are not to be outdone. During the daylight on the night of the full moon, all gathered and attacked near the lair of the zombie camp. They first knocked out all the leaves of the trees near the zombie camp's lair. Then they began to wantonly attack the players of the zombie camp. The players of the zombie camp naturally couldn't bear this breath. The result was another big war. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, with just over 10 people left in both the human and zombie camps. Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel shocked when he heard Ken say this. It seems that after everyone knows about his strategy, it has no effect at all. Everyone still resumed the previous rookie chickens pecking at each other. But Xu Yuan doesn't care about this. As long as the players in the zombie camp survive, it's okay. Soon, it was the third night in the copy. Xu Yuan and the others were all ready, each holding an iron sword in his hand, and then some players with good skills had an iron armor on their bodies. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, was wearing diamond armor and holding a diamond sword. The reason why he was so rich was because Xu Yuan later asked the people of the guild to explore the 2 mines that they had hidden before. The harvest was also quite abundant. It was still a familiar full moon night, and flames were still rising around the map as before. The giant swordsman woke up, and the ground trembled violently. The giant swordsman strode towards the center of the map. Xu Yuan and everyone immediately followed. At this time, the other players of the human camp who were still alive saw Xu Yuan's group of people. All of them are like seeing a ghost. Aren't there more than 10 of us left? We don't have more than 10 left. Where did this group of people come out, so well equipped? Lying Groove, look at the one in the lead, the diamond armor and diamond sword. These human players were immediately stunned when they saw the equipment of Xu Yuan's group of people. Although they also dig minerals, they don't have that much. Everyone allocates it. Maybe one person can have an iron sword is already very good. And the equipment of Xu Yuan's group of people is luxurious in the eyes of these players in the human camp. Seeing Xu Yuan's group of people, these players in the human camp instantly became much more confident. Soon, following the advance of the giant swordsman, everyone soon came to the decisive battle between the giant swordsman and the zombie king. The giant swordsman and the zombie king are still the same, and both of them say lines that the other does not understand. Then he began to fight without speculating for more than half a sentence. Xu Yuan and his party had only seen this kind of scene not long ago, and naturally they didn't think it was rare. Other players are different. At this time, the players of the zombie camp and the players of the human camp were stunned when they saw the powerful duel between the 2 bosses. They all retreated to the edge of the ring of fire, and then watched in amazement as the 2 bosses tore each other apart. None of them meant to go up to help, and of course they knew that they had been sent to death in the past. At this time, Xu Yuan and the others came to the back of the giant swordsman boss, and then began to build a platform overhead. At this time, the human players were puzzled when they saw this. Brother, what are you doing with this? Are you preventing players from the opposite zombie camp from sneaking attack? Xu Yuan heard the other players ask like this, so he smiled and said, No, let's set up a platform and look at the view. When those human players heard this, the whole person was stunned, and suddenly a little crying and laughing. Brother, this is a boss battle, you still look at the scenery. When those players heard Xu Yuan's words, although they didn't take them seriously, they didn't suspect anything. After all, Xu Yuan didn't do anything else after they finished riding. And Xu Yuan and the others also stood up. Soon, the war between the bosses on both sides entered a fever pitch. The first is the sword chi strike of the giant swordsman, which instantly kills those players in the zombie camp in seconds. These players in the human camp were overjoyed when they saw this. Ha 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 ha, the giant swordsman is awesome. In this way, as long as the zombie king dies, we will win. This zombie king is so weak, not as powerful as the giant swordsman. Just when these human players feel that the zombie king is weak, I saw the zombie king roaring up to the sky. Seeing this, Xu Yuan and the others quickly jumped down from the platform. To be on the safe side, the front of the platform was also blocked with blocks. At this time, when those human players saw this, they all looked at Xu Yuan and their group with a question mark on their faces. These brothers got bored and started building a house. Brother, you are all blocked tightly, how can you look? They must have been frightened by the roar of the zombie king. Ha 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 ha. Just when these human players laughed at Xu Yuan and the others, they suddenly felt that they were drenched by something sticky. A few screams followed, and the human players were killed in an instant. Only a few words of decayed corpses were left on the ground. After the zombie king finished spraying green phlegm, Xu Yuan and the others came out from the platform where they had just hidden. Xu Yuan looked at the corpse of the corrupted human player on the ground and shook his head. It's finally quiet. Ken went to Xu Yuan's side and asked, The zombie king can't use whack-a-mole. Xu Yuan shook his head and said, The zombie king doesn't need to whack-a-mole. All it takes is a small tool to get the first kill. Ken heard this and asked a little puzzled. Could it be the flint you gave us earlier? Xu Yuan nodded. Yes. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken thought about it and couldn't help nodding. The method is a good method, but you see that the terrain on the opposite side is destroyed like this. If we dig a tunnel in the past, it will be exposed, right? Indeed, as Ken said, the ground on the opposite side is already potholes, and even if a tunnel is dug, it is easy to be exposed. Moreover, there is also the giant swordsman, a pig teammate who has always used sword chi, although the human camp will not be harmed by sword chi, but sword chi can still destroy the terrain all the time. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. There's no way to dig a tunnel, but we can pave our own way. When Ken heard this, he became more and more incomprehensible. We pave the way ourselves, unless it's obsidian, we can't be destroyed by the giant swordsman, right? Xu Yuan shook his head when he heard this. I mean, pave the way overhead. When Ken heard this, the more he listened, the more confused he became. What do mean? I don't understand. Xu Yuan saw that Ken didn't understand, so he patiently explained. Only a giant swordsman can destroy the terrain, right? The giant swordsman won't attack us, will he? What we fear the most is that the zombie king will attack us. But when the zombie king fights the giant swordsman, it doesn't have weapons like the giant swordsman, he can only attack with his hands and legs. So the biggest disadvantage of the zombie king is that it can't destroy the terrain. Then let's just lay a stone over our heads. No. It's the same as a pedicure stand, got it. When Ken heard this, he fully understood what Xu Yuan meant. He had to admire Xu Yuan for even being able to think of this. Basically, other people who encounter such boss battles are afraid to avoid it. Few people think about what the weaknesses of the two bosses are. However, the clearance requirements of this quest are that players need to find the weaknesses of the boss. In this way, damage can be dealt to the boss and the level can be cleared. So that's it, I understand. And at this time, the people in the guild couldn't help but applaud when they heard Xu Yuan's wonderful thoughts. It seems that the trick to defeating these two bosses is to find their weaknesses first, and then deal with the problem. Got it, we were too shafty, so we didn't think about it. I have to say, the old brain hole is really too big. Simply so. After Xu Yuan saw that Ken and everyone understood, he began to emphasize the details with everyone. Although we just went by rocks, we still have to be careful with our pig teammates. Always pay attention to the stones above your head, and once they are knocked off, make up for them immediately. The pig teammate Xu Yuan said was the giant swordsman, although the sword chi of the giant swordsman would not harm the players in the human camp. But it will spoil the terrain. The sword chi of the giant swordsman came at once, but it was not a piece of destruction of the terrain, it was definitely a piece of destruction. So it is easy to cause that the pedicure shed built by Xu Yuan is incomplete, and once there is a defect, Xu Yuan and they are all standing in a pile, and the game is over as soon as the zombie king steps down. Therefore, everyone must make up their area as quickly as possible. When the guild players heard this, they all nodded. Although Xu Yuan was joking about what pig teammates he was talking about, everyone understood the importance of what Xu Yuan said. Xu Yuan saw that everyone understood, so he pointed to the area on the zombie king's side and said, "Okay, let's go." Everyone first erected a height of 2 blocks on the side of the giant swordsman, and then began to build a platform forward. As the team progresses, the platform grows longer and longer. After everyone took a while, they had already arrived in the area where the zombie king was. When he came to the zombie king's side, a burst of sword chi struck. The platform above their heads shattered. At this time, the zombie king seemed to have sensed the arrival of Xu Yuan's people, and stepped on it. The first few exposed players reacted immediately, so they hurriedly made up the platform. Just a second before the zombie king's foot stepped over, the players roughly filled up the stones above their heads. Although there was some panic, some places were still a few blocks empty, but it didn't hurt. The size of the zombie king is too large, and a few blocks of space cannot be stepped into. At this time, the zombie king did not guess everyone, and he was immediately angry, and he roared again. Seeing this, Xu Yuan hurriedly roared, "Quick! Make up all the vacant places." The members of the guild did not dare to slacken, and quickly began to fill the holes on the platform with the fastest hand speed. But it was still a step late, and there were already green liquids pouring in several places that had not had time to replenish. And the guild members in that area, even if some were wearing iron armor, without exception, all died. When the members of the guild saw this, they were all shocked. This zombie king boss is not covered, how can it be casually let players attack it? Concentrate, keep going. Xu Yuan reminded the guild players loudly. At this time, the guild members were more cautious, and Ken once again took the role of command. As long as he saw the giant swordsman raising his sword, he would remind everyone to prepare to replenish the platform. With Ken's command, the road is much safer. Everyone finally came to the area on the zombie king's side. The entire area on this side was potholed, and everyone didn't even have a place to stay, so they could only fill the gap under their feet before moving forward. In this way, it also slows down a lot of progress. Soon after, with the efforts of everyone, the platform finally reached a location near the activity area of the zombie king's feet. There are people who beat flints, set fire to the grass near the zombie king's feet. Xu Yuan commanded everyone. After predicting the place where the zombie king would fall with a flint, he set fire to the grass. Suddenly, the grass on the zombie king's side was set on fire to a large piece. And while the zombie king stepped on the flames, he was also ignited. The flame burned continuously for about 7 to 8 seconds before it went out. "Go on. Burn." Xu Yuan continued to give orders. In this way, Xu Yuan and his party were busy repairing the platform damaged by the giant swordsman's sword chi while lighting fire to burn the zombie king. although all the players are a little busy. But fortunately, nothing went wrong. The Zombie King's HP also soon reached 10%. When Xu Yuan saw the amount of blood of the Zombie King, he was suddenly a little nervous. When fighting the giant swordsman before, the giant swordsman would continuously shoot sword chi around when the giant swordsman's HP reached 10%. This can also be regarded as the fury state of the giant swordsman. And the fury state of the Zombie King has not been seen by everyone, so they don't know what the Zombie King is like when he goes berserk. Just when Xu Yuan was worried, the Zombie King raised his head to the sky and roared. Then the whole body turned blood red. He sprayed green liquid in all directions. Is that all? Xu Yuan looked at the rampaging Zombie King. Logically speaking, it won't be enough to spit out some green phlegm, and the Zombie King's fury state is so weak. At this moment, the liquid that the Zombie King spat on the ground began to twist and change. They slowly simulated and formed, and turned into small zombies. After these little zombies took shape, they immediately rushed towards Xu Yuan and them. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly commanded, "Quick, seal it." Although Xu Yuan had commanded quickly, there were still some people who did not react, and were directly bitten to death by the little zombie in 3 or 2 strokes. But fortunately, the losses are not very heavy, and these little zombies saw that they couldn't attack Xu Yuan, and immediately attacked the giant swordsman. At this time, the giant swordsman's HP is not much more than that of the Zombie King. In the siege of the little zombie, the giant swordsman is also a little unable to parry. The little zombie is too fast, although the giant swordsman has sword chi, but there are still places that cannot be hit. Soon, the giant swordsman's HP also reached 10%. Xu Yuan saw the blood volume of the giant swordsman, and secretly said badly, "Pig teammates are on top." The giant swordsman immediately began to swing his sword chi around without stopping. With the slash of the sword chi, the platform that Xu Yuan and they built was suddenly shattered. Most of the members were exposed. At this time, the Zombie King also reacted quickly, and stepped over at the right time. With this kick, more than 10 guild players were instantly killed. Quick, dig down. Xu Yuan dug down himself while directing the rest of the guild. At this time, the sword chi of the giant swordsman spreads in all directions, so it will not hit the ground. So it's safe for them to dig down. After Xu Yuan dug 2 blocks deep, they all began to dig towards the feet of the Zombie King. Because he knew that the Zombie King was about to die, and he had to make up for it until the last sword. After a wave of sword chi from the giant swordsman, the Zombie King's blood volume was only a trace of blood. Xu Yuan saw that the giant swordsman's sword was about to swing over. He knew that he didn't have time to dig in again, so he rushed directly to the Zombie King. Then he quickly switched weapons and gave the Zombie King the last knife. As the Zombie King fell to the ground, the system announcement sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the first kill of the Zombie King. Congratulations to player Steve Boss Battle Dungeon for obtaining the Human Faction SSS rating. The brushing screen of these full server systems suddenly made the world channel explode again. No, I remember, like, a few hours ago, these system reminders sounded, right. Brother, it's just the zombie camp, this is the human camp, Steve is not a good person, all brushed and cleared. Just finished reading the strategy of the zombie camp, this Nima cleared the human camp for me. How the hell did the big guy do it? Why does this copy always seem fun to Steve? The players don't know what to say at the moment. Forget it once you clear the level, and now change camps and do it again. It's like fun to have a copy, I'm afraid it's only Steve, right? While everyone was talking, Xu Yuan's side had already obtained the loot he wanted. Those things that the Zombie King boss exploded, Xu Yuan naturally couldn't look at it. Xu Yuan only cared about the first kill reward in the backpack and the reward of the SSS level rating. The reward for the first kill of the Zombie King is the same as the reward for the previous first kill of the giant swordsman. It's all a title deed, 300 gold coins and a drawing fragment of the Twilight Forest. And the reward for SSS level ratings is the same, 5 lucky squares. After Xu Yuan got what he wanted, he withdrew from the copy with the guild members. Still the same as before, Xu Yuan put all 5 lucky squares on the ground at once. Then they started to stir up one by one. The first lucky block drops a set of enchanted golden apples. Xu Yuan was still a little surprised to see this group of enchanted golden apples. Although Xu Yuan did not lack gold ingots, this enchanted golden apple was indeed atmospheric when given to a group. When the time comes to fight the Ender Dragon, you can bring it, so it is estimated that you can fight the dragon without injury, right? The second lucky block drops a set of dirt. Xu Yuan should not have seen it. The third lucky block, which drops something oval. After Xu Yuan glanced at it, he quickly opened the package and checked it. Hiss. Even a person who could hold up so much as Xu Yuan couldn't help but tremble with excitement when he saw the oval-shaped object lying quietly in his backpack. That oval-shaped object was actually a red dragon egg. In the lucky cube, you can actually open dragon eggs. You know, dragon eggs can only be obtained by killing level 4 to 5 magnetic dragons. And the female and male dragons of level 4 to 5 are naturally not easy to deal with. Not to mention that the monsters in this game have been enhanced. When Xu Yuan saw this dragon egg, he did not hesitate at all, and immediately prepared to hatch the dragon egg. Xu Yuan first laid some grass cubes in the room, and then dug a hole in the middle and put the dragon egg in. Since the fire dragon eggs needed to hatch in the flames, and Xu Yuan's house was all wooden boards, it was still prudent to lay a layer of grass cubes. Xu Yuan took out the flint and lit the grass cube. The grass cube soon burst into flames. Xu Yuan looked at this burning flame and was excited. Originally, after entering the Endland before, Xu Yuan knew that he had inadvertently unlocked the Song of Ice and Fire, and he had already begun to fantasize about having his own dragon. And this game is holographic, and the feeling of controlling dragons is definitely great. Originally, Xu Yuan still thought that after killing the Ender Dragon at that time, he would unlock the Dragon Seal and go to Europe to get a few dragons back. Unexpectedly, the lucky cube directly sent a dragon egg to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan thought of this, and immediately opened his backpack. The dragon egg must be fed after it hatched. So Xu Yuan put some chicken and bones into the synthesis list. It turns out that there is nothing in the composition column. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was immediately stunned. Mom, if you can't feed it, let him grow up by himself. Since there is no way to synthesize dragon food, it can only wait for the little dragon to grow up slowly. Xu Yuan was thinking about this, but suddenly found that the fire in the grass pit was extinguished. He was immediately puzzled. What's going on? It stands to reason that as long as it is lit, the fire will continue to burn for 3 days by itself, and then a baby dragon will hatch. How did it go out so quickly? Xu Yuan immediately set the grass pit on fire again with a flint. It turned out again after a while. Seeing this, Xu Yuan tried several times, but the result was still the same. Seeing this situation, Xu Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could it be that because the dragon seal has not been lifted, it cannot hatch? But if you think about it, it may really be for this reason. It should be necessary to kill the Ender Dragon and activate the mod of the Song of Ice and Fire before the dragon egg can hatch. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This dragon egg to the mouth, but cannot eat. Ah, but you can't raise it. But it doesn't matter. After Xu Yuan kills the Ender Dragon, this dragon egg should be activated. At that time, it can hatch, and with this dragon egg, when the time comes, you can also fly directly on the dragon when you go to Europe. Xu Yuan thought of this and carefully put away the dragon egg. Then he knocked out the other 2 lucky blocks. The other 2 lucky cubes only gave Xu Yuan something useless. Xu Yuan was sorting out his backpack here, ready to put some things into the warehouse for classification. At this moment, his eyes caught a glimpse of the 4 fragments of drawings of the Twilight Forest in his backpack. After seeing these 4 fragments, Xu Yuan was immediately stunned. Only then did he realize that these 4 drawing fragments seemed to have been able to put together a complete drawing. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately spliced together the 4 drawings. The cracks between the several drawings merged perfectly, and immediately came together into a complete drawing. As the drawing was composite, the sound of the full server system sounded. Congratulations to Steve for successfully activating the quest Twilight Forest. The first player to discover the quest entrance will get the right to hold the quest. At this time, the players in the World Channel were in a state of confusion when they saw this announcement. Can Steve stop a little? What copy is the Twilight Forest? What does copy ownership mean? That is, the first person to find the entrance can monopolize this copy. That's what it means. So that's too perverted, right? At this time, when the guild leaders saw this news, they immediately couldn't sit still. Copy ownership? Isn't this a monopoly? What is this Twilight Forest? We haven't even cleared the boss duel yet. How come we made a copy again? Hurry up and find out the news. What is going on in this Twilight Forest? The 4 words of copy ownership alone were enough to make all the guild leaders moved. This Twilight Forest quest was opened after the major boss quests, which means that the equipment in the quest is definitely better than the major bosses. At present, the best of the major bosses only burst diamond sets. And Twilight Forest's quest rating is higher than the current replica rating. So the output in the Twilight Forest is definitely a new equipment that beats the diamond set. If you can monopolize the Twilight Forest, it is equivalent to monopolizing the entire equipment market. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw this system message. The first player to discover the quest entry will be able to gain quest ownership. This means that a single person can own this copy. Xu Yuan thought of this and smiled. It seems that the ownership of this copy belongs to me. Isn't the quest entry simple? Xu Yuan put some grass cubes in the house. A 2x2 tall pit was then vacated. After putting water in this pit and turning the water source into infinite water, Xu took out 12 flowers and planted them around this 2x2 pit. Then he took out a diamond and threw it into the water. As a result, nothing happened after half a ring. Xu Yuan then thought that it needed to be realized in the open air. Because after the diamond is dropped, it needs lightning to strike down, and this space can become a portal. So Xu Yuan came to the area outside the house and did it again according to the method just now. As the diamond falls into the water, with a bang, a bolt of lightning struck down, and the pool instantly turned into a purple distorted space. As the portal opens, the system prompt rings again. Congratulations to player Steve for obtaining the possession of the copy Twilight Forest. The system prompts everyone to look for the entrance to the Twilight Forest, and it doesn't take long for the news that Steve has found the entrance to obtain ownership. This makes the players laugh bitterly. This is simply no game experience. No, this system is sent out for us to see. No sense of participation at all. What's the use of holding rights? I think maybe this copy is owned by Steve Boss, and it should only be possible to enter it with his permission, right? Hiss. If that's the case, isn't everything that bursts out of the copy all monopolized by Steve Boss? Yes. If we want to enter, it may depend on the mood of Steve boss, and it may not be possible to give money. I feel like Steve's equipment shop is about to update a wave of equipment. Players speculate about what the quest ownership can do. On Xu Yuan's side, he was also very curious about the ownership. After Xu Yuan obtained the ownership of the copy of the Twilight Forest, the system immediately answered Xu Yuan's doubts. Quest ownership: the player holds the copy privately, and the owner of the copy gives others permission to enable others to enter the copy from the dungeon port. Xu Yuan was surprised to see the explanation of the holding right. This is equivalent to this copy being bought out by Xu Yuan. The 5 words of copy ownership are now endless wealth in Xu Yuan's eyes. Not to mention the minerals in the Twilight Forest, these are not unusual. But mainly some of the equipment that can be crafted in the Twilight Forest can be taken out and sold. For example, night sets, snow monster sets, iron tree sets, naga sets, and even blazing iron sets. These are all products of copies, these are all silver given for nothing. Of course, there are also tools, potions, and the like in various dungeons, which can also be sold. Even things that can illuminate, such as torchberries, fireflies, and moonlight worms, can be sold. I believe that many construction parties who are tired of seeing torches and lamps will definitely like such lighting tools. And later, the copy can also be opened to the public, and everyone who enters the copy has to pay a large amount of gold coins or items. This quest is difficult to study without a guide. First you need a map, and then you need to kill various bosses in order. Various bosses are also powerful existences. Therefore, Xu Yuan is not worried about someone being able to clear the quest at all, so this is also a good way to earn a lot of gold coins and materials. This private copy of the Twilight Forest was an inexhaustible mountain of gold for Xu Yuan, at least for a long time. Since Xu Yuan was the entrance to the Twilight Forest generated outside the house, many guild members saw this scene and all came together. Dig, boss, this is the teleportation port of the Twilight Forest, right? This portal feels like a regional portal. Aren't the portals all of the same nature? Boss, is it useful for us to jump in? Xu Yuan saw that some guild players asked like this, and he himself was a little curious about what would happen if they were not given permission to enter the portal. So Xu Yuan said, I don't know, do you want to go in and try it? When the guild player who asked the question just heard this, he was immediately excited. Without thinking, he jumped straight in. And in the moment he jumped in, with a boom, a heavenly thunder descended and slashed at him. The player was killed on the spot. Seeing this, the other guild players all unconsciously took a few steps back. That's too ruthless. The result of this unauthorized entry is thunder in the sky. Originally, I just wanted to go in and take a look, but fortunately my mouth is slow. When Xu Yuan saw such a situation, he was also relieved. Originally, he also felt that it was not very safe to expose the teleportation entrance. After all, there are other players in the main city besides the guild members. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Without Xu Yuan's permission, stepping into the teleportation is looking for death. The guild players were still talking around the portal, when Ken came from a distance. What are you looking at? Nothing to do. Have you passed the corpse-tied copy? Have you had a boss duel? When the guild members saw Ken coming, they immediately scattered the birds and beasts. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help laughing. They see you one by one, like a mouse meets a cat. Ken couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Whoever makes you always sing white face, I can only sing red face. Ken said, walked to Xu Yuan's side, and looked down at the entrance of the Twilight Forest. Are you going to go in this copy now? Do you need manpower? Xu Yuan shook his head and said, not for now, I'll go first to see what form the copy is. Because this game is actually very different from MC, Xu Yuan does not know what the Twilight Forest in the game is like. And I don't know how the number of copies is limited, so I still have to find out first. Ken heard this and nodded. Well, you be careful along the way. Xu Yuan nodded, and then went into the warehouse in the house to get some things that might be used by the copy. Just as he was cleaning his backpack, he suddenly realized that there was an extra thing in his backpack. And that thing is the map of the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan saw this and thought about it. This map should be the first reward to collect the Twilight Forest fragments before. If someone else gets this picture, it will be very beneficial to enter the Twilight Forest. After all, everyone who has just entered the Twilight Forest will not know that it takes crow feathers, fluorite powder, and torchberries to synthesize maps. And if you want to clear the Twilight Forest, the first part is to synthesize a map. It can be said that everything is for nothing without a map. But this map is dispensable for Xu Yuan. After all, Xu Yuan knew the synthesis method. Having this map saves time searching for synthetics. After Xu Yuan put the map in his backpack, he stepped into the Twilight Forest. After a whirlwind, Xu Yuan opened his eyes again, and he had already arrived at the interior of the Twilight Forest. The entire map is shrouded in twilight. There is no day, no night. Only the trees are towering and the twilight is eternal. There are bizarre scenery everywhere, divided all over the world. Xu Yuan couldn't help but think of the first time he entered the Twilight Forest. Everything around is full of novelty. The first time I saw the firefly, I thought it was a monster, but after beating it, I dropped a whole one, and then I accidentally found out that it was actually for lighting. The first time I saw the cicada, I thought it was noisy, but then I got used to it, and the sound of it in the Twilight Forest always felt as if something was missing. See cute squirrels bouncing alive for the first time. The first time I saw a sika deer, I couldn't bear to kill it, but in the end, I compromised for life. The first time I saw such a large twilight oak, I thought about hollowing it out and making myself a tree house when the time came. The first time I mined, I encountered a purple dwarf, who looked like an elephant's head and a mouse, but later found out that these goods were actually goblins. When I met Naga for the first time, I couldn't help but look disgusted. What kind of Naga is this TM, isn't it a gluttonous snake? When I saw the Lich King for the first time, I was thundered by his exaggerated costume, but such a thunderous boss is actually powerful? When I first entered the underground maze, I was dizzy, and I didn't know that I could synthesize a maze map. When I saw Hydra for the first time, I couldn't help but complain that the game developer didn't teach math by a physical education teacher. Later, it was learned that for every head it knocked off, it would grow 2 more, but only 7 heads at most, and the math teacher was angry again. When I saw the Ice Queen for the first time, I even thought she was beautiful, but the result confirmed the saying that the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous it is. After fighting all the bosses for the first time, I came to the castle of the final boss, but found that the area where the boss was located was empty. Twilight Forest is the first mod that Xu Yuan played at that time, and it is also the most classic mod that Xu Yuan thinks. In the Twilight Forest, beautiful and dangerous. Adventures and challenges abound. In the entire Twilight Forest, Xu Yuan's favorite was its sky. The endless stars are the most beautiful scenery in this land. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but look up at the sky. It's still the same as before, the vast sea of stars, the silver light in the sky. Seeing this, Xu Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Just as Xu Yuan recalled the past, he was ready to start exploring the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan opened his backpack and was surprised to find it. There was nothing left in the backpack except the map of the Twilight Forest. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. Is it true that this copy can't bring anything in? In other words, coming to this copy is equivalent to starting all over again. Seeing such a situation, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. When Xu Yuan came, he also prepared a lot of things, what golden apples, enchanted bows, and even brought swords with him. It turns out that this copy is actually a model from scratch. But in fact, it makes sense to have such a setting. After all, if you can bring something in from the outside, this copy is not difficult. According to Xu Yuan's wealth, with a set of enchanted golden apples, you can stand anything. Although Xu Yuan was a little disappointed, he quickly adjusted his state. There are still many resources in the Twilight Forest, and animals and mines can be seen everywhere. Food and minerals are not a worry. After Xu Yuan adjusted his mentality, he began to act. The location where Xu Yuan is now is a mushroom forest. The whole mushroom forest is full of huge brown and red mushrooms. At least food is not a worry about being born here. A mushroom pot made with red and brown mushrooms and a wooden bowl can restore 3 points of satiety. Xu Yuan first stroked some logs and mushrooms with his bare hands, and then synthesized the tool table. 4 wooden bowls were made from the tool table. Then a wooden bowl and 2 kinds of mushrooms were used to synthesize 4 bowls of mushroom pots. Later, a wooden pickaxe was synthesized from the remaining wood. After making these initial preparations, Xu Yuan was ready to go to the mine. There are still many large and small mines in the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan opened the map and saw a large mine not far away. Without further ado, Xu Yuan set off immediately. Unlike the original world, the appearance of the mine caves of the Twilight Forest is the shape of a mountain range. The inside is hollow, and you can enter it when you find the entrance, just like a natural mine cave. And the landscape in the mine is like stalactites. Above the cave are long stone pillars hanging down, which are covered with exposed ores. The mines shown on the map in the Twilight Forest are simple and crude, not as intricate as the original world. However, because the entire space does not have intricate terrain, all of them are relatively open, it is also more dangerous. Because the monster division in the mine is also very dense, if you don't pay attention, you will be besieged to death. Xu Yuan soon came to the periphery of the big mine. After walking around the mine, you will find the entrance to the mine. Xu Yuan came to the entrance of the mine, and then first dug some exposed coal mines and made some torches to come out. Some stones were then dug up to synthesize stone drawings and stone swords. Xu Yuan did not rush into the mine, but observed the situation inside the mine at the mouth of the mine. The first thing that caught his eye was a brush monster cage. Because it was too far away, Xu Yuan couldn't see what kind of monster's brush cage it was. Xu Yuan walked in a little more, and saw 3 spiders, 2 slime beetles, 3 creepers, a fire-breathing beetle, and a red hat goblin. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly shrunk back. These monsters were only at the mouth of the mine, let alone the monsters of the entire mine. Xu Yuan analyzed the current situation. Just now, each of these monsters saw very close. So once Xu Yuan is exposed to their AI distance, they will attack together. Among these monsters, spiders, and red hat goblins are all good to say, they are all melee combat. The fire-breathing beetle is also okay. When attacking, it will spew out a flame, which is a medium-range attack. The most troublesome is the long-range slime beetle. At present, the fastest way to destroy these monsters is to gather them together and make the coolies afraid of explosions. If they were to all gather together, then Xu Yuan could only get closer like 2 long-range slime beetles. Xu Yuan thought of this and roughly planned the route to be taken later. Xu Yuan took a deep breath, and then walked into the mine. As soon as Xu Yuan entered the mine, these monsters at the entrance of the cave immediately discovered Xu Yuan. They immediately gathered towards Xu Yuan's side. Xu Yuan first quickly ran to the front and sealed the brush monster cage. Xu Yuan got closer and found that the brush monster cage was actually a ghost's brush cage. Xu Yuan quickly observed the surroundings, but fortunately did not see any ghosts nearby, so he breathed a sigh of relief. After Xu Yuan sealed the monster cage, the spiders immediately rushed towards Xu Yuan, and Xu Yuan ran towards the slime beetle while wielding a stone sword to avoid the spider's attack. At this moment, several coolies were afraid of quickly approaching Xu Yuan, and they had already begun to make a hissing sound about to explode. Xu Yuan quickly repelled them. At this time, the fire-breathing beetle also found Xu Yuan, quickly approached Xu Yuan, and after reaching a certain distance, it immediately opened its mouth and spewed a flame towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan quickly dodged. When he was dodging, he was attacked by the red hat goblin on the side. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly ate a mushroom pot. These monsters are gathered so densely that they are simply overwhelming. The most important thing is that Xu Yuan now has nothing on him except a stone sword. Xu Yuan flexibly dodged the monsters' attacks, and then gathered the monsters together. At this time, the coolies were afraid to lean over immediately. Xu Yuan silently thought about the time in his heart, and at the last second when the coolie was afraid that it would explode, he quickly withdrew his body. With the explosion of the creeves, none of these monsters were spared. And Xu Yuan was also blown up, leaving only 2 bars of blood. Xu Yuan quickly ate a mushroom pot. Although the process was difficult, the results were acceptable. Xu Yuan looked at the falling objects on the ground. 2 balls of slime, 3 spider silks, an iron pickaxe and some gunpowder. Xu Yuan immediately replaced the iron pickaxe he had picked up. Then Xu Yuan began to raise from the area of the mine entrance. Xu Yuan's purpose is to dig those pillars, and then build blocks after they are high, so that they can avoid fighting with the dense monsters in the mine. After Xu Yuan reached the edge of the ore pillar, he began to clean the exposed ore. After digging up a group of iron ore, Xu Yuan returned along the road. These iron ores are enough for Xu Yuan to use for a while, and the first boss of the Twilight Forest, Naga, is not very powerful. A set of iron suits is enough. Although the iron tree sleeve will be better than the iron sleeve, the iron tree sleeve requires live roots, iron ingots, and gold grains to synthesize. It takes a lot of time to find these materials, so Xu Yuan definitely uses an iron sheath. When the time comes, go and hit Naga and change the Naga set later. After Xu Yuan left the mine, he threw all the iron ore into the furnace. While waiting for the furnace to burn iron ingots, Xu Yuan killed some animals around. After making some preparations, Xu Yuan synthesized a complete set of iron suits and combined a bow. After making all this preparation, Xu Yuan opened the map. Walk in the direction of the Naga courtyard. Only when he reached the vicinity of the Naga courtyard, Xu Yuan saw Naga's blood bar displayed in the air. Xu Yuan couldn't help but gasp after seeing Naga's blood volume. This Naga has 5000 HP. This is still the first boss of the Twilight Forest, and the amount of HP is already so thick. Xu Yuan thought that the boss of the Twilight Forest in this game would be strengthened, and the HP might double. But I didn't expect that the amount of blood actually increased so much. Moreover, with so much HP, entering the Twilight Forest is not allowed to bring equipment? With this iron sword, wouldn't it take a year? When Xu Yuan saw this, he was suddenly a little speechless. But there is no way, they are coming, do they just go back empty-handed? In the mood of coming to see first, Xu Yuan came to the Naga courtyard. As far as the eye can see, the entire courtyard is surrounded by high walls. The walls are airtight and covered with moss. As soon as he approached the courtyard, Xu Yuan could feel the slight tremor of the ground and the hissing sound of Naga in the courtyard. Xu Yuan took a deep breath and dug a corner of the wall. Naga, who was wandering in the courtyard at this time, immediately discovered Xu Yuan, the intruder. It twisted its body, spit out snake apricots, and rushed towards Xu Yuan at a rapid speed. Xu Yuan saw that Naga was about to hit him, so he didn't have time to think about it, and quickly piled himself up a few blocks. The moment Naga collided, its gaze focused on the square at Xu Yuan's feet. The block under Xu Yuan's feet was immediately destroyed under Naga's gaze. Xu Yuan didn't stand firmly, and directly fell from the sky, and then Naga directly rushed over. Even under the protection of a complete set of iron sheaths, Xu Yuan lost 3 blocks of blood. After Naga collided with Xu Yuan, she began to wander throughout the courtyard, preparing for the next attack. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment, and then immediately dug 2 under his feet, burying his entire body in the ground. This is the method that Xu Yuan found when he played the Twilight Forest before. Although the boss of Naga is a melee monster, it can collide and can also destroy the blocks under your feet with your gaze after you reach height. So it is useless to ride height, it will still hurt. And after the height, you need to attack Naga with long-range weapons. Although Xu Yuan now has a bow in his hand, he does not have an arrow, so it is impossible to kill Naga from a distance. But after Xu Yuan's previous research, Naga has an Achilles heel, that is, he can't destroy parallel blocks. In other words, hiding underground, Naga will not be able to hit you, and its collision will not be able to hit you. Although this way, you can only attack it when Naga is closer, and it will be slower. But it's also the safest way to kill Naga. If the Naga in this game is still the same as in MC, and the amount of blood is not high, Xu Yuan will definitely choose to be rigid. After all, this method is too slow. But this Naga in front of you, 5000 HP, if it is hard, it is looking for death. After Xu Yuan dug a pit downward, Naga really couldn't attack him. Naga, on the other hand, has been hovering near the pit that Xu Yuan had dug. Every time Naga passed over Xu Yuan's head, Xu Yuan would smack Naga's fragile stomach a few times. Although Xu Yuan's attack is not high for Naga's 5000 points of blood, but under Xu Yuan's attack, Naga's blood volume still slowly decreased. Xu Yuan kept repeating the same action, slashing upward, and the slashing hands were sore, only to cut down Naga's 500 HP. After Naga's HP loss of 500, she threw off the last section of her tail, and Naga's flicked tail fell right above the hole where Xu Yuan was. Xu Yuan secretly said that it was not good. In the next second, only a bang was heard. Naga's tail exploded. Xu Yuan originally thought that he would be hurt, but he didn't expect that Naga's tail seemed to only explode into the space of the ground. Xu Yuan was relieved. Xu Yuan just breathed a sigh of relief, and found that after Naga's tail exploded, not only did it not disappear, but it split into two pieces like a slime. After splitting into two, those two pieces exploded and shrank again. It split into 4 pieces. After splitting into 4 pieces, the volume of each piece was much smaller than the hole in the top of Xu Yuan's head. Immediately, 2 tail fragments fell. This was followed by a bang and an explosion. Xu Yuan didn't have the slightest chance to react at all, and was blown off 4 blocks of blood by these 2 split tails. But fortunately, the explosion of these tail fragments will not destroy the terrain, and if it does, it will be really difficult to fight. Xu Yuan quickly ate a piece of cooked pork to recover his satiety. When Xu Yuan looked at Naga again, Naga's original HP that Xu Yuan had left to 4,500 instantly recovered 100 points and became 4,600. Xu Yuan saw this and thought about it. Naga should not have returned blood from a period of confiscation attacks, because it wasn't long since Xu Yuan last attacked Naga. Naga's recovery of blood must be because the tail exploded into a person, so the blood returned. Xu Yuan was surprised when he thought of this. This Naga is indeed much more powerful than an MC. Just after 2 small tail fragments exploded to Xu Yuan, he directly restored 100 HP to Naga, that is, 50 points per fragment. If all 4 tail fragments are blown up, that's 200 HP points. Not to mention the 2 relatively large tail fragments, each estimated to be able to restore 100 HP to Naga. And that Naga's tail thrown off, if it blows up people, it is estimated that it will directly be able to recover 200 HP points, right? Then calculate it like this: if Naga's tail is all blown up to people, it is equivalent to giving back full. Isn't that tail going to grow again? Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little terrifying when he thought of this. But fortunately, Xu Yuan already had a solution not to be blown up by tail fragments. As long as Naga flicks her tail to the mouth of the hole, Xu Yuan will dig and fill one, and then pat it when the tail explodes. Xu Yuan still slowly grinded Naga's blood volume, and after the blood volume dropped, Naga lost her tail a few more times. Fortunately, Xu Yuan was already familiar with the car, and he had never been blown up by Naga's tail fragments again. Xu Yuan had been beating the durability of an iron sword to less than half of Naga's HP. The durability of the iron sword is 250, the attack is 6, and it takes an iron sword to knock out Naga's 1500 HP. Xu Yuan had to dig a place in the ground to put down the workbench and make 3 more iron swords. Xu Yuan thought while attacking Naga. With such a thick amount of health and no equipment, then this quest should be unlikely to be a solo quest. Otherwise, the amount of health is set so high, even if you use the enchanted diamond sword to come in alone, you will have to fight for half a day. If even the simplest Naga had such a thick amount of blood, wouldn't the other bosses have more blood? When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little headache. The boss of Naga is the best fight among all the bosses, and it has been fought for so long now, so how else to play later? If a Lich King has 10,000 blood, it really can't be played. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he had already silently decided in his heart. If you go to the Lich King at that time and the amount of blood is still very thick, then let the people from the guild also come in and fight. Many of the bosses in the back are very powerful, and they can't kill without damage like Naga. If the amount of blood is too thick, Xu Yuan will definitely not be able to brush alone. Even if he wants to swipe alone, he has to let the guild guys come in and help him collect more resources on the map to prepare. Xu Yuan thought about this, and the iron sword was broken again. Xu Yuan has always maintained the rhythm of his attack, and although Naga's blood drops very slowly, it has been falling at a uniform speed. Half an hour had passed, and Xu Yuan had already used 3 iron swords. Naga's HP has finally reached 600. 3 iron swords 4,500, before back 100, so it is 600. At this time, Naga's tail had fallen off, and there were 3 sections left in her entire body. At this time, Naga's speed was faster, and it was more difficult for Xu Yuan to attack Naga. But Xu Yuan still methodically maintained his attack on Naga. With Xu Yuan's attack, Naga's HP reached 500, that is, 10% of HP. At this time, Xu Yuan was extremely nervous, because many bosses would go berserk when their HP reached 10%. The power of the boss after the berserk is quite large. Xu Yuan originally thought that Naga would be as violent as the boss of the previous corpse tide and boss duel. But he didn't expect that nothing happened, and Xu Yuan, who was harmed, was in a false alarm. But think about it, after all, Naga is just the simplest boss who guards the door. If the simplest boss is set so perverted, then the output and income of this copy are completely out of proportion. With Xu Yuan's last sword swing, Naga's blood volume finally bottomed out. As Naga's HP bottomed out, the full server system message sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the first kill of the Twilight Forest boss Naga. And with the ringing of the full server system, another system prompt that only Xu Yuan could only see also appeared in front of Xu Yuan. Get the right to use the copy of Naga Garden. When the players saw that Xu Yuan got the first kill again, they were already surprised. After Xu Yuan got the ownership of the copy of the Twilight Forest, everyone knew that there would be various first kills immediately. This time, the first kill was much slower than they expected, so the players speculated. It's been a long time since Steve went in this time, right? Why didn't you say the news of the first pass of the copy? Don't the boss kills usually broadcast with the first pass? Yes, you're not saying I haven't noticed yet, there's really no news of the first call. Could it be that this quest has more than one boss? Hiss. It's so terrifying. Steve boss has to have at least 3 or 4 hours from getting the right to get the first kill. Hasn't this copy been yet? Does this quest take longer to clear than the boss duel? This copy was made after the battle between the corpse tide and the boss, and it must be more difficult than those two. No wonder it took Steve so long to kill a boss and haven't cleared the level yet. I really want to see what this copy looks like. If any of you know Steve boss, can you ask him to take a screenshot of the pictures and monsters in the copy and come out and see? Players are enthusiastic about all this about the Twilight Forest. Of course, they don't know how difficult it is to clear the Twilight Forest, nor how many bosses they have to kill. At this time, the guild leaders of each guild were in a hurry after seeing this full server system message. They know that a boss kill means that new equipment may be dropped. And this boss knows by looking at the name that it is a new boss, unlike the previous zombie king or something, it is changed on the basis of zombies. Therefore, the guild leader also felt that this boss would definitely burst out with some new equipment. Hurry up and practice Ken, ask him how much money can get us into the Twilight Forest. Damn, this broken game, engage in copies, and what kind of possession? Steve will definitely sell the items in the quest, and we'll be wrapped up then. This copy doesn't feel that simple. Steve went in for so long to get a first kill, and didn't show clearance. This copy is not simple. The guild leader naturally knew what it meant to have the right to own the latest copy of the current one. But they have no way to change the status quo. The right to hold has already belonged to Xu Yuan, so they can only find a way to see if they can spend money into the copy. However, if it can be solved by money, it is not a problem. Who can enter the copy now depends on Xu Yuan's mood. He is willing, he can enter without a penny. If he is not happy, you will not be able to enter the mountain of gold and silver. So the guild leader immediately contacted Ken. President Ken, what do you say? Accommodating, let's guild enter the Twilight Forest once, the price is easy to say. We have also made several transactions. The strategy of the corpse tide copy is still revealed by me to some players. You are also making a lot of money. For the sake of this matter, let our guild go first. Say, what price? If it doesn't work, I'll directly transfer your Huaxia coins. After the system broadcast that Xu Yuan got the first kill, Ken's news did not stop. All of them were messages from the guild leaders, and without exception, they all wanted to open up the Twilight Forest. After receiving the news, Ken immediately contacted Xu Yuan. This time, it took so long to get the first kill. Is the boss very strong? Ken's biggest concern is still the issue of copies. Xu Yuan saw the message from Ken, so he replied first. This boss blood volume is too thick. 5,000 blood, I grinded for half a day. Ken was shocked to hear Xu Yuan's words. 5,000 blood, my god, how the hell did you kill you? Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. When this copy came in, there was nothing on my body, and I went down to mine and got an iron suit and grinded it to death with an iron sword. When Ken heard this, he didn't know what words to use to describe his current mood. The boss of 5,000 blood was sharpened to death with an iron sword, and Xu Yuan said it so easily. Even if 5,000 blood stand there and let people fight with iron swords, they have to fight for a short time, not to mention a powerful boss. According to the amount of health of this boss, this should be a multi-person book, right? After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he thought about it. I don't need it for now, I'll go see the next boss health before making a decision. Ken was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, how many bosses are there in this quest? Xu Yuan heard this, thought about it, and said, if you really want to count it, a dozen. After all, the Phantom Knights can be counted as 6. Ken heard that this had gone down in his brain, and this copy was beyond his cognitive range. A dozen bosses, how big is this quest map? After all, the largest quest map in the game that Ken came into contact with before is the boss battle map. Ken wanted to continue asking, but saw Xu Yuan send a message. By the way, what are you looking for me for? If it weren't for Xu Yuan's reminder, Ken would have forgotten why he came to find Xu Yuan. Well, many guild leaders came to me and asked me how you could get them into the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan saw the message sent by Ken and replied after thinking about it. It's not open to the public at the moment, but if they want the product in the copy, they can sell it to them. Ken nodded back when he heard this. Okay, then you go down first, and you will discuss specific things when you return. Well, after Xu Yuan replied, he closed the friend interface. Then I carefully read the words that the system jumped out after killing Naga just now. Get the right to use the copy of Naga Garden. 1 archive function. You can save here. You can exit the copy at any time after archiving. The copy will record the current items, and the next time you enter the copy, you can keep the current items. Note, exiting the replica without saving will reset the progress. 2 right to open. The Naga courtyard is owned by the first killer, and the first killer can control the opening right of the Naga courtyard at will. If the first killer closes the Naga courtyard, an enchantment will be created around the Naga courtyard that cannot be crossed. 3 right to use. After killing Naga, the right to use the Naga courtyard belongs to the killer, and the killer can have 10 times to refresh the Naga in the Naga courtyard every 24 hours. Note, after entering the quest boss is killed, it will not be refreshed until the quest is cleared, and the next time you enter the quest boss, it will be refreshed again. After Xu Yuan saw the right to use this Naga courtyard, the whole person was stunned. That's too perverted, right? First of all, the first archive function. This is also a thing. Xu Yuan does not have to be trapped in the copy. After archiving, if there is anything outside, you can go out at any time. And looking at the introduction of this save function, it should be that if you do not clear the level, you will not save the progress after going out and coming in again. That is to say, the next time you come in, you will start all over again. Then there is the opening of the Naga courtyard. You know, this right is crucial. This is Naga. All subsequent boss kills rely on killing Naga first. If Xu Yuan closed the Naga courtyard, even if other players came in, they could only browse the quest. Then there is the right to use, which is equivalent to being able to brush 10 more Naga a day. However, Xu Yuan currently does not see any special use in brushing a few more Naga. It is nothing more than bursting some scales to make a set of Naga equipment. After Xu Yuan understood the right to use the Naga courtyard, he walked out of the pit. When he saw what Naga had dropped just now, the whole person was stunned. At this time, on the ground where Naga died, there was a rusty knife, and a red scabbard was lying on the ground in front of the knife. This knife is exactly Omen embroidery. When Xu Yuan saw this knife on the ground, his heart instantly beat wildly. He never expected that killing Naga would actually burst out Omen embroidery. Although the sword drawing mod and the Twilight Forest mod are linked. But when Xu Yuan opened the nameless knife puppet in the lucky cube before, Xu Yuan tried it. There is no way to use wooden swords and logs to synthesize nameless knives and puppets, which means that the synthesis list of the drawing sword mod has not yet been added to the game. Xu Yuan also thought that only in the lucky block could he open a sword, but he didn't expect that Naga in the Twilight Forest could actually burst out a sword. Xu Yuan didn't think about it, so he immediately picked up his sword and drew his sword. I have to say that Xu Yuan's luck is very good, and this embroidery that broke out is real. Eamon embroidery is divided into 2 colors. One is blue and one is red. Red is genuine, blue is fake. Only real Eamon embroidery can synthesize the big snake embroidery. Although Xu Yuan now obtained the genuine product of Eamon embroidery, he was not very happy. Because Draw the Sword mod is not yet open. After completing 100 chops with a rusty jaw, it can be synthesized after 1 repair of the anvil. If Xu Yuan wants to synthesize the Eamon and needs to repair it once on the anvil, what if the sword mod does not come out and cannot be repaired? But it's useless to think so much at the moment. It's better to make up 100 kills first and then see what the situation is. But I have to say that the Twilight Forest will be relatively simple after drawing the sword. After all, drawing a sword is much easier than an iron sword. Moreover, the right to use the Naga courtyard, which Xu Yuan felt was useless before, became extremely useful after Naga burst out drawing his sword. You can brush 10 Naga a day, and you can also brush a lot of this sword, right? However, it is not clear that the explosive rate of drawing the sword may be very low. Because Xu Yuan was the first kill, coupled with good luck, he burst out, and also burst out the real thing. In addition to dropping a drawn sword, Naga also dropped 4 scales and a Naga booty. After Xu Yuan picked up these loot, he saved a file in the Naga courtyard, and then withdrew the copy from the entrance of the Twilight Forest. After getting the Eamon embroidery sword, Xu Yuan only wanted to know if he could use the anvil to repair it and turn it into Eamon after reaching 100 kills. At this time, the entrance to the Twilight Forest in the main city was already crowded with idle players, as well as the leaders of various guilds. Those idle players naturally came to see the fresh, and the purpose of the major guild leaders came naturally to enter the Twilight Forest. President Ken, did you tell President Steve? Let's go in and see. We won't touch anything. Just intercede with President Steve. Everyone is in the Huaxia region, common development, and common progress. Ken was surrounded by the guild leader, and he was almost out of breath. At this moment, Xu Yuan teleported back and appeared next to the entrance of the Twilight Forest. Everyone was stunned when they saw Xu Yuan suddenly appear, and then immediately rushed up. Steve boss? How did you get out? Did the quest clear the level? President Steve, you're finally back. You speak. Say a price. Big guy, is it difficult to? The Twilight Forest copy, what kind of monsters are in it? After everyone gathered around, they asked questions. Suddenly, a player noticed the knife in Xu Yuan's hand and immediately shouted, "Groove, what weapon is Steve holding in his hand?" When everyone heard this player's call, they all focused their attention on the knife in Xu Yuan's hand. Suddenly there was an exclamation. God, what kind of weapon is this? So handsome. This look. It seems to be a katana. Lying Groove, this game still has such a handsome weapon. I thought there were only a few broken swords. Steve boy, did this knife burst out of the Twilight Forest? At this time, the guild leaders saw the knife in Xu Yuan's hand, and their eyes straightened. President Steve, you can make a price. Everything is negotiable. President, do you sell this knife? I'll give 1,000 gold coins. I'll give out 2,000. I'm out 5 times. Groove, and you guys. The guild leaders all began to bid, and one by one they blew their beards and glared, eager to fight. Seeing this, Xu Yuan waved his hand. Don't argue, this knife will not be sold for the time being. Of course, Xu Yuan will not sell this knife now, although this is not comparable to the demon knife, but it is still quite powerful at present. When the time comes, when you have the demon knife, it will not be too late to sell it. And Xu Yuan thought, since Naga of the Twilight Forest can burst out the sword, maybe the Ender Dragon can also be, and the Ender Dragon should also have a chance to burst out the broken Yin demon sword. When the guild leader heard Xu Yuan say that this knife was not for sale, they all shrugged their faces. Then they put their hopes on the copy. One by one, they continued to ask how to get them into the copy. Seeing this, Ken clapped his hands at everyone and said, "Don't crowd here, I have fully understood your meaning. I will discuss with our boss now. I will convey everyone's meaning to our boss, so everyone disperse first. I will inform you when there is news." Ken is issuing an eviction order, and the guild leader is not a fool. Naturally he understands. Okay, then we won't bother and leave first. President Ken, you must convey all our requests to President Steve. Waiting for your good news. After the guild leader finished speaking, they all left. There are also some players who are reluctant here, wanting to take a few more glances at the knife in Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan saw that everyone was still crowded here, frowned and said, "Please let me go." When the players heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately gave way to a path. Xu Yuan finally walked out. Then Xu Yuan and Ken came to the room. "You came out at the right time. This sword is going to drive those guild leaders crazy." Ken smiled as soon as he entered the door. Xu Yuan smiled and said, "This sword is indeed a bonus." Ken looked at the sword, and then asked Xu Yuandao, "This is the same wooden sword as before, is it a type of weapon?" Xu Yuan nodded and said, "Well, this is what Naga burst out." When Ken heard this, he understood and sighed. No wonder that the boss has so much blood, it turns out that such a good weapon can be exploded. I just don't know what the explosion rate is. Ken said, his eyes wandering around the sword. Seeing this, Xu Yuan also knew Ken's thoughts. It's so handsome to draw a sword, anyone will want one. This is not clear, I think it should not be a high explosion rate, maybe because I was the first kill and it was a single kill. Xu Yuan immediately poured cold water on Ken. However, it is also possible that it is really what Xu Yuan said, and the explosion rate of drawing the sword must be very low. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was not very disappointed. With Xu Yuan's strength, he should be able to get a stronger weapon soon, so won't he be able to use this weapon at that time? When Ken thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then he seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, why did you come out?" "To validate an idea, it came out," Xu Yuan explained truthfully. When Ken heard this, he knew that Xu Yuan was going to be busy now, so he consciously avoided it. "Okay, then you're busy, I'll go out first." After Ken left, Xu Yuan came to the monster brushing tower and began to brush monsters. He wanted to try to see if he could turn this Eman embroidery into Iman now. In MC, in order to become, it is necessary to reach 100 kills and then repair it once with an anvil to become. But repairing on the anvil requires Yao Soul, and the source of Yao Soul now is only Xu Yuan's nameless knife puppet. If you run out of the durability value of the nameless knife puppet, you will get a dazzling soul. So the material is available, it depends on whether it can be repaired. At present, the main thing is to get 100 kills. Later, after the main city was rebuilt, Xu Yuan rebuilt a monster tower, and the scale of the new monster tower was much larger than before. And it is also a dual-use model. When no experience is required, this monster tower is directly brushed with materials. When you need experience, you just need to raise the monster's drop point. After Xu Yuan came to the monster brushing tower, he began to brush monsters. I have to say that drawing the sword and brushing monsters is indeed cool, especially this kind of group of monsters. Brush down a few knives, all of which are SSS rating damage. Although this knife is only a ceiling knife, the damage after reaching the SSS rating is as much as 15 points. The damage is still very objective and the attack speed is fast. The feel of drawing a sword is not at the same level as an ordinary sword. Soon, Xu Yuan was full of 100 kills. After getting 100 kills, the soul fragment is required. Xu Yuan took out the nameless knife puppet from the warehouse. Looking at this knife, Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little reluctant. After all, this was Xu Yuan's first sword, and it was obtained from the lucky cube. But there is no way, who let have a better knife. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan began to brush it with the nameless knife puppet. The durability of the nameless knife puppet was still very low, and Xu Yuan quickly used up the durability value of the nameless knife and puppet. At the moment when the durability value runs out, only a click is heard. The nameless knife puppet suddenly shattered into many pieces, and then slowly disappeared. Only a few pieces of purple soul-like things remained on the ground. Xu Yuan saw something on the ground and immediately picked it up. These are the soul fragments? The Wuming Dao puppet burst out 3 pieces of radiant soul for Xu Yuan, and his luck was not bad. After getting the Yao soul fragment, Xu Yuan took a deep breath. Xu Yuan was still very nervous. After all, he didn't know if he could do it. If the Yao soul fragment can't repair the Eamon embroidery, then this knife is sacrificed in vain. Xu Yuan embroidered the Eamon on the anvil, and then divided 1 Yao soul fragment into 2 small Yao soul fragments. Now the Yao soul fragment is still very rare. After all, there is no way to synthesize the nameless knife puppet, and there is no way to fight monsters to obtain it. Therefore, it is necessary to use it leisurely. Anyway, the little Yao soul fragment can also be repaired. Xu Yuan trembled a little and placed the Xiao Yao soul fragment in the second compartment of the anvil. After putting it on, Xu Yuan closed his eyes, and he didn't dare to look at it. In case there is no way to synthesize, it is not in vain. Xu Yuan took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. As a result, you see the big red cross on the arrow in front of the synthesis bar? Seeing this red cross, Xu Yuan suddenly lost his thoughts. Isn't it? Doesn't that work? Although the mod that draws the sword does not appear, it can't be repaired just on the anvil. Then what is the use of this nameless knife puppet bursting soul fragment? Thinking of this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little angry. Then he took down the Xiao Yao soul fragment. Then an iron ingot was placed in the place where the small Yao soul fragment was originally placed. The knife is made of iron, the iron ingot is repaired, there is nothing wrong with it. As a result, there is another red cross on the arrow. Then, Xu Yuan decomposed the iron ingot into iron grains. It still didn't work. Xu Yuan basically tried all the minerals. It didn't work out at all. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little puzzled. Since this knife was exploded by Naga, there is always a way to advance, right? It can't be burst and that's it. And according to Xu Yuan, in the Twilight Forest, there are 2 bosses who are embroidered by Blaster. One is Naga and the other is Hydra. Generally speaking, Naga is a blue fake, while Hydra will burst a red original. But in the Twilight Forest of this game, Naga directly exposed the real thing to Xu Yuan. That genuine product must be able to be upgraded, right? If you can't, then it is very unreasonable for this knife to appear in this time period. If it can only be repaired with a blazing soul, then this knife will definitely appear after drawing the sword mod. There must be another way to fix it. Xu Yuan pondered carefully. This knife was exploded by Naga, will it be repaired by Naga trophies or scales? When Xu Yuan thought of this, he immediately began to try it out. Xu Yuan first put Naga's loot in, but the result was still red cross to persuade him to retreat. Then, Xu Yuan put Naga's scales in. Just then, something unexpected happened. A new sword has appeared in the toolbar on the right. When Xu Yuan saw this, he was overjoyed. Enchantment cost 1. Xu Yuan saw the enchantment cost in the synthesis column on the right, 1, and knew that it was done. Xu Yuan quickly took down the synthesized Iman and took a good look. Draw your sword. Envelope. Kill count 100. Pround soul 2051. Rank attack damage. BSS/SSS/limit. Plus 6.0/plus 16.0/plus 16.0. In the main hand. 1.6 attack speed. 5 attack damage. At present, such an attribute is still very strong. If you can hit the SSS rating, you can hit 16 damage, which is still very strong in the current version. The synthesis of Iman also confirmed Xu Yuan's conjecture. The knives that exploded on the bodies of these monsters, in this game, should be able to rely on the things that exploded on the monsters to repair. Xu Yuan couldn't help but think about the latter step of this handle, the big snake gate. If the knives burst out by these monsters were advanced in this way, would the materials of the advanced great snake gate be on the Hydra? After all, in general, Naga is embroidered with fake Omen embroidery, but here it is directly revealed the real thing. So could it be that Hydra exploded the advanced material of the Iman to the great snake Iman? However, there is no way to confirm these Xu Yuan for the time being. You won't know until you hit Hydra. But according to the difficulty of the current Twilight Forest, it is estimated that it will take a while to hit Hydra. After upgrading Iman embroidery to Iman, Xu Yuan's mood can be said to be a roller coaster. I originally thought that the nameless knife puppet was sacrificed. No, that nameless knife puppet was indeed sacrificed in vain. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan suddenly looked at the radiant soul fragment in his hand. Then Xu Yuan closed a wooden fence in his backpack and placed it on the ground. After placing the wooden fence on the ground, Xu Yuan approached the fence with the radiant soul fragment. As soon as Xu Yuan approached the fence, he found that the Yao soul fragment was automatically attached to the fence. The wooden fence changed immediately. A few seconds later, a lean horizontal knife holder appeared in front of Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was suddenly a little stunned. Originally Xu Yuan also did it with the mentality of trying. It stands to reason that without the sword drawing mod, you cannot synthesize things related to the drawing sword. Xu Yuan had experimented before, and he couldn't even do it on an anvil. But just now it has synthesized a knife stand? However, it is also possible that the synthesis of the knife holder does not need to be in the composition list. In MC, the synthetic knife stand needs to hold the soul against the fence and hold down the shift key. In this game, it was changed to stand directly near the fence with the Yao soul. In other words, this characteristic of drawing a sword that is not synthesized in the workbench still exists. However, this kind of thing is not harmful, that is, the knife looks better when it is put up. So even if there is such a thing, it will not affect the game balance. When Xu Yuan saw the knife stand in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a pity. Xu Yuan was just for the experiment, so he put the fence directly on the ground in the middle of the house. Now this knife stand is in the middle of the house, which must be very obstructive. So Xu Yuan decided to put this away and make another one. Just when Xu Yuan approached the knife stand, he was surprised to find it. This tool holder can be recycled and can be placed at will? That's easy to do. Although it is a little different from MC, it is understandable. After all, this game is a holographic game, and the knife stand is a physical thing, and it is impossible to put it away and disappear. Here, the knife stand is of the same nature as other blocks. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he placed the knife stand in the center of the hall. The one in his hand now must be the one he wants to carry with him. At that time, if the gate is exposed again, it can be placed on the knife holder table for decoration. After Xu Yuan finished everything, he was ready to enter the Twilight Forest again. Just as Xu Yuan went out, he saw the oncoming Ken. Xu Yuan saw that Ken looked like something was wrong, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Ken said with a sad face, "I'm almost annoyed by those guild leaders. One by one, coercion and inducement. I want to go into the Twilight Forest." When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled. Xu Yuan naturally understood the mood of the guild leaders, and these guild leaders were afraid that they were going crazy. After all, the Twilight Forest is a new quest, and the guild leader has been speculating about whether there will be new equipment in this new quest. As a result, when Xu Yuan came out, he brought the omen knife just right for them to see. The knife immediately confirmed their idea. And they are not blind, naturally they can see that this knife is not an ordinary product. So now they are all squeezing their heads and wanting to enter the Twilight Forest copy. Xu Yuan, who threw his hands on the palm, naturally would not communicate with the guild leaders. But it was bitter for Ken, and the news of Ken's friend list was about to explode. Xu Yuan saw that Ken was so distressed, so he thought about it and said, "Then if not, you organize the guild leaders who want to enter the copy, and I will take them in together, and each guild can enter up to 2 people, and each person will have a ticket of 500 gold. In fact, after Xu Yuan has the right to use the Naga courtyard, he can let others enter the copy to take a look. After all, except for the value of the boss explosion in the copy, the other places are actually similar to the original world. There are more plants, animals, and so on. Like fireflies, torchberries, or whatever, these things don't really do anything. In terms of equipment, only the iron tree set can be obtained without fighting the boss. The main material of the synthetic iron tree sleeve, living roots, can indeed be dug up on the map. But others, even if they dig up live roots, don't know what the synthetic formula is. And living roots are generally distributed in mines, and the mines in the Twilight Forest are still very dangerous. So there is no need to be afraid that they will be able to take the equipment out once they enter it. However, even if they brought the equipment out, Xu Yuan earned it. After all, the ticket of 500 gold, even if they take out a set of iron tree sets, it is worth it. The properties of the iron tree sleeve are better than the iron sleeve. And Xu Yuan has the right to hold the copy, and the resources in the copy can be brushed indefinitely. A set of 500 gold is definitely a lot of money. Again, it is indeed necessary to let these guild leaders in once and let them see the situation in the quest before they are willing to spend a lot of money to enter the quest again. And after they enter the copy, as long as Xu Yuan closes the Naga courtyard, then they can't fight the boss even if they want to. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was stunned. He was originally annoyed by those guild leaders and wanted to come over and discuss with Xu Yuan. As a result, he didn't expect Xu Yuan to agree directly. "Wouldn't it affect you if they went in?" Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "No, they can see the entire map alive this time, let alone have any impact." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was slightly relieved. "Okay, then I'll go and inform them now." After Ken finished speaking, he immediately contacted the presidents. When the guild leaders heard that Xu Yuan let them in, they were all happy. All of them, without exception, did not bargain. Ken couldn't help but regret a little when he saw that the guild leaders were so cheerful. If you already know, say 1,000 gold, this group of people will definitely not have any complaints. However, the price of 500 gold per person is indeed not cheap. After the guild leaders paid the money, they all immediately rushed towards the main city of the Cube people. I was afraid that if I delayed for a while, Xu Yuan would regret it. In about an hour or so, these guild leaders who had already paid money gathered in the main city. Seeing this, Ken called Xu Yuan out. As soon as Xu Yuan came out, he saw a large group of people. Xu Yuan roughly counted, at least more than 100 people. All of them are the guild president and vice president of the guild. Ken reminded Xu Yuan on the side. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then said, "Presidents, vice presidents. I believe Ken has already told you the general situation. I will enter the Twilight Forest with you and you will be free to explore. This copy is still more dangerous, everyone take care of themselves." When the guild leaders heard this, they all nodded. They had long calculated that this copy would be dangerous, so they also put on their best outfits. However, they don't know that after entering the quest, all of this is gone and they have to start over. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he began to give these people permission. "Okay, the permissions have been given to everyone, you can go in." Before Xu Yuan's words fell, everyone couldn't wait to run towards the entrance of the Twilight Forest. Let me be advanced. I'll come first. I've paid? Who TM didn't pay? The guild leaders were the first to enter the copy. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile. So scrambling to enter, when the time comes to enter, I don't know how they will feel. After almost 10 minutes, everyone on the field finally entered. Seeing this, Xu Yuan said to Ken on the side, "Let's go, you can also go in and take a look." After the guild leader entered the copy of the Twilight Forest, it was immediately like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and he felt strange to see anything. Has the sky always been this color? It's so strange here, it feels like night, but the view is like day. Lying groove, are the trees so tall here? There are actually fireflies. The one that just ran over, squirrel. The rabbit in this. It's so cute, the old man's girlish heart. And the Sika deer. The guild leader had just entered the Twilight Forest and was captivated by its beauty and novelty. They were unaware of the danger of this forest. Everyone came in and looked at it for a long time, and suddenly a guild leader shouted, "What about my equipment? What about the things I brought in?" Hearing the voice of the guild leader, everyone quickly checked their backpack slots. It wasn't until they saw that their backpack was empty that they realized that things were not simple. "Mine is gone. Isn't it? It's all gone. This copy. Do you want to start over?" In other words, Steve is the boss who comes in and starts over and kills. Hiss. No wonder I said why he took so long to debut this time, so at a glance, he is already very fast. While the guild leaders were discussing, Xu Yuan and Ken also entered the Twilight Forest. When the guild leader saw Xu Yuan come in, they all turned their eyes to him. As a result, everyone found that the sword in Xu Yuan's hand was actually still on his body. Everyone was immediately puzzled, so they all gathered around. "President Steve, why are you still with this weapon? Are the contents of your backpack still there? Are there any specific conditions to bring something in?" Everyone gathered around and asked questions. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not say much, but said, "You explore on your own." Xu Yuan naturally wouldn't tell these guild leaders that he could archive it. The guild leader saw that Xu Yuan couldn't ask anything, so he just did it. After all, they also understood that Xu Yuan would not tell them anything, and even if Xu Yuan really said it, they might not believe it. At this moment, a guild leader suddenly stood up and said, "President Steve, I would like to ask a question." Xu Yuan nodded. "Excuse me?" The guild leader thought about it and said, "Will there be a time limit for us to enter the replica this time?" When the leaders heard what the president said, they were immediately reminded and all echoed, "Yes, yes, is there a time limit? 500 gold, let's explore a little longer. Is this a copy that quits directly after death?" After Xu Yuan listened, he thought about it. The form of the copy is basically the same, and after death, you will definitely quit the copy directly. I won't give you a time limit, you can quit on your own after you have finished exploring, or you can buy a permanent accommodation for 500 gold. Although Xu Yuan can directly revoke the permission, then others cannot continue to explore the copy. But Xu Yuan didn't need to do this. After all, these people couldn't explore for so long, and they would basically die violently in advance. And even if they wander around for half a day, they can't fight the boss, so they themselves won't stop longer after basically understanding the general situation. If Xu Yuan really wanted to set a time limit, it would be too petty. The guild leaders were relieved to hear Xu Yuan say this. They were afraid that Xu Yuan would set a time limit so that they could not explore properly. After everyone got the reply they wanted, they all began to explore in their respective guilds. Ken saw that everyone was gone, so he asked Xu Yuandao, "Is it really okay to let them explore like this? What if they take out the resources in this copy?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "If they all gather together, maybe they will live for a while and get some equipment by the way. But if you're like them, a team of 2, you're unlikely to find something useful, and you won't live long." In fact, Xu Yuan thought about this before letting them in. The most valuable thing they can get for them may be live roots, and then at best they can dig up some minerals and kill a few of these monsters. And the living root, even if they get it, they will not know that this thing can synthesize iron ingots in the short term. Therefore, their trip this time will not have any impact on Xu Yuan at all. When Ken saw Xu Yuan say this, he was also relieved, and then tentatively asked Xu Yuan, "Just now they asked you why you were able to bring equipment, but you didn't say. Can I know?" Ken actually wanted to know why Xu Yuan could bring equipment, but if Xu Yuan didn't want to say it, he wouldn't ask more. "I can archive." Ken was surprised when he heard Xu Yuan's words. "Can this copy still be archived? I'm afraid you're not playing single player." Xu Yuan saw the expression on Ken's face and smiled. "Only I can." When Ken heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He suddenly felt that in this copy, Xu Yuan was like a homeowner when playing online games. He can do whatever he wants, and he can even archive it. Ken suddenly wanted to ask Xu Yuan if he could kick people, but on second thought, it's definitely possible. After all, if Xu Yuan can give permission, he can cancel permission. Isn't this equivalent to kicking someone? However, I have to say that Xu Yuan is indeed the owner of the Twilight Forest. Ken thought of this and did not continue to ask more, and then said to Xu Yuan, "You brought me in, did you have something to explain?" After Xu Yuan nodded, he took out the map in his hand and said, "Follow me." In fact, Xu Yuan's purpose in bringing Ken in is very simple, that is, to let Ken help him brush Naga. Naga has a chance of breaking out of Eamon embroidery, although the probability is not high, but Xu Yuan can brush 10 more a day. No matter how much the explosion rate is, the more brushes will naturally burst. Moreover, Naga's scales can not only synthesize Naga armor and pants, but also repair the Omen Gate. So the 10 sent by the permission are just definitely to be brushed. But Xu Yuan himself will definitely not spend this effort. After all, killing Naga is not technically difficult, it is more time-consuming. In the entire Twilight Forest, there are 5 courtyards in Naga. There will be a Naga in every place, and Xu Yuan has only killed one so far. So Naga elsewhere is still alive. After killing all the Naga in these 5 places, they can only be refreshed by relying on permissions. Because Xu Yuan has saved the progress of the copy, and the copy needs to be cleared all before the boss can be refreshed. Xu Yuan followed the map to another Naga courtyard. Since Xu Yuan had closed the right to open, the courtyard was now surrounded by enchantments. But from the outside, you can still see Naga wandering around inside. After Xu Yuan and Ken got tall, Ken saw Naga's face for the first time. At this time, Naga was attacking the animals in the courtyard. Naga's huge body swooped forward at a rapid speed, and the surrounding stone walls were easily shattered by Naga's impact. Seeing this, Ken couldn't help but shiver. Not to mention that this Naga combat power is so strong, there is also 5000 HP. He really didn't know how Xu Yuan had grinded him to death with an iron sword alone. Ken's eyes looking at Xu Yuan at this time were full of incredulity. How the hell did you kill it? Xu Yuan saw Ken's stunned expression, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "You've been following me for so long, and you haven't learned something. When encountering a boss, the first thing you think about is not how strong it is, but about analyzing weaknesses." In fact, Xu Yuan is much younger than Ken, and it stands to reason that Xu Yuan can call Ken uncle. But in the game, it's like the other way around. If anyone dares to talk to Ken like this, it is to find death. But Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, but he was not angry at all. Even a little embarrassed, he felt that he had indeed disappointed Xu Yuan. Ken's old face turned red when he heard Xu Yuan's words, and then he smiled awkwardly. "I remember everything you said, it's easy to forget." Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "These things have to start analyzing after seeing the boss so that they have time to react. The trick to fighting bosses is the same, it's just that the coping methods are different." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded. Then he began to observe Naga's weaknesses. After observing for about 10 minutes, Ken seemed to see something and said excitedly, "Its weak point is its abdomen, it can't seem to break the blocks on the ground." After hearing Ken's words, Xu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. "Well, good. When they go out, I'll open up the permissions here, and you will deal with this Naga. Of course, I won't give you the equipment, you'll have to try to survive in it and kill Naga." Although Xu Yuan's doing so will make it longer for Ken to kill Naga, but Xu Yuan had to do this. Although Ken, these people are already very good at technology. But since all kinds of copies were Xu Yuan to open up the land, they naturally also became dependent. "I feel that there is a copy coming out. Anyway, Xu Yuan will be able to get the first pass immediately. But this will not work, and there will only be more and more copies in the future. And there will be various guild battles in the future. If those mods of the previous MC will be added to this game. There will even be monsters to siege the city, all kinds of elite monsters, empty island survival or something. Therefore, it is definitely not enough for Xu Yuan to improve his strength. After all, this game is not a single-player game. Only if the people you trust under you grow up quickly, this will develop better." After listening to Xu Yuan's words, Ken did not mean to retreat, but became even more excited. "Well, I won't let you down." Just when Ken and Xu Yuan were communicating, the guild leaders who had entered the Twilight Forest had already begun to explore all over the map. But it's not so much exploration as sending to death. Some of them went down to the natural mine and were beaten to death by the little wights, zombies, and goblins under the mine in order to covet a torchberry. Some found the entrance to the mine and were beaten to death by the new monsters in the mine that they had never seen before. Others saw luxuriously decorated houses on the map, and they thought there were villagers inside. It turns out that inside the house are indeed villagers with golden hoes, which are nothing more than the skeletons of villagers, and will also throw poisonous wheat seeds at the player. However, these kinds of death methods are very common ways of dying. There are also guild leaders, who ran directly to the lava swamp. After entering the swamp, they found that as soon as they touched the ground of the lava swamp, they were burned as if they had fallen into magma. Then, when he realized that the problem was wrong, he immediately ran back, but did not have time to run out of the swamp. Everywhere in the Twilight Forest, death is staged. These guild leaders are not without technology, but underestimate this map. They didn't expect that this seemingly peaceful Twilight Forest was actually full of hidden murderous intentions. I didn't expect that walking on the road would actually be ignited. I didn't even expect that the boss would die without even seeing it. Within 2 hours of entering the quest, the more than 100 guild leaders were wiped out. After everyone died, they were teleported to the dungeon entrance. At the entrance of the copy at this time, these more than 100 people gathered again. How come they all died? There are too many cave monsters in this copy? Don't say it. I found a big mine before. As soon as I entered, lying in the groove, 10 monsters rushed towards me, and I was sent out in less than half a second. Don't you know, the soil in the fast place is all red, and it will be set on fire immediately when you walk up. Did you see the boss? I saw one, that Naga, but there is an enchantment around it, and I can't get in. I also saw that Naga, 5,000 blood. Excuse me. I also saw a tall tower, and on the top seemed to be a mutated ghost. I saw an Aurora tower, and there were penguins around the tower. Everyone explored the map, but basically brought nothing out. The guild leader immediately felt that the 500 gold had gone to waste. Originally, they thought that they could find something by going in and exploring the copy. Maybe they could kill a boss or something. But I didn't expect that they thought too much. Now it seems that it is already difficult to safely explore the entire quest, let alone fight the boss. However, after entering the Twilight Forest, the guild leader also knew in his heart, if you want to enter this copy, it must be better to have more people to enter. After all, entering the quest is equivalent to starting all over again, and the boss's HP is also particularly high. But if you want more people to enter the copy, according to the price of entering the copy now, 500 gold coins per person. 10 people is 5,000, and a group of 100 people is 50,000? This is an amount that no trade union has been able to provide so far. Even if you take it out and go in, it is versatile if you can't beat the boss. So the guild leaders all reached a unanimous decision. That's buying, buying, buying. They knew that Xu Yuan would definitely sell the things in the copy, and they only had to wait for Xu Yuan to sell. And this happens to be what Xu Yuan is most happy to see. After everyone exited the Twilight Forest, Xu Yuan's side also received a hint. After receiving the prompt, Xu Yuan opened the Naga courtyard. He then said to Ken, I've opened the courtyard, you can come and brush it when you're ready. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken took a deep breath and then nodded. I'll go first, I'll go see the next boss. Be careful yourself. Xu Yuan said and looked at the map and walked towards the nearby Lich King's tower. The reason why I didn't give the Ken map is because Ken only needs to hit Naga. And there is a mine near the Naga courtyard, so you can't use a map. Xu Yuan followed the map to the Lich King's tower. Generally, players who have not fought the Lich King come here, and they will definitely start exploring layer by layer from below. But Xu Yuan wouldn't waste so much time doing so. Although there will be treasure chests in the tower, there are also many monsters in the tower. For those few treasure chests, it's really not worth it. Xu Yuan knew which room the Lich King was in, so he only needed to use a ladder to build from outside the tower to the room. Xu Yuan took out the ladder that had been prepared a long time ago and began to build it up. After reaching the room at the top of the tower, Xu Yuan dug in from outside the wall with an iron pickaxe. Only after digging into the room, the Lich King's blood was displayed above his head. Lich King, 5,000 HP. Although Xu Yuan was a little surprised to see the Lich King's blood, he was a little happy. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that the Lich King's blood would be above Naga, but he didn't expect it to be the same as Naga. However, as a ranged Lich King, it is much more difficult to fight than the melee Naga. Naga can stand on the pile and output, but the Lich King really can't help it. The Lich King has 3 stages. In the first phase, the Lich King will have a shield that is immune to damage. At this stage, the Lich King will be surrounded by 5 shields and will summon 2 doppelgangers. Both avatars fire Ender Pearl-like projectiles and exploding fireballs at the player. At this stage, the Ender Pearl must be bounced back with a weapon to break the Lich King's shield. Each successful rebound breaks a shield on its body. Of course, you can also use 5 bottles of splash-type healing potions to directly break the shield. After breaking the shield, the Lich King switches to the second stage. In the second stage, the Lich King will pull out his zombie staff and summon a large number of green zombies. The attacks of these zombies are much higher than those of ordinary zombies, and they are still relatively difficult to deal with. But zombies have a weakness, that is, they can't get down the steps, so you can hit them at the entrance of the steps. When the Lich King's zombie scepter is exhausted, it moves on to the third stage. The third stage is to use this golden sword to confront the player. The Lich King who has reached this stage can be said to be exhausted in his skills. A wizard who is reduced to a melee attack with a sword must be exhausted of all housekeeping skills. The Lich King at this stage is the weakest, his movement speed will also be slower, and he will not teleport anymore. It's good to be hard at this time. After Xu Yuan dug into the entrance of the Lich King's room, he stood on the ladder and observed the situation in the room. The room is still similar to the Lich King room in MC. At the top of the room there is a large chandelier made of fences and torches. The floor of the room, surrounded by wooden panels, and the middle is replaced with glass. If you look down, you can see the stairs that stretch to the top of the tower, and if you accidentally break these glasses, you will definitely die if you fall down. Around the room, there are various paintings. I have to say that this Lich King is still very casual and elegant. At this time, the Lich King was standing in the center of the room, holding a scepter in one hand and swinging towards the sky with the other, as if he was wielding some magic. When Xu Yuan saw the shield around it, the whole person was stunned. 2, 4, 6, 10. Xu Yuan counted fixedly. The Lich King's shield has a total of 10 faces. These shields have been swirling around the Lich King's body. Xu Yuan originally thought that the Lich King had only increased his blood volume, but he didn't expect that other places had also strengthened. 10 shields, that is, it takes 10 shells to bounce back 10 times to break all the shields. This is still very testing operation. After all, when the Lich King fires a cannonball, he will summon a doppelganger. These doppelgangers also fire shells. Xu Yuan glanced at the Lich King's blood volume, and after considering it for a moment, he made a decision. Although it is indeed dangerous to fight alone, the single-player kill explosion rate is definitely much higher. The Lich King's scepter is still very useful, and it can be called one of the artifacts in the Twilight Forest. If Xu Yuan was still holding the iron sword, then he would definitely not choose to challenge the Lich King. But now that he had drawn his sword, Xu Yuan wanted to give it a try. After all, the damage of drawing the sword is still very objective, and the attack speed is also very high. And if you draw your sword well, you can not only stab but also bounce back to avoid damage. As long as you play the first stage, it is much easier. After paying attention, Xu Yuan first went up and down the stairs to the ground. Then the ground around the stairs was dug up to a block height and then put in water. After doing these operations, Xu Yuan climbed the stairs again and came to the Lich King's room. After taking a deep breath, Xu Yuan walked towards the Lich King. As soon as Xu Yuan approached the Lich King, he was immediately discovered by the Lich King. The Lich King immediately summoned 2 doppelgangers. After the 2 doppelgangers were summoned, they did not mean to stop at all. Immediately, together with his true body, he began to fire the Ender Pearl cannonball towards Xu Yuan. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly avoided one of them, and then slashed with his knife at the Ender Pearl cannonball in front of him. As a result, it turned out that he had obviously slashed out with a knife, but the Ender Pearl shell still fell on him. This Ender Pearl shell directly blew up Xu Yuan's 4 blocks of HP. Seeing this, Xu Yuan ran in the direction he came in. In an instant, another Ender Pearl shell flew towards Xu Yuan. Fortunately, Xu Yuan jumped fast, so he was not hit. Xu Yuan quickly jumped off the tower and landed in the pool that had been laid in advance. This pool was originally prepared by Xu Yuan to repair the knife after the durability of the knife was almost used. Because the Lich King's blood is so thick, it will definitely be endurable when the time comes. Unexpectedly, this pool would save Xu Yuan's life now. After Xu Yuan jumped down, the Lich King had no target for hatred, so he continued to wander again. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little afraid when he thought of the thrilling scene just now. Fortunately, he jumped out of the tower quickly with his reaction. But Xu Yuan was very puzzled. Obviously he swung his knife and slashed it, and he didn't cut it crookedly. Why didn't the Ender Pearl shell bounce back? Thinking of this, Xu Yuan frowned and glanced at the knife in his hand, and suddenly reacted. So it is. In MC, when using the drawn sword against the Lich King, only the left button can bounce the Ender Pearl shell. Since the right button can be directly slashed, and the sword is drawn and the attack speed is very fast, if you can use the right button to bounce, then the Lich King is not too good to fight. So there is this setting. If you left-click, you should be picking the knife upwards. Xu Yuan recalled the action of the knife when he pressed the left button in the MC. The hand also held the knife and unconsciously picked it up. As he drew his sword upward, Xu Yuan obviously felt a burst of upward sword chi. After seeing the sword chi, Xu Yuan was excited. That's how it should be. Although in MC, you can't press the left button out of thin air with a drawn sword. But in this game it's different. Xu Yuan practiced several times again and found the trick. Then he climbed to the top of the tower again. Xu Yuan came to the Lich King's room at the top of the tower again, and at this time, the Lich King's hatred had been cleared and stood in the center of the room. Xu Yuan took a deep breath, and then slowly approached the Lich King. After the Lich King discovered Xu Yuan, he immediately began to summon 2 doppelgangers just like he had just done. The doppelganger and the Lich King fired the Ender Pearl cannonball at Xu Yuan at the same time. At this time, Xu Yuan did not panic. He had already seen the order in which they fired before they fired the Ender Pearl shells. The Lich King launched first, then the doppelganger on the right, and then the one on the left. Although the Lich King and his doppelgangers had almost the same strike time, they still did not escape Xu Yuan's eyes. There will be intervals in the order of their several shots, and each time the Lich King should launch first, and the 2 doppelgangers will follow suit. Seeing this, Xu Yuan focused all his attention on the drawing sword in his hand. The first Ender Pearl of the Lich King's true body immediately flew in front of Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan raised his arm and pulled his sword upwards. Only the sound of sword chi cutting through the air was heard. Under the influence of the sword chi, the Ender Pearl cannonball immediately talked back to the Lich King. Boom! The moment the Ender Pearl shell touched the Lich King, a shield shattered. The Lich King's HP suddenly decreased by 200. Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't have time to be happy, and immediately the second Ender Pearl cannonball had already appeared on his oblique side. Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly adjusted his position, and another knife passed. Originally, Xu Yuan did not need to move to block this Ender Pearl shell. Just call it back. But since this Ender Pearl shell was fired by the Lich King's doppelganger, if the shell bounces back in its original direction, then it will only hurt the identity, not the Lich King itself. Therefore, it is necessary to adjust the angle and bounce the Ender Pearl shell back to the Lich King's body to break the shield. Although this is difficult, it is the fastest way to defeat the Lich King's shield. If he didn't make good use of the doppelganger's shells, then Xu Yuan would need to counterattack the Ender Pearl shells of the Lich King's true body 10 times. And if the Lich King's true body attacks 10 times, its 2 doppelgangers will also attack 10 times. That's 30 times. No matter what, you can't do it 30 times without a mistake. So you can only use more operation skills to reduce the number of their attacks. The Ender Pearl Cannonball fired by the second avatar adjusted its orientation under Xu Yuan's sword chi and flew towards the Lich King's true body. As the shell hit the Lich King's shield shattered again. The Lich King's HP is 200 less. This is followed by the third Ender Pearl shell, due to the short interval between the firing of the third Ender Pearl shell and the second. So the third one has already come to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan was already a little too late to swing his sword, and he saw that the Ender Pearl shell was about to explode on his body. At this moment, Xu Yuan suddenly moved. I saw that he suddenly pointed the tip of the knife towards the ground, and the entire knife was placed vertically. He then poured all his strength into his right arm. In an instant, his body tumbled backwards with the support of the knife on the ground. The whole person immediately distanced himself from the Ender Pearl Cannonball. After jumping to the back, Xu Yuan's hand did not stop. The hand quickly slashed forward with the centrifugal force of the flip. The sword chi immediately hit the Ender Pearl shell that flew over, and the shell was ejected back to the Lich King's true body in an instant. The shield on the Lich King's body shattered again. Xu Yuan gasped and excited, because at the moment he just jumped back, he received a system prompt. Rear jump rating, S, 5 yards away. Just now he just wanted to see if it worked, because holding a sword has the ability to jump back. But in MC, it is basically operated with a keyboard and mouse. In holographic mode, you need to figure out how to implement it. Xu Yuan was also triggered by chance, and if he wanted to jump back with a knife, he must have jumped with the support of the knife, so he had the operation just now. I didn't expect to guess correctly by mistake. And the rating is still S? The S-class has already reached the distance of 5 yards back, so can't the SSS level jump 10 yards or more? Xu Yuan was excited when he thought of this, and he would have to practice his sword drawing skills in the future. Drawing the sword can be said to be very powerful in this game, and if the skill is used well, it is absolutely no problem to single out the boss. After the Lich King was hit by Xu Yuan 3 times, he immediately teleported to Xu Yuan's side. The two doppelgangers also immediately teleported with the Lich King. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately jumped back and quickly distanced himself from the Lich King. If you let the Lich King fire shells at close range, don't think that you can bounce his shells back. After the Lich King teleported, he continued to fire the Ender Pearl shells in the same mode. After Xu Yuan saw the order, he bounced back the Ender Pearl shells one by one unhurriedly. This time I am much more skilled than last time. After one round of attacks, the Lich King's shield was shattered on 3 sides. At this time, the Lich King's HP was already only 3,800. Each shield broken can deal 200 damage, which is still very impressive. The Lich King repeated the pattern of the first stage and kept attacking Xu Yuan. And Xu Yuan is already familiar with the road and is very skillful in coping. I haven't been hit once. Soon, the 10th shield was broken by the rebound of the Ender Pearl shell. At this time, the Lich King's HP reached 3,000. It immediately came to the second stage of form. The staff in its hand has also undergone a small change. At this time, the staff in its hand no longer fired the Ender Pearl projectile. Instead, it will summon zombies. After the Lich King switched to the second stage, he immediately waved his staff and began to summon zombies. 1, 2, 3. After the zombie was summoned, it immediately rushed towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan couldn't help but gasp after looking at the amount of blood of the zombies summoned by the Lich King. The zombies summoned by the Lich King have 500 HP each. Xu Yuan deliberately did not dodge, allowing the zombie to attack him. With just one attack from a zombie, Xu Yuan's blood was knocked out by 4 blocks. Originally, Xu Yuan wanted to kill these zombies, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Xu Yuan hurriedly moved to avoid the zombies, and in a moment, there were already 5 zombies in the room. Xu Yuan relied on the repulsion effect of drawing his sword to repel all the zombies that surrounded him. Then he quickly walked to the place he had dug in before and climbed to the stairs he had built. The weakness of these zombies is that they can't go down the steps, and naturally they won't go down the stairs. So Xu Yuan only needs to wait here on the stairs. Because these zombies burn on their own shortly after being summoned, there is no need to bother to confront them. Xu Yuan waited on the stairs for the zombies to spontaneously combust, and by the way, took time to repair a weapon. Either the drawing of the demon knife is not good at all, or always pay attention to the durability of the weapon. Xu Yuan didn't wait long on the stairs before the zombies began to spontaneously combust. After a while, they all died, and Xu Yuan came to the Lich King's room again. Since Xu Yuan did not hit the Lich King when he summoned the zombies, the Lich King's HP was still 3,000 at this time. Xu Yuan originally thought that the Lich King would directly switch to the last form, but he didn't expect it wasn't. At this time, the magic staff in the Lich King's hand changed again. Logically, after the Lich King uses the zombie scepter, he should switch to the sword to face the player. The Lich King in the room at this time did not do this. The scepter in its hand not only did not disappear, but changed to another color. The orb on the scepter emitted a blood-red glow. Seeing this, Xu Yuan secretly said, "Not good. This scepter should be the blood-sucking scepter." Generally, hitting the Lich King will drop 4 kinds of scepters. 1 is the vampire scepter, 1 is the dusk scepter, 1 is the zombie scepter, and 1 is the shield scepter. But in MC, the Lich King has not used a vampire scepter. But in this game, it's different. The Lich King actually uses a blood-sucking scepter. Seeing this, Xu Yuan didn't think much about it, and immediately took out the golden apple at the bottom of the box and ate one. This was the golden apple that Xu Yuan had prepared just in case, but due to the limited time, only 3 were prepared. Xu Yuan ate the golden apple, and the Lich King's staff waved. Then he saw a blood-red invisible hand rushing towards Xu Yuan. After those void bloody hands pounced, they immediately grabbed Xu Yuan's legs. Xu Yuan was immediately unable to move. At this moment, the Lich King waved his blood-sucking scepter again. The vampire scepter instantly emitted red fluorescence, and the blood in the staff was surging rapidly. It turned into red blood vessels like spider silk and rushed towards Xu Yuan. After those filamentous blood vessels touched Xu Yuan was suddenly a little frustrated. Looking at this battle, this Lich King will definitely not suck Xu Yuan's blood dry. Xu Yuan had already closed his eyes and given up hope, but found that he did not react for a long time. And the Lich King over there also seemed to be stunned, and kept waving his magic staff at Xu Yuan repeatedly. Xu Yuan glanced at his blood volume and found that it had not fallen at all, and the Lich King's HP did not grow. Xu Yuan was suddenly a little puzzled. Could it be because of the golden apple? Xu Yuan thought about it. There is really this possibility. The golden apple can absorb the damage of 2 blocks of HP in 2 minutes. The HP damage of these 2 blocks is calculated separately, not within the scope of their own HP. That is, after eating the golden apple, 2 golden hearts will appear above the blood volume. Until these 2 golden hearts are knocked off, they will continue to consume their own health. The blood-sucking scepter relies on absorbing blood volume to cause damage, and the 2 extra golden hearts above the blood volume after eating the golden apple are not blood volume in a sense. Therefore, the blood-sucking scepter cannot suck blood from Xu Yuan's body, and if it can't suck blood, it naturally can't cause harm. If this is the case, then the golden apple is still very resistant to the blood-sucking scepter. Xu Yuan was originally to save his life, but he didn't expect to be beaten right. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was going to give up, but he didn't expect that things would take a turn. At this moment, the bloody hand on Xu Yuan's leg also disappeared. Xu Yuan rushed towards the Lich King with a stab. He spotted the Lich King's eyes and pierced him. At this moment, the system sound sounded again. Spur rating, SSS. Xu Yuan was stunned when he heard the system prompt. In fact, this attack was equivalent to Xu Yuan's first close attack on the Lich King. The reason why he wanted to attack the eyes of the Lich King was because the Lich King's body was a skeleton frame. The knife is stabbed horizontally again, and it is easy to hit other places. That's why Xu Yuan aimed at the Lich King's 2 blood-red eyeballs. But I didn't expect to hit the SSS rating. It seems that eyeballs are a weakness. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately swung his knife and slashed at the Lich King's eyeballs. Damage rating, SS. Damage rating, S. Damage rating, SSS. With Xu Yuan's slash, the damage rating has never been lower than the S level. The Lich King's HP also began to decline. Although the Lich King at this time has a blood-sucking scepter in his hand, this scepter is only powerful if it sucks blood. And it is impossible to suck blood all the time. There should be a CD. And when this scepter sucks the blood CD, the Lich King has no combat power at all, and can only teleport and run. When the Lich King's HP dropped to 2000, the Lich King raised his staff again. The vampire staff emitted a dazzling red light again, and seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately ate another golden apple. Regardless, he continued to attack the Lich King's eyes. The golden apple is well immune to the Lich King's blood-sucking attack again. The Lich King can only teleport to avoid attacks. Xu Yuan also took advantage of the gap in the Lich King's teleportation to repair and draw his sword. After repairing the sword, Xu Yuan immediately rushed over and chased after the victory. At this time, the Lich King was like a target that could teleport, and he could not pose any threat to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan slashed at the Lich King's eyes while observing the damage rating. Xu Yuan found that every time he hit the SSS rating, the knife was cut horizontally. Perhaps because of the larger area of injury, it will reach the SSS rating. So Xu Yuan tried to attack horizontally every time, and he was basically able to get the rating of SS or SSS every time. Soon, under Xu Yuan's quick knife, the Lich King's HP reached 1000 points. At this time, the Lich King had reached the time when his skills were exhausted, and the scepter in his hand had also turned into a golden sword. Its teleportation ability has also disappeared and its movement speed has become very slow. At this time, it was already meat on the cutting board, and it was slaughtered by Xu Yuan. Under Xu Yuan's continuous rapid attacks, the Lich King could not enter Xu Yuan's body at all. In this way, the amount of 1000 blood slowly decreased. In less than 5 minutes, the Lich King fell to the ground with blood at the bottom. At this time, the system sound also sounded immediately. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the first kill of the Lich King boss. At this time, in the World Channel, all the players were no longer shocked by Xu Yuan's strength, but all wanted to know what this boss exploded. I heard before that the bosses in this copy are at least 5000 blood, and Steve has a person who brushes the boss alone and doesn't know what good things will burst. Didn't you see that knife last time? Lying groove, handsome stroke, feel this Lich King or something, will it explode the staff? Hiss. That's not the age of magic. Oh, I really want a magic staff. I used to play games to choose a mage. After entering this game, if you want to play remotely, you can only take a bow. The arrows have to be made themselves. This Steve boss has killed both bosses, and this copy has not yet cleared. I heard that there are more than 10 bosses in this copy. Hiss. More than 10 bosses, if you get the first pass, the reward. I dare not think about it. While the players were discussing what Xu Yuan had broken, the guild leaders had already sent a lot of news to Ken. Obviously, they care more about what happened when Xu Yuan killed the Lich King boss than the players. President Ken, what happened to this Lich King boss? The Lich King exploded the weapon without explosion? If there is, I will order one in advance. Can you sell me first next time you brush it? No ink, let's say a price. Ken was beating Naga when he received a message from the guild leader. After seeing everyone's messages, he did not reply, but closed the friend interface and continued to sharpen Naga with his iron sword. Ken knew without thinking that what Xu Yuan broke out would definitely not be sold at present. However, Ken is also curious about what Xu Yuan broke out, but he now wants to concentrate on hitting Naga, and he was accidentally killed by Naga's tail before, and all the equipment he finally got together exploded. Ken had to do it all over again. After Xu Yuan received the message from the full server system, he thought that the system would give him some permission just like before. As a result, I waited for half a day, and I didn't wait for any system messages. But think about it, it's not possible for every building to have permission. Having permission to the Naga courtyard is actually equivalent to owning the door key to the entire copy. Xu Yuan looked at the reward for the first kill, or the title deed and gold coins, and there was no other special reward. After putting away the system reward, Xu Yuan's gaze looked at the ground where the Lich King died. I saw a lot of things on the ground, large and small, with different shapes. The Lich King is a big explosion this time? However, Xu Yuan was not very interested in other things, and Xu Yuan's eyes shone only with the 4 magic staffs suspended on the ground. The 4 staff are zombie staffs, shield staffs, dusk staffs, and vampire staffs. Xu Yuan looked at these staffs on the ground and was surprised. He never expected that he would actually kill the Lich King once and explode all 4 staffs. The Lich King can be regarded as a big explosion this time? After all, it is the first pass and Xu Yuan is still single-brushed, so the explosion rate is naturally higher. With the Lich King's staff, you can crush the Lich King in the future. After all, the Dusk Staff can break the Lich King's shield, and there is no need to bounce the Ender Pearl cannonball it fires. However, Xu Yuan actually didn't have to fight the Lich King anymore. After all, beating the Lich King was for these scepters. Each of the Lich King's scepter is very useful, and it is an early artifact-like existence. The Dusk Scepter is the same scepter that the Lich King first held. Its durability is 99. It can be used to fire a Ender Pearl shell from a distance, dealing 6 damage to the target, and has an armor-piercing effect, but cannot break the protection of the protective spell. As the name suggests, the Vampire Scepter is able to suck blood, and after using it on other creatures, it can restore its health and satiety by sucking blood, and the blood-sucking damage caused will gradually increase. Zombie Scepter, capable of summoning zombies, but can only be summoned 9 times. Each summoned will have a green zombie with 80 HP and a 1-minute power buff to help fight. After a minute, the zombies will spontaneously combust. The final Shield Scepter is also very powerful, and can only be used 9 times, and when used, it will generate 5 Lich King-like shields around the player. Each shield can offset 1 damage, and automatically break a shield every 12 seconds when not injured. This Shield Scepter can be said to be an artifact, but there is a 1-minute cooldown after each use. But it is understandable that such a strong has not cooled down, then it is invincible. And most importantly, these scepters are durable and reparable, and the materials required are simple. The Dusk Scepter only needs to be charged with 1 Ender Pearl to restore full durability. The Vampire Scepter is made with fermented spider eyes. Zombie Scepter is slightly more expensive and requires carrion and power potions. And the Shield Scepter charge requires a golden apple. These scepter durability values do not disappear when they run out, and very little material is required to charge them. It can be said that the cost performance is extremely high. Xu Yuan put all 4 staff into his backpack. Out of these 4 scepters, the Lich King also exploded some Ender Pearls, some enchanted gold equipment and the Lich King's loot. Xu Yuan only picked up the Ender Pearl and the Lich King's loot, and Xu Yuan couldn't see anything else. This killing of the Lich King can be described as a full load. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that he would have to kill a few more to get together the magic staff. After all, it is still very helpful for Xu Yuan to brush the boss alone behind the staff. After Xu Yuan took the scepter, he came to the place where he had chiseled the room, and then jumped down from the top of the tower. After killing the Lich Queen, the next step is to go to the underground labyrinth. To be honest, what Xu Yuan was most afraid of was the underground labyrinth. When I entered the maze for the first time, I didn't know that the synthetic maze map really made Xu Yuan dizzy. I wanted to take a shortcut to dig through, but I found that those walls were harder to dig than obsidian. After Xu Yuan came to the ground, he took a short break and began to follow the direction of the map towards the underground labyrinth. The boss of the underground labyrinth, Minotaur, is not very strong, nor is it a big boss level. In fact, it is a mushroom cow with a tomahawk all the time. However, the Minotaur tomahawk in its hand is a powerful weapon, with 10 attack power, and it can deal additional damage when charged. Xu Yuan looked at a nearby underground labyrinth, which happened to be near the Naga courtyard where Ken was located. So I was ready to stop by and see the progress of Ken. After walking for more than 20 minutes, Xu Yuan came to the Naga courtyard where Ken was located. After Xu Yuan built a high position outside the courtyard, he immediately found Ken, who was hiding in the ground and only showed his head. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled gratifyingly. It seems that Ken already knows how to hit Naga without injury. How many swords are broken? Xu Yuan shouted towards Ken with a smile. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's voice, he was surprised and immediately turned his head. Then I saw Xu Yuan outside the Naga courtyard. Ken smiled wryly and shrugged. It's already broken too. After Ken hit it himself, he learned how difficult it was to brush a single brush, mainly because the damage was too low and his hands were sour. What is the gain from killing the Lich King? Xu Yuan smiled and said. Earn a lot of money, you fight first, then talk about it, I'll go to the next boss. Ken was very happy to hear this. Even Xu Yuan said that he made a lot of money, which was definitely a lot of good things. Okay, wait for your system announcement. After Xu Yuan said goodbye to Ken, he walked to the area where the underground maze was located. The underground labyrinth area where the Minotaur is located is a swampy area. As soon as Xu Yuan came here, the sky began to rain. As soon as he stepped into this area, Xu Yuan felt an indescribable discomfort in his whole body. Xu Yuan quickly quickened his pace and walked towards the underground labyrinth. Xu Yuan followed the map quickly through the jungle. About 10 minutes later, the map shows that Xu Yuan has come to the vicinity of the underground labyrinth. Xu Yuan put down the map, and then began to look around for the entrance to the underground labyrinth. Bypassing the two huge black woods, Xu Yuan finally saw the familiar path paved with stone bricks. There are occasionally a few underground bricks scattered on both sides of the stone brick path. Xu Yuan walked along the path to the end and saw an underground passage paved with underground bricks. This is the entrance to the underground labyrinth. Xu Yuan immediately leaned in and walked in. After walking through the lengthy stairs, Xu Yuan came to a stone room. There are two ear chambers on either side of the stone chamber that lead to somewhere else. Without thinking much, Xu Yuan jumped from the middle of the stone chamber and entered the underground maze. Although Xu Yuan had already prepared in his heart, he was still shocked when he went to the underground labyrinth. The entire underground maze was much bigger than Xu Yuan thought. This is just the hall that has just come down, and it is already so big. As soon as Xu Yuan arrived in the center of the hall, he was discovered by the monsters in the hall. They all rushed towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan unhurriedly took out the shield scepter and put a shield on himself, and then began the slaughter. Although the durability of the shield scepter can only be used 9 times, it is definitely better to use it against bosses. But in the case of being besieged by monsters, you still can't be reluctant to use it. After all, the scepter can be charged, but there is only one life. After Xu Yuan kills the monsters besieging it, he is ready to start exploring the underground labyrinth. In the hall at this time, there are 4 arches leading to different places. Xu Yuan first walked towards the door above, and Xu Yuan explored the inside of the maze all the way. A torch is placed at every distance. At present, what Xu Yuan needs is to quickly find all kinds of treasure chests hidden in the maze. Because the maze map core can be found in these chests, with the maze map core, you can make a maze map. Xu Yuan explored one place after another, and before he finished exploring a place, Xu Yuan would use torches to light the road he had explored. This makes it less likely to get lost. About half an hour passed. At this time, Xu Yuan was sweating profusely, and he felt more and more that something was not quite right. Obviously he remembered setting torches along the way, but every time he returned, the torches were gone. And the way back seems to have changed. Xu Yuan always felt that it was his own illusion, and he didn't care too much. But half an hour passed, and Xu Yuan became more and more dizzy in this underground maze. I don't remember where I've been or where I've not been. Although a few treasure chests were found, there was nothing useful except for a first-level life charm and a sharp 4-steel leaf sword. The map core was also not found. And just when Xu Yuan was disoriented in the underground maze, he suddenly received a system announcement. The monster siege system is activated after 1 hour. Please prepare and protect your city together. When Xu Yuan saw this system message, he was immediately stunned. Monster siege. Xu Yuan never expected that this game actually had a monster siege system. I just don't know if this monster siege system is powerful. It stands to reason that monsters that siege the city should be able to destroy the buildings in the title deed. Otherwise, the monster siege will have little meaning for those who have land. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but have a headache. When not to activate, you have to wait until you get lost in the underground maze to activate. There was still an hour to activate, and Xu Yuan didn't know if he could get out in time. At this time, all the players were excited to hear this event. The corpse-tied copy that came out before, the boss duel copy, many players could not clear the level. This makes all players feel that the activities of this game have nothing to do with their salted fish, and there is no game experience at all. However, this Monster Siege event is unlimited, and all players should be able to participate. And this kind of Monster Siege activity should be a point system. The more monsters you kill, the higher the points, the better the reward. Seeing that this event was about to start, all the players were eager to try it. Digging, the official finally became a person, and finally calculated an activity that salted fish can fight. That's right. To promote the development of the whole people. You can't just open a copy that is so difficult. Looking forward to it, I just recently shot a diamond sword, and I can use it immediately. Do you think this event might be simple? I also think it's unlikely. The Monster Siege is terrifying to listen to. At this time, the guild leaders were all happy when they heard that this activity was about to start. After all, many of them have cleared the corpse-tied copy and the boss dual copy, and their eyes were full of eyes looking at Xu Yuan's Twilight Forest before. But the strength of going in alone is not enough, and the team is not enough to go in. They were worried about the copy brush at this time, and the system got them a monster to attack the city. Send all the equipment, we must kill more this time. The monster siege the city. Let the think tank think about what is the way to brush monsters in large quantities. The reward this time is definitely not cheap, we must seize the opportunity. The guild leaders immediately got ready. At this time, in the Cube Man Guild, Vice President Ken was playing Naga, and guild leader Xu Yuan was lost in the underground labyrinth. Everyone in the guild suddenly seemed to have lost their hearts. Boss Ken, how long do you have to come out? Are Boss Steve still in the quest? Let's prepare ourselves first, prepare supplies and equipment. If the bosses can't come back by then, they can only look at us. At this time, Xu Yuan, who was in the underground labyrinth, couldn't help but speed up his pace. This monster siege activity, Xu Yuan felt that it was definitely not simple, and the difficulty would definitely not be low, so he had to go back before the event started. At this time, Ken was still dealing with Naga, and after seeing the system message, Ken immediately prepared to contact Xu Yuan. But Ken was surprised to find that Xu Yuan's avatar was in a gray state. Generally, the online avatar is bright, and the offline avatar is black. The first time Ken saw his avatar in black, Ken didn't think much about it, so he sent a message to Xu Yuan. But when Ken edited the good news to be sent, he was surprised to find it. Messages can't be sent at all. Seeing this, Ken immediately felt bad. He didn't know what information couldn't be sent. But Xu Yuan has no offline instructions and is still in the game. Is it because of the impact of the copy? Ken couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw this situation. After all, there will be a new event out soon, and this event does not sound so simple. If Xu Yuan has not been contacted by then, it will be troublesome. Xu Yuan is the backbone of their guild, and every time there is any copy activity, Xu Yuan takes the lead. With Xu Yuan here, everyone will feel a lot more at ease. Ken can only pray at this time to be able to contact Xu Yuan before the event starts. But before that, I must go out quickly. Ken thought of this and looked up, and there were 1,500 of Naga's blood left. Although his arm was already sore, Ken managed to speed up his sword. At this time, the Cube People Guild had no one in charge, and when it came to this kind of activity, it could be described as a mess of porridge. Is Boss Ken out? No. It seems that Boss Steve wants Boss Ken to fight Naga, and he is still fighting. What about Boss Steve, when will you be back? Boss Steve's avatar has turned gray. Can't be contacted at all. Why did turn gray? Oh my god, the two bosses are not there. What are we going to do? Guild players are anxious when they encounter such a situation. They will only follow orders but will not decide for themselves. At this time, Ken suddenly said on the guild channel, prepare yourself, put on your best gear, bring your best weapons, and bring enough supplies. When the guild players saw Ken speak, they were immediately relieved. Boss Ken, you finally showed up. We're all ready, just wait for you and Boss Steve to come back and command us. Boss Ken, Boss Steve's avatar has turned gray and can't send him a message. Is he okay? Yes, Boss Ken, do you know where Boss Steve went? Although Ken still has a certain weight in the guild, in the hearts of the players in the guild, their backbone is still Xu Yuan. Generally, small things are decided by Ken, but when it comes to such a big event as a large-scale event or copy, there must still be a source of Xu Yuan. The members of the guild were also accustomed to having Xu Yuan preside over the overall situation. I am also used to listening to Xu Yuan say the phrase "it's over" before each activity. They have already become dependent on Xu Yuan, and without Xu Yuan, it seems that they can't do anything. After hearing the words of the players, Ken thought for a moment. If everyone told everyone that even he himself could not contact Xu Yuan, everyone would definitely panic. In this way, the military heart is dispersed. After all, Ken also knows Xu Yuan's status in everyone's hearts. This event has its own, it is completely insufficient, and it cannot suppress the venue at all. After thinking about it, Ken replied to everyone. Do you Steve bosses still need to worry about you smelly boys? You guys take care of yourselves. When did you Steve boss drop the chain? When the members of the guild heard this, they finally relaxed their hearts. Ken's words are equivalent to feeding them a reassuring pill. They knew that Xu Yuan would appear and they were not afraid of anything. Ha 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 ha, we don't care about the boss, we can rest assured with the words of the boss. Let's go and prepare, boss, you guys have to come back quickly. Okay, don't worry, boss, we won't drop the chain. After the guild players were at ease, they all began to prepare intensively. They all took out their best equipment and wore them, and the food was also the most satisfying, and some even brought various potions that they had been reluctant to use. At this time, Xu Yuan, who was deep in the underground labyrinth, suddenly remembered to explain something about this activity to Ken. But when he opened the chat interface, he found that the message could not be sent at all. Is it because of the influence of the maze? Xu Yuan suddenly panicked, mainly because the event was imminent, and he wanted to go out quickly, because he was afraid that something would happen if he was not outside. And in such a complex terrain as the maze, the more flustered you are, the easier it is to get lost. Before Xu Yuan came, he prepared more than one set of torches. Until now, Xu Yuan found that he had run out of torches. There are only more than 20 torches left. Seeing the few torches left, Xu Yuan became more and more upset. He tried hard to find his way, but he always felt that every time he walked through the place, when he came back, it changed. Time passed minute by minute, and Xu Yuan still made no progress in the underground maze. Half an hour before the event began, Ken finally killed Naga. But Ken's luck wasn't so good, and Naga only burst a few Naga scales and a Naga booty. Ken was not in the mood to care about what was breaking out at this time. He picked up the things on the ground and immediately walked towards the entrance of the quest. At this time, the major guilds were already in full swing, and they were all armed with the elites of their guilds, ready to show their strength in this monster siege event. And the same is true of all players. They are finally looking forward to an event that civilians can participate in, and they all want to make some benefits in this event. At this time, everyone was in the posture of a hunter, and they all waited for this monster siege with the psychology of hunting. Just 10 minutes before the monster siege event began, Ken finally appeared at the entrance of the Twilight Forest in the main city. The players had been waiting for Ken here for a long time, and when they saw Ken returning, they all gathered around. "You're finally back? It scared me to death. There are 10 minutes left to start the activity. I thought the boss couldn't come back in time." "Boss, it's good if you come back. We have someone to command." Everyone was happy to see Ken back. Then their eyes moved back to the entrance of the Twilight Forest. They thought that Xu Yuan would come back with Ken. As a result, they waited for a long time, and there was no movement at the entrance to the copy. At this time, everyone was a little flustered. "Boss Ken, didn't Boss Steve come back with you? Boss Steve's avatar is still gray. Boss, where's Boss Steve? Isn't Boss Steve coming at this event?" When Ken heard the words of the players, he suddenly didn't know whether to tell the truth. And as far as they talked, 10 minutes quietly passed. Before Ken could say anything, the full server system announcement sounded. When the members of the guild heard this system message, they were shocked. "Isn't it so fast? Boss Ken, what to do? Steve hasn't come back yet. Are we waiting for him or? Boss Ken, is Boss Steve back? Where the hell did Boss Steve go?" The players of the guild were anxious one by one, and the activity had already begun, but they still did not see Xu Yuan's figure. Moreover, looking at Ken's eyes, it seems that even Ken does not know whether Xu Yuan will come or not. Seeing this, Ken frowned. At this moment, he and the players of the guild are in the same mood. Every time there was any activity before, he was the first to find Xu Yuan to ask about the situation. Xu Yuan is like a jack of all trades in this game, as if he knows everything. Even if Xu Yuan didn't know, he would be the first to explore, figure it out, and show the direction to everyone in the guild. So, every time there is a new quest, event, the Cube People Guild will always be the first guild to raid them. At this moment, a new activity has begun, but Ken cannot contact Xu Yuan. He didn't know what he had to face next, but Xu Yuan was not there. He had to take on the role of command, and that sense of unknown made him feel great pressure. He was afraid that because of one of his misdirections, the guild would suffer serious losses. He is also afraid that because of a wrong decision, he will lose the players' affirmation of him. Thinking of this, Ken let out a long sigh of relief, and he decided to tell the guild the truth. "Let's be honest with you. Actually, like you, I can't contact your Steve boss." As soon as Ken's words came out, everyone in the guild was fried. "What? Boss Ken, is what you said true? Where the hell did Boss Steve go? Didn't he come for such an important event? Boss Ken, what should we do now? Boss Steve is not there. We don't know what to do." When Ken heard the words of the players in the guild, he immediately felt a little hatred that iron is not steel. Although he was angry, he could also understand it, because all the guild members, including himself, were too dependent on Xu Yuan. Ken thought for a while, his eyes scanned the guild people seriously, and he said positively, "If you Steve doesn't come, we won't participate in this event, will we? I think otherwise, this guild will also disperse. Your Steve boss has a guild, and you have to let him come in person for everything. If I were him, what else would I be guilding for? Is your Steve boss idle with a lot of money or idle to feed you idlers? For you to live, for you to eat, and for your best equipment. You are all glamorous outside, and now there is a small event, and you will be soulless without you Steve boss." Ken's words were like a sharp knife stabbed into the ears of the guild members. Although the members of the guild said that it was uncomfortable to hear, they could not refute it. Because what Ken said, every sentence makes sense. That's exactly what Ken says. Guild members can't help but think that every time there is an activity or copy, they are not their own business. They're used to waiting for their Steve boss to go through the level and then tell them what to do. They never have to think about it themselves, and they don't have the idea to think about it. It is this inertia that also gives them inertia. The elites of other guilds were able to explore something on their own because they did not have such a good leader as Xu Yuan to lead them. And some players of the Cube People Guild, in the final analysis, are better equipped. If there is no Xu Yuan's leadership, they may be placed in the wild, and they are not as good as the players of other guilds. The guild gave them such a good environment and such good equipment. And every time, the tiring work of clearing the land is all done by the guild leader. Which guild is like this? When the members of the guild thought of this, they didn't feel good in their hearts. Having been in the guild for so long, they didn't come to their senses until now. This guild is not Steve's boss's guild, but the guild of all of them, the home of all. They had been muddled before, counting on their Steve boss for everything. Thinking about having their Steve boss here, you can sit back and relax. Now that suddenly there was an event, and their boss Steve was not there, and they suddenly couldn't find the north. This is a no-go. At this moment, Wenwu walked out and said with a firm look in his eyes, Boss Ken, I understand, this guild is like a home for all of us, and Boss Steve is the head of the family. Before he alone stood up to protect us and protect this family. Now he is gone. Finally it is our turn to protect this family. Wenwu's words illuminated the haze in the hearts of the guild players like a beacon. The whole guild is their home, and this home has always been carried by Steve. Now that he is not there, will he let this house collapse? So what are they for? Wenwu's words immediately received a response from all the players. Brother Wenwu is right. Now it's up to us to protect it. Boss Ken, don't worry, we will definitely do our best. Even if Boss Steve is not there, let's fight for the first place. When Ken heard the words of the players, his nose suddenly became a little sour. He knew that everyone understood at this moment, and they would fight as hard as they could. Ken saw the determined eyes of the players, and said loudly with a smile, It's over. When the players heard this, they were all excited. They also know what this phrase means. It's over? The players shouted in unison. The whole sound was deafening and could be heard for miles. At this time, in the woodlands everywhere outside the city, all kinds of monsters were ready to go. The number of monster armies is huge, except for the common ones, Ziobai, zombies, and coolies are afraid of these. There is also the zombie boss in the Corpse Tide quest, and the zombie king in the boss duel. There is even Withering. At this time, outside the city, the idle players were originally preparing to hunt these monsters as hunters. Unexpectedly, it was a role reversal. The monster army flocked to the place, and no one survived in the places they passed. What are these? Oh my god, it's terrible. Run, hide in the city? This is not a monster siege, this is a monster slaughtering city. Seeing that the scale of this monster siege was so huge, all the idle players began to run towards the main city of the major guilds. After all, in their cognition, monsters can't destroy the land of the main city, so it is safe to hide in the main city. The idle players all ran towards the nearby main city of the guild, and finally ran away, but they were turned away. Because many guild main cities will only allow people from their own guild to enter. At this time, the world channel was full of cries for help from players. I was rejected by the Yuan guild just now, and now I don't know where to run. These monsters are too ruthless. I just dug 3 to fill in the ground and hide in the ground with a fluke mentality, and I was directly killed by Withering. Why are they still flying in the sky? What are those like bats? The AI of these monsters is much more powerful than ordinary monsters. Many guilds have refused to accept scattered players like us. Many of their guilds only allow people from their own guild to enter. Go to the Cube Man Guild. Didn't Steve say that the main city of the Cube Man Guild will always be open to all players? How did I forget about this stubble? Saved? Go around and take refuge in the main city of the Cube Man Guild. At this time, the players seemed to have caught a life-saving straw and rushed madly to the main city of the Cube Man Guild. They put their last glimmer of hope on the Cube People Guild. At this time, in the main city of the Cube People Guild, a group of Ken people were ready to go. Ken has also already deployed the defense of the main city of other chapters. After all, Xu Yuan has many land contracts, and in the Huaxia region, there are already more than 10 square people branches in the main city. Although the main city without a branch is not as majestic as the main city of the headquarters, it can still compare with many other guilds. After Ken deployed everything, a guild player stationed at the city gate immediately rushed over. Boss Ken, a large number of idle players have gathered outside the door, and they let us take them in. Hearing this, Ken waved his hand towards the guild people. Everyone come with me. The guild players followed Ken to the city gate. At this time, all the players at the city gate saw Ken come out, and they were all a little puzzled. Originally, they thought that it would be Xu Yuan, but they didn't think much about it, and it was still important to save their lives now. Ken boss, can you let us go in and avoid it? That group of monsters is about to attack. Yes, didn't Steve say that the main city of the Cube Man Guild is always open to everyone? We can also help fight monsters, just give us a place to stay. Ken looked at the idle players in front of him and pressed his hand to signal them to calm down. Seeing this, the players immediately quieted down. Our president Steve said that the Cube Man Guild will always be open to all players. Don't crowd everyone, come in slowly one by one. When the players heard Ken's call, they all cheered. After that, they all entered the main city of the Cube people in an orderly manner. Ken and a group of guild members are guarding the city gate, ready to fight. Not long after these idle players entered the main city, Ken's group felt the ground shake violently. Then came the roar of various monsters. These roars, judging from the sound, there are no thousands of monsters that cannot make such sounds. And now there is not a single monster in front of him, and there is already such a deafening sound. When the members of the guild heard this, they all looked at each other. Even Ken's heart was racing. He didn't expect that the number of monster sieges this time was so large. The members of the guild all clenched their weapons at this time, and the rise and fall of their chests became more and more sharp, and they looked intently into the distance. At this moment, several small zombies appeared in the field of vision of all players. That's it. At this time, a guild player couldn't help but blurt out. Originally, looking at the violent shaking of the ground and those roars, everyone was nervous, but after waiting for a long time, a few small zombies came. The gap in my heart is really big. At this time, Ken was still frowning. He knew that things were not that simple. He scolded. Focus. At this moment, behind several small zombies, billowing smoke and dust came out of the monsters. The shadows of various monsters flashed in the smoke. Wights, zombies, creepers, marauders, guardians, witches. And in the sky ahead, the Air Force units of the monster army have also arrived. Withering, batwings, ghosts. The low roar of the monster grew deeper and deeper. When the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone couldn't help but feel soft when they saw the army of monsters in front of them. What is this? Why so much? There are tens of thousands of monsters, right? The zombie king. Zombie bosses, all in. Hanging in the air with the batwing over there, it's Withering, Dot. And the ghosts. Flame Man. Is this gathering all the monsters? At this time, the army of monsters can be described as complete and large in number. Except for the boss Ender Dragon in the End Land, almost all monsters are covered, except for the one swimming in the water, of course. Even the tiny cyst worms joined the ranks of the monster army. The entire army of monsters can be described as huge. They fight separately, they do not obey anyone's orders, they devastate and decay, and where they pass, no one survives. After they have been slaughtered in the wild, they head towards the main cities where the players gather. This is a massacre. Ken was also shocked to see the army of monsters surging up. It was the first time he had seen such a big battle. Although he was also panicked, he could not show it. Now everyone in the Cube People Guild relies on him to command. If he panics, he will lose without a fight. After calming down for a while, Ken said to the guild people, "Everyone, shields are on. The first 3 rows. Top shield up. Prevent coolies from being afraid of explosions. Change the bow. First set fire Withering and long range weird. The middle ones, dig a hole for me." Ken gave orders to the players in a clear way. When a monster like this is attacking a city, the first thing to pay attention to is that the coolies are afraid of this monster. Once it reaches the crowd and causes an explosion, it is dangerous, so you must use a shield to protect it from the damage of its explosion. Then it is necessary to kill all kinds of remote monsters first. This naturally needless to say, people who have played the game understand how annoying remote monsters are. Then it is necessary to dig out a place in front of the main city, because the monsters will not build blocks. So you can also use the terrain to stop them. When the guild heard Ken's words, they immediately took action. The guild members in the first 3 rows held their shields in front. Their purpose is to find the creeper and let the creeper detonate in advance. As soon as the players in the first 3 rows rushed forward, they immediately got into a scuffle with the monsters. At this time, the guild players in the back row also immediately held bows and arrows and shot towards the long-range monsters. The guild players in the middle of the team were all digging hard for the ground under their feet. Each guild player does their best to do the best they can. They stubbornly resisted the attack of the monster army and held their posts. And just when the guild players fended off the monster army, at this moment, Xu Yuan was still trapped in the underground labyrinth. He has been exploring the maze, hoping to find the core of the maze map, but he has never been able to find it. When he saw that the system prompted the monster siege system to turn on, he couldn't help but sink his heart. So soon? It's been an hour. Xu Yuan only felt that time was passing quickly. It had been an hour, and there was no progress on his side. At this moment, he became more and more anxious. Although Xu Yuan is usually a handshaker, he still has ideas about the big things in the guild. He was afraid that now that he had lost contact, the people in the guild would not know what to do, because Xu Yuan felt that this monster siege activity was not simple. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan became more and more impatient. At this moment, he seemed to hear some subtle sounds, similar to the sound of stones rubbing against each other. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was immediately stunned. What is this sound? The monsters of the underground labyrinth, Xu Yuan, are still very familiar. After all, I have explored it many times before when playing MC. There are no monsters that make such noises at all. Xu Yuan slowly walked forward in the direction where the sound came from. Just when Xu Yuan was about to walk to the position where the sound was made, those noises stopped abruptly. At this time, what appeared in front of Xu Yuan was a stone room. When Xu Yuan saw the full picture of this stone room, he was shocked. Isn't this stone chamber the one I first came in to explore? The stone room in front of Xu Yuan remembered very well. This stone room was very large, and there were many tables and chairs put together with wooden boards. It looks like a big cafeteria, where the monsters eat. Xu Yuan was very impressed by this place, because after Xu Yuan went down to the underground labyrinth, the second thing he explored was this place. Since the paths and rooms of the maze are about the same length, Xu Yuan can't remember many rooms. But only this large room Xu Yuan remembered very clearly, and this room also has the torches left by Xu Yuan when he first came in to explore. This proves that Xu Yuan is not mistaken. However, the horror was that Xu Yuan remembered that the room he explored was at the entrance at the beginning, and he has already explored all the passages and rooms at the entrance at the beginning, and the place where Xu Yuan is now is definitely far from the entrance. When Xu Yuan saw this scene, he thought of the voice he had just heard. I can't help but start to guess. Could it be that this labyrinth room moves? When Xu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly had a feeling of realization. If it was really Xu Yuan's conjecture, then everything made sense. At first, Xu Yuan didn't get lost, but later he felt that something was wrong. Because every time Xu Yuan explored a room, and then returned the same way, he always felt that the way he came was different from what he had just done. This was also why Xu Yuan's torches were consumed so quickly. He would set torches on each explored area, but each time it appeared in front of him on a different path. In other words, the rooms of the entire underground labyrinth are changing all the time. Since the floor tiles of the underground maze are all the same, each room can be well connected after transformation, so there is no trace of movement at all. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but be shocked. He thought that the underground maze was very simple, but he didn't expect the underground maze in this game to be so complicated. But think about it, the previous Naga and the Lich King have also been strengthened. The boss of the underground labyrinth, the Minotaur, is not very powerful, but it can completely enhance the difficulty of the maze. In this way, a balance is reached. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but be a little afraid. He was still reckless, and he couldn't always rely on the experience in MC to act. The experience in the MC can only be used as a reference, and the specific needs to be based on this game. If he hadn't heard the sound of stones rubbing, Xu Yuan might have been trapped in this underground labyrinth and starved to death. However, after Xu Yuan knew that the maze was moving, he knew what to do. Although the maze is moving, the items in each room do not change. Just make a mark at the entrance of each room. Xu Yuan took out the wood in his backpack and synthesized some half-steps on the workbench. Then he placed a half-step at the threshold of the room where he was now. Then Xu Yuan walked back for a while. Xu Yuan had only left a few yards when he heard the sound of stones rubbing against each other again. After hearing the voice, Xu Yuan immediately ran back. Sure enough, the room changed again. After Xu Yuan confirmed his conjecture, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's so much easier. After knowing that the maze was always moving, Xu Yuan knew what to do. What Xu Yuan has to do now is keep walking back and forth on this aisle and let the room change all the time. Then mark the searched room with a wooden board. This way, time is not wasted repeatedly searching for the same room. Moreover, Xu Yuan didn't have to keep going around the maze. Now all you need to do is find the treasure chest in the room you moved over. And just when Xu Yuan's side made progress, the main city side of the Cube People Guild was already a little unable to resist. Boss Ken, we can't hold on. There are too many monsters. Quickly retreat, retreat, withered and exploded. Hold, everyone hold it, can't let them in. In front of the main city of the Cube People Guild, it was already a mess at this time. Originally, under the command of Ken, everything was still going on in an orderly manner at the beginning. The pits that Ken asked the guild members to dig also tied up many monsters. But there are too many monsters, plus there are extremely powerful monsters such as withering. The guild players simply can't block the monsters' attacks. The corpses are strewn at the main city gate. After the guild players died, they were immediately revived in the main city, even if all the equipment was burst out. They also rushed forward without hesitation. When the idle players saw this scene, they were moved. The players of the Cube Man Guild are really good at fighting. The equipment is gone, and it's going up. Even the Cube Man Guild can't block the monsters' attack. Why haven't you seen Steve Guy? The monsters have attacked the city gate. Hasn't Steve Gangster come out yet? It's true that you say that. I just say that I always feel that there is someone missing. I heard from their guild that Steve Boss is in the Twilight Forest, but now he can't be contacted. Shouldn't you let the monsters in? Anyway, they can't destroy the terrain in the ground. As long as they guard the doorway, it shouldn't matter, right? At this time, all the idle players looked like they didn't care about themselves. After all, they came to seek refuge because they were afraid of death. Although I said that I would help when I wanted to hide in, I just said it nicely. However, there are still a few players who understand Jian Tubeo report. What are you talking about here? It's none of your business. They're protecting us. Yes? Hurry up and help. If you wait for the monsters to come in, you still want to live. A few players know that this is not a campaign for the Cube Man Guild, but for everyone. If the Cube People Guild is breached, then all of them will be spared. On the frontal battlefield at this time, Ken made people attract those few withered hatred, and pulled out as much as possible. But each time after pulling a little farther away, withering immediately turned back and continued to attack the city. Ken was stunned when he saw this. He didn't expect that this time the monster attacking the city was actually unable to lead away. But if you think about it, you can understand that the so-called monster siege is, of course, the focus is on the siege. If all monster hatred can be diverted, then the meaning of monster siege will be lost. The members of the guild all stood by the city gates, and as soon as someone fell, someone immediately filled it, leaving no vacancy. At this time, the people of the Cube People Guild can be said to be using their bodies to resist the attacks of the monsters. Many people don't even have equipment, they still rush ahead. When Ken saw this situation, he immediately shouted like the guild people. Everyone, there are squares in the bag, take them all out and block the city gates, was the only way Ken could come up with it. At first, they wanted to be more frontal, but the number of these monster armies was too much. If you don't go back, you will definitely be wiped out. When the players heard this, they immediately retreated back, and then prepared to start closing the city gate with their blocks. At this time, when all the idle players saw this, they all looked at each other. Originally, they didn't want to get involved, but seeing that the people of the Cube People Guild couldn't hold on, it was difficult for them to stay out of the situation, so they all stepped forward to help. They took out the blocks and prepared to put them on the city gate, only to find that they could not be placed at all. They just reacted that they had no authority. Seeing that the monsters are about to attack, and the players on the side of the Cube People Guild, where else do they have in their hands? They even exposed their equipment, not to mention the contents of their backpacks. So one by one, the players threw the blocks in their hands on the ground. Quick, pick up the squares, fill in the. We don't have permission to place blocks, we can only help you get here. Come on, we'll definitely be able to withstand the. Block the. Below first, the big troops are all close combat. After picking up the blocks on the ground, the guild players slowly blocked the city gate with all their might. And those idle players, although they can't place blocks, they can attack monsters. Therefore, when the guild people put blocks, they also helped to cover. With the concerted efforts of all the players, the city gate was finally blocked. As far as the eye can see, the entire city gate is covered with blocks of different colors. Some are planks, some are wool, and even pieces of iron. Seeing that the city gate was finally blocked, all the players relaxed a little. Although those ranged monsters can still fly in, there are not many of them. Melee monsters still stand the majority. Once the players blocked the gates, they immediately began attacking the ranged monsters who tried to fly in. However, just when everyone thought that they had blocked the army of monsters, at this time, the huge zombie king came from behind the monster army. Its body is huge, and all the monsters where it walked gave way, and some monsters who were not in a hurry were directly trampled to death by the zombie king. After the zombie king came to the city gate, he raised his hands and knocked down on the city wall. 1, 2, 3. The stones on the city wall have been knocked out of cracks by the zombie king. When the players saw such a situation, they were immediately dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the zombie king would actually destroy the building. The zombie king's arm rose and fell again, and the city wall shattered in response. As the walls collapsed, the army of monsters swarmed and began their slaughter. At this time, the current situation of the other guilds is also the same. They couldn't even resist the initial wave of monsters, and at this time, the members of the guilds scattered in all directions. The monsters are all slaughtering players in the main cities of the major guilds. Many guild main cities have all fallen, and those main cities that have fallen, there are no players, and the monsters have returned to their wandering state, but they will not leave the main city they have captured. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, are these monsters trying to occupy the city? Is this the so-called monster siege? If a city is breached, won't it be in ruins after that? At this time, the players couldn't help but think of some of the ruins and fortresses they had explored before. Perhaps those ruins and fortresses have also experienced such battles and been captured by monsters. At this time, all the players have lost some hope. This monster siege was really devastating to everyone. Because of this battle, many people have all exploded the equipment they have worked hard to save before, and their homes are gone, not to mention the treasures collected everywhere stored in the box. The people of the Cube People Guild are still struggling to support, but they don't see any hope. Are we going to lose like that? Do you want us to let the main city out? Where is Steve Guy? Why hasn't he come back? At this time, everyone in the Cube People Guild pinned their hopes on Xu Yuan, although I haven't seen Xu Yuan's shadow yet. At this time, Xu Yuan opened the 15th box he saw. When he saw the contents of the box, Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found. At this time, Xu Yuan's hands holding the core of the maze map trembled a little. After tossing and turning in this maze for so long, I finally found the core of the map. Xu Yuan synthesized the core of the maze map and paper together into an underground maze map. I casually followed the map to the entrance to the second floor of the underground labyrinth. The entrance to the second floor of the underground labyrinth is surrounded on all sides by iron fences. After Xu Yuan dug these iron fences, he jumped from the entrance. After jumping, Xu Yuan was going to continue looking for the core of the maze map. Because a map can only show the road conditions on this level, if you want to have a map of the second level of the underground maze, you have to find another underground maze core. After Xu Yuan came to the second basement floor, he walked out through the door on the right, and then after walking for a while, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the room in front was Minotaur's room. Xu Yuan originally thought that it would take a long time to find the boss's room here. After all, this maze is moving, but I didn't expect this time to be so lucky. Without saying a word, Xu Yuan picked up his weapon and rushed to Minotaur's room. Minotaur's room had 4 doors, each enclosed by a wooden fence. At that time, in the MC, the earlier version of the Twilight Forest, this Minotaur could not wash these fences away. Therefore, at that time, it was very simple to hit the Minotaur. You only needed to break one of the wooden fences, and then shoot it with a bow. But later updated, the impact of the Minotaur can shatter these fences. So it is impossible to hit it behind the fence without injury. But even with a slight strengthening of the Minotaur, this boss is still very weak. Because his collision distance is not long, and there is also a long backswing. Very good to dodge. Xu Yuan came to the wooden fence of Minotaur's room, and was about to knock on the fence and enter the room. Minotaur, who was wandering in the room, immediately found Xu Yuan. He rushed towards Xu Yuan with a single charge. Seeing this, Xu Yuan deftly dodged. Exactly, it saves me hands. Xu Yuan picked up the sword and slashed at Minotaur. Minotaur's HP is only 2000, which is really very small for other bosses. And the combat effectiveness is very weak. Xu Yuan does not have to worry about Minotaur attacking him at all. However, Xu Yuan was still a little more careful. After all, it can't be based on MC. I was trapped for so long before, it was because MC prevailed. I didn't expect so many to be like this. Xu Yuan attacked Minotaur while always paying attention to whether he would use some other skills. Under Xu Yuan's attack, Minutao's HP had dropped to 1,500. During this period, Minutao has been attacking Xu Yuan in a collision mode. There are no other skills. Xu Yuan gradually relaxed his heart. With Xu Yuan's consumption, soon Minutao's blood volume reached 1,000. At this time, the speed of the Minutao collision was obviously much faster than just now. However, Xu Yuan still easily dodged his attack while attacking Minutao. After a few minutes, Minutao's HP gradually dropped to 500. At this time, Minotaur did not rush towards Xu Yuan again, but quickly came to the center of the room. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately lifted his spirits. It seems that it is about to enlarge the move. Sure enough, after Minotaur came to the center of the room, his entire body leaned back. Then he struggled to lift his feet and let out a moo sound. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little funny. As we all know, the Minotaur is equivalent to a combined monster of the Minotaur and the Mushroom Cow. The posture it just made was really funny. Xu Yuan wanted to laugh, but he still held back. After all, to give Minotaur a little respect, it is amplifying the move. After the moo of the Minotaur, I saw its phantoms surging around the Minotaur. In an instant, those phantoms all gushed out, rushing towards the room in 8 directions, vertically and diagonally. The phantom's speed was much faster than that of Minotaur, and he was about to hit Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan quickly put a shield on himself and avoided damage. Immediately after, a wave of unevenness, another wave of rising. Another 8 phantoms rushed out, faster than just now. However, Xu Yuan was not flustered, and the phantom just now only shattered one of Xu Yuan's shields. There were also 4 shields around Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan withstood the impact of the phantom and continued to swing his knife at Minotaur. With the end of the 3 phantom attacks, Xu Yuan's blood did not fall, but the amount of Minotaur's HP dropped to 200. At this time, the Minotaur is already meat on the cutting board. Xu Yuan quickly swung his knife and gave Minotaur the final blow. After Minotaur died, he gave Xu Yuan a Tauren salad sauce. Of course, the axe in his hand also burst out, and there was a Minotaur booty. After Xu Yuan picked up the things that exploded, the all-server system message also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the boss Minotaur first kill. At this time, the players of the Cube People Guild already wanted to give up. At this time, the city gate had fallen, and all the monsters poured into the main city. Withering and Creeper fearing wanton vandalism in the main city of the building. The green liquid of the Zombie King sprayed everywhere. The ground is full of the corpses of the players. These people did not choose to be resurrected again. They have already given up. Anyway, they will die again immediately after being resurrected. Just when everyone was about to give up hope, everyone saw this system prompt. All the players were stunned. Is it Boss Steve's first kill reminder? Boss Steve, it turns out that he is fighting a boss, so he can't get in touch. The main city is about to be lost? What boss is Steve still fighting? If you don't know, don't talk nonsense. Boss Steve must be tied up? Boss Steve must be trying to find a way. When this news appeared, a small number of guild players were actually very uncomfortable to see. Because they didn't understand the situation, they felt that Xu Yuan only wanted to fight the boss at this juncture and didn't care about them. Most players, on the other hand, believe in Xu Yuan. They believe that Xu Yuan is also trying to find a way, and they are also trying to run to them. At this moment, Ken stood up and shouted loudly, "Brothers, you Steve boss is coming back. We must hold this last line of defense." At this point, all the guild members stood up, their tears rolling in their eyes. They held out for so long, and they finally waited for their Steve boss. Their hope is back. At this time, when the members of the guild heard that Xu Yuan was coming back, they all forged ahead like chicken blood. Damn, fight with them. It's over, it's done. All the players in the Cube Man Guild already wanted to give up. Watching the monsters wreak havoc on their cities and homes, they were helpless. They only felt how powerless they were in front of this huge group of monster legions. They don't have any hope anymore, but this system message gives them new hope. They know their Steve boss is coming back, and their hope is coming back. At this time, everyone in the Cube People Guild was basically dressed naked. Many of them don't know how many times they have died. Everything on them fell off. Some people came back to life, nothing, and fought monsters empty-handed, just to slow down the attack of the monster gate. Because they have to defend the last line of defense Xu Yuan's home. This is the order given to them by Ken. In any case, protect the entrance to the Twilight Forest, and don't let the monsters invade your Steve's boss's house. These are Ken's exact words. Because of this battle, only if Xu Yuan can come back, it is possible to turn the tide of the war. When Xu Yuan opened the entrance to the Twilight Forest before, he didn't tell anyone how to do it. If this entrance is blown up, then Xu Yuan will not be able to get out from here. As for why he kept Xu Yuan's residence, it was because Ken clearly knew that the things in the basement of Xu Yuan's house were all unpredictable wealth. That's their last hope too. If you let this group of monsters bombard it, then their last hope will be over. Even if the main city has been trampled on, as long as the things in Xu Yuan's basement are intact, then they can still make a comeback. At this time, Ken does his best to direct the crowd to attract the hatred of the monsters, telling them not to go near Xu Yuan's residence and the entrance to the Twilight Forest. He was already a little exhausted of donkey skills, and at the moment he just wanted Xu Yuan to come back quickly to rescue them. And at this moment, Xu Yuan, after picking up the things dropped by the boss, immediately opened the map and walked out of the underground maze. After walking out of the maze, Xu Yuan's message panel returned to normal. Xu Yuan immediately sent a message to Ken. How's it going? At this time, after receiving Xu Yuan's news, Ken finally breathed a sigh of relief. He asked Awang on the side to command for him first, and quickly replied to Xu Yuandao, "You're coming back. We can't hold on." When Xu Yuan saw Ken's news, he knew the seriousness of the matter. "Hold on. I'll be right back." After Xu Yuan replied to Ken, he immediately rushed towards the entrance of the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan rushed all the way back, worried all the way. He was afraid that if the entrance to the Twilight Forest was destroyed, he would be in trouble. Although the entrance was destroyed, Xu Yuan could get another entrance from this side. But where the entrance that came out led to the main world was something Xu Yuan couldn't control. If it is far from the main city of the guild, it will be troublesome. Xu Yuan quickly came to the mushroom forest where the entrance was located, and looked around for a long time. When Xu Yuan saw the purple space door on the ground, his hanging heart finally let go. He quickly jumped in through the door. When Xu Yuan opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him made Xu Yuan choke several times. At this time, the main city was in ruins. Everywhere was blown up, flames filled the battlefield, and the corpses of players were everywhere. The players of the Cube Man Guild no longer have the strength to fight monsters. Unarmed, they can only use their bodies to attract the hatred of these monsters after they come back to life, so that the monsters do not come near Xu Yuan's residence. One by one, they rushed to the monster pile, just to attract the attention of the monsters in the half-second that they were alive. When a guild member rushes in and dies, another guild member rushes over. Their desperate efforts are all to defend the entrance to the Twilight Forest and Xu Yuan's residence. At this time, Ken's eyes were red, and he roared and commanded the members of the guild to send their lives to the strange pile. "Rush up, block them, hold them down, you Steve boss will be back soon. Be sure to keep your Steve boss's house." One by one, the members of the guild shouted hysterically, and one by one they rushed towards the strange pile. Even though they were killed immediately after rushing over, they did not have the slightest timidity, did not stop after resurrection, and rushed up again. "Laozi fought with you. There is a creeper in the second row on the right. I'll rush over and let him explode. Can't let them get any closer." This scene is magnificent and shocking. This is the determination of all guild members to defend their homeland. Seeing this scene, Xu Yuan took a deep breath. He didn't know what to say at the moment, and he didn't have time to say anything. The members of the guild have reached their limit until now, and they are just waiting for themselves to return. Xu Yuan walked quickly to Ken's side, patted Ken, who was commanding the battlefield, and said, "Shout a few people, follow me." Ken didn't notice that Xu Yuan had returned, and it wasn't until Xu Yuan spoke next to him that Ken reacted. After reacting, Ken excitedly grabbed Xu Yuan's arm and said, "You're finally back? Quick, call someone to come in with me." Xu Yuan reminded Ken, "Now is not the time to be happy, you must quickly clean up these monsters." Ken reacted immediately, and then called out to a few guild elite players around him, and followed Xu Yuan to the room. After Xu Yuan entered the room, he saw that his residence was unscathed, and he suddenly had a sour nose. This is the result of the hard work of the guild people? Now it's your turn to guard them? Xu Yuan came to the basement and took several sets of slime blocks, dead corals, red stones, and TNT, and then made some sticky pistons, detectors, probe rails and mine carts. After Xu Yuan took these things, he then took out all the obsidian that he had prepared to expand the zombie pig spirit tower in the box and distributed them to Ken. After Ken took the obsidian, he looked at Xu Yuan with some doubt and asked, "What is this for?" Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and explained, "You guys help me later, I'm going to build something in the sky, and now only this thing can save us." Ken still doesn't understand. Can those things and a few obsidians that Xu Yuan take be able to save them? What? Xu Yuan looked at the battlefield outside and said expressionlessly, "World bomber." Ken and the guild members who came to get things together were shocked when they heard Xu Yuan's words. World bomber? But even if they don't know what it is, they can hear the power of this thing just by name. What they were curious about was that just by relying on the things that Xu Yuan had just taken, could they make a world bomber? But now there is no time for them to think and ask more. The most urgent thing is to destroy this group of monsters first. Then Xu Yuan took some materials, some bows and arrows, weapons and so on, and then took some iron pieces and pumpkin heads, as well as some materials needed to charge the staff. Fortunately, Xu Yuan has a latent box, otherwise he really can't take so many things. After all, the guild members on the battlefield are no longer equipped, and their role on the battlefield now is to delay time. But simply stalling for time is certainly not enough. Because crafting a world bomber requires working at high altitudes, guild members still need to take down some of the long-range monsters at high altitudes first. After Xu Yuan gave the things to Ken, he came to the battlefield with Ken and them. The situation on the battlefield was tense, and Ken didn't have time to give them the equipment one by one, so he directly dropped the equipment on the ground near the guild players. "Everyone get the equipment and listen to my command," Xu Yuan shouted towards the guild people. At this time, the members of the guild did not know that Xu Yuan had returned. After hearing Xu Yuan's voice, they were all excited. They persisted for so long, and finally waited for their Steve boss. "Boss Steve, you're back." "Boss, I thought you didn't care about us. It's good if you come, if you don't come again, we won't be able to hold on." "Boss Steve is back? Brothers, get dressed and rush." When the members of the guild saw Xu Yuan returning, they swept away the decline, and everyone's hope also returned. Xu Yuan looked at the situation on the battlefield and analyzed the current form. In the current monster army, the most threatening is the zombie king and the zombie boss and 3 withered. If Xu Yuan wants to make a world bomber, he must ride high to a height that the zombie king and zombie boss cannot attack. In this way, everyone's cover is needed, but fortunately, the iron puppet can help, so that the guild members can free their hands to help Xu Yuan build a barrier. After analyzing the situation, Xu Yuan immediately took out the iron block and began to summon the iron puppet. One by one, the iron puppets were immediately summoned by Xu Yuan. The iron golems also immediately joined the battlefield. Then Xu Yuan took out the zombie scepter, summoned 9 zombies, immediately repaired the scepter with carrion and power potions, and then summoned 9 more. Xu Yuan repeatedly summoned the zombies until the power potion on his body ran out, and Xu Yuan summoned a total of 40 loyal zombies. Originally, the iron puppet and the zombie were opposing units, but the zombies summoned by Xu Yuan were friendly units, so they and the iron puppet would not attack each other. After the zombie army and the iron puppet army were summoned, they immediately joined the battlefield. The guild players were fighting to kill the enemy in front, and suddenly found that there were so many green zombies behind them, and they were immediately shocked. What's going on? It's over, boss, we've been pinched. Everyone, kill the zombies behind. The guild members were about to attack the zombies, only to find that the zombies seemed to have different names than the other zombies. Steve's loyal zombie. When the players saw the names of these zombies, the whole person was stunned. This is the boss's zombie. I just caught a glimpse of these zombies that the boss summoned with the scepter in his hand. Boss, Groove, you can still tame zombies. These zombies. It's all boss. Boss, you zombie army? I just said why don't these iron puppets fight these zombies? It turns out that this zombie is with us. After everyone saw the zombies' signatures, they realized that these zombies were their boss Steve's. The zombie army and the iron puppet army immediately joined the battlefield. Seeing this, the members of the guild were all full of confidence, and now with the zombie army and the iron puppet army helping them carry it, they can export with confidence. Xu Yuan ordered after seeing that the frontal battlefield was no longer a one-sided trend after the addition of zombies and iron puppets. Wenwu, Little Fat, you use obsidian to pave the road ahead. Ken, Xiao, you two against the one on the left. Ai Wang, Ahao, you two deal with the middle one. The terrain that everyone is in now can be said to be very unfavorable for the battle, because the potholes that have been destroyed by the monsters are full. Therefore, the battlefield terrain must first be controlled. Use obsidian to pave the road, withering and coolies will not be able to destroy the terrain. Then it's time to deal with the air raid units, and now the biggest threat to everyone is the few withering. Before, everyone was completely out of weapons and equipment, and they ran out of ammunition, so there was no way at all. However, it is remarkable that the members of the guild have been able to survive until now, and they have also killed several withered ones. After Xu Yuan gave himself a shield with the shield scepter, he immediately began to attack withering with the dusk scepter. The withering hatred was immediately attracted by Xu Yuan and threw a skull towards this side. And Xu Yuan didn't mean to dodge at all, but continued to stand in place and attack withering. With the shield scepter and the dusk scepter, what else is needed? Even after the 5-sided shield was blown up, Xu Yuan could completely change the blood-sucking scepter to suck blood. After having these scepters, wither this kind of boss, and pad a few obsidian stones on the soles of your feet to stand on the line? At this time, the guild players froze when they saw the light shield on Xu Yuan's body, the weapon in his hand, and the way he stood motionless and stroking the boss. What kind of weapon is the boss in his hand, to hit this far? The weapon in the boss's hand fired as if it were an ender pearl. Groove, is that a shield surrounded by the boss? Is this a skill? I'm not mistaken, right? The boss is standing and withering. The magic staff in Xu Yuan's hand, the shield on his body, and the various things that stood and withered were all seen by the players of the guild. All the players were shocked. Their Steve boss was now strong enough to stand and wither, and they had so many weapons on hand that they had never seen before. Whether it was the staff that summoned the zombie just now, or the staff that Xu Yuan was holding now in his hand that could fire the ender pearl. There was also the shield that wrapped around Xu Yuan's body. These powerful weapons have made Xu Yuan more mysterious in the hearts of players. Everyone only remembered that the last time they saw Xu Yuan, he didn't have these equipment. It only took him a long time to get so many awesome weapons, and there were more than one. After learning about Xu Yuan's combat power, the players of the guild were now completely relieved. They have decided that as long as they have Steve in this battle, there is no suspense to win. This also made them themselves feel confident, and they worked harder and harder to slash and kill these monsters in front of them. Under Xu Yuan's continuous bombardment, the withering blood volume soon fell by half. At this time, the withering also descended from the sky as usual. After Xu Yuan saw that the withering fell to his side, he quickly replaced the scepter with a sword. Then the knife jumped back and withered away, avoiding the damage of the explosion. The guild players beside Xu Yuan saw Xu Yuan's operation, and their jaws were about to drop. This game can also backflip. Why can't we? Boss, this is too handsome, right? It's because of the boss's sword, it's too good. Xu Yuan frowned when he saw that all the players' attention was focused on him. Focus, now is not the time to relax. When the players heard this, they all immediately concentrated. In fact, everyone can look at Xu Yuan distractedly, but also because the zombie army and iron puppet army summoned by Xu Yuan have relieved a lot of battlefield pressure. This makes it a lot easier for all players. After Withering was beaten down by Xu Yuan opened his shield again and began to slash towards Wither. For Withering, the head is its weak point, so Xu Yuan's every attack is slashing towards the Withering head. Each attack rating is also above S. The amount of Withering blood is rapidly decreasing visibly with the naked eye. Within a few minutes, Xu Yuan killed Wither without injury. After killing Wither, Xu Yuan glanced at the loot that Withering dropped. There was nothing else on the earth except for a nether star. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In MC, after there is a sword drawing mod, Withering can actually drop the sword pulling sword. The withered and dropped sword is Sanhua, a sealing knife, and after enchantment, it can become a demon knife. Sanhua is still a very good sword. However, in this way, it seems that the explosion rate of Sanhua should not be large. After all, Xu Yuan did not drop when he first got the first kill of Withering. After Xu Yuan cleaned up this Wither, he immediately came to Ken's side and began to help them clean up the other Withering. Ken and Xiao can be said to be very embarrassed, and Xu Yuan's Withering is all killed. Ken and the little fish only knocked out a third of the blood. Ken was also surprised when he saw Xu Yuan coming over. "Why are you here?" Xu Yuan put a shield on himself with a shield scepter, and then said after taking out the dusk scepter, "I'm done fighting, you guys go help Ahao and I Wang, I'll come here." After speaking, Xu Yuan used the dusk scepter to output to the Wither. Ken and Xiao were stunned when they saw Xu Yuan's bombardment-style output. However, unlike other guild players, Ken has seen the world. "Okay, here we go." Ken didn't stop much longer, pulling the stunned little fish and walking towards Awang and Ahao. After Xu Yuan took over, he immediately began to stand up again. These Withering now were no threat to Xu Yuan. As long as they are solved, Xu Yuan can be a world bomber with peace of mind. As long as the bombers are done well, then this army of monsters will immediately turn into a field of trophies and experience full of experience. After about 10 minutes or so, Xu Yuan killed the second Wither. After killing the second Wither, Xu Yuan did not go to help Ken them. The four of them were enough to hold on to Withering's hatred. Xu Yuan came to the frontal battlefield and continued to summon some iron puppets and zombies to help the guild members resist the pressure. Then he began to set up and prepare to start working as a bomber. But to be precise, what Xu Yuan wants to do this time is not a world bomber. That's too big to use a world bomber for this little situation at the moment. What Xu Yuan is going to do now is an improved version of the world bomber, a three-way bomber. The bomber was able to operate back and forth in a small area and did not require much material. After there was no threat in the sky, Xu Yuan had been riding to a height that the zombie king and zombie bosses could not attack. Then it began to be built in the sky. At this time, after the Cube People Guild arrived in Xu Yuan's place, the battle situation immediately turned around. Now we can see the spark of victory. Other guilds were not so lucky. At this time, the main cities of the guilds in the Huaxia region had basically been captured by the monsters. Many guild leaders had to give up their land and escape. They have exhausted all means, what iron puppets, all of these have been used. But it still can't resist this horde of monsters. In fact, the main reason is because everyone underestimated this monster siege activity. Everyone thinks it's probably not a big deal. And the habitual thinking thinks that the monster can't destroy the terrain, and it can be shrunk in the city to fight. But I didn't expect to usher in such a heavy price. At this time, there was a cry in the time channel. "Do you want this officially? We just got a good outfit, just come to this kind of event. It's really a night back to before liberation. I'm really gone now, my home is gone, my chest is gone, it's just like I just played." It feels like this monster siege is really a blow for all players. Many guilds are also lost in the main city. Isn't it? The Cube Man is also lost? I heard that Steve Boss doesn't seem to have participated in this event, saying that the people in the guild can't be contacted, and the Cube people should be difficult. The players immediately focused their discussion on the Cube Man Guild. Because in the cognition of many people, the main city of the Cube People Guild has been regarded as the main city of the entire game. Whether its size, strength, or what it means to players. Therefore, everyone's hope is also placed on the main city of the Cube People Guild. If even the main city of the Cube People Guild couldn't survive, it would really be a rout for humanity. No, the Cube Man hasn't been taken down yet. Steve is back. The players were shocked to hear the news that the main city of the Cube Man Guild had not yet been captured. Because long ago, everyone heard that Steve was missing, and the Cube Man Guild had no Steve. Although Ken also resisted the attacks of several groups of monsters, it was still to no avail, and the monsters still broke through the city wall and fought in the main city of the Cube People. Although many players know that Ken is still struggling to support, everyone feels that it is difficult to turn the tide of the battle. Unexpectedly, at the most critical time, Steve actually returned. "Really? Steve Guy is back. My brother is in the Cube Man Guild," and he said that after Steve Boss came back, the situation on the battlefield changed immediately. "Steve is so powerful. My brother said that Steve's weapons are very good, and he can summon zombies to help them fight, and he said that there is a magic staff or something, and he also said that Steve Boss directly stands and withers. Lying groove? Really fake? Standing and withering. Your brother bragged, right? Let your brother start a live broadcast, let's see how Steve Boss turns things around." Although none of the players had doubted Xu Yuan's strength, they had also experienced the strength of the monsters this time. In fact, the monsters are still the same monsters as before, but there are too many of them, all piled together, crushing over. The players don't really believe that in this case, a single person can change the tide of the battle. But listening to the words of those players, it didn't look like a fake, so all the players were curious about how Xu Yuan did it. After all, this battle is also everyone's last hope. At the request of all the players, soon the players' friends in the Cube Man Guild started a live broadcast on the forum. After the players got the news, they immediately moved to the live broadcast room. I only saw that in the picture at this time, there were pictures of various battles. Everyone soon discovered the zombie army and iron puppet army of the Cube Man Guild. Why didn't the green zombie attack the player, but instead helped the player fight monsters? Didn't you say it? That's the zombie summoned by Steve, boss. Can you still summon zombies out now? It seems that Steve got some weapon to summon. The Cube People Guild is really rich, flowing iron puppets, iron block people. The players couldn't help but be shocked when they saw such a scene. They didn't expect that the Cube Man Guild really turned the tide of the battle. With the help of this group of reinforcements, players have no difficulty fighting monsters at all. Hey, didn't you say Steve was back? Yes, what is Boss Steve doing? Although the occupation has been reversed, but there are so many monsters, it is difficult to clean up for a while and a half, and I want to see what Steve will do. The most important thing for the players is how Xu Yuan will lead the Cube Man to victory. After all, it is useless to just turn the tide of the war, and you can only win if you can persevere to the end. Just when the players were trying to find Xu Yuan's figure, the picture in the live broadcast room suddenly turned to the sky. The players were stunned when they saw this. Is that Steve the big guy? It's Steve guy? What is Steve doing? What is Steve doing standing so tall? And at this moment, everyone suddenly saw that the evil spirit at the bottom of the screen found Xu Yuan in the sky, and then immediately spit out a fireball towards Xu Yuan. When the players saw this, their hearts were tight. Steve boss, be careful. It's over, Steve is going to be beaten down. You will definitely die if you fall down so high, right? And just when the players are worried, I saw that Xu Yuan unhurriedly switched the shield scepter and gave himself a shield, and then replaced it with the dusk scepter was a shelling. In just a few seconds, the evil spirit was killed under Xu Yuan's attack. When the players saw this, they were all stunned. Just kill back. Brother Steve, what kind of weapons are these weapons, and shields? What kind of artifact is this? What kind of weapon is this that fires the Ender Pearl? When the players saw the weapon in Xu Yuan's hand, their eyes lit up. The two weapons that Xu Yuan just showed can be described as artifacts at this stage. With these two weapons, I believe you can go sideways anywhere, right? However, everyone also knows in their hearts that Steve's weapons are not something that ordinary people can have. Definitely what a boss burst or what a reward for a first kill. After the crisis just now turned into a disaster, Xu Yuan continued to build a three-way bomber. Since the scope to be affected is somewhat large, it is also necessary to do it. And this three-way bomber is still somewhat complicated, plus high-altitude operations, so it is impossible to rush. The players watched in midair. Xu Yuan had been drumming those strange squares that everyone usually didn't use. It's all curious. None of them knew what Xu Yuan was going to do, but they had a hunch that Xu Yuan must have made these things to deal with these monsters. It's just that they don't know, these blocks are so far away from the monsters, can they hit the monsters? And there are so many monsters below that it is difficult to kill them all. Moreover, there are behemoths with huge amounts of blood such as zombie kings and zombie bosses, and it is impossible to annihilate them in one fell swoop. At this time, the players of the Cube Man Guild also had the same doubts as these players who were watching the live broadcast. They saw Xu Yuan go up and tinker with these things, and they hadn't finished tinkering for a long time. Although their side has turned the tide of the war, it is also a close match for now. If the stalemate continues, everyone may not be able to hold on. At this time, the group of Ken people had just finished killing together, and finally withered. At the moment of withering death, the zombie king and the zombie boss suddenly roared up to the sky. I saw the zombie king open his mouth, and the green liquid in his mouth gushed out, sprinkled in the area with the most guild players. After the green liquid touched the guild players, they were all killed in an instant. At this time, the zombie king boss also began to split into small zombies with extremely fast speed and extremely high attacks, rushing towards the players. The balance of victory immediately turned to the monster's side. At this time, the players suddenly felt bad. It's over. The zombie king and the zombie boss are running away. Usually it's strong enough, and there is actually a violent posture. The Cube People Guild feels like it can't hold on. It's over, and the last hope is gone. After the players saw the zombie king and the zombie boss berserk, the Cube Man Guild immediately retreated. Now it cannot be said that the war situation has taken a sharp turn, but it has directly fallen to one side. In the eyes of all the players, the people of the Cube Man Guild were already unbearable. After all, these two bosses are raging together, and the power can be seen. At this time, the guild everyone was almost unable to hold on under the green flame attack of the zombie king and the attack of the little zombie. They all looked at Xu Yuan in the sky. Boss, we can't hold on. Boss Steve, they're coming. Boss, I can't prevent. Although none of them knew what Xu Yuan was building in the sky, they knew that Xu Yuan was their last hope. And they also fully believe in Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, who was in the air at the moment, was also sweating. How can he not be in a hurry? He is much more anxious than everyone, but it was useless to rush. Now is not a creative mode. He has no chance to try again. Only by placing all the squares in the corresponding positions can this three-way bomber be operational. Not even a misplaced piece? At this time, Xu Yuan's palms were already sweating, and he picked up the last red stone and put it on. The lever at the front of the machine is then pulled up. After Xu Yuan pulled up the lever, he quickly jumped to the ground, and when he was about to touch the ground, he used a bucket of landing water. After falling steadily, Xu Yuan shouted towards the guild members. All 5 yards away, Xu Yuan shouted as he ran towards the distance. After hearing Xu Yuan's voice, the players in the guild immediately began to retreat. At this time, everyone in the live broadcast room saw Xu Yuan asking everyone to withdraw, so they thought that Xu Yuan gave up, and everyone was immediately disappointed. Even Steve has given up. Isn't what Steve just tinkered with is useless? It seems to be something made with redstone. Maybe it didn't get it right. Just when everyone thought that Xu Yuan let everyone run because he gave up, three-way bombers in the sky are already operational. As the machine operated, a substitute NT fell. With a bang, the place where NT fell, whether it was a monster or a block, disappeared instantly. Everyone was amazed when they saw this. Steve Guy, is this playing airdrop? The idea is good, but one for NT can't change his life. Immediately after the first NT fell and exploded, the second NT fell. The second NT fell 1 block away from the first. This is followed by the third, fourth, and fifth. NT fell like rain at the feet of the monster army. Boom. After falling for NT, it exploded as soon as it touched the ground, and a monster that can kill a piece of NT. Everyone only felt that there was a deafening explosion in their ears all the time. And none of these monsters escaped the air raids of the NT. All were killed in these explosions. Even the zombie king and zombie boss were bombed and unable to fight back. When the players saw such a scene, goosebumps suddenly rose. What is this? Oh my god, is this called an airstrike? How is this done? Groove. If you continue like this, you can blast into the bedrock layer, right? Where did so many NT? Steve put only 1 TNT. Why can those blocks in the sky move on their own? And copy TNT. The players did not expect that a small machine made by Xu Yuan would actually turn the tide of the battle in an instant. No, not to turn the tide of the war, but directly to victory. This group of monsters has no chance of winning under the bombardment of NT. Those mobs were cleaned up in an instant. And the zombie king and zombie boss did not withstand the second round of bombing. With the fall of the zombie king and the zombie boss, the whole battle is finally over. At this time, the three-way bomber in the sky continued to work. The sound of the explosion after the fall of the NT was so pleasant to the ears of the people of the Cube People Guild at this time, it was like a symphony. None of the players expected that a small machine, in just a few seconds, would end the battle. Until all the monsters die, the players have not reacted, and the battle is over. Just. Is it over? I just remember that in the last second, the Cube People were almost unable to hold on. It's only been a few seconds. As soon as this machine is started, the monster army has already lost. This machine. Every second, my mother. What the hell won't Steve boss, he even made this kind of thing. It's terrifying, this thing can blast the whole world. Can this machine copy TNT all the time? We're still playing with mud, and the guy has already started to work on technology. The players finally knew how vulnerable these tough monsters were in front of a smart brain. At this time, Xu Yuan saw that the battle was over, so he turned off the machine with a high altitude, and then disassembled part of the machine. After all, this thing is a strategic weapon, and Xu Yuan doesn't want to be stolen to learn. After Xu Yuan disassembled the machine, he jumped down. At this time, all the players of the guild gathered around, and they were all excited. Boss, you are too strong, this machine is simply. As soon as this machine is turned on, it is simply destroying and decaying. I thought we were going to lose? Boss, you don't reveal this bottom of the box to us first. Xu Yuan saw everyone gathered around and smiled. Everyone is doing well, everyone is holding our main city together. When the players of the guild heard this, they then raised their eyes and saw this messy main city. All of them were a little sour. If only the boss had been early, our main city would not have been destroyed like this. Boss, we are useless, we can't even protect our own home. Obviously, our main city is already so prosperous and beautiful. The result is now. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was trying to comfort the players. At this moment, a full server system announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Cube People Guild for successfully defending the city. System rewards have been distributed. It wasn't until the full server system message sounded that the players really realized that the Cube Man Guild really won. It happened so suddenly, it took only a few seconds to turn the tide of the battle, and the players felt as if they were dreaming. To be honest, with someone like Steve Boss, the Cube People Guild really doesn't have to be afraid of anything. Even the monster siege can be done in a matter of seconds, and what bosses can't be beaten by Steve Boss? Enlightened, this game is not hard fighting, it is to use brains. I'm going to learn redstone. Indeed, the strength of these monsters is indeed vulnerable under a clever brain. You all have no screenshots of that bombing device Steve made. It was so shocking just now, who has the mind to take a screenshot? I took a screenshot, but I can only see the flat one, and I don't know how to get it in several other directions. It feels so complicated. I see a lot of slime blocks, and a lot of sticky pistons, which requires a lot of slime balls. Forget it, civilian players still don't think about it, we don't need these things very well. All the players are also happy at the moment, because many of them have regarded the main city of the Cube People Guild as the main city of the game. If the main city of the game has not been breached, then everyone is naturally happy. At this time, the guild leaders were shocked when they heard the news. They didn't expect the Cube People Guild to actually keep it. The leaders of these guilds have personally experienced this monster siege, and they naturally know how difficult this monster siege is. Some guild think tanks have also developed some TNT traps. Although it works, there are too many monsters, and they are not on the same page, but in waves. In addition, there is an air raid force such as withering, so it is really difficult to prevent it. Originally, they had also heard that the Cube People Guild was about to be unable to hold on. But I didn't expect that in such a short time. I saw the system remind that the Cube People Guild was defending. The guild leader immediately began to investigate. After a while, they learned the whole thing from the previous live video. The first thing they saw was the wave when Xu Yuan was attacked by evil spirits at high altitude, and all their attention was focused on the weapon Xu Yuan was holding. What kind of equipment does Steve have in his hand, and can he still give a shield? Is the staff capable of firing the Ender Pearl? Is this the equipment produced in the Twilight Forest quest again? There are shields and long-range damage, this Nima can't stand. Hiss. These two staffs are simply artifacts. After the guild leader finished eating the weapon in Xu Yuan's hand, they immediately saw something that made them even more red. That is the three-way bomber made by Xu Yuan. This thing, it's so perverted. Groove, what is this? TNT making machine. No wonder so many monsters die in a few seconds. If this is blown up again, it can be blown directly into the bedrock formation. The guild leaders are very aware of how powerful this machine is, and with this machine, there is no need to be afraid of any monsters attacking the city, and there will definitely be as many deaths as there will be in the future. After the guild leaders saw the three-way bomber made by Xu Yuan, they immediately sent the live broadcast replay to their think tank. And the think tanks of each guild were inspired after watching the video, but they couldn't completely copy this three-way bomber. Because the video is originally the perspective of others, the machine is at a relatively high altitude. The perspective is not comprehensive, plus the perspective is relatively far, and it is not very clear. So there is no way to reproduce at all. They can't even make TNT replicators. But this is understandable, because they do not understand TNT's replication principle. When the guild leaders saw that their think tank could not study this, they were immediately disappointed. Originally, they thought that as long as they could copy this machine, they would be able to clean up the monsters in the main city and retake the main city, but they turned out to be empty and happy. Without bombers to help clean up the monsters in the main city, they currently have only two ways to retake the main city. One is to develop for a while without a fixed place outside, and then risk being destroyed to slowly clean up the monsters in the main city until it is cleaned up. The second is to spend money to ask Xu Yuan to come over and help clean up. Obviously, the guild leaders of these guilds did not have so much spare time to develop outside and then slowly clear up the monsters, so they unanimously chose the most convenient and fast method. However, this method still has to be based on Xu Yuan's consent. Therefore, they also had to ask Xu Yuan for help in a good voice. After receiving the system prompt, Xu Yuan immediately opened his backpack and checked the reward for successful defense. When Xu Yuan saw the reward in the backpack, the whole person was a little stunned. The rewards of the siege system can be described as very rich. In addition to 1,000 gold coins and 5 title deeds, there is a map and something like a space. Gold coins and land deeds were already strange for Xu Yuan, but the latter two things aroused Xu Yuan's curiosity. Xu Yuan took out the space-like thing first. When he saw the details of this item, his eyes couldn't help but glow. Simulation space. In this space, you can freely use the permission, and you can use any item in the game without limit. Xu Yuan was stunned when he saw the description of this simulated space. Does this space mean that this space is equivalent to Xu Yuan's exclusive server? After entering the space, you can switch between survival mode and creative mode at will, and use various commands. Xu Yuan thought of this and was excited. If it is really like my own understanding, then this simulation space is of great use. Without saying a word, Xu Yuan directly placed the simulated space on the ground. As soon as the simulated space is placed on the ground, a distorted space is formed in the area above the ground. Xu Yuan jumped directly in without thinking. At this time, the guild players on the side were stunned when they saw this scene. Groove? What did the boss come up with? What kind of copy is this? It is estimated that the system just rewarded it. The players of the guild did not know what was behind the twisted door that had just appeared. But what they can be sure of is that what their Steve boss came up with is absolutely awesome. After Xu Yuan entered the distorted space, he felt that his eyes were dark. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an ultra-flat terrain. The whole space was empty, very empty. It's the same as after choosing ultra-flat terrain in MC, except that there are no creatures on it. After entering this simulation space, a panel jumped out in front of Xu Yuan. There are a lot of options and permission settings on the panel. When Xu Yuan saw these choices and permissions, he had already confirmed his conjecture. Xu Yuan's conjecture is not wrong at all. This space is equivalent to the server opened by Xu Yuan alone. In this space, all command sources can be used. And it can also give access to other people who enter the space. In other words, Xu Yuan is the god in this space. Xu Yuan thought of this and was excited. However, Xu Yuan still has a question, that is, whether the things in the space can be taken out. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan immediately turned on the creative mode and took out some squares in the system backpack column and put them in the backpack. Later, after Xu Yuan exited the simulation space, he found that the squares in his backpack had also disappeared. It seems that the things in the space can't be brought out. But this also makes sense. If the things in the space can be brought out, then Xu Yuan is not invincible if he holds this space. If you want something, just take it straight out of it. But even so, the usefulness of this space is still very large. Xu Yuan can completely copy the copy in the game in the space. After charging some entrance fees, players can experience the game's quests in the simulation space without worrying about death drops. I believe that many players are willing to pay this money to give it a try. Even Xu Yuan can create his own copy in this space for players to break, or set up some parkour games, get up wars and other small games for everyone to participate. Each player can enter the quest by paying some gold coins, and after breaking the copy, Xu Yuan will give them rewards in reality. It's also a great way to earn a lot of coins and supplies from idle players. At this time, the guild players saw Xu Yuan come out, and they all surrounded him. Boss, what kind of copy is that door just now? Is this boss powerful, boss? This one feels different from before, and there is no reminder to open the copy. Players gathered around and chirped all kinds of questions. And Xu Yuan did not pay attention to the players, but entered the simulation space again. Because Xu Yuan still has one more thing to be sure. That's how big the space really is. The things that Xu Yuan thought about just now all required enough space to run. If this simulation space were as big as the map of the outside world, everything would be fine. Xu Yuan immediately began to explore the entire area. As a result, Xu Yuan didn't take long to touch the enchantment. It turns out that space is limited. After touching the enchantment, a virtual panel immediately jumped out in front of him. The next level of expansion space needs Diamond Block 100, Emerald Block 100, Gold Nugget 1000, Iron Block 1000, Stone Block 10,000, Gold 10,000. Xu Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw what was needed for this space expansion. Can you pit a little more? Gold nuggets, iron nuggets, and stones were not a problem for Xu Yuan. 100 diamond blocks and 100 emerald blocks? Why not grab it? However, the system does not say how much room there is for the next level of expansion. According to the required materials, the estimated range is also not small. Xu Yuan thought about it, although 100 diamond and emerald blocks were difficult for others to collect. But for Xu Yuan, it is not difficult to get together. After all, Xu Yuan had the right to hold the Twilight Forest. The puzzle sheep of the Twilight Forest only need to exchange it for diamond and emerald blocks with various colors of wool. Therefore, if you want to expand this space, for Xu Yuan, it just takes some time. Xu Yuan looked at the entire available space now, maybe 200 x 200. There's certainly no way to implement those replicas and create replicas at the moment. However, it is still possible to train troops here. After letting the guild players in, let them practice how to fight the bosses. Xu Yuan himself can also contact to draw the sword, and then he can look for the weaknesses of their respective monsters in it, so that he can better hit the attack rating of SSS. However, it is a pity that there are only monster eggs of various monsters that have appeared. Like the monster eggs of various dragons that were not activated before, there is no one here. After Xu Yuan understood some things in the entire space, he withdrew from the space. After exiting the space, Xu Yuan put the space away. At this time, the guild members had already begun to repair the main city under the command of Ken. Ken, on the other hand, is waiting next to the entrance to the warp space. As soon as Xu Yuan came out, Ken leaned over. What copy again? Xu Yuan shook his head and smiled. More useful than a copy, it is equivalent to a space where I hold permissions, and it is not clear for a while and a half. It's a nice reward anyway. It really doesn't make sense to talk to Ken about the creative mode for a while, so Xu Yuan talked about it roughly. After Ken heard this, he also understood a little. Since Xu Yuan said that it was a good reward, then this reward must be very awesome? Ken didn't ask any more. The guild bombed the city like this. Yuer is estimated to be angry after going online when the time comes. Ken smiled wryly. When Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he also shrugged his shoulders. There is no way, let her come to the design thing, and find more people to help her with those rough jobs. It just so happens that my space can also help her design buildings quickly. But these are minor problems, and they don't hurt. Although the monster siege this time was very tragic, the main city was also blown up. But Xu Yuan's residence, the core of the main city of the Cube People Guild, was saved. So many boxes in Xu Yuan's basement, those iron brushing machines, zombie pig people brushing monster towers and so on, are the lifeblood of the guild. Therefore, this time the Cube People Guild just suffered some skin trauma, unlike other guilds that hurt their vitality. And exchanging a main city for a simulated space, it's worth it. Ken nodded and began to deploy for the players to repair the main city. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, took out the map that the system rewarded in his backpack. Ruins map, the handheld map shows the location of all ruins around the location. Xu Yuan took the map in his hand before he could read the instructions on the map. Immediately, a full server system message sounded. Relic system is on. Introduction to the relic system. A long, long time ago, there was also a group of human players active in this land. They were the masters of this land. They built the main city. They scavenged for treasure. They lived in peace. Suddenly, one day, the monster army arrives, and human players fight the monsters to the death, but they are defeated. The city is captured by monsters, and the treasure is taken by monsters. Warriors, all the relic seals have been unlocked. Those treasures are there, go and explore them. When the players saw this system message, they didn't know whether to be happy or not. The opening of the relic system means that more large-scale ruins will appear, and there will be more and more treasures in the ruins. However, after the large ruins are opened, you definitely need equipment to explore. Also, those ruins were opened after the monster siege. I also gave the above paragraph of explanation, and the meaning is already clear. In those large ruins, there are definitely monster armies of the scale of monster siege. So it's definitely dangerous to explore the ruins. Large ruins are definitely none of our business, small ruins can still be explored. Let's get some equipment first. Now everyone has suffered heavy losses. Finally, the price of iron ingots has come down, and this time it is estimated that the price will have to increase again. This system is simply one after another. At first I thought the game was not very playable, but now I find that I can't keep it busy. Yes, I haven't even gone to the corpse-tied copy. And the guild leaders were indeed a little happy to see this relic system. This time the monster siege everyone suffered serious losses, and if you want to quickly return blood, you can only keep brushing the book. After the relic system is turned on, the gain from exploring the ruins is definitely not cheap. And exploring some small ruins doesn't require good equipment. Therefore, the opening of the relic system is a painkiller for these guilds that have suffered heavy losses. Xu Yuan saw this system prompt and looked at the map in his hand. That's when I came to understand. The map in Xu Yuan's hand now showed the nearby ruins area. This chapter map of ruins is very similar to the magic map of the Twilight Forest. Each area above is marked with various icons of ruins. What desert temples, underwater temples, jungle mansions, jungle temples, and so on. After Xu Yuan studied the map, he found a line of writing in the upper right corner of the map. Small ruins can be explored freely, and medium-sized and large ruins require a relic key to unlock the seal. 10 medium relic key fragments can be synthesized into medium-sized relic key. 10 large relic key fragments can be combined into large relic keys. Explore small ruins for a chance to get medium-sized ruins key fragments. Exploring medium-sized ruins has a chance to get large ruins key fragments. After Xu Yuan saw the introduction on the map, he understood what was going on with this relic system. This is equivalent to setting limits on the exploration of medium and large ruins. According to this limit, the treasures in medium and large ruins must be very attractive rewards. Then these ruins, Xu Yuan is bound to go. After all, even a map is available. However, Xu Yuan will not explore the small ruins, and the small ruins are definitely similar to the original, and there is no difficulty. Just find someone from the guild to explore. Xu Yuan must be going to medium and large ruins. In fact, Xu Yuan has played until now, although he has so many good equipment, but in fact, compared to when he first played MC, I always feel like there's less fun. At that time, Xu Yuan, one of the pleasures in MC was exploring various ruins, because the income from the ruins is actually quite good, and it is like opening a blind box. At that time, if he could open an experience enchantment or a few diamonds, Xu Yuan would have to be happy for a long time. Then every time you explore the ruins, it's an adventure and every time it's thrilling. It's also fun exploring the ruins. After coming to this game, in order to develop faster, Xu Yuan did not have time to explore these ruins at all. After all, the things in the ruins were of little value to Xu Yuan. The opening of the relic system this time can finally make up for Xu Yuan's regret. Xu Yuan was thinking about it, and Ken suddenly came over and asked Xu Yuan, "Those guild leaders found me and said they wanted us to help clean up those monsters in their main city, and the price was good." In fact, these guild leaders found Ken shortly after the full server system sounded. It's just that Ken didn't have time to deal with them at that time, and he didn't tell Xu Yuan about it until he was idle now. After listening to Ken's words, Xu Yuan thought for a moment, and then asked, "What's going on in our chapters?" Ken sighed and shook his head. "It's all breached." Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. In fact, this was expected by Xu Yuan. After all, Xu Yuan had no way to separate, he could only save your city. But fortunately, there are no important materials on the branch side, just clean up the monsters and renovate them. I'll talk about my own family affairs when I'm done. Even if other guilds give more money, Xu Yuan will still give priority to cleaning up the places of his guild. As for the other guilds, it depends on Xu Yuan's mood, and Xu Yuan is not short of this money. Ken nodded after hearing this, and then said, "Then you can only clean it up yourself, do you have time?" Xu Yuan's three-way bomber is also only he can do, and Ken also knows that this thing can't just tell others how to do it. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard Ken's words. "I have to find time to come out if I don't have time, so what else can I do?" In fact, Xu Yuan could tell Ken about the practice. Ken's loyalty is unquestionable, but Ken is not an idler. Ken is much busier than Xu Yuan, and everything big and small in the guild is all in Ken. Ken naturally couldn't spare time to learn how this bomber did. And during the time when he explained to Ken, it is estimated that Xu Yuan can do a few well. Xu Yuan and Ken were chatting when they suddenly saw an idle player looking around in the main city. This player was not a member of the guild, and after he saw Xu Yuan, he immediately ran towards Xu Yuan excitedly. "Hello Steve, I have something I want to show you, you will definitely be interested." After this strange player saw Xu Yuan, he could be said to be extremely excited. Seeing this, Ken stopped the player in front of him and frowned. "This friend, who are you? Why should our boss look at your stuff?" The strange player saw that Ken stopped him, and suddenly said a little nervously, "I'm just a normal player, but I have some research on redstone." Before the player could finish speaking, Ken began to issue the eviction order. "I'm sorry, I'm sure you saw it too, we're busy right now and don't have time to look at your stuff." Xu Yuan looked at this strange player, and when Xu Yuan saw his ID, he was suddenly stunned. This player's ID is called Bright Moon Owner. This ID, Xu Yuan is still very familiar. The owner of this ID was a well-known upmaster who played MC in a previous life. He often shares some of the redstone buildings he has made on the website, and there are also some explanations of the principles. Xu Yuan also used to watch his videos to learn some redstone architecture. The owner of Minjiazhuang can also be regarded as a redstone boss in MC. Xu Yuan didn't expect to see the same ID in this game. Is it a coincidence? Because of this ID, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little curious about the Bright Moon Estate owner in front of him. Xu Yuan patted Ken and said, "You go get busy first." When Ken saw Xu Yuan say this, he was stunned at first. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan would actually waste time on this idle player. But since Xu Yuan had already said so, Ken was not good to say anything, so he left first. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw that Xu Yuan had left him behind. Then he looked at Xu Yuan and said cautiously, "Steve guy, I also like to study redstone, and I also made something that I think you should be able to use next siege." Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, nodded, and then said, "You can show it." After hearing that Xu Yuan agreed to see his work, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate was immediately excited. He immediately took out the square in his hand and began to do it, explaining as he did. "This machine I call redstone cannon. This redstone cannon requires very little material. The first is the need for 4 throwers, like this one placed on the ground." The owner of the Bright Moon Estate said as he placed the thrower on the ground. "Then, on this thrower in the back, put redstone torches and buttons. Then where there is an opening in front, put a half brick, and put a bucket of water behind the half brick. Put TNT inside each thrower. I don't have enough TNT here, so I only put one in each." When the owner of Minjiao said this, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He liked the redstone experiment very much, but because he was too poor, he had limited materials. "Fill the thrower in the order of right, center, left, top, otherwise you won't be able to throw it. It cost me a lot of ladders to figure out this order," the owner of the Bright Moon Estate said while placing the ladder over and over again. After getting these right, the owner of Minjiazhuang finally stopped. Then he walked to Xu Yuan and said, "Steve guy, I'm done, do you want to try it? By the way, you better let your guild members go away, I'm afraid of harming the innocent." Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner and smiled. This cannon that the owner of the Bright Moon Estate is making now, Xu Yuan has done before. Although this cannon has few consumables, it has a disadvantage. That is, after TNT is fired, it will explode in the air, not on the ground. Xu Yuanming knew that this ladder would not pose a threat to the guild players, but he still cooperated with the Bright Moon owner. He shouted at the players who were tinkering with the main city in front of him, "Everyone retreat away." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the guild players immediately withdrew. Seeing this, the owner of Minjiazhuang finally calmed doan, and then looked at Xu Yuandao with expectant eyes. "Steve guy, please." Xu Yuan stepped forward and pressed the button. A few seconds later, a TNT was launched by the launcher. Sure enough, as Xu Yuan expected, the TNT had not yet landed, and it exploded in the air. The Bright Moon Estate Lord was obviously very satisfied with the effect of this redstone cannon, and he looked at Xu Yuan expectantly. "I want to get an affirmation in Xu Yuan." Xu Yuan saw the expression of the Bright Moon owner and smiled. "Well, nice design." Hearing Xu Yuan's affirmation, the owner of Minjiazhuang was excited. "This design is certainly not comparable to the bomber you designed, Steve. This design requires 4 TNT ladders in one throw, and the consumables are too large. It would be much better if there were a device connection that could replicate TNT. I also saw your video of the big guy and suddenly thought of it." Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, thought about it, and said, "Why are you showing me the device you made? In this game, these redstone installations are still very strategic. Although it is explained that the redstone cannon made by the Moon owner is only the most basic version, it is actually enlightening for some players who can play redstone. And it's also useful. Anyone who has played this game knows that the most powerful game is redstone, and the most difficult to understand is redstone. And the value of these redstone installations is also great. I believe that if the Bright Moon Estate owner sells the method of making this device to the leaders of the major guilds, he should also be able to sell it at a relatively high price." But the owner of the Bright Moon Estate made this device directly in front of Xu Yuan without reservation, and patiently explained the principle of the device to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little confused about the meaning of the Moon Estate owner. Could it be that the Bright Moon Estate Lord was showing favor to Xu Yuan? When the Bright Moon owner heard Xu Yuan's words, he smiled as if he had been hit. I don't hide from you anymore. I actually found you just to learn from you about redstone. I'm really interested in redstone, and after seeing your bomber, I think you use redstone much better than me. Then the teacher has to pay some tuition, this is my tuition, and then I also researched some simple items categorized and so on. Although I know these things may not get into your eyes, I still want to gamble. Xu Yuan was still slightly surprised when he heard the words of the Bright Moon owner. He didn't expect that the owner of the Bright Moon in this game was also a fan of redstone. Is it really such a coincidence? However, it doesn't matter whether this Bright Moon owner is the Bright Moon owner in the previous life. What Xu Yuan can be sure of at present is that they all have one thing in common, that is, they are keen on redstone research. The words of the Minjiu Zhuang Lord were very sincere, and he did not detour, he just wanted to learn redstone from Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan listened to the words of the Bright Moon owner, he smiled and said, you yourself contact redstone, you also know that redstone this kind of thing, play well, for the game, but endless wealth. If I had taught you that you would be ungrateful, wouldn't I have lost a lot? Although it shows that the owner of the Moon Estate is very sincere, Xu Yuan still has to say the ugly things to the front. The benefits of this kind of thing as redstone cannot be measured by 3 or 2 gold coins. Take the 3-way bomber made by Xu Yuan K. This is something that many guilds dream of at the moment. Besides, the zombie pig spirit brush monster tower that Xu Yuan made before, plus the pig spirit trading center, this is equivalent to a money printing machine. Therefore, things related to redstone, that are of high value. When the Bright Moon Estate Lord heard Xu Yuan say this, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. Although Xu Yuan did not believe him, he did not blame Xu Yuan. These are indeed things that Xu Yuan needs to consider. After all, now he has asked for Xu Yuan and wants to worship a teacher. And he didn't have anything to give Xu Yuan. In this way, Xu Yuan is a loss. And Xu Yuan also had to bear the risk that he would be ungrateful after teaching him something. The Bright Moon Estate owner thought of this and said, well, let's sign a system treaty. You see, Xu Yuan was stunned when he heard the words of the Bright Moon owner. He didn't expect that the owner of Minjiu Zhuang actually wanted to sign a system treaty with him. Since this is the era of universal gaming, games are often about personal interests. In order to optimize the game environment and reduce fraud, each game will have a system treaty. If you breach the contract after signing a system treaty, if the nature is serious and the amount involved is huge, you will go to jail. The system sends all evidence and identification information of the person involved directly to the legal department. Like many studios and guilds are also signed system treaties. The conclusion of systematic treaties is also a guarantee for various transactions. When Xu Yuan was stunned, he saw that the Bright Moon Zhuang Lord had already drawn up the system treaty. He handed it to Xu Yuan and said, you see, if there is anything dissatisfied with, tell me, I will revise it. Xu Yuan took the system treaty handed over by the owner of the Bright Moon Estate, and was surprised when he saw the contents inside. Are you cruel enough for yourself? The penalty for breach of contract chosen by the system treaty signed by the owner of Bright Moon is the most serious punishment for players in the treaty. Once the system detects a default, the system will immediately cancel the player's account and add the player's identity information to all game blacklists. And depending on the amount of the violation, the corresponding prison sentence will also be imposed. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, the Bright Moon Estate Lord smiled and said, I won't break the contract anyway, so choose the most severe punishment to make you feel at ease. Xu Yuan listened to the words of the Bright Moon owner and smiled. Xu Yuan could already determine that the owner of the Bright Moon Estate did not have other intentions, and judging from his initiative to sign a system treaty, he doesn't have so many flowers and intestines, he is really interested in redstone and wants to study redstone. Xu Yuan thought of this and thought for a moment. In fact, Xu Yuan's subordinates just lacked such a person. Be faithful to yourself and know redstone. In fact, Xu Yuan's own understanding of Ongxi is not too comprehensive. Xu Yuan will only have some of the more popular redstone devices, and the more unpopular Xu Yuan has not known too much. And such a thing as redstone, the potential is infinite. As long as you are willing to study, there is nothing you can't figure out. The future world trend will definitely be dominated by redstone technology. Xu Yuan definitely didn't have time to study redstone at present. After all, there were still a lot of things to do now. But the road of redstone is definitely going to develop. Therefore, it is necessary to cultivate some redstone bigwigs who work for themselves. Anyone who has played MC knows what a terrifying existence a redstone big guy with the attributes of a liver emperor is. And the owner of the Bright Moon Estate is such a person. And after Xu Yuan has a simulation space, it is more convenient for the owner of Minjiu to study the redstone. Although the current Bright Moon Estate master will only be Fur, but from what he made, you can see that his potential is still there. Xu Yuan only needed to broadcast him a little, and he would definitely be able to make those shocking redstone devices. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he signed a contract with the owner of Minjiu Zhuang. When the owner of Minjiu Estate saw that Xu Yuan had signed a contract with him, he was immediately excited. Steve boss, no, it's master. Please advise me more in the future. Seeing the happy look of the Bright Moon owner, Xu Yuan also nodded and said with a smile, lots of advice. After Xu Yuan signed the contract with the Minjiu owner, he pulled the Minjiu owner into the Block People Guild. Then Xu Yuan took out the simulation space, gave the owner of Minjiu Zhuang a permission, and then said to him, Come in with me. When the owner of Minjiu Estate saw the simulated space that Xu Yuan put down, the whole person was stunned. He had always heard that Steve had a lot of treasures in his hands before, and this time he really saw the world. Under Xu Yuan's reminder, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang tentatively stepped into the entire space. After the darkness in front of him, when he opened his eyes again, he saw a huge space that was super flat. After Xu Yuan came in, he gave the owner of Minjiu Zhuang the permission to create a mode. Then said to him, "You open your backpack and take a look." When the owner of Minjiu heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately opened his backpack. I saw the backpack interface. In addition to my own backpack, there is a grass square-like icon in the next column. After the owner of Minjiu Zhuang opened the icon of the grass square, he saw the square full of screens in his backpack, and the whole person was stunned. This is. You can use all the blocks in this without restrictions. Xu Yuan explained. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, the owner of Minjiu Estate tentatively took out an iron piece from his backpack and put it in the backpack bar. Then he put the iron in front of him, and found that the iron in the backpack bar did not disappear. He immediately quickly swung several more, and the whole person was shocked. This. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate was so excited at this moment that he suddenly didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Do you still like the gift that Master gave you?" At this time, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate saw that this backpack could be used infinitely, and his eyes glowed with light. He has studied Redstone for so long, and naturally knows how significant this map is to Redstone's research. Previously, due to the limited conditions, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate actually knew very little about the Redstone device. Playing Redstone is actually a process that requires multiple experiments, understanding the characteristics of each device and then combining. The high research of the Redstone bosses is basically carried out in the creative mode. And this game did not have a creative mode before, so many people may think that it is just a simple circuit for Redstone. Even the think tanks invited by many guilds at a high price, due to limited conditions, their understanding of Redstone is only scratching the surface. If you give them a map of creative mode, those people brainstorm and definitely create a lot of powerful devices. Therefore, this simulation space is a treasure for those who like to study Redstone. It is a paradise. Hi. Loved it. I liked it so much. I will definitely not fail you. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate no longer knew what words to use to describe his excitement. Xu Yuan created such a good environment for him. He could only study the Redstone well and make all kinds of devices that Xu Yuan used. In this way, he can repay Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan heard the Bright Moon Estate owner say this, and said with a smile, "By the way, this map can fly, and it automatically hangs in the air after jumping." Xu Yuan reminded the Bright Moon owner while demonstrating to him. At this time, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate saw Xu Yuan hanging in midair, and the whole person was stunned. The owner of Minjiu Zhuang was suddenly a little stunned. At that moment, he felt that Xu Yuan was like a god. "Here, you can actually fly." After watching Xu Yuan fly, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate also tried to jump up. Sure enough, after jumping up, the whole body was suspended in midair. "You can really fly. You can actually fly." The owner of the Bright Moon is like a child who has found his beloved toy, laughing happily while spinning in the sky. And the blocks here can be easily destroyed with your hands. Even if you fall down, you won't be bloody, and in this map, you are invincible. Xu Yuan added. The Bright Moon Estate Lord was already immersed in the entire map at this time. "Master, you're too awesome, aren't you?" Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner and said with a smile. "Okay, aren't you going to learn technology from me?" When the Bright Moon owner heard this, he immediately landed from the sky, and then looked at Xu Yuan with expectant eyes, nodding quickly. Yes, Master, can you tell me how your TNT replicator is made?" "I can tell you the principle, but your redstone cannon doesn't use this TNT replicator." When the owner of Minjiu Zhuang heard Xu Yuan say this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. "Why, I see that the one you made can always be copied, and if it can be connected to my cannon, then there is no need to consume TNT. When Xu Yuan heard this, he shook his head and said, "My TNT replicator can only copy the already activated TNT, not the inactive, so every time the TNT replicated is activated, it will explode immediately, so there is no way to collect it." After hearing this, the Bright Moon Estate immediately understood what Xu Yuan meant. Because the principle of the TNT replicator is actually to charge the unconventional activation bit, use inactivated coral fans or energized rails to update TNT, while generating a TNT entity while maintaining the original TNT block. Therefore, the generated TNT is activated and about to explode, not the physical TNT block, so there is no way to collect it. Actually, your redstone cannon consumes so many shells because you push one of the ladders inside to fire, which costs 3 ladders. You can think about replacing the pushing power of the launcher with a piston and a block of slime, and then connect a funnel to the launcher. In this way, you only need to throw TNT into the funnel to complete a launch. The cannon that Xu Yuan said to the owner of Minjiu Zhuang was actually made by Xu Yuan himself. It is a semi-automatic device, the power is still very powerful, and it can be fired continuously. The frequency can also be adjusted, and there are few consumables. The reason why this device was not used in the defense of the city before was because the battlefield was limited. In a battlefield situation like defending the city, the efficiency of bombing at high altitude is the fastest. But if you want to help the club clean up the city, you can use this redstone cannon outside the city. The Bright Moon Estate Master took Xu Yuan's every word seriously and really wrote down. Then he began to take out the squares in his backpack and began to study them. Although Xu Yuan knew how to make an improved version of the redstone cannon, Xu Yuan did not directly show it to the owner of Minjiu Zhuang. Xu Yuan actually wanted to try the qualifications of the owner of the Bright Moon Zhuang. If what has been said is so clear, and the owner of the Bright Moon Estate still can't, it means that he is not this piece of material. Xu Yuan didn't have to bother to cultivate him. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate immediately began to pick up various squares and fiddle with them with great interest. Xu Yuan saw the enchanted appearance of the Bright Moon owner, so he did not disturb him and withdrew from the space alone. As soon as Xu Yuan came out here, he saw Ken waiting for him at the entrance. What is the origin of that Bright Moon Estate owner just now? How did you bring him in? Ken's impression of the owner of the Bright Moon Estate is not very good. After all, the origin is unknown and strange, so there will be some prejudice. He should be the redstone architect of our guild in the future, but whether he can do it depends on his own creation. Ken was surprised to hear Xu Yuan say this. He didn't expect that strange-looking person to get Xu Yuan's affirmation so quickly. However, since it is Xu Yuan's affirmative person, Ken has no doubts, and he believes that Xu Yuan will not look at the wrong person. What's waiting for me? Said Xu Yuan, looking at Ken. Ken nodded. Isn't it turning on the relics system? Do we need to send some people to explore? Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. Yes, you send more people to explore the small ruins and collect more medium-sized ruins key fragments for me. Ken nodded after hearing Xu Yuan's words, and then asked Xu Yuan. So what are your plans for later? Xu Yuan thought about it and said. Continue to clear the Twilight Forest. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was slightly surprised. At present, although the main city only needs to be renovated, the main city of the other chapters has been attacked by monsters. Now only Xu Yuan can have a way to clean up the main city. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, did not seem to have this plan, but was ready to continue exploring the Twilight Forest. When Ken heard this, he couldn't help but say a little helplessly. The main city of the chapter has not been cleared out, it depends on you. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled. The matter of the branch cleaning up the main city will be handed over to the owner of Minjiu Zhuang, and after he studies the device, you can go over with him to clean up. In fact, as long as the owner of the Bright Moon Estate can research the improved version of the redstone cannon, then it will be easy to clean up the main city. Just put a few cannons outside the main city. Although the redstone cannon is somewhat scrappy compared to the three-way bomber. However, the redstone cannon has few consumables and does not require high-altitude work, so it can be cleaned up outside the city. This also saves a lot of time. The entire Huaxia region is full of the main city of the Cube People Guild. Counting up, there are almost 20 large and small main cities. Although there are genetically modified underground pigs as transportation between the main cities, they can be reached quickly. But it still takes a long time to clean it all up. Xu Yuan definitely didn't have the time to clean up one by one. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken couldn't help frowning. Just let me go with him? Can he do it? Ken still didn't believe in the Bright Moon owner. And at this moment, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate suddenly walked out of the simulation space. After he saw Xu Yuan, he immediately ran over and shouted excitedly, Master, I made it. When Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. How many moments has it taken to study it? Let's go check it out. Xu Yuan said to Ken on the side as he walked. He knew that Ken still didn't trust the owner of the Bright Moon Estate, but that was understandable. If it weren't for this ID, Xu Yuan wouldn't have the idea of cultivating him. And Xu Yuan also understood that Ken was prejudiced against the owner of Minjiu because Ken was a little uncomfortable in his heart. It took a long time for Ken to gain Xu Yuan's trust, and Xu Yuan basically handed over all the big and small things in the guild to him. And now, suddenly a strange person came, so quickly gained Xu Yuan's trust, not to mention, Xu Yuan also called him to clean up such an important thing as the main city of other chapters. Ken must be unbalanced. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded and followed. After entering the simulation space, everyone saw various devices large and small in front of them. After the owner of the Bright Moon Estate came in, he immediately began to introduce him. These are experimental versions of the previous ones. Without counting. Look, this last one is a finished product. Xu Yuan and Ken followed the Bright Moon owner to the rightmost device. Xu Yuan glanced at the finished version of the Bright Moon Estate owner's device and smiled with satisfaction. Seeing that he really didn't look at the wrong person, this improved redstone cannon of the owner of Minjiu Zhuang has been almost perfected. Although there are some minor flaws, it is rare to be able to improve this device in such a short time. At this time, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate handed the ladder in his hand to Xu Yuandeo. Master, you try. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not take the ladder from the Minjiu Estate owner's hand, but motioned for the Minjiu Estate owner to hand it to Ken. Seeing this, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang immediately understood, so he handed the TNT ladder to Ken. Boss Ken, will you try it? Ken didn't really want to take it, but Ken also understood what Xu Yuan just meant. Xu Yuan's meaning was already obvious, that is, to let Ken try to accept the owner of Minjiu Zhuang. After Ken took the ladder handed over by the owner of the Bright Moon Estate, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate explained to Ken. Boss Ken, putting this TNT in this funnel next to it is equivalent to refilling. I have opened the device. After you reload, the cannon will be fired immediately. After Ken listened, he put the ladder into the redstone cannon according to the meaning of the owner of the Bright Moon. Ken just put the ladder into the funnel, and it wasn't long before he saw a ladder being launched. After being launched, TNT slid down a perfect parabola in the sky and fell to the ground in the distance, before exploding. Ken was surprised to see this, but he still endured it for the sake of face. Seeing Ken's expression, the owner of Minjiazhuang couldn't help but snicker on the side. Boss Ken, how is it? This redstone cannon is still powerful, right? Ken saw the Bright Moon owner ask this, and coughed lightly. Ahem. In general, there is no boss bomber powerful. Of course, how can I compare with the master? When Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. It's so good at. Xu Yuan saw that Ken was not so hostile to the owner of Minjiazhuang, and he was also much relieved. After all, in the future, the two of them will be their own right arms. If the two of them can't get used to me every day, I can't get used to you, and they pinch each other every day, then he definitely didn't have the heart to do things for Xu Yuan. After chatting with Ken for a few words, the owner of Minjiazhuang suddenly turned his head and asked Xu Yuandao, Master, can this cannon be used in the field? After Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon Lord, he shook his head and said, Your frequency is too slow, you are in this place, add a redstone repeater, you can adjust the frequency. And then here, remove the circuit here, and just use the dotted redstone here, so that it can be launched continuously. After Xu Yuan singled out these problems, the Bright Moon Estate owner immediately began to revise them. Seeing this, Xu Yuan pulled Ken aside. After the two came to the side, Ken was about to say something to Xu Yuan, but was interrupted by Xu Yuan. I understand what you're thinking, but I just want to tell you a word. There is a specialization in the art industry. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was first stunned, and then after thinking carefully, he understood what Xu Yuan meant. In fact, after the owner of the Bright Moon Estate appeared, Ken still had a sense of crisis, because he gained Xu Yuan's trust so quickly. And Xu Yuan also told him those redstone techniques. All of this gives Ken the illusion that one day, his place may be taken by someone. And Xu Yuan's words completely penetrated him. Ken is good at management, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate is good at redstone, each of them has something they are good at, and there will be no conflict between the two. What they have to do now is to give the best to what they are good at, to be able to assist Xu Yuan, and to serve Xu Yuan. When Ken thought of this, he had completely understood and said with relief, It's that I think too much. When Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he knew that he had understood what he meant, so he said, Well, then the matter of cleaning up the chapter will be left to you. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he withdrew from the simulation space. Then I came to the entrance of the Twilight Forest and jumped in. At present, the affairs of the guild are left to you, Ken, and the Bright Moon owner. And Xu Yuan himself is preparing to go to the lava swamp and meet the boss Hydra for a while. In fact, this time the monster siege of the city, although Xu Yuan saved the main city, he still lost a lot. After all, Xu Yuan only saved the main city, and the main city of those branches was all breached. Those chapters were also infused with Xu Yuan's painstaking efforts. Logically speaking, Xu Yuan actually did not have to be in such a hurry to step into the Twilight Forest again. The first thing should be to reorganize the main city of the guild first. But Xu Yuan did not do this. The main reason why Xu Yuan was so eager to continue exploring the Twilight Forest was because of the relationship between simulated space. The later use of the simulation space is very large, and it can bring great benefits to Xu Yuan, so the most important thing at present is to quickly expand the position of the simulation space, so that it can play its role earlier. But upgrading the simulation space requires diamond nuggets, emerald nuggets, iron nuggets, gold nuggets, and stones. Stones naturally needless to say, just build a stone brushing machine. And iron and gold nuggets Xu Yuan can be brushed. The hardest ones are diamond and emerald blocks. These two things, if they rely on mining or villager trading, come too slowly. The quickest way to get diamond and emerald blocks is to brush the puzzle sheep. Just give the puzzle sheep 16 colors of wool, and when the puzzle sheep wears it, it will turn into a dachshund sheep. Diamonds, emeralds, irons, etc. are then thrown to the player. So as long as you repeatedly collect 16 colors of wool, you can always brush diamond blocks and emerald blocks. But there is only one puzzle sheep in the Twilight Forest, judging by the urine nature of the game. This puzzle sheep will definitely only be rewarded once, and it should not be refreshed repeatedly unless the progress of the quest is refreshed again. At present, the progress of all copies is based on Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan has now passed the underground labyrinth and broken the enchantment of the Hydra. If Xu Yuan gave up this progress and came to brush the puzzle sheep, it would definitely be a loss. In this way, when the time comes to re-enter the copy, the progress will return to the beginning, and Xu Yuan will have to start playing again from Naga. So the best way at present is for Xu Yuan to quickly clear the Twilight, and then you can come in and brush the puzzle sheep without restrictions. So if you want to quickly expand the simulation space, you still have to clear the Twilight Forest first. However, some of the bosses behind actually seem to be okay except for the drops of the Hydra and the Ice Queen that are somewhat important to Xu Yuan. Hydra's drops are Hydra's steak, hot blood, and Hydra's loot. Hydra's steak is undoubtedly the best food besides golden apples at the moment, and the recovery blood volume and hunger level are high. Blazing blood plus iron ingots can turn into blazing iron ingots. Blazing iron ingots can synthesize blazing iron sleeves, which are still very powerful. The armor is a little taller than the diamond set, and it also has a burning effect. The blazing iron cover is still a very good armor cover at present. There is also the loot of Hydra, and Xu Yuan guessed that Hydra's loot may be able to advance the MN to the Great Snake MN. But this is just his guess, and he will try it again after killing Hydra. Therefore, at present, Xu Yuan's demand for Hydra's dropped objects is still there. On the Ice Queen's side, some of the items dropped can also be called artifacts in the Twilight Forest. The Ice Queen is mainly a drop weapon. There are 4 bows and 2 swords. The 4 types of bows are the 3-shot bow, the tracking bow, the ice bow, and the ender bow. A 3-shot bow, as the name suggests, is the ability to fire 3 arrows at a time, and will only consume all the arrows, but recycling can only recycle the arrows all the time. In other words, if the bow is full, this 3-shot bow can shoot 30 damage at a time. Although the 3-shot bow fires 3 arrows at once, it is still a single attack, not a group attack. However, for the damage of 30 points of the full bow, this is already a very powerful existence. Tracking the bow, the arrows fired by the normal bow fly faster and more powerful, and the arrows will automatically look for the nearest creature in the orbit as targets. The cold ice bow, without much introduction, is also a bow with its own deceleration. There is also the ender bow, which will switch positions with the creature after hitting it. The 2 swords dropped by the Ice Queen are the ice sword and the glass sword. The ice sword and ice bow have similar performance, with a damage bonus of 7.5 and an additional deceleration effect. The glass sword can be described as the sword with the highest attack power at present, and the glass sword has a terrifying 40 attacks. However, the glass sword is very brittle, basically shattered with a few cuts. These weapons dropped by the Ice Queen, Xu Yuan must get them. After all, these weapons are all artifacts for now. However, in the Twilight Forest, there is also an artifact that can be obtained without killing the boss. This artifact can be said to be very powerful, with an attack power of 10 points, and can also destroy the terrain. This artifact chain hammer, but crafting this requires a knight's iron ingot. Knight iron bars only have chests or hermit crabs to obtain armor fragments to synthesize. Xu Yuan must get these artifacts in the Twilight Forest, so naturally the sooner he clears the Twilight Forest, the better. Xu Yuan recalled these artifacts while stepping into the lava swamp. Just after stepping into the lava swamp, Xu Yuan felt a heat wave hit. I only felt the dust floating around after the items were burnt. If Xu Yuan hadn't broken the seal and come to this lava swamp, as soon as he stepped into the swamp, the high temperature of the swamp would have caused him to spontaneously combust. After coming to the lava swamp, Xu Yuan had only walked long ago and saw the semicircular cave in front of him. And in the cave is the boss Hydra stationed in this lava land. Although it is called Hydra, it actually has 3 heads. It looks a bit like a 3-headed Diplodocus. Hydra is dark blue all over, and the scales on its body exude a wonderful luster. The 6 eyes on the 3 heads emitted a dark red evil light. Hydra is actually one of the more difficult monsters in these bosses. None of Hydra's heads have the corresponding skills. It will breathe fire, it will spit flame bombs, it will tear. And the most difficult point is that when Hydra is not attacking, it is immune to catapults. So at this time, the bow and arrow, as well as the dusk scepter in Xu Yuan's hand, shooting it from a long distance is useless. However, for Xu Yuan, the Hydra is not difficult to entangle, and Xu Yuan has long thought of a way to overcome it. In fact, the designer of the mod of the Twilight Forest has long subconsciously told everyone how to fight this boss. The designers set Hydra to be immune to catapults, and Hydra can breathe fire and flame projectiles, all of which are ranged skills. Therefore, when the designer was designing, he was already telling everyone that this boss was to fight with it closely. As long as you get closer to Hydra, Hydra's fire breathing and flame bomb skills are easy to hide. Just use the position to avoid the bite. Then it's time to attack its mouth. Because every Hydra attack opens its large mouth, and only when it opens its mouth, it is not immune to catapult attacks. So, the mouth is Hydra's weak point. Xu Yuan only needed to stick to the Hydra, move in position, and then when the Hydra opened its mouth, he attacked its mouth with the dusk staff. As for the problem of being easily bitten after close range, the shield staff can completely solve it. In fact, there is also one of the easiest ways to kill Hydra, that is, drink fire resistance potions. But the potion can't be brought in, so it can only be made in the copy. And to make potions, you need hell wards, and you definitely can't go to hell in the copy. So there is no way to make a potion. Therefore, the mechanics of the dungeon also make these most convenient killing methods come to naught, which also increases the difficulty of the dungeon. Xu Yuan looked at the amount of blood of the Hydra above his head. Hydra's HP is not high, it is also 5,000. With the support of drawing swords and various scepters, it is still very simple to kill Hydra with 5,000 HP. After Xu Yuan approached Hydra, he put a shield on himself. After Hydra discovered Xu Yuan, one of its heads immediately opened its mouth towards Xu Yuan and spewed fire. Xu Yuan saw the opportunity and immediately switched the dusk scepter against the flames, aiming at the big mouth of the Hydra was a shelling. After a few ender pearl shells blasted over, Hydra was immediately knocked out of 100 HP. Such an attack is still optimistic, after all, it is a weakness attack. Xu Yuan took advantage of the time of the shield to quickly approach the Hydra and came under the Hydra. At this time, you only need to keep a certain distance from the Hydra, and that's it. Hydra continued to spray flame bombs. But because Xu Yuan was close to Hydra, these flame bombs couldn't hit Xu Yuan at all. As soon as Xu Yuan glanced at the timing, he was output to the big mouth of the Hydra. But Hydra couldn't do anything about Xu Yuan. After Hydra's 2 long-range head skills ran out, he immediately lowered his third head and prepared to bite Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan had long expected this move, and unhurriedly switched the shield scepter to put a shield on himself. Then he replaced it with a sword, and aimed it at the mouth of the head that was lowered and bitten. Since the mouth is the weakness of Hydra, Xu Yuan's every slash has reached the SSS rating. Each time it deals 16 damage, it doubles the amount of health in the mouth when you add an attack. It can hit 32 damage points at a time, plus the speed of drawing the sword is fast. One of the heads of the Hydra bowed his head for a few seconds, and he was cut off by Xu Yuan by more than 300 blood volumes. Under Xu Yuan's steady attack, Hydra had no power to fight back at all. The weakness of the Hydra is that it is too large and bulky, so as long as you get close to it and then take the opportunity to attack the head, it is easy to kill it. And when Xu Yuan brushed Hydra alone, on the side of the overworld, great progress has also been made. Not long after Xu Yuan gave suggestions for improvement, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang finally made an improved version of the redstone cannon. Now this version of the redstone cannon is much more powerful than the one just now. The attack frequency and attack distance of the improved redstone cannon can now be adjusted, and the consumables are also a little less than just now. It's also incredibly easy to do. Ken, will you try again? Shouted to Ken on the side. When Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he immediately frowned. What are you calling me? The owner of the Bright Moon saw Ken's expression and laughed. Shout you Ken, what? Wrong shout. When Ken heard this, he was immediately unhappy. Hey, you smelly boy, what about Two Faces? Shouting me boss Ken in front of the boss, and calling the boss by his first name behind his back. When the Bright Moon Estate Lord heard this, he shrugged his shoulders and said, just calling you the boss didn't give you face. Then I thought, Steve is my master, and then Steve is your boss. How can I have a higher status than you? After all, you look older than me, and I'm too much to suffer for you to call me the boss, so I'll suffer a little bit of a loss. When Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he only had one thought in his heart. That is, this kid owes a beating? Ken immediately rolled up his sleeves and walked towards the Bright Moon owner. Let me, an old man, teach you today what social sinister is. Seeing this, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang immediately hugged his head and began to beg for mercy. Boss Ken, raise your noble hand. Ken saw the appearance of the Bright Moon owner and instantly laughed. After seeing Ken laugh, the owner of Minjiu village stood up and stretched out his right hand towards Ken. Boss Ken, I will give more advice in the future. Just now the owner of the Bright Moon Estate did that. In fact, it was the owner of the Bright Moon Estate who took the initiative to find the next step to resolve the relationship between the two. Although Xu Yuan has already made it very clear to Ken, if Ken only accepts the owner of Minjiu because of Xu Yuan, there will be a gap between them in the future. Because Ken has never regarded the owner of Minjiu Zhuang as his own. Only when Ken accepts the owner of Minjiu from the bottom of his heart, the two can be Xu Yuan's right arms. Ken saw the Bright Moon owner reaching towards him and hesitated for a moment. Then he handed his left hand over. More advice in the future. The two finally shook hands this time and made peace. Ken was satisfied with the effect of the cannon after trying the redstone cannon, so the two decided to choose a more advanced chapter main city to do a field experiment. The two rode the genetically modified pig through the underground passage to the main city of the branch, and the two were surprised to see the scene in front of them. A well-equipped player stands on an obsidian-built platform above the club's main city, where stands a Hellgate frame. This player shuttles back and forth through the gates of hell, bringing a bucket of magma to the ground every time he comes out. This scene in front of him directly stunned Ken and the owner of Minjiu Zhuang. This player can be described as very smart, belonging to the type of courage and resourcefulness. I can think of building a Hellgate in the air, so that as long as there is an iron barrel, there is wireless magma. In this way, it is only a matter of time before the magma toppings and destroys these monsters below. And throughout the monsters in the main city, not a single withered or ranged monster was seen. It must have been cleaned up by this player beforehand. One person can clean up the monsters in the entire main city, and it can be said that the strength of this player is very strong. While Ken and the owner of the Bright Moon Estate were observing this player, the mysterious player high in the sky also saw them. The eyes of the two sides met, and a smell of gunpowder immediately appeared. Although this game does not currently have a PvP mode, it will also encounter monster robbery in the wild. Players will have some spats, and some vengeful ones will even secretly follow each other to find each other's home and raid their homes to take revenge. This mysterious player obviously thinks that Ken and the owner of Bright Moon are here to rob the monster. After all, there are not many people who dare to approach the fallen main city, and those who dare to come here want to make some benefits here. Ken also saw the mystery player's concerns, and was about to say something when he heard the mysterious player speak. I'm chartering this place, get out of the way. Ken and the Bright Moon owner were shocked when they heard the mysterious player's words. It was not that his words surprised Ken and the Bright Moon owner, but his voice. The voice just now is obviously the voice of a girl? Ken and the owner of the Bright Moon heard this girl's voice and looked at each other. None of them expected that a girl would be so powerful that she could clear out a fallen main city alone. When the owner of Minjayo saw this, he said sourly, "Why are there still people playing she-males?" The reason why the owner of Minjayo Zhuang said this was just that he didn't want to admit that this girl was stronger than himself, so he deliberately said her she-male number. Ken, on the other hand, did not understand the meaning of the Bright Moon owner at all, and naturally did not give him the slightest step. This game identity is bound, there is no way to play she-male. When the owner of Minjayo Estate heard Ken's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. "You're not a good man at all." When Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he immediately understood, and laughed. "Are you jealous that other girls play better than you?" Seeing this, the owner of Minjayo Zhuang immediately forcibly explained. "I didn't put my mind on this, I'm a brain player, okay?" Ken will let the Bright Moon owner and the two talk, and the girl can't help but speak. "Hey, did you hear that?" Ken saw that the girl was a little impatient, so he spoke. "Brother, this beauty, the area you are in now is the main city of the branch of our Cube Man Guild, and I am the vice president of the Block People Guild. This area is logically our block people, and we're thankful for helping us get rid of so many monsters. We can pay you accordingly, but when it comes to getting out of the way, I think it's you who should get out of the way." Ken's personality is like this, he has always been very serious, and to put it bluntly, he is a bit straight. The owner of the Bright Moon Estate heard what Ken said, and his eyes were full of sympathy when he looked at Ken. "Brother, you deserve to be single." The girl was stunned when she heard Ken's words. After thinking about it, he said, "I've been busy for so long, wouldn't it be cheap for you? These monsters are my fancy first, so many of you main cities have to grab this one with me. Anyway, if you all have to clean it out, I should help you, and walk slowly." The girl's attitude is also very resolute, and the tone is also cold, giving people an unapproachable feeling. When Ken heard the girl's words, he immediately frowned. "Then you're welcome, owner, the redstone cannon is set up?" Seeing this, the owner of Minjayo Zhuang was stunned. He didn't expect Ken to be able to be a straight man like this. This is to directly bombard the girl? Originally, it was more difficult to meet a girl in the game, and it was even more difficult to meet a high play girl. At this time, a high play girl appeared in front of her, and Ken was about to bomb the girl if she was unhappy. The owner of Minjayo Zhuang hurriedly stopped him. "Don't make it." When Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he was extremely puzzled. "I have already persuaded me that she won't get out of the way, and we can't slow us down because of her." When the owner of the Bright Moon Estate heard this, he patted Ken, signaled him to be calm, and then said, "Now we and her all have the same purpose, to clean up these monsters. It's just that the starting point is different. We are here to clear the city, and she is here to get the loot of these monsters. Wouldn't it be nice to talk to her about choosing a compromise method? Why do you have to be so fertat?" After hearing the words of the Bright Moon owner, Ken calmed down and thought about it, and also felt that his words made sense. In fact, Ken is mainly unhappy with the tone of the girl. However, from the girl's point of view, Ken's words also seem to be about to rob the monster, so there are some misunderstandings on both sides. "Then you tell her, I can't make sense with her," Ken said. The owner of the Bright Moon saw that Ken was made sense, so he said to the girl, "Actually, we're here to clean up these monsters, but we have a quicker way than you. You see if this works, you come first, let's deal with these monsters. We don't want the loot of the monsters, all for you." The girl heard the words of the Bright Moon Lord, hesitated for a moment, and said, "What's the quicker way for you?" When the owner of the Bright Moon Estate heard that the sister did not directly refuse, he knew that he was already half successful. Then he said, "I'll show you." Speaking of this, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate was about to make the redstone cannon, but was stopped by Ken. Ken looked at the Bright Moon owner with an incredulous look and said, "Are you stupid? Don't she see it all when you do this?" When the Bright Moon owner heard this, he immediately stopped. Indeed, if it is made directly like this, then the girl must have seen the production method, so that the owner of the Bright Moon Estate has defaulted. The owner of Minjayo Zhuang was immediately distressed. So what now? Ken thought for a moment, not really knowing what to do. This device must not be visible to outsiders, so the only way to do it now is for them to choose another city to clean up. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be a shame? Just vow to let others get out of the way, but in the end, he took the initiative to get out of the way. Just when Ken and the owner of Akatsuki were thinking of countermeasures. I only heard the girl sneer. "Humph, can't tell? Aren't you trying to trick me down? Your President Steve is here today, please don't move me." Ken and the Bright Moon owner both frowned when they heard the sister's words. The owner of Minjayo Zhuang originally said that he wanted to solve it peacefully because he was a sister and played the game well. But she didn't expect this girl to be so arrogant, as if others owed her. This was originally the land of the Cube People Guild, and she was an outsider here, but her attitude was like a city lord. When Ken heard the girl's words, she couldn't help but feel a little funny. "I don't rare the loot of these monsters at all, I just want to destroy these monsters quickly and clean up the main city. And that girl is like treating the loot of these monsters as a treasure." Seeing this, Ken didn't want to say anything more to the sister, so he said to the Bright Moon owner, "You start loading the redstone cannon, you block the fuselage with blocks, leaving only the muzzle, so she can't see what the device looks like. We don't have to waste time with her, there are many things, there is not so much spare time to play with her." When the owner of Minjiu saw Ken say this, he did not dissuade him anymore. After all, he had already shown his favor just now, and the girl still had that attitude, so there was no need to say anything more. Okay, I'll try. After the owner of the Bright Moon Estate finished speaking, he began to stir. A few minutes later, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate had finished the device. Only the part of the launcher that launched the TNT is exposed, and the internal structure has been completely blocked by blocks. After getting it done, the owner of Minjiu Zhuang patted Ken and said, "Switch you come to press. I don't want to be told of beating women." Seeing this, Ken couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, "I can't beat a woman without your device, you are called an accomplice." After Ken finished speaking, without the slightest hesitation, he turned on the switch. The placement of TNT on the funnel of the unit then begins. TNT entered the transmitter through the funnel and was immediately launched. After drawing a perfect arc from the sky, it immediately fell into the monster pile in the center of the main city. With a bang, the monsters around TNT were cleaned up in an instant. At this time, the girl above the main city was stunned when she saw this. She never expected that these two people would actually start throwing ladders directly towards this side. Before the girl could react to what was going on, another TNT immediately flew over. And the direction in which this TNT landed was the platform where this girl was. The girl was stunned when she saw this, and she immediately ran towards the Hell Gate. The girl had just stepped into the gate of hell with her front foot, and she heard a bang. Then it was dark. And at this moment, the full server system rang. Congratulations to the owner of Minjiu Zhuang for winning the title. I also hit a woman. Full server PvP system is turned on. PvP system introduction. Players can turn on the peace state or PvP state. Players who have peace on cannot attack each other. Players who have PvP enabled can attack each other without increasing their hatred value. Players who turn on the PvP state will generate hate points when they attack and play in the peaceful state. The hatred value reaches 50, and the blood satiety is halved. When the hatred value reaches 100, the blood satiety becomes 1. Players with hatred points receive double player damage. Honor points are awarded for killing players with hatred points. Killing monsters eliminates hatred with a ratio of 100:1. Minjiu Zhuang and Ken were both stunned when they saw these all-server systems. At this time, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate was full of question marks. "No, you pressed the switch, you filled the ammunition, how come I killed it?" When Ken heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he immediately laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, I also play women, this title is good, very cool." The owner of the Bright Moon Estate couldn't help but roll his eyes and complained. "Is there a problem with this system detection?" Ken frowned after looking at the introduction of the PvP system. "This PvP system should have been triggered because we killed that girl, right?" The owner of Minjiu Zhuang also nodded after hearing this. "It should be. This is troublesome. After this PvP system is turned on, it will not be peaceful in the future." Ken was about to say something when he received a message from Xu Yuan. "This PvP system, you two came up with." As soon as Xu Yuan saw the system message, he guessed that this system was made by Ken. "Yes. Killed a girl with TNT, and it came out. Will it have any effect?" Ken replied. In fact, killing a girl is nothing for Ken, but what Ken is most afraid of is that after this PvP system is turned on, it will have an impact on the guild. After all, after the PvP system is turned on, there will definitely be many players who like to kill and cross goods. Xu Yuan thought while dealing with the Hydra. At present, if the PvP system is turned on, the impact on Xu Yuan is not great. After all, Xu Yuan's current equipment, no one can kill him. But for the players in the guild, it should have an impact. Players know that the players of the Cube Man Guild are well equipped, and there will be some people who look at their equipment. If you are targeted by a group of people, it is very troublesome. However, this PvP system must be turned on sooner or later. It's good to start early, and it's time for guild players to hone their skills. It is useless to fight monsters alone, monsters are dead, and people are alive. After learning how to deal with players, your own thinking will be broader. Xu Yuan thought of this and replied to Ken. There is no impact, let the people of the guild pay attention to it when they go out in the future. Then let them all compete with each other and practice their hands. After the PvP system is turned on, I don't expect the next guild battle to be as peaceful as the last time. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken frowned. Indeed, as Xu Yuan said, after turning on PvP mode, not only will the guild battles be less peaceful, now the guilds may not be peaceful. Previously, because there was no PvP mode, everyone developed independently. With PvP mode, the guilds may not get along in this peaceful mode. You know, the benefits of the battlefield are far more than the next copy or something. At this time, the leaders of the major guilds were also thinking about these things like Ken. PvP mode is on, we should be able to turn over. Doesn't fighting depend on people? The number of people in the Cube People Guild doesn't seem to be particularly large, right? It seems that the guild ranking is going to be reshuffled. After the system prompts the PvP system to turn on, the world channel can be said to have exploded. These idle players had just endured a wave of monster sieges that displaced them. Now there's another PvP system, isn't that even worse? This still keeps civilian players from playing. It's good to add PvP, everyone can grow faster by consulting with each other. Hey, be careful in the wild in the future. It seems that you can't be too swaggering in the future, and if you are targeted by others, then it's over. I feel that Steve is so dangerous, his equipment. Who has ever hit Steve, boss? I'm not afraid of one-on-one, I'm afraid of being besieged. No matter how strong Steve is, he can fight 10, can he still fight 100? Yes, although the risk of killing Steve is fighting, the benefits are also high. It is estimated that many people want to try it. After Ken and the owner of Minjiao accidentally turned on the PvP system this time, it can be said that it has an impact on the situation of the entire game. After all, where there are many people, there are many right and wrong, and because there was no PvP mode before, everyone seemed to be very peaceful. But these pieces are helpless peace, and the underneath peace has long been surging. The major guilds have long been unconvinced by the fact that the Cube Man Guild ranks first. But the way to improve their strength before was only to brush copies, and they couldn't brush them, so they had to find Xu Yuan to buy the strategy in a low voice. Now with PvP mode, it's different, and the best way to quickly improve the equipment of guild players is to kill and cross the goods. After all, killing a person, not to mention all the equipment on the body, even the contents of the backpack can be all burst out. Therefore, the benefits of killing are still very large. After the PvP mode is turned on, many people regard the Cube People Guild as a piece of fat. After all, there was no PvP before, and no one had ever fought each other. Moreover, many people also feel that only Xu Yuan is more powerful in the square people. Others are well equipped, and not necessarily very powerful. After seeing the PvP system turned on, the presidents of each association had already begun to make their own calculations. This monster siege caused them to suffer heavy losses, and the fastest way to recover blood was to grab other people's equipment. So they all set their sights on the members of the Cube Man Guild. At present, only the Cube Man Guild has successfully defended the monster siege and also saved the main city. Many of the elite members of the Cube People Guild are also supported by equipment. Just aim at these elite group members, and that is definitely killing one to earn one. If they could kill Xu Yuan once, then they would definitely make a profit. Their current mentality is that they are barefoot and not afraid to wear shoes. The leaders of the major guilds immediately began to instruct the people below to take action. Under the bombardment of the redstone cannon, Ken and the owner of Minjiao Zhuang quickly cleaned up the monsters in the entire main city of the chapter. After Ken and the owner of Minjiao Estate cleaned up the main city of this chapter, they called the branch president to take over the next thing. They finished dismantling the redstone cannon and prepared to move on to the next chapter. And the girl who had just been sent back to the birthplace by them was completely exploded at this moment. She immediately sent a message to her good brother, who had always spoiled her. Brother, I'm being bullied. The sister's good brother replied immediately after seeing the sister's news. Say, who dares to bully you? The girl replied immediately. Ken of the Cube People Guild, and a man named the Lord of the Bright Moon. They robbed me and bummed me with TNT, and I was completely gone. When the sister's good brother heard the sister's words, he did not consider the authenticity of the matter, but directly turned on the sister protection mode. Block people, right? I have long seen that they are not good. Just open PvP, go, brother, go and get justice for you. At this time, Xu Yuan did not know that when he hit Hydra, so many things happened outside. Naturally, they didn't know that the guilds already regarded the people of the Cube People Guild as prey. Xu Yuan continued to slash the Hydra steadily. With the last SSS rating attack coming down, Hydra finally bottomed out of his HP and fell. The full server system announcement also followed. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the boss Hydra first kill. At this time, all the players of the World Channel were surprised when they saw this system prompt. This system prompts how long it is after defending the city. Xu Yuan killed another boss. What kind of perverted speed is this? Fighting a boss is like killing a mob. I didn't expect this. Steve Boss plays the game like a game. It's aptly described. I feel that the big guy is so busy, and I haven't been idle for a while. The reward for the first kill is still the title deed and gold coins, and there is no change. However, Hydra is still as explosive as the previous Lich King and Naga. The hot blood burst 4 bottles, Hydra's meat chops exploded 3, and also exploded the heads of 4 Hydra, and the loot of 1 Hydra. Xu Yuan was surprised when he saw the head of the Hydra that erupted from the ground. Although the loot of the Hydra is also the head of the Hydra, the head that bursts out is different from the loot. The bursting head is smaller than the Hydra trophy. Xu Yuan remembered that in the original MC, there was no such thing as Hydra's head in Hydra's drops. When Xu Yuan saw the head of this Hydra, he immediately thought of its usefulness. If Xu Yuan guessed correctly, the head of the Hydra should be the item needed to synthesize the Great Snake Gate. After Xu Yuan put away these loot, he went to Naga to save a file, and then returned to the main city. He was ready to try his guess. After all, the best melee weapon at the moment is this sword. Being able to elevate nature is the best. After Xu Yuan returned to the main city, Xu Yuan came to the room and began to ponder how to upgrade the Iman to a big snake Iman. In MC, to upgrade the Iman to a large snake Iman requires the Iman to complete more than 1000 chops, repair times greater than or equal to 10, and add 1000 glorious souls to synthesize the great snake Iman by adding the radiant soul fragment and the radiant soul orb. 1000 chops is fine, but if the number of repairs is greater than or equal to 10, it is equivalent to 10 Naga scales. Xu Yuan's current number of repairs is 3, and he has repaired it several times with scales before. To reach 10, you still need 7 scales, and it seems that if you want to upgrade the level, you can only let the guild people brush Naga. Hydra burst out 4 blazing blood for Xu Yuan, which was originally enough to make a pair of blazing iron boots. But Xu Yuan did not do it for the time being, because Xu Yuan remembered the method of making the radiant soul orb needed to ascend to the Great Snake Gate. It is necessary to add iron ingots and Yao Soul fragments to synthesize Yao Soul iron ingots, and then burn them to become radiant soul orbs. However, it is not currently possible to synthesize the soul orb, but coincidentally, hot blood and iron ingots can synthesize blazing iron ingots, which is very similar to the soul-burning iron ingot. So Xu Yuan guessed that perhaps the synthesis of the Great Snake Gate needed a hot iron ingot. At present, the materials are not enough to upgrade the Great Snake Gate, so Xu Yuan put the materials up for the time being. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. Who is Ken, and the owner of the Bright Moon Estate? Give it all to me. At this time, in the main city of the Cube People Guild, a group of players suddenly broke in. This group of players has good equipment, and basically has diamond suits on them. The weapons in his hand are also enchanted diamond swords. This group of players is led by 2 players, 1 male and 1 female. The male player is called Xia Feng, and the female player is called Xia Yu. And this Xia Yu is the female player killed by Ken and the owner of Bright Moon before. And next to her is her good brother, Xia Feng. This guild is broken like this, no wonder they want to rob Xiao. Sister Yu helped them clean up the main city, they still don't know how to do it. Isn't anyone in charge of this guild? We've been standing for half a day and haven't seen anyone come out to say a word. As soon as this group of players stepped into the main city of the Cube Man Guild, they began to speak out. At first, the players of the Cube Man Guild thought they were idle players and didn't care. After all, the main city of the Cube People Guild is open to everyone, and it is not unusual for idle players to come over. At this moment, Xia Yu shouted loudly, "Who is Ken, and the owner of the Bright Moon Estate? Give it all to me." Xia Yu's arrogant tone immediately fell on the ears of the guild members. The members of the guild were all busy with their own affairs, and after hearing Xia Yu's words, they immediately gathered and surrounded the group of players. "Who are you? How do you speak? Boss Ken is also something you can shout casually. Boy, pay attention to your tone, the place where you are standing now is the main city of our cube people. Who are you, TM, to make trouble here? What's your attitude? Can you figure out your position?" When the members of the guild heard this Summer Wind player's tone so arrogant, they immediately returned the color. After all, this is the main city of the Cube People Guild, how can you let an idle player shout here? As soon as everyone from the Cube People Guild gathered, the smell of gunpowder suddenly rose. The two sides also immediately quarreled. At this time, Xu Yuan heard the noise outside, and also walked out of the room. When the members of the guild saw Xu Yuan come out, they all immediately gathered towards Xu Yuan. "Boss, you're back. Boss Steve, when you came back, we don't know. Boss, did we make a noise with you?" Xu Yuan looked like the guild gathered and asked. "What's going on, so noisy?" Before the players could explain to Xu Yuan, they saw Xia Feng and Xia Yu push away the players of the Block People Guild and walk in front of Xu Yuan. Lifting his chin, he said to Xu Yuan with an arrogant face like a punk, "You're Steve, the leader of the Cube Man Guild, right?" When Xu Yuan saw Xia Feng's appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. This summer wind is like this, and there are two words written on his face, pretending. Xu Yuan glanced at Xia Feng, and guessed that it was estimated that Xia Feng's group of people came to make trouble, so he didn't continue to pay attention to him. After all, this kind of character can't be committed by Xu Yuan himself. After Xu Yuan glanced at Xia Feng, he did not give him any more pictures, but asked the players of the guild, "Hasn't Ken come back yet?" Generally, this kind of thing is done by Ken, so Xu Yuan asked curiously. Boss Ken and Minjiu Zhuang went to clean up the main city of the other chapters. Hearing this, Xu Yuan nodded and said while walking towards his residence, "Got it, go your own way, don't gather here." At this time, Xia Feng, who was on the side, saw that Xu Yuan did not answer his question the whole time, and regarded himself as if he were air. "I suddenly felt that my face could not hang up." At this time, the other players accepted by Xia Feng also shouted, "Hey, our boss is talking to you. Ask you if you're Steve, can't you hear? What kind of attitude do you have, do you know who our boss is?" Xia Feng saw that his subordinates were booing, and he was more angry, so he directly rushed forward and pulled Xu Yuan and said, "Did you hear that? I ask you." The moment Xia Feng's hand touched Xu Yuan immediately withdrew the gate in his hand and swung towards Xia Feng. Xu Yuan concentrated his strength on his wrist and forcefully pushed the tip of the knife upwards. Xia Feng was immediately picked up by the sword chi that Xu Yuan had punched. A gorgeous combo ensued. Xia Feng didn't have the power to fight back at all, and he was already at the bottom when he was still in the sky. And from the time Xia Feng's hand touched Xu Yuan to his death, it was only 3 seconds. At this time, the group of players who followed the summer wind to find fault were all frozen. It wasn't until they saw that Xia Feng's equipment was all exploded that they realized that Xia Feng was dead, and Xia Yu on the side's whole eyes were about to pop out. She originally wanted to find Xia Feng to help her vent her anger, but Xia Feng died under the knife so quickly. The players under Xia Feng only felt that their scalps were numb, and they all gasped. What just happened? Sister Xiao. What to do now? What kind of weapon is he? In just a few seconds, the attitude of Xia Feng's subordinates changed from arrogance to fear. This group of players is actually good in technology, otherwise the equipment would not be so good. And Xia Feng, who is the leader among them, is naturally the most skilled among them. The method of cleaning up monsters by Xia Yu before was also learned from Xia Feng. And the most skilled among them did not live more than 3 seconds under this Steve's knife. After Xu Yuan killed Xia Feng, he looked at the group of players expressionlessly. After the group of players accepted by Xia Feng saw Xu Yuan's expression, they were all in a panic, and they were afraid that Xu Yuan would take them next time. At this time, Xia Yu stood up, and she stepped forward with some trembling, and said in a hushed voice, "You, as a guild leader, you actually play sneak attack. Sure enough. The people in your guild are all virtuous. There are skills. Just single out my brother." At this time, Xia Yuming knew that the defeat was decided, but he was still hard-mouthed. When Xu Yuan heard Xia Yu's words, he smiled. He ignored Xia Yu's words, but wiped his knife and said, "Gee, it's time to wash this knife." When everyone in the Cube People Guild heard Xu Yuan's words, they couldn't help but scream, "Sister, let me help you translate. Our boss means that killing your brother is dirty my knife. Ha 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 ha, the boss is too ruthless, but I like it. I'm locked, do you match? It's not a grade person. Well, if he doesn't take the initiative to touch the boss will be too lazy to start. If you don't want to die, get out of here." Xu Yuan's words pierced into Xia Yu's heart like a thorn. No one has spoken to her like this since she was a child, and even when she comes to the game, she is also a goddess sought after by everyone. Unexpectedly, Xu Yuan didn't even look at her, and also said that killing her brother was dirty his own knife. Xia Yu immediately became angry, turned on the PvP mode, and rushed towards Xu Yuan with his sword. Seeing this, Xu Yuan frowned after dodging Xia Yu's attack with a back jump. "I don't hit women." Xu Yuan is telling Xia Yu to let her stop being bored with herself. The matter will end here, they can just go directly. And at this time, the summer rain, where can you still hear it? She just wants to vent her anger and get back on the ground. Just when Xia Yu wanted to attack Xu Yuan again, he was suddenly shot by an arrow that rushed behind him. When Xia Yu turned around, he saw Ken and Minjiu Zhuang walking towards this side. "I saw that the owner of the Minjiu estate was holding a bow in his hand, and the arrow just now was shot by the owner of the Minjiu Zhuang." The owner of Minjiu Zhuang said while walking over, "Just because our boss doesn't hit women doesn't mean I don't hit women." "Oh," I said, "are you a bit masochistic? I sent it back last time, and then I found it again." The words of the Bright Moon estate immediately amused the guild people, and the guild everyone immediately followed suit. "I just said, it seems that this girl is here to find your old lover of Minjiu Zhuang Lord. The owner of the estate is less nonsense. Hurry up and send her back. Twitter is bored to death. Hurry up and send her home to accompany her brother. I have to say that these two are really a perfect match. So what's the dog? It's been a long time." When Xia Yu heard these words, his whole person exploded, and he immediately raised his sword and slashed indiscriminately at everyone in the Cube People Guild like crazy. While deftly dodging Xia Yu's attack, everyone in the guild continued to taunt her. On the other hand, looking at the group of people brought by Xia Yu, none of them dared to help her. But it's also normal, isn't helping her now just looking for death? Xia Yu slashed for a long time, and no one could cut it, so she ran towards Xu Yuan again in anger and corruption. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly became a little impatient. Xu Yuan had never seen this kind of girl, just like a mad dog. Seeing Xia Yu rushing towards him, Xu Yuan took out the shield scepter and put a shield on himself. Then he took out the zombie scepter and released several zombies. Since the zombie scepter summons the zombie's own power buff, the attack is twice as high as that of ordinary zombies. After the zombies appeared, they immediately besieged Xia Yu. In just a second, Xia Yu died under the siege of zombies. When the members of the guild saw this, they all looked at Xu Yuan with a kind of Xu Yuan, on the other hand, shrugged. "I didn't fight, they did." When everyone in the guild heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, boss, you can throw this pot. Boss, you seem to be saying, it's not me who hit, it's my hand." One meaning, "It's all to blame on the Bright Moon Zhuang Lord. Why don't you hurry up and mend the knife?" Yes, blame the owner? It's all the owner's fault." At this time, the group of people brought by the summer wind can be described as needle felt. They felt that it was their turn soon. Although they also had the idea of fighting desperately before. But it is certainly not superior in numbers. And they had just seen Xu Yuan's strength. If you fight to the death, bow will definitely not be able to bow. There is only a dead end. At present, only by standing still can it be possible to save a small life. They could be said to regret it at this time, and they shouldn't have come to the trouble of the Cube People Guild at that time. The main thing is that they listened to Xia Yu's ghost words, saying that the Cube People Guild is not as good as before, and after the siege battle, it suffered heavy losses. The people in the guild are not as well equipped as they are, and so on. It gave them the courage to come to them. But I didn't expect to find it to send equipment to the Cube People. Xu Yuan glanced at the group of people and did not pay any more attention, but said to Ken and the Minjiu Zhuang owner, "You guys come in with me." After saying that, Xu Yuan walked towards his room. Ken and the Bright Moon owner immediately followed, and before entering the room, Ken turned his head and said to the guild people, "Hurry up and solve it, lest the boss see them upset later." The members of the guild also immediately understood, and all raised their weapons and walked towards the group. and this group of people did not have the slightest intention of resisting. They had already accepted their fate. After Ken and the owner of Minjayu came to Xu Yuan's room, both of them were a little nervous. After all, the incident just now was caused by the two of them, and Xu Yuan did it. Both felt they had made a mistake. How did you guys come back, and how did the club clean up? Ken and the owner of the Bright Moon Estate were surprised when they heard Xu Yuan ask this. They also thought that Xu Yuan would ask the ins and outs of the matter, but Xu Yuan didn't care at all. Ken and the Bright Moon owner breathed a sigh of relief. After cleaning up the main city of the 2 chapters, we heard that there was something wrong in the main city and came back. When Xu Yuan heard this, he frowned. It is necessary to clearly distinguish the priorities in doing things, and the most important thing now is to clear out the main city of each chapter. PvP mode is on, and the players in the club have nowhere to live, which is dangerous in the wild. Ken nodded a little reproachfully. Seeing this, the owner of Minjayu Zhuang was busy playing the round field. Boss, it's actually okay. Who dares to move the players of the Cube People Guild? Isn't that looking for death? When Xu Yuan heard the words of the Bright Moon owner, he shook his head and said positively, do you think the group of people who came today dared to trouble us before? After the PvP mode is turned on, it is equivalent to a new game experience. A lot of people are willing to trade big risks for big gains. And the members of our Cube People Guild are big gains in their eyes. In the past, other people could not benefit from conflicts with our guild, but now it is different. When Ken and the Bright Moon owner heard this, they both nodded. Xu Yuan was right, he really couldn't relax now. Xu Yuan saw that Ken and the Bright Moon Estate understood, and after thinking about it, he said, clean up the city and leave it to Ken, and the owner you don't run with him. You study the redstone trap from now on. The opening of the PvP system can be said to be caught off guard, which also makes Xu Yuan have a lot less time to prepare. The strength of the previous Cube People Guild was used on the quest. However, these strengths also come from the strength of Xu Yuan alone. Now with PvP mode, the whole pattern is very different. Xu Yuan's own strength is definitely fine, but the rest of the guild can't say for sure. The people of the elite group of the guild were more or less capable under the influence of Xu Yuan. But other players don't know. And the most important thing is that the number of people in the Cube People Guild is not large. Since the recruitment requirements of Ken are still very high, the number of people in the Block People Guild is much smaller than the number of people in other guilds. The previous dispute between the guild and the guild was previously reflected in PvE, and after PvP was opened, it would be reflected in PvP. And the PvP of the guild is basically a sea of people tactic. Therefore, the current form of the Cube People Guild is still somewhat grim. However, even if the number of people in the Cube People Guild is not as large as the number of people in other guilds, Xu Yuan will not recruit people at will. There is no point in hiring people casually, it's all cannon fodder. Although the number of people in the Cube People Guild is not enough, it can indeed be made up with red stones. After the PvP mode is turned on, redstone technology is definitely more powerful than any enchanted weapons and armor. Therefore, it is imperative to focus on redstone. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, the owner of Minjayu Zhuang changed his previous state of giggling and nodded seriously. After listening to Xu Yuan's words, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. Before, the owner of the Bright Moon Estate had always felt that no one dared to find trouble with the Cube Man Guild. But after listening to Xu Yuan's words, he realized that it was indeed different after having PvP. And now the only role he can play is to research out a device that is useful to the guild as soon as possible. Thinking of this, the owner of Minjayu Estate bid farewell to Xu Yuan and Ken, and went to the simulation space alone to start studying intensively. After Ken saw the owner of the Bright Moon Village leaving, he also prepared to clean up the main city of the remaining chapters. Just as he was about to leave, Xu Yuan stopped Ken. There are a few things you need to deal with. Ken nodded. Well, you say. I need a lot of people to get into the Twilight Forest. I can refresh the Naga 10 times a day and have some elite members come and kill. Then some people are responsible for raising sheep in the Twilight Forest, collecting 16 colors of wool, the more the better. After Ken listened to Xu Yuan's instructions, he immediately began to arrange. At present, the benefits of brushing Naga are still very large. After all, there is a chance of drawing the sword, and Xu Yuan also has a demand for scales. And collecting wool in the Twilight Forest is naturally prepared to be able to brush the sheep at that time. These things are going to start preparing now. For now, you still have to quickly clear the Twilight Forest. Under Ken's arrangement, soon a large group of guild members were brought to the entrance of the Twilight Forest. After Xu Yuan gave them permission, he went in with them. It was also the first time that the members of the guild had entered the Twilight Forest quest. All of them were curious about the environment inside. Ken didn't give them much chance to learn about the copy, and immediately assigned everyone the task. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, walked towards the Phantom Knight's fortress. A weapon produced in the Phantom Knight fortress is an artifact for PvP. Since the weapon was not produced by the boss, Xu Yuan almost forgot about this weapon. This weapon is the Chain Hammer, 10 points of attack damage, and also capable of destroying terrain, and is also a ranged weapon. This weapon is used when facing multiple people, so it's not too cool. And this weapon requires knightly iron ingots. In addition to being opened in the labyrinth chest, the knight's iron bars can only be synthesized from armor fragments. And the armor fragments will only be dropped by hermit crabs in the Shadow Knight fortress. The purpose of Xu Yuan's trip was mainly to find the hermit crab's brush monster cage, and play a shadow knight in the incidental. After finding the hermit crab brush monster cage, Xu Yuan was able to let the players of the guild come in and brush the armor fragments. With the fragments of armor, the guild's supply of heavy weapons can be guaranteed. Xu Yuan followed the map to the Black Forest, where the Shadow Knight Fortress was located. As soon as he entered the Black Forest, Xu Yuan felt a depressing breath. The Black Forest is covered with black leaves, and not a single trace of light can penetrate. The whole area is densely wooded. Torches must be lit to see the direction ahead. Xu Yuan followed the map and soon came to the entrance of the Shadow Knight Fortress. Xu Yuan descended the stairs from the entrance to the entrance of the fortress. At this time, the mouth of the fortress was still in a sealed state. There is a stone pillar on the side of the fortress entrance, and each side of the stone pillar is carved with the appearance of a boss. Xu Yuan took out Naga's loot and placed it on the stone pillar. The seal of the Shadow Fortress was immediately lifted. After the seal was lifted, Xu Yuan jumped directly into the fortress and began to explore. With the experience of the previous underground labyrinth, Xu Yuan was smart this time. After exploring a room, a square is placed on the doorbar of the room as a mark. However, fortunately, the mechanics of this Shadow Fortress maze are different from the underground maze, and there is no room movement. Xu Yuan searched in the fortress for a while and found the hermit crab's brush cage. After finding the hermit crab brush monster cage, Xu Yuan noted the location and sent a message to Ken. At that time, it would be nice to let Ken send someone over to brush the fragments of armor. After finding the hermit crab brush cage, Xu Yuan began to rummage through various chests to find the core of the maze map. And while Xu Yuan was busy in the Twilight Forest copy, the leaders of the major guilds were not idle. The seemingly peaceful Cube People Guild, but did not know that this was the calm before the storm. Send the people of the elite group to investigate the whereabouts of the players of the Cube People Guild, and kill those who encounter the order. I heard that Ken is now cleaning up the main city of their chapters and sending some people to ambush them. Use the tactics of the human sea to grab their equipment, so that the people of the guild do not need to wear equipment. The Cube Man Guild, a big fat meat guild, has been coveting for a long time, and now many guilds have begun to target the Cube Man Guild. But there are also a few guilds that are sane and have a more long-term vision, including the old rivals of the Cube People, the Dragon Guild. Immediately after the PvP system was opened, the Dragon Guild held an emergency meeting. The high-level officials and consortium leaders of the Dragon Tang Guild were also present. The opening of the PvP system is a good thing for us. With the PvP system we no longer have to be pressed by block people. Yes, our guild has a large number of people. After the PvP opened, what is the matter with their block people? Since PvP is open, the cleaning up of the main city can also be slowed down a little. First go and kill a wave of people from the Cube People Guild to get a wave of equipment. Now is the best time to fight. They are also repairing the cities now, and they are not alert. They can definitely make a big profit. The unanimous opinion of the leaders of the Dragon Tang Guild Consortium was to take this opportunity to suppress a wave of Cube people, and then reap a wave of benefits. Long Tang was silent at this time. He did not express any opinion, and everyone was puzzled when they saw that Long Tang did not express his position. Long Tang, did you say something? Yes, what the hell, you still have to deploy it. It's a good opportunity for us to turn around, and when they recover, it's going to be difficult. When Long Tang heard the words of the leaders of the consortium, he couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. After so long, your vision is still the same. The Cube People Guild can't move right now. When the leaders of the consortium heard Long Tang's words, they were all puzzled. They thought that Long Tang was afraid of Xu Yuan, so they all said sarcastically, Long Tang, have you been pressed by Steve all the time? Have you lost your resistance? When did you get so bad? I've heard that many guilds have already started to deploy. When Long Tang heard the words of the head of the consortium, he was not angry or annoyed. He had long known that this group of people had no brains and could not understand what he meant. So Long Tang explained to the head of the consortium, have you seen the weapon he has? When the leaders of the consortium heard Long Tang ask this, they all said with disdain, isn't it just a broken knife and a few staffs? Yes, kill him, we will have it too. Long Tang heard everyone's words and smiled. The weapons he has recently possessed are all from the Twilight Forest copy. These weapons are obviously the most powerful weapons at this stage. That is, at this stage, if we want to improve, we must enter the Twilight Forest copy. And he, who has the right to hold the copy of the Twilight Forest. If we go against him at this time, we won't want to enter the Twilight Forest. Dragon Tang's analysis is still reasonable, and the equipment produced by the Twilight Forest can be said to have a qualitative change from the diamond set. Needless to say, drawing the sword is fast, the damage is high, and the operation and attack modes are diversified. And it's also simple to fix. Then there are the 4 scepters, which can be described as artifact-like existence at this stage. This is just the equipment that Dragon Tang has seen. And everyone knows that the Twilight Forest is a huge replica with many bosses in it. According to the system broadcast, Xu Yuan only killed 4 bosses, and he had already exploded so much equipment. Not to mention the output of those bosses in the back. Therefore, the Twilight Forest quest is a copy produced by top-level equipment at this stage. And the right to hold this copy is in Xu Yuan's hands. In other words, Xu Yuan actually has all the top equipment now. If there is a conflict with them, then the Dragon Tang Guild will not want to enter the Twilight Forest in this life. At this time, the leaders of the consortium heard Long Tang's words, thought for a moment, and immediately vetoed Long Tang's point of view. Is it impossible to say that this game will not update other copies, and Twilight Forest is the last copy? Yes, anyway, the new ones in the future must have better equipment, and haven't they also opened the ruins? Although the equipment of the Twilight Forest is powerful, the output is definitely not high. Even if you enter it for a short time, it can only meet the needs of the elite team, and the fight still depends on the numerical advantage, so I don't think it's necessary. When Long Tang heard the words of the head of the consortium, he just smiled, and he continued. Do you remember how the first corpse-tide quest was opened? It was Steve who helped us kill Wither. Then he cleared the corpse-tide quest and the boss duel quest, and immediately opened the Twilight Forest. Don't you see something wrong? He always gets the best resources one step ahead. The initiator of the copy is always him. Also, don't forget how many resources he has. So many first kill rewards, the rewards of the first place in the previous guild tournament, and the rewards for successfully defending the city. None of these things, he has shown, the strength he shows is only the tip of the iceberg. Oh, by the way, and the bomber he made when he was defending the city, do you think he won't do anything other than being a bomber? But I heard that they have even made redstone cannons now, and are using redstone cannons to clear the city. Do you still think you can get a profit on Steve's side by having more people? After listening to Long Tang's words, the leaders of the consortium were stunned. These were indeed what they did not expect, and as Long Tang said, what they were looking at was only the tip of the iceberg of Steve's strength. Now that I think about it, what a ridiculous decision they made to move the Cube People Guild before. But they were also glad that Dragon Tang stopped them. It seems that this square person really can't move. In that case, wouldn't the other unions who wanted to move the Cube People Guild end up miserably? Maybe Steve can get us into the Twilight Forest. Long Tang finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the leaders of the consortium understood the current situation. He was afraid that he would not be able to convince these people, but fortunately these people could still listen to them. It is inevitable to make friends with the Cube People Guild. After all, if you want to enter the Twilight Forest, it depends on Steve's mood. Originally, if the PvP system was turned on, the chance of the Dragon Guild being able to enter the Twilight Forest was very small. After all, Dragon Tang and Cube Man have always had festivals before. However, this time the opening of PvP, if the Dragon Tang Guild grasps the opportunity, maybe there is really a chance to enter the Twilight Forest. Long Tang thought for a moment and said, didn't the other guilds invite us to round up members of the Cube Man Guild before? My side will arrange for elite troops to go with them. When the leaders of the consortium heard this, their faces were immediately full of question marks. Didn't just talk about the immovable Cube Man. Did I hear something? You're a little too fast in the face, aren't you? Seeing the reaction of the heads of the consortium, Long Tang couldn't help sighing. When it comes to this, they still don't understand. Long Tang explained a little helplessly. Go with them and know their whereabouts, and tell the people of the Cube People Guild about their whereabouts. Isn't this selling favors to the Cube People? Anyway, the major guilds know that we Dragon Tang have a grudge with the Cube People, and we don't expose our identities, so we don't have anything to lose. Maybe we can pick up some leaks. When the members of the consortium heard Long Tang's words, their eyes immediately lit up, and they immediately echoed. We may indeed lose the lady and break the army against the Cube Man Guild, but it is definitely okay to pick up the leaks. I believe that the Cube People Guild should also need such an undercover agent. It's really good, and we've sold the Cube favor, and we've made a profit ourselves. After Long Tang's opinion was agreed by everyone, he immediately implemented the matter. Since the major guilds know that Dragon Tang and the Cube Man Guild have a grudge before, and the Dragon Tang Guild is also one of the best guilds in all guilds. Therefore, many guilds invited the Dragon Tang Guild for this operation. The Dragon Tang Guild, on the other hand, divided the elites of the guild into several waves and joined the actions of other major guilds. The major guilds have begun intensive operations. At this time, the elites of the Cube People Guild were completely unaware that they had become targets. The elite troops of the Cube People have 3 echelons. The first echelon is the top group of people in the guild. There will always be only 30 people in the first echelon. Ken has strict requirements for the members of the first echelon, and Ken will evaluate them every once in a while. Only after passing the assessment can you continue to stay in the first echelon. Therefore, these 30 people are the best treated and equipped people in the Cube People Guild. Basically, the most important thing is left to them. The second echelon has 200 people, and this group of players is also an elite group of Cube People. These 200 people are ready to be promoted to the first echelon. Basically, some of the more difficult exploration tasks are handed over to the second echelon. The third echelon is 1,000 people, although this group of players is not as operational and conscious as the second-tier players. But on the outside, they are also much stronger than ordinary players. The players of these 3 echelons have signed a system agreement with the guild, and they have all been rechecked by Ken. So the loyalty of the people of these 3 echelons can be fully guaranteed. At present, in the Cube Man Guild, the first echelon players have been arranged by Ken to start brushing Naga and raising sheep in the Twilight Forest. The 200 people in the second echelon were holding the map Xu Yuan gave them and preparing to explore various ruins. Since the map could not be copied, Xu Yuan directly gave the map to Ken. This map shows all the ruins in the surrounding area, and exploring it is much faster with a map. And the strength of these 200 players in the second echelon is also very strong, and Ken did not worry too much when he gave them the map at that time. However, when Ken handed them the map, PvP mode was not available. Now, PvP mode is open. The group of people in the second echelon are still in the wild, following the map to find ruins. However, this group of them has already been targeted by the spies of the major guilds. Boss, we met a group of the elite group of the Cube People Guild, about 200 people, everyone is well equipped, they seem to be searching for ruins. Boss, I met the people of the Cube People, they have a map in their hands, it seems to be a map of the ruins. Coordinates 1452, 5453, 4422, met the Cube People elite team, have been following them for a long time, they have already searched 4 ruins. The leaders of the major guilds received the news at almost the same time. Naturally, Long Tang is no exception. After receiving the news, Long Tang contacted the leaders of the Cube People Guild who had previously invited him to besiege him. I heard that there is already the exact location of the elite group of the Cube People Guild. At this time, none of the guild leaders replied to Long Tang. Long Tang suddenly felt a little bad. These guild leaders had been in contact with themselves so often before, and they disappeared as soon as there was news of the Cube People Guild elite group. Do they want to swallow it alone? Long Tang thought of this and immediately reacted. Naturally, the Cubeman Guild's elite team is 200 people. Although the equipment skills of these 200 people are very good, the major guilds naturally want to use human sea tactics to solve them. And this piece of fat meat, the major guilds naturally want to swallow it alone. Long Tang was also ready to make a counterplot before, but now it seems that it is not necessary. If the major guilds all want to swallow the elite group of the Cube People Guild alone, then they will definitely have a conflict. Who will benefit at that time, then it is impossible to say. Long Tang thought of this, and first asked the people of the guild elite group to forget the coordinates of the group of people in the Cube People's Guild elite group and rushed to it. Dragon Tang then sent a message to Ken. Your elite group is under siege. Ken was brushing Naga with the people of the elite group when he received the news. Ken instructed the players of the elite group a few words, then came to the side and opened the message. When Ken saw that the news was sent by Dragon Tang, he couldn't help frowning. Why did he send me a message? Although the Dragon Tang Guild has not had trouble with the Cube Man Guild for so long, everyone still remembers the previous festival. Ken's impression of Dragon Tang is naturally not very good. When Ken saw the news from Dragon Tang, he was stunned. Ken didn't believe Dragon Tang's words. After all, it has always been a hostile relationship before, and Long Tang suddenly sent such a sentence, but it was a bit of a ventilating message. Ken thought for a moment and felt that Dragon Tang must have a conspiracy. Ken only replied with a question mark. Dragon Tang couldn't help but smile when he saw this. He thought Ken wouldn't reply to him. All the major guilds have surrounded your elite group. The 200 people in your elite group are afraid that they are fierce. When Ken saw Dragon Tang's news, his brows furrowed. He suddenly couldn't understand the meaning of Long Tang, if Long Tang also knew the location of the elite group of the Cube People Guild. According to the previous urine nature of the Dragon Tang Guild, it will definitely go to the containment. And now, Long Tang seems to be reminding him with good intentions? Although Long Tang's words could not be fully believed, if what he said was true, then the guild elite group would definitely be dangerous now. The most important thing is that the ruins map is still in their hands. Ken thought for a moment and replied, why should I trust you? Seeing Ken's reply, Dragon Tang knew that Ken's subconscious already believed his words. Ask if the coordinates of your guild elite are 1452, 5453, 4422. Ken saw Dragon Tang's reply and immediately asked on the channel of the guild elite group. The elite group that looted the ruins, report the coordinates. As soon as Ken's message was sent, a reply was received immediately. 1446,5213, 4001. Boss, we have gained a lot of good things this time. What's wrong with the boss? Why do you suddenly ask us to report the coordinates? Ken saw the coordinates sent by the guild elite group, and his heart tightened. The left where the guild elite group is located is not much different from the coordinates given by Dragon Tang. If Long Tang's words were true, then the people of the guild elite group would be in danger. Don't continue exploring, you're being targeted, find a way to get rid of them or hide. When all the elite members heard this, they were all shocked. Boss, really? Isn't it? We didn't see any players passing by around here. Boss, this is far from the main city, are you guys rushing over? Ken saw that all the elite members were a little panicked, so he comforted everyone. It's okay, it's all a little miscellaneous thing, just be careful not to be attacked by the sneak attack. I've asked the main city of the nearest branch to send someone to support you. When all the elite players heard Ken's words, they all breathed a slight sigh of relief. But the crowd did not slack, they still had a lot of resources on their hands. The most important thing was this map. The value of this map is definitely worth all the belongings of these 200 people. If the map was exposed, then they would not be able to explain it to Ken and Xu Yuan. At this time, among the 200 people of the elite group, the player named Seedmin led by him looked at the surrounding terrain and said to everyone, we're going to the jungle now, the place is too open and too easy to see. Seedmin is still very prestigious in this group, and he almost entered the first echelon before. Among the elite groups, both operation and consciousness are among the best. The words of Seeds were immediately recognized by everyone. The group walked towards the depths of the jungle. At this time, the elites of the major guilds were already on their way. After Ken comforted the players, he immediately sent a message to Long Tang. Why are you telling me? Ken was a little curious, since Dragon Tang knew the specific location of the elite group. He actually did not go to get a piece of the pie, but told Ken the news, which was not like Dragon Tang's previous style. Long Tang saw the message sent by Ken, smiled and replied. People change. Ken saw Dragon Tang's reply, thought for a moment, and then he relayed the ins and outs of the matter to Xu Yuan. Although Xu Yuan was also in the underground maze this time, he did not lose contact this time. Xu Yuan had just found his way to the door of the Shadow Knight's room when he saw a message from Ken. After Xu Yuan understood what happened, he thought for a moment and replied to Ken. Long Tang is selling favors, he wants to enter the Twilight Forest. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's explanation, he immediately understood the reason why Dragon Tang did this. He said that many guilds are involved, and so many people surround our elite group. I am afraid that there will be many murders. The main thing is that the map is in the hands of the players of the elite group. Hey, blame me, I shouldn't have given them the map. At this time, Ken couldn't help but feel a little guilty of himself. If the map exploded, then he absolutely could not forgive himself. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and comforted. It's none of your business, you didn't open PvP when you gave them it. Now is not the time to blame themselves, let them try to avoid the battle. Hold on, find someone to support them as soon as possible, and I will rush over immediately after fighting the boss. After Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately arranged it. Xu Yuan's side smashed open the iron fence where the Shadow Knight was. He wanted to solve these Phantom Knights quickly. Phantom Knight is not actually one boss, but 6. These 6 are collectively referred to as Phantom actually. Each knight has a different weapon in his hand, including a knight's sword, a knight's script, and a knight's tomahawk. They are able to walk through solid blocks. The skill of the Phantom Knight armed with a knight's sword is Charge. The Phantom Knight armed with a knight's tomahawk has the ability to throw multiple tomahawks in the player's direction from a distance. The Phantom holding the actual script actually throws multiple knightly drafts in multiple directions at short distances. Although there are 6 Phantom Knights, only one attacks at a time. And the attack also has a precursor, that is, the appearance of the torso in the Phantom's actual armor indicates that it is about to attack. Although the total 6 bosses look powerful, they are actually very easy to fight. Because the place where they were was surrounded by an iron fence, they couldn't get out at all. It is only necessary to dig a block at the iron fence and hit them remotely. Xu Yuan's side was ready, and he immediately started to blame. At this time, the people of the elite group of the Cube People Guild also encountered the first wave of people who came to surround them. This group of players are players of the Huayan Guild, which is ranked 17th in the guild standings. In the entire Huaxia region, it can be regarded as a relatively large guild. The number of people in this group of people in the Huayan Guild is similar to the number of the elite group of the Cube People Guild, maybe a little more than a few dozen. Since the main city of the Huayan Guild was very close to the location of the elite group of the Cube People Guild, they were the first to rush over. After the two teams met, the entire space was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. Although the group of people in the Huayan Guild is more numerous than the Block People, the equipment is not as good as the equipment of the elite group of the Block People Guild. Therefore, although they were the first to come and encounter the elite group of the Cube People Guild, they did not dare to act rashly. The group of players led by the Huayan Guild, whose ID is called Silverfish, turned on the taunt mode after seeing the elite group of the Cube People Guild. Yo, isn't this someone from the Cube People Guild? Where are you going to go in this hurry? How do you see that we still have a detour? When the players of the Huayan Guild heard Silverfish say this, they all started to boot over there. Ha 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 ha, aren't they Steve's dogs? Steve's absence naturally won't bark. Still called? Don't you see all the tails clamped up? Ha 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 ha. Wasn't it still on your toes before? Why are you all prodded now? When the members of the Cube People Elite heard the snarky words of these people, their anger immediately rose. They were about to quarrel with this group, but they were stopped by Seedman. Seedman looked at the person headed by the Huayan Guild and said with a smile, I remember that our guild and yours never seem to have a festival. Your guild leader and our Steve boss are also considered to have a relationship. When the Whitebait heard Seedman's words, he thought that Seedman was courting him and wanted to solve it peacefully. So he said a little proudly, it used to be nothing festive, but now it's different. But I've always liked to be angry and rich, and if you throw everything out of your body, we can consider letting you go. When Seedman heard the Whitebait's words, he shook his head and smiled. I think you misunderstood. Your guild leader seems to be called Huai, right? I remember that he was begging us Steve boss to enter the Twilight Forest. In this way, I seem to remember you. Weren't you present at that time? Your face at that time was more attentive than Huai. Seedman's words immediately attracted the concurrence of Cube People Guild players. Isn't it? Back then he begged our boss like a dog and now wants to bite back. Hey, just say, this wild dog is not close, our boss is still too kind. I seem to remember that the one who bought the strategy from our boss also seems to have Huai, right? Your guild really expresses the 4 words of ingratitude. When the Silverfish heard Seedman's words, it was as if it had been poked in pain, and it immediately became angry. Originally, the task given to him by Huai was to drag the people of the Cube People Guild. he immediately turned on PvP mode and pounced on the seeds. And Seedmin did not resist the attack of the silverfish at this time, but was beaten abruptly. The whitebait was surprised to see that Seedmin did not dodge the attack. At this moment, he smiled when he saw that Seedmin seemed to have succeeded. At this time, the whitebait was thinking about why Seedmin didn't dodge his attack. At this moment, suddenly from behind Seedmin, several arrows shot out and landed on the body of the silverfish. In that instant, the whitebait fell directly to the ground. It all happened between electric flint. The people of the Huayan Guild didn't have time to react. Originally, they all received the task, and they only needed to delay the people of the Cube Man Guild. Unexpectedly, the silverfish directly attacked the past, and the next second the silverfish fell directly to the ground. In fact, when the whitebait first appeared, Seedmin felt that something was wrong. There are not many whitebaits, and if they want to fight, they have already started. Nor will a large crowd of people swagger up to them. So Seeds guessed that this group of people was here to delay time and wait for the large army to surround them. So the Seeds stirred up the whitebait with words. Seeds had long been in the team channel directing the archers in the back row to aim at the whitebait. The stealth mode used by the archers in the back row is blocked by the people in the front row. And the next attack of the Seedmin, it was also a signal for the archers to attack the silverfish. The so-called thief captures the king first, and the silverfish is the leader of this group. As long as the whitebait is killed, then the rest of the people will naturally cut melons and chop vegetables. At this time, the people of the Huayan Guild suddenly became a little leaderless. They were not passively fighting with the people of the Cube People Guild at the moment. But without a command, they are all fighting for themselves. Where have they fought the people of the Cube Man Guild? As soon as the people of the Cube Man Guild saw the player with the bow on the side of the Huayan Guild, they immediately rushed to his side and killed him. The archers on the Cube Man's side were wrapped in the middle by the players of the guild, and they were well protected, and the output was not disturbed at all. Although the Huayan Guild had the superior number of people in this battle, after the Huayan Guild lost its commander, it immediately showed a one-sided trend. The elites of the Cube Man Guild are much less equipped than them, plus they are disciplined. The battle was resolved in less than 10 minutes. The Cube People Guild only lost more than 10 people. It can be said that it is an overwhelming victory. Clean up the battlefield. Seeds instructed the players. After everyone cleared the battlefield, Seedmin thought for a moment and commanded. We are aiming too big now and have to go our separate ways. Divided into 5 teams, we go underground and go in different directions. Now that all the guilds know the location of the elite group of the Cube People Guild, they must all be rushing to this side. Only by disappearing on the ground will there be a chance to escape. After the order was given, the group divided into 5 teams and began to dig underground tunnels in different directions. At present, the game does not have any positioning system, so this method that Seedmin thinks of is still very good. And just when the people of the Cube People Guild acted separately, a message is being sent. The Cube People Guild is now divided into 5 teams and is digging underground passages to escape. The map is in Seed's hand, and his location is XXX, XXX, XXX. With the map, he dug forward with a group of elite members. Because you are underground, you can only judge the direction by coordinates. The speed of the march was slow, but at least it was safe. After all, no one knew that they had escaped from the underground. Even if the guilds reflected it, it would be difficult to find them. Seeing that it was safe for the time being, he sent a message to Ken. Boss Ken, now that the map is in my hand, we are digging tunnels and walking towards the main city of the branch guild, which is currently safe. Ken couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the news sent by Seedmin. I'll send someone to pick you up right away. After seeing Ken's news, Seedmin was also slightly relieved. And just when they felt safe, the top of the tunnel ahead was suddenly dug up. As soon as the top of the tunnel was dug up, a bucket of magma was poured in. Everybody back off. Seeing this, Seedmin quickly asked everyone to retreat. At this moment, a whole noise and firefight were heard behind him. Brother Seedmin, we are blocked. Damn, when did they come in? What now? The people of the other guilds had long discovered the mouth of the tunnel they had dug. They blocked the road in front with magma, and let the players enter the tunnel to entrap the gang. Seeing this, Seedmin suddenly felt bad. How did these people find out that they were underground? Only the people of the elite group know about digging underground tunnels and going back, and only the people of the elite group know that the map is in the hands of Seeds. At this time, they did not see the people of the Silent Regiment who were acting separately from them being surrounded. Could it be that by such coincidence, these people just caught them? After thinking for a moment, he immediately discovered the problem. Among their team, there are definitely inner ghosts. But at present, Seedmin does not know who the inner ghost is. At this time, the form can be described as a wolf before and a tiger after, and the top is even more incomprehensible. Now if you want to escape, you can only dig down. At this time, the back of the team was already in a mess. At this moment, the top of the tunnel is slowly being dug up. When dug overhead, a bucket of magma follows. Seeing this, Seeds shouted at everyone. Quick, dig down. If you want to escape, you can only dig down. And they can't dig in the same direction. Now they can only scatter and escape. At this time, above the heads of the group of Seeds, the area had gathered the leaders and members of the 5 guilds. And the leader of the Holy Fire Guild, who was the first to receive the position of Seed, could be described as confused. The inner ghost was sent by him to the Cube People Guild, and he naturally got first-hand news that the map was in the hands of Seedmin. so I rushed over right away. And not long after he arrived, 4 guilds came one after another. At this time, Yan realized that he had made a mistake. When you design others, you are also designed by others. It seems that his own guild also has inner ghosts sent by other guilds. At this time, the leaders of the 5 guilds on the ground, although they were gentle on the surface, they had already begun to make their own little calculations behind their backs. Each guild sent some people down to surround the group of seeds. They can only look at their luck now, to see which guild people picked up the map in Seedman's hand. However, once the map falls into whose hands, the leaders of the other guilds will definitely not let it go. Although these guilds seem to be peaceful at present, as long as the map is found, they will definitely start pinching each other. President Hades, you have come in person. It seems that this map is very small. Humph, aren't you pretending to be confused? What kind of map is this? You don't know the mirror. We now have 5 guilds here. If the map is in hand, how about we divide it equally? This map can't be torn in half. Doesn't this map show all the ruins? No, by quantity? That's fair. That's really one way to do it. Naturally, the guild leaders did not want to give up the ownership of the map, but the current situation was that there were more monks and less meat. If you pinch it for a map, no one will be able to benefit at that time. Everyone gathered together and began to discuss how to maximize the benefits. While the guild leaders were discussing, good news came from the guild members. Boss, the seed is dead. None of them ran away. We've already picked up the equipment. When the guild leader heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. One by one, they all rushed to surround them. What about the map? Who got the map? Have they finished picking up all the equipment on them? Is there anything good besides the map? At this time, the players of each guild took stock of what they had picked up. I have a diamond set, an enchanted diamond sword, a few enchanted books, and some food. I have a trident here, an enchanted iron sheath, and a golden horse armor. I picked up 4 diamonds, an enchanted bow, 4 golden apples. All the players are truthfully counting the gains. All the players who went to the roundup reported what they had picked up, but none of the players said they had picked up the map. Seeing this, the guild leader was immediately puzzled. They all called aside the members of their guild. Did you pick up the map and didn't say? Take it out, you kid is smart, and you know not to say it on purpose. Here, give me the map quietly. The guild leaders all thought that the players on their side picked it up and didn't say anything, but they didn't expect that every player's answer was the same. I didn't pick it up. At this time, the guild leader immediately began to suspect the members of the other guilds. It's your guild who hid it, right? Didn't you just say okay, by quantity? Why are you still secret? Who the hell took it? The guild leader can be described as noisy. At this time, Xu Yuan suddenly spoke. Kill all these roundup people, don't you know who is lying? This method was immediately unanimously approved by the guild leaders. These players die, and when something bursts, they know who is lying. The guild leaders didn't care if the players of their guild were happy or not, and they immediately started to do it. Soon, these players died under the chaotic sword. At this time, the contents of the players' backpacks also exploded. The guild leader's eyes widened and he carefully scanned every item on the ground. Instead, they got answers they couldn't believe. There are no maps in this place? Seeing this, the guild leaders were stunned. None of these players are lying, none of them have a map on them. So where did the map go? After thinking for a moment, he immediately contacted the undercover agent he had planted in the Cube Man Guild, Snail. Are you sure the map is on Seedman? The Snail's side was also killed, and only then came back to life, and he saw the news of the underworld. Suddenly there were some doubts. Did he not get the map when he asked this? The map was always on Seedman, and he didn't give it to anyone. Seeing that the Snail was so sure, he was even more puzzled. We didn't find the map. Are you sure you're keeping an eye on him all the time? The Snail listened to the words of the underworld, recalled for a moment, and replied affirmatively. I'm sure I was staring at him until he was blocked, and he didn't know he was going to be blocked. But after being blocked, we fled for our lives. But I'm sure Seedman won't give the map to anyone. But even if he gives it to someone else, don't you kill all of us. After seeing the Snail's reply, he also felt that it made sense. No matter who gave the map to after the Seedman got out of the Snail's surveillance, their team is dead, and the map will burst out of whomever they give. Yen thought for a long time, and then set his eyes on these loot on the ground. After observing for a moment, Hades seemed to feel as if something was wrong. After thinking about it, he asked the people of the guild. Have you all found any medium-sized ruins key fragments when you went to the ruins before? Yes, boss, but the probability is quite small. Basically explore 2 or 3 to find a fragment. When Yan heard the words of the guild members, his brows furrowed even more. There is no map, not even fragments of ruins. These more important things are all gone. This thing is also too weird. Hades couldn't figure out what he did when the players were besieging Seedman. At this time, the guild leaders quarreled over these loot on the ground. Those enchanted diamond sets were picked up by members of our guild, and naturally belonged to us. Without the help of our guild members, did you kill these people? It was the people of our guild who found their location, and you can't even find Mao without us, okay. The map was not caught, and the guild leader could only catch what he could now. At this time, the group of seeds and people have been resurrected in the main city. When the members saw that Seedman had also been killed, their hearts tightened. Brother Seedman, how can you? Brother Seedman, did the map explode? How the hell did they know our location? Yes, the other 4 teams are fine. Or do they know that the map is on Brother Seed? Brother Seedman, shouldn't our team have inner ghosts? When Seedman heard everyone's words, his face was heavy, and his brows were locked. Don't be suspicious of each other, it's not difficult to find us. The map burst out, it's my responsibility, so I'll go to the boss to ask for guilt. Seeing this, all the members blamed themselves, the map was missing, and they were naturally all responsible. Brother, it's not your responsibility alone, let's go together to ask for sin. Yes, Brother Seedman, how can you bear it alone? Go, let's go too. Seeds glanced at the members, and everyone was saying that they were going to ask for sin. And there was only one snail, with a strange expression, as if thinking about something. Seedman immediately knew who the inner ghost was. Seeds looked at everyone and said seriously, okay, don't get upset, people can't explain things clearly, I'll go alone. At the strong request of Seedman, everyone had to give up. Seedman immediately found Ken and was about to explain the ins and outs of the matter to Ken. Then I heard a system prompt. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the Phantom Knight boss first kill. After seeing the system prompt, Ken couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect this boss to fight so fast this time. After thinking about it, Ken said to Seedman, the boss should be back soon, wait and talk together. At this time, Xu Yuan had just finished killing the Phantom Knight, and with those scepters that the Lich King exploded, it was simply not too simple to kill these bosses. What's more, Phantom Knight is not a boss-level monster in essence. In addition to the gold coins and title deed rewards for the first kill, due to the single brush, Phantom Knight is also a big hit. Phantom Helmet, Phantom Breastplate, Knight's Sword, these three sets all burst out, as well as Knight's Drafts, Knight's Axes, and Phantom Knight trophies. The Phantom Helmet and Cuirass are better than the Diamond Suit, and although the armor added is the same, the toughness is 0.5 higher than the Diamond Suit. In addition, the Phantom Helmet and Cuirass will not fall when they die, which is also considered a PvP artifact. However, the most powerful of the Phantom Trio is the Night Sword. The attack of the Night Sword is the same as that of the Diamond Sword, but its strength lies in its passivity. The passivity of the Night Sword is to deal additional damage to the target with armor. Weapons and tools with the Night tag have the attribute of dealing extra damage to targets with armor. So the Knight's Axe is also a good weapon. After all, 10 points of attack damage, plus additional damage to armor. At that point, the damage is terrible. Although this point is used in PvE after all, it is powerful when used in PvP. Xu Yuan picked up all the things that the Phantom Knight had dropped. Then they returned to the main city. The gain this time is still great, and now that the PvP system is opened, it will definitely be prepared for future guild battles. And PvP equipment will definitely be different from PvE, like night suits and night weapons, which are completely prepared for PvP. At that time, after clearing the quest, you can brush the night indefinitely. In this way, the PvP set in the guild is also guaranteed. Then the words of the weapon are all enchanted and disappeared and the curse disappears. After such a battle, there will basically be no loss, and other guilds will not get any benefits. After Xu Yuan returned to the main city, he saw that Ken and Seedman were already waiting in his room. Xu Yuan still had some impressions of Seedman, and he almost entered the elite group of the first echelon before. And Xu Yuan remembered that Ken gave the map to Seedman. Seeing this, Xu Yuan asked Xiang Seed, is the map still there? Seedman looked at Xu Yuan and smiled confidently. Still there. When Ken heard Seed say that the map was still there, he immediately sighed. Xu Yuan also smiled gratifyingly, the group of people in the elite group is still reliable. Originally, Xu Yuan only wanted to know the result, but looking at Seedman's confident look, Xu Yuan suddenly became a little curious about what happened. So he looked at Seedman and said, tell me what happened. Seeds nodded and began to briefly explain what happened. After we were surrounded, I suggested that everyone evacuate from the underground tunnel in 5 teams. The map was in my hands, and then only our group was besieged. When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately found the problem and asked, do you know who the inner ghost is? When Yanmin heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately stunned. He didn't think that he had only said a few words, and Xu Yuan already knew that there were inner ghosts in the team. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Seedmin nodded. Got it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and motioned for Seedmin to continue. After we were blocked, we were already cornered. I also knew that our team would definitely not be able to run. So, on my way to escape, I hid a chest and put the map and the key fragments of the medium-sized ruins we found in the chest. I've already written down the coordinates. When Ken heard Seedman's words, he couldn't help but have some doubts, so he asked, according to what you said, you hid the box on the way to escape. What if they didn't see the map and thought of it and found the box? How can you be sure they didn't find the box you hidden? When Seedman heard Ken's words, he was naturally able to understand Ken's doubts. After all, he himself had no way of determining whether the box had been found. But just before coming in, he had already determined that the box had not been found at the moment. That's about the inner ghost. Before I came in, I told everyone that the map was off. The brothers all looked reproachful, but the inner ghost seemed to be preoccupied. If they found the map, I'm afraid he wouldn't have that expression, right? When Ken heard this, he immediately understood, and Ken did not hesitate to praise. You boy, yes. Seedmin was still very happy to hear Ken praise him. After all, Ken has always been strict. He rarely praises people, and being able to praise seeds in this way is an affirmation of seeds. At this time, Xu Yuan on the side also smiled and praised Seed Mindeo. Well done. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, you can try to use the Ender Box, which can be more safe. Although the reaction of the seed mints is already very fast, but this hiding box, if the people of other guilds react, it is still easy to be discovered, so it is not particularly safe. The safest way is to put things in the Ender Box. Because destroying the Ender Chest does not drop the contents of the box, only 8 obsidians. So, put something in the Ender Chest and destroy it again, and you'll be fine. When Seedmin heard Xu Yuan's words, he was stunned and said with a puzzled face, "Huh? What Ender Box?" At this time, Ken also looked at Xu Yuan with a puzzled face. Xu Yuan looked at the expressions of the two and was immediately surprised. Could it be that everyone still doesn't know how to synthesize the Ender Box? Since the system gave away Xu Yuan's Ender Box and Latent Box at the beginning, there are 2 Ender Chests that are currently enough, so I didn't synthesize them again. What Xu Yuan didn't expect was that the big family still didn't know the synthesis method of the Ender Box. But it makes sense to think about it. Many people have never seen the Ender Box, and they don't know that there is such a thing as the Ender Box. And the composition list of the Ender Chest is different from other chests. Normal chests require wood to craft, while Ender Chests require obsidian. And the synthesis of the Ender Box requires the Eye of the Ender, which in turn is a synthesis of the Ender Pearl and the Flame Powder. The Ender Pearl will only drop when it hits Blackie, and the number of Blackie in the original world is actually not much. So it's normal for people not to know the synthesis formula. However, such as the Ender Box, even if some guilds study it, they will not publish the synthesis list. After opening PvP, the Ender Chest is definitely a must-have for the battlefield. It doesn't matter if you don't know, you did a good job this time. Just reward you with 2 Ender Chests, and then you'll know what to use. Xu Yuan will definitely not publish the synthesis list at present, but it can still be made for the players of the guild to use. This time it happened to be a reward for the meritorious work of seeds. Seedmin heard that Xu Yuan wanted to reward himself, but he was overjoyed, which was Xu Yuan's affirmation of himself. And the reward Xu Yuan gave him was still something he had never heard of. Xu Yuan went to the basement to make 2 Ender Boxes out of materials and gave them to Seedmin. When Seedmin saw the Ender Box, his eyes simply lit up. He had heard before that Boss Steve had a glowing black chest. Unexpectedly, this box was actually an Ender Box, and the boss also rewarded him with this box. Seedmin was excited to think of this, he actually had the same box as the boss. Thank you, boss. Xu Yuan was about to let Seedmin retire first and discuss something with Ken. At this moment, after suddenly thinking of something, he asked Xiang Seed. By the way, the inner demon knows who it is, right? Yes, his name is Snail. Ken couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that the inner ghost was actually a snail. Snails usually behave as decent and can't pick out the kind of people who can't pick out thorns, but it is precisely because of such people who don't pick out that they cannot be detected. Ken thought about it and said, "Are you going to kick him out of the guild?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan shook his head and said, "No, keep him and don't act out of the ordinary. He's still useful to us." While Xu Yuan, Ken, and Seedmin were chatting, the forum at this time could be described as hot. A lot of posts popped up in the forum, all of them coming at the Cube People Guild. The elite of the Cube People Guild was surrounded but had no power to resist, and the status of the first guild was not guaranteed. The PvP system is turned on, the status of the guild is reshuffled, and the Cube People are afraid to fall off the altar. The guilds work together to hunt down the members of the Cube Man Guild, and the Cube Man Guild is not responding at the moment. 2 fists are difficult to fight with 4 hands. The Cube People Guild has too many enemies, fear of destruction. When the players in the forum saw these posts, they clicked in. After understanding what happened, players began to stand up. Where is the strength of the Cube People Guild? Killing a few of them will say that the status of the people is not guaranteed. I've heard that many guilds have wrapped up an elite group of 200 people and only killed 40 people. That's it. I really didn't expect this to blow too. Maybe the people who killed the Cube People Guild have already given them confidence. After all, they have been suppressed for too long. Ha ha ha. You people are really rat-eyed. Looking at the problem depends on the overall situation. Now the Cube People Guild is the target of everyone. Can other guilds join forces to make a guild of dead block people? Yes, more people is not enough, and the guild to go to war depends on how many people are. I think, the whole card of the Cube Man is Steve, but no matter how strong one person is, he can't beat a group of people, and the sea of people will crush you to death. Anyway, I think the status of the Cube People is not so stable. If those guilds kill the people who guard the Cube People every day, then the Square People will not be able to develop at all. It's been so long, and I haven't seen the Cube Man respond. Indeed, after all, the elite team is surrounded by 5 guilds together, and the Cube People dare to provoke the 5 guilds. As soon as this incident came out, some players continued to be optimistic about the Cube People, while some players felt that the Block People were probably gone. Anyway, they all have their own reasons. But the only thing that everyone cannot deny is that this incident has happened so far, and the Cube People Guild has not given any response so far. It was like being dumb and bored, and he didn't want to confront these guilds at all. This inevitably aroused everyone's conjecture. Could it be that the Cube People are really afraid? At this time, in the main city of the Cube People Guild, the members of the guild saw these posts in the forum, and their teeth itched with anger. Damn, these people are naked provocations. Which 5 guilds surrounded our elite group? This group of people is really TM, they think that our boss is just like them to hang out the forum? What about the press conference? This group of people just looks at the excitement and does not think that it is big, and fanning the flames. Don't get excited, the bosses naturally have arrangements, we just listen to the arrangements. The people of the Cube People Guild naturally couldn't see others saying that the Cube people were not good at all, and they were all indignant. At this time, Xu Yuan's residence. After Xu Yuan finished explaining the matter to Seed Min, he let Seed Min go out first. Go out and show a little loss, and what I reward you, don't take it out for the time being. Xu Yuan did not forget to remind Seed Min Deo. After all, there is still an inner ghost in the elite group at present, and it must not be exposed. Boss, I understand. Seed Min naturally knows how to do it, and he is still good at acting. After the seeds left, Xu Yuan looked at Ken and said, Seed Min can be transferred to the first echelon, and in the second echelon, it can be regarded as a talent. At this time, Ken shook his head. He's the best in the second tier, and now he's the leader in the second tier, and if he is transferred, no one in the second tier will be able to fill his position. Xu Yuan saw Ken say this, so he didn't say anything more. Ken knows more about managing the elite group than Xu Yuan. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to Ken, there's something you need to do. You go and help me compile the list of compositions that have been published so far. If you can, try to check if other guilds have researched any synthetic lists but have not published them. Xu Yuan had been busy before, so he didn't care too much about the synthetic list. Today's incident in the Ender box made Xu Yuan pay attention to the synthetic list. Only by understanding what everyone knows and what they don't know can we better understand the market. In this way, a lot of things can be used as well. It's like the Ender box that everyone doesn't know. This is a PvP artifact. With this, as long as the hand speed is fast enough, it can prevent the loss of items dropped. Therefore, the synthetic list of things like the Ender box, Xu Yuan will definitely not leak out. Okay, I'll look it up. Ken immediately used all kinds of resources to start investigating. I have to say that the news that there is Ken in the block people is still very well informed. Ken will also install the eyeliner of square people in each guild. In short, Ken can get first-hand news on various channels. This is still a very gratifying point for Xu Yuan, and Ken has helped Xu Yuan solve a lot of troubles. Xu Yuan couldn't help but think of when he first met Ken. There was no current Cube People Guild at that time. At that time, I was just a grocery store owner living in a stilted building. Thinking that time really flies quickly, in a blink of an eye, the stilt building has become the main city of the game in the mouths of many players. Xu Yuan was recalling all the previous things, and Ken had already sorted out what Xu Yuan wanted. That's all I can find out at the moment. Some guilds can't find it closely, but it should be inseparable. Ken sent all the compiled synthetic lists to Xu Yuan in the form of messages. Xu Yuan found a place to sit down and began to check it slowly. Most of the simpler synthesis lists are currently being explored by players, but some of the redstone-related devices have not yet been synthesized. However, it is also understandable. After all, there are a few people who play redstone now, and there are people like Minjiu Zhuang who like to study redstone. At present, only the guilds will study the redstone. Xu Yuan finished reading all the synthetic lists that Ken integrated, and then asked Ken, don't you have a list of enchantments and brewing stations? These two things are what Xu Yuan cares about the most at present. Enchantments and potions, these are two things that have a qualitative improvement in the player's strength. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken shook his head and said, nope. Xu Yuan suddenly had some doubts. Then how did these people enchant? Since Xu Yuan's diamond set had been enchanted long ago, there was no need for enchantment later. So I didn't care too much about the enchantment, but I didn't expect that no one even knew about the synthesis list of the enchantment table first. However, there may also be guilds that have studied it and have not announced it. How do you usually possess enchantments? Ken replied after thinking for a moment. Add enchantment books with anvils. Xu Yuan was stunned for a long time when he heard Ken's words. Xu Yuan always thought that the players already knew how to enchant. After all, many guild leaders and elites are also wearing enchantment sets. Unexpectedly, their enchantment method was actually using anvils and enchantment books. No wonder when the corpse-tied copy was opened, the guilds knew that the copy exploded the enchantment book, and they all bought iron pieces at a high price to clear the copy. It turns out that what is rare for them is those enchanted books. Xu Yuan only understood now that the way for everyone to equip enchantments is to obtain enchantment books. It is no wonder that after the relic system was turned on, many guild leaders even temporarily put aside the cleaning of the main city, but let the guild members explore the ruins. Xu Yuan only now understood how big the gap between the players and himself was. Ken saw Xu Yuan's reaction and couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What's wrong? Can the enchantment table you said be directly enchanted? Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. Yes, the enchantment table can be directly enchanted, and you can enchant it by consuming some lapis lazuli and experience. But enchantments also have a certain randomness. Ken was a little stunned when he heard Xu Yuan's words. He originally thought that enchantments were only possible with enchantment books. Originally, there were not many enchanted books in the game, and they could only be dropped by exploring ruins or playing copies. and some enchantment books are useless. Listening to Xu Yuan's words, it seemed that enchantment was a very simple and common thing. It is no wonder that Xu Yuan has long put on the enchanted diamond set. Xu Yuan thought about it and asked Xiang Ken, if that's the case, wouldn't the market price of the enchantment book be very expensive now? Ken nodded. Well, enchantment books are still very expensive, such as sharpness, repel lion, durability, and experience repair, etc. These enchantment books are priceless. When Xu Yuan heard this, he finally understood the market situation. If these enchanted books are priceless, Xu Yuan can completely make a fortune by selling enchantment books. However, if you want to sell Xu Yuan, you will only sell those low-level enchantment books, and high-level enchantment books will definitely not sell. At least it won't be sold under the current circumstances. Now the guilds are all eyeing each other, and if you sell the enchanter to them now, it is equivalent to helping others with prestige. And things are rare, and enchanted books are precious because they are few. Xu Yuan thought of this, and continued to ask Ken. And what about the price of the potion outside now? Since everyone still does not know the synthesis list of the brewing table, it means that the potion is also obtained by treasure chests, and the price of the potion is estimated to be ridiculously high. Very high. Useful potions are basically not sold by anyone. Xu Yuan heard this and continued to ask. Does anyone sell the invisibility potion? Ken shook his head when he heard this. I haven't seen anyone sell it. The effect of this stealth potion is too awesome. It is estimated that some people have used it themselves. When the corpse-tied copy was made before, Xu Yuan gave each member of the elite group a bottle of stealth potion, and everyone recognized the power of the invisibility potion at that time. But everyone didn't know what to do with the potion, otherwise they would have already made it for their own use. Xu Yuan was excited when he heard this. After PvP is opened, the potion can be said to be absolutely needed. All kinds of potions are artifacts for PvP. If only Xu Yuan knew the formula of the potion now, then it was no exaggeration to say that Xu Yuan alone would be able to deal with all the players of the other guilds. On the battlefield, first drink a bottle of stealth potion, and then throw out various splash-type damage potions, which is definitely destroying decay. Where to lose, where to die. The opponent is absolutely dead and does not know what happened. And after having the splash-type potion, you can also add buff-type potions to your own side, and throw some slowdown, weak, and highly toxic splash-type potions to the enemy. It can be said that as long as the brewing table and the recipes of various potions do not leak out, when you fight, the Cube Man Guild is invincible? Xu Yuan was thinking about it, and when he saw that Ken seemed to be angry, he suddenly said with some doubts. What's wrong? Ken said after recovering his mood. You look at the forum. After Xu Yuan clicked on the forum, he couldn't help but smile when he saw those posts. No wonder Ken is angry, these people really have no mercy. One by one, the Cube People Guild said that it was worthless, like an empty shell. Ken saw that Xu Yuan was not only not angry, but smiled, and suddenly he was a little confused about what Xu Yuan was thinking. You are not angry when they say this about us. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and shook his head. Don't be angry, because they're going to pay the price right away. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately lifted his spirits. Are we going to fight back? In fact, the posts in the forum are basically saying that the Cube people are dense, and so many people who have been killed do not dare to fight, and there is no response. And the meaning of Ken's listening to Xu Yuan's words is to call back. Xu Yuan nodded and said, it must be fought back, and it will have to be returned tenfold, 100-fold. When Ken heard this, he was excited. He had long wanted to fight. How many people are needed? I have everyone ready to prepare. Ken naturally thought that Xu Yuan was the one who initiated the guild to fight with the people of the other guilds. At this time, Xu Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, I'm enough alone. When Ken heard this, he looked at Xu Yuan with an incredulous expression, and he thought that he had misheard. You're alone? You're not kidding, are you? After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he thought about it. One person doesn't seem to be enough, and I can't pick up explosive equipment. In this way, you put dozens of people on standby, and when the time comes, I will finish the fight and call them to come and clean up the battlefield. Ken also thought that Xu Yuan wanted to bring more people to change his mind, but as a result, Xu Yuan's role in finding him to ask for more people was actually to pick up equipment, and it seems that Xu Yuan is still ready to solve the battle alone. Don't make trouble. If your equipment explodes, then how much will we lose? If brushing books is nothing, Ken has also seen it. But this is PvP. No matter how powerful a person can kill 10, then can he kill 100? And surrounded by it, no matter how capable you are, one person will die with one sword. Ken is not distrusting Xu Yuan, but it is too foolish to go alone. At this time, Xu Yuan said with a firm look in his eyes, kill this group of people, I am enough alone. Ken originally wanted to stop Xu Yuan, but seeing Xu Yuan so serious, it was not good to say more. However, Ken thought about it carefully. Xu Yuan has always been measured in his work, and he will not take risks on things that he is not sure of. At this time, Ken said a little helplessly, well, just be happy. Xu Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Ken's words. You don't have to look loveless. I'll just tell you, it's much easier to deal with these people than I do with bosses alone. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he shrugged helplessly and said with a smile, okay, listen to you? Do you have any plans? And they are all dispersed now, right? It has been a while since the incident, and the people of these guilds must have scattered if they didn't find the map. Xu Yuan is afraid that it will be difficult to annihilate them together, and if he wants to fight, he can only find out their whereabouts. Xu Yuan thought about it after hearing Ken's words. It is also true, now they must have scattered, and if they are to be annihilated in one fell swoop, they must know where they are. This kind of time-wasting thing, Xu Yuan will definitely not do. It would be better to be able to lure them all out. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he suddenly had an idea, so he said to Ken, "You go and call the seeds." Ken didn't ask much after hearing Xu Yuan's words, so he went out to shout seeds. After a while, the seeds came in. Xu Yuan looked at Seed Min and asked, "Did you just act?" When Seed Min heard this, he suddenly said a little nervously, "Boss, after I went out, my brothers scattered, and I didn't see the snails, so I didn't say anything to them yet." Seeds originally wanted to go out to act, but after going out, the snail was not there. This play was originally for snails, so Seedman prepared to gather the brothers to perform it again later. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Fortunately, Seedmin has not finished this play, otherwise it will be more troublesome. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he said to Seedman, "Wait and go out, change to a play. You want the snail to know that the map is hidden by you." When Seedmin heard this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. If you let the snail know that the map is hidden, won't the other guilds know about it? Boss, why? Xu Yuan saw that Seedmin still understood, so he smiled and explained. "They killed 40 of us, don't we come back?" When Seedmin heard this, he immediately understood Xu Yuan's words. Xu Yuan was going to fight back. Seedmin said excitedly immediately after hearing this, "Okay, I'll do it." After saying that, Seedmin, he left. As soon as Seedmin exited Xu Yuan's room, he saw the snail and several elite group players gathered together as if they were saying something. And the players of these elite groups happened to have a good relationship with Seedmin. When everyone saw the seeds come out, they all gathered around. "Brother Zimin, why have you been talking for so long? What's the matter, Brother Seedmin? Did the boss scold you? Did the boss say that he would punish us for something?" When Seedmin heard everyone's words, he first shushed, and then after looking left and right for a while, he whispered to everyone, "The boss didn't punish me, he rewarded me." When the elite group players heard this, their faces were full of doubts, even the snails. "Why did boss reward you? If you lose the map, the boss can reward you. What the hell is going on here?" Seeds smiled and then said to the players, "Actually, the map didn't fall. I hid it. I told you that before because I suspected that our team had inner ghosts." When Seedmin said the word inner ghost, he deliberately looked at the snail. The snail suddenly became a little nervous. Then Seedmin smiled and continued, "Of course, I still trust a few of you, otherwise I wouldn't have told you the truth." When the members of the elite group heard this, they were all surprised. There are actually inner ghosts? Fortunately, Brother Min is smart, and it's good that the map hasn't fallen. Wow, Brother Seedman, you have done a great job, no wonder the boss rewarded you. Everyone felt a false alarm, and everyone was very happy that the map was not lost. And only the snail alone asked Xiang Seed, "Brother Seedman, where did you hide the map?" When Seedman heard the snail ask this, he couldn't help but laugh secretly. The snail was hooked. "I don't remember exactly, it was too rushed, so I had to go and look for it. But the boss is really good to me." He also asked the silent regiment of the first echelon to go with me, and said that he would send someone to secretly protect us, for fear of encountering another siege. The reason why Seedmin added the latter sentence is to let the snail have a sense of crisis when it reports the message. If Seedmin said that he went alone, then the guilds would definitely only send a small number of people over. In this way, even if these people are killed, it will not have much impact on the guilds. Only by annihilating the elite groups of these guilds in one fell swoop is it a fatal blow to these guilds. As soon as Zimin's words were finished, the snail immediately released the news. And after getting the news here, he was about to let people secretly look for it, but saw the snail say that the cube people sent out the first echelon elite group to find it together. Suyan suddenly became a little embarrassed. "I originally wanted to swallow this map alone, but it seems that the cube people have begun to pay attention to this matter. Now if you want to get the map, you can only unite the power of several other guilds." So Haoyan had no choice but to take the initiative to contact the leaders of the previous 4 guilds. When the 4 guild leaders learned that the map was still there, they immediately began to gather their elites. The elites of our 4 guilds have gathered to deal with the elites of one of their guilds, which is more than enough. This time they dispatched the first echelon. This is a piece of fat. If you annihilate them in one fell swoop, it will definitely hit the cube people hard. Let's catch them off guard and snatch the map again. The guild leaders were all full of confidence, and they felt that 5 against 1 was an absolute overwhelming victory. What they didn't know was that the one they were facing was not the elite group of the Cube People Guild. It's the leader of the Cube People Guild, Steve. After receiving the news of Hades, the guild leaders agreed to this cooperation without hesitation. The guild leaders naturally knew the value of that map, although they all wanted to keep it for themselves. But if only one guild moves, it may not be the opponent of the Cube People Guild. If you join forces, when the time comes, the Cube People want to find trouble, and they will not only look for one of them. The so-called unity is powerful, and now they can only pull the Crotch Cube People Guild if they unite. The guild leader immediately began to gather the guild's elite group. This time they are all determined to win. and after the guild leader led the elite group to set off, Ken immediately received the news. They've already set off. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and smiled with satisfaction. How many people did they go to this time? Each guild has about 500 people, all of them are their elite group. Are you sure that one person is okay? Ken was still a little uneasy. Each of the 5 guilds was 500 people, and this was a total of 2,500 people. And these people are also members of the elite group of various guilds. Although the elite groups of other guilds are not as good as those of the Cube Man Guild, they are also much stronger than ordinary players. Ken really didn't know how Xu Yuan alone could defeat so many people. Xu Yuan looked at Ken and smiled. 2,500 people, it seems that more people will be brought to clean up the battlefield. Although Xu Yuan, the equipment of these people, is not appreciated, it is still possible to pick it up and give it to the players in the guild. After all, these people are the elite groups of other guilds, and the equipment must be much better for ordinary players. Ken saw Xu Yuan say this, so he was not good at saying anything, so he said, "Then I'll send 500 people to pick up things, and I'll follow, and I'll arrange everything on the Twilight Forest." Ken is completely an old mother's mentality, afraid that something will happen to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan saw that Ken was so persistent, so he didn't want to say anything, only let him see him with his own eyes to be relieved, so he also agreed. "Okay, if you go, it will be more credible, so that the other guilds think that we attach great importance to this matter, and it is estimated that we will send more people." If Ken goes with him, it really shows that the Cube people take this matter seriously. After all, Ken is the vice president, basically under Xu Yuan alone, and everything in the guild is handled by Ken. Sure enough, after the guild leader knew that Ken would also go, he immediately began to deploy troops again. Go and find another 500 skilled players. Even Ken went, hurry up and call some brothers again. Sent Ken here, it seems that Steve takes this matter very seriously. In the eyes of the guild leader, this incident has risen to a higher level with Ken's participation. The leaders of these 5 guilds increased their respective ranks by about 500. Now the number of participants in each guild has reached 1,000, and 5 guilds together are 5,000. In terms of numbers, this can already be regarded as a small guild battle. On the other hand, on Xu Yuan's side, there are only 3 people on the bright side. Xu Yuan 1, Ken 1, Seed Min 1. The remaining 500 cleaners cannot be counted. Seeds are definitely going to go, after all, to make a play is to do enough. Originally, Xu Yuan was ready to let the first echelon elite group follow. After all, when Seed Min said to Snail, the first echelon elite group would participate. But think about it, the elite group of the first echelon is now helping Xu Yuan fight Naga in the Twilight Forest. Playing Naga and making a play is of course more important to play Naga. Ken and Seedman soon set off, and Seedman also brought with them those players who had leaked before, and there were naturally snails among these players. Sure enough, when the snail saw that only so many people were sent on the side of the square people, he immediately became a little suspicious. "Brother Seedman, didn't you say that the elite group of the first echelon would also join us?" Seedman heard the snail say this, and said after thinking about it, "They are secretly protecting us. If such a blatant group of people walks over, isn't the target obvious? If we are surrounded, they will save us." When the snail heard Seedman's words, he nodded doubtfully. At this time, Ken came over and patted the snail's shoulder. "Don't worry, what happened last time won't happen again. I've arranged for more than 500 people to follow us." Snail heard Ken's words and smiled reluctantly. Immediately afterwards, a message was sent to Hades. "Our side has already set out, and here we have dispatched the first echelon elite regiment, and there are more than 500 people secretly protecting." After receiving the news, the whole person breathed a sigh of relief. Before listening to the tone of the snail, saying that Ken was dispatched, Yuan thought that Ken would bring a large number of people together. "But I didn't expect to bring only more than 500 people. Now the 5 guilds combined have more than 5,000 people, 10 times the number of the block people. No matter how it is, it can be crushed with the superiority of numbers." After knowing the number of cube people dispatched, the guild leaders also breathed a sigh of relief. They also all have the same idea as Hades, this absolute quantity suppression, this time can definitely hit the cube people guild hard. About half an hour later, the guild leaders had already arrived at the place of the incident with all the people and horses. Yan Yan looked at the 5,000 people present, and even he himself felt shocked. These players can be said to be the top players of these 5 guilds, and their equipment is naturally very good. This is also the whole card of these 5 guilds. After all, a guild, those who have the operation and consciousness are those people. However, the target of these more than 5,000 people is too big, and if the people of the Cube People Guild come over, they will definitely be able to see them from far away. After thinking about it, he said to everyone, "We ambush underground so that the target is too big and they will be prepared. When the time comes, when they get the map, let's come out again, surround them, and annihilate them in one fell swoop." Everyone felt that it made sense when they heard Shi Yan's words, so they all began to dig holes in the ground to hide. After seeing that everyone was hiding, he sent a message to the snail. "We have laid an ambush, and when he gets the map, he will notify us, and we will act immediately." After Ken and Seed Min set off, Xu Yuan made some preparations and set off. When he was preparing, Xu Yuan really realized how useful the latent box was. because the main ones that Xu Yuan brought this time were all potions, but the potions could not be stacked, so even if the backpack was full, he couldn't bring much of anything. With such a thing as a latent box, it is different, which is equivalent to adding 27 more packs. If you have a few more, you can bring more things. But at present, Xu Yuan only has one gifted by the system. The production of the latent box requires a latent shell, and the latent shell only latent shell will drop. And the hidden shadow shell is only available in the last shadow city, so if you want to brush the hidden shadow shell, you can only kill the ender dragon. So there is still no way to mass-produce latent boxes. After Xu Yuan was ready, he set off. The reason why Xu Yuan waited for Ken and Seedmin to set off was because he wanted to hide his whereabouts. Moreover, only when those people from the other guilds appeared and got together, Xu Yuan could annihilate them faster. After the ambush of the Yan and the others, Ken also received the news immediately. Ken has also long calculated that they will ambush. About 20 minutes after the others were in ambush, Ken and Seedmin came to the scene of the incident. As soon as he arrived at the place of the incident, the snail was a little impatient. "Brother Seedmin, where are you hiding?" Hearing the snail's words, Seedmin and Ken looked at each other and smiled. "Of course I remember, so I'm going to find it," Seed said, making a gesture to dig down. Seeing this, the snail immediately walked to the edge of the seed and said, "Brother Seedmin, I'll go down with you." Seedmin frowned when he heard the snail's words. "Snail, when are you so diligent? If you want to go down, you have to go down with Boss Ken." At this time, the other guild players who followed were also booing. "Yes, Snail, when did I see you so gracious? Aren't you usually silent? Snail, you shouldn't be trying to make a contribution, right?" Snail saw that Seedman began to doubt himself a little, and he also knew that he was a little anxious, so he smiled awkwardly. "I'm also in a hurry, it's okay, it's time for the boss of Ken to go with you to find it, let's wait for you here." Seeing this, Ken walked to the snail and smiled. Snails are indeed commendable for thinking so much about the guild, and when the time comes, I will mention you to your Steve boss well. When the players on the side heard this, they were all envious. "Wow, Snail, it looks like you're going to be promoted. Brother Snail, take care of it then." When the snail heard Ken's words, he was naturally happy. If he can be promoted, it means that his status is getting higher and higher, and he knows more and more things. At that time, Heijian will naturally pay more money to buy his news. Ken smiled meaningfully after speaking, and then dug into the ground with seeds. As soon as Seedmin and Ken went underground, Ken began to contact Xu Yuan. "Boss, we have already arrived, how long do you have to arrive?" After Xu Yuan saw the message, he estimated the distance and replied, "About 10 minutes left." Ken saw Xu Yuan's reply and said after thinking about it, "Then we'll go out in 5 minutes. Okay, you guys pay attention, when the time comes, put important items in the latent box." After Ken closed the chat interface, he asked him, "Where's the map?" Seeds pointed under him, then dug 5 squares and saw a box. The chest contained the map, as well as some mid-level relic key fragments. Seeing this, Ken extended a thumbs up to Seedmin, and then said, "Transfer everything to the ender chest, and put all your valuables in it." When Seedmin heard Ken's words, he smiled helplessly. "Boss, the valuables on my body were all burst last time, but you put the valuables on your body in too." When Ken heard Seedman's words, he looked at the contents of the box again, and couldn't help but feel a little touched. Seeds could have put everything on his body in the box, but he didn't do it. Instead, the first thing that comes to mind is to keep the map first. "I had already calculated that I might die, so I didn't bring anything." Ken usually does not wear equipment. After all, in holographic mode, wearing equipment still has some weight and a sense of restraint. Only when entering a quest or having an event will Ken put the equipment on. Ken and Seeds destroy the ender chest after transferring the map and mid-level relic key fragments to the ender chest. It had been exactly 5 minutes since all this was done. After Ken and the Seeds pinched the time, they came out of the ground. Snail saw the two come out and was the first to greet them. "Boss, got the map, right?" Ken looked at the snail and nodded with a smile. "Well, got it, let's go." When Snail heard Ken's words, she immediately looked very happy. While echoing Ken and Seedman, he also spread the news. "Got it, let's do it." After receiving the news, he immediately notified the guild leaders of each guild. More than 5,000 people immediately surrounded the entire area from the earth that had been dug up from the ground. Several guild leaders took the brunt of the crowd. "Oh, isn't this Vice President Ken? What bothered you to personally dispatch?" Naturally, there are good things that President Ken will come in person. "President Ken, did you help us find the map?" Looking at President Ken's surprised expression, "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect US to be here, did we?" Chairman Ken should also taste the feeling of defeat. The guild leader gathered around and taunted Ken. This also fulfills the saying that the villain dies of talking too much. Ken and Seeds naturally cooperated with them to pretend to be surprised and a little frightened. "I tell you our large army is nearby," Ken said with a deliberate panic. When the guild leaders heard this, they all laughed. "Ha ha 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 ha, a large army? A large army of 500 people. President Ken, would you like to count how many of us there are? In this way, for the sake of friendship before, hand over the map, and we will not need the equipment on you." Just when these guild leaders were proud in front of Ken, Ken received a message from Xu Yuan. "I've arrived. After Ken received Xu Yuan's news, a hanging heart was also put down. Then he made eye contact with Seed Min and then said to the guild leader, "I hope you don't regret your choice today." When the guild leaders heard Ken's words, they all looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, we will regret it, regret that we didn't clean up your cube people earlier. President Ken, I really admire your self-confidence. Death is still hard, AI, forget it, let's not talk nonsense with him, quickly take the map and leave." The guild leader saw Ken say this, and he didn't want to talk more nonsense with Ken, but was ready to let the guild people kill Ken and Seeds. And just as they were about to start, there was suddenly some movement behind the crowd. "What's broken? How did I get poisoned? I'm poisoned too. This. What's going on? How did my blood lose so much in an instant?" Immediately behind the crowd, there was a commotion, and when the guild leader saw this, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Ha Yan frowned and asked the people in the guild, "What's wrong? What's going on in the back?" The people of the Hades Guild immediately reported to Hades after learning the situation. Some players in the back don't know how, some suddenly have half less blood, and some are suddenly poisoned. When Yan Yan heard this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. "What do you call I don't know why? Is there someone sneaking up around?" The first thing that came to mind was that someone sneaked up on them. After all, Ken's attitude just now did not look like a poor stranger. Already checked, didn't see anyone nearby. Just as Xian was talking to the people in the guild, he only heard a scream from behind the team. The players behind them, before they knew what was happening, felt that their eyes were black, and their blood was bottomed out. At this time, the guild leader only saw the people in the back row falling down in large swaths. "What's going on? What the hell is going on? Who is sneaking up on us? Check it out for me? Who is making trouble?" The players in the back row fell without the slightest effort to fight back, and they didn't even know how they died. And at this time, the eyes of the underworld were staring at every move in the back row. At this moment, he suddenly found a knife that appeared out of thin air and slashed at the place where the players had the most. Seeing this, Yan Yan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly shouted, "Flash!" But at this time, where is there still time, the players in the back row have just been either poisoned or suddenly lost a large amount of blood. I only saw a knife go down, and I hacked a large number of players to death. The entire area, the ground is full of things dropped by the players. And the knife disappeared immediately after killing all the players. Seeing this, Ha Yan was shocked, although he didn't know what had just happened. It is also not known why knives can appear and disappear out of thin air. But he recognized the knife? Because that knife is currently fully served by only one person. That person is the leader of the Cube Man, Steve. Yan Yan immediately felt a sense of crisis. He had sensed something was wrong before, they had been around for so long, and if the group of Ken and Seed Min had someone from the guild secretly protecting them, the one who protected them would have come out long ago. Now it seems that things are very strange. And from the look in Ken's later eyes, he didn't see the slightest look of surprise or fear. Instead, it's a gesture of confidence. This speaks even more tellingly. Now think of the knife that appeared out of thin air. At this time, his heart suddenly tightened. Are we the designed? Ha Yan didn't dare to continue thinking about it, and he immediately ordered the players in the guild to say, "Don't be afraid. All people, keep an eye on me. As long as you see a knife that appears out of thin air, I'll slash in that direction." At this time, the Sidus has already discovered the problem. Steve must have used some method to become invisible, but what he was holding when he was stealthy could be seen. So I saw only the knife slashing in the air. At this time, the leaders of the other guilds were shocked when they heard Hao Yan's words. They didn't know what was happening, so they asked Xiang Yan one after another. "What's wrong? What happened? Why are the players falling one by one?" My side too said that they all suddenly lost a lot of blood, and then I don't know how to die. Is it the ghost of the Cube Man? What the hell is going on? Yan Yan looked at everyone with a frown, and nodded. "Yes, I'm afraid Steve, the leader of the Cube people, is also here." When the guild leaders heard this, their hearts shook. The three words Steve still carry a lot of weight in their hearts. Where is he? Did he come with the people of their guild? Shall we add some more manpower? Are they preparing for a counterattack? The synagogue is a little worried at the moment. Originally Ken came and forgot, but now Steve is here at every turn. The seriousness of this matter is great, which is equivalent to the guild directly going to war. After hearing everyone's words, Ha Yan was silent for a moment, and then looked at the guild leader with complicated eyes and said, "It seems that he is the only one coming. This is a conjecture made by the current situation. But this conjecture, even Hao Yan himself dare not believe it, and he dare not be sure." When the guild leaders heard this, they all had an incredulous expression on their faces. "You're kidding us, right? Here comes him, He did everything he just did. What the hell does he want to do? Does he want to slaughter more than 5,000 of us alone?" If it was really like the guild leaders said, Steve would have slaughtered more than 5,000 of them if he wanted one person. That's underestimating them? If this more than 5,000 people were really slaughtered by him alone, how could this game continue in the future? When Yan Yan heard this, his green tendons burst out, clenched his fists, and roared angrily. "Steve, you're too arrogant. Today is the day you fall off the altar." Just when the players of the 5 guilds fell one by one, a live broadcast appeared on the forum at this time. And the title of this live broadcast room is Response from the Cube People Guild. This was exactly what Xu Yuan arranged. He gave Xiaofat a few bottles of stealth potion, and asked Xiaofat to find an excellent position to start the live broadcast. Xu Yuan did this to kill chickens and monkeys, and he wanted all guilds to know the consequences of moving cube people. Although this title seems to have no end or end, everyone understands it when it comes to the posts that were brushed in the forum before. So the melon-eating masses immediately flocked to enter the live broadcast room. When they entered the live broadcast room, they saw the strange scene. I saw 5 guilds enter 5,000 players surrounding some players of Ken and the cube people. Then he suddenly saw the people in the back row of these 5 guilds, and they all died in an instant. Since the perspective of the live broadcast is the perspective of the entire scene, this also makes this picture more impactful. Seeing this, all the players were stunned. What just happened? How can I see the people of these guilds die one by one? This is terrifying, isn't it? It's like watching a ghost movie. What the hell is going on? Looking at the expressions on the faces of these guilds, it is estimated that they are just as confused as us. There is no one sneaking up on you. What the hell is going on? When all the players saw this, they already had goosebumps. Then I thought of the title of this live broadcast, Cube Man's Response, and it was suddenly creepy. Is the Cubeman's response to destroy them? Lying groove, you kill me 40 people, I kill you 4,000. That's a little too ruthless. How the hell did the Cube Man do it? And just as the players sighed, there were pieces of people who fell to the ground like leeks being cut. At this point, a sharp-eyed player said as if he had discovered something. Look at the group of players when they fell. Did a knife kill them? The knife only appeared for 2 seconds and disappeared. After this player's reminder, everyone began to look at the screen carefully. As soon as there is a commotion among players somewhere, they all stare at that side. Sure enough, after another piece of player fell, many people saw the knife. It's good not to see the knife. As soon as they saw the knife, everyone immediately gasped. Isn't this Steve's knife? I recognize this knife. The only one in the whole service is Steve's big guys. Hiss. Steve, this is going to slaughter 5,000 people alone. Lying groove, isn't it? Is this possible? I'm really not sure. Steve seems to have drunk the stealth potion. I've just heard of this potion. There is no priceless market. This kind of stuff Steve has. Are you sure Steve is alone? 1v 5,000. After everyone discovered Xu Yuan's knife, they began to guess. At this time, Xu Yuan was not angry after hearing Shi Yan's words, but smiled playfully. I have to say that Heizian's intuition is still good, and he discovered Xu Yuan so quickly. But this is no way. After all, after drinking the stealth potion, you can only invisible the body, and the weapons and armor on your hands are not invisible. Therefore, Xu Yuan deliberately did not wear armor, and it was a last resort to take a knife out to harvest. Seeing that lump of residual blood, Xu Yuan really didn't want to waste another instantaneous damage potion. Anyway, drawing the sword can be a group attack, and the group attack is easy to hit the SSS rating. Drink another bottle of Power 2 potion, even if it is full of blood, it can be dropped in a second. Xu Yuan also happened to be able to brush the number of kills with the sword drawn, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After Xu Yuan saw that the time for the stealth potion was almost up, he immediately hid behind the tree again, drank another bottle of the potion, and prepared to start the next attack. Xu Yuan looked at the most densely populated place in the middle of the guilds. At this time, the guilds did not know how to prevent Xu Yuan, so they still stood in a group. After all, after encountering danger, everyone's subconscious is a pile. This is more beneficial to Xu Yuan. If these players are scattered, Xu Yuan will be more difficult. It can't be said to be difficult, it can only be said that the amount of medicine to be consumed will be slightly more. After Xu Yuan touched the place where the crowd was dense, he threw away a few bottles of splash-type poisonous potion. After the poisonous potion was broken, it immediately spread to this group of players. These players saw that they began to be poisoned, and they all panicked. It's over, I'm poisoned. Quick, did anyone bring milk? Who's bringing milk? After the events just now, everyone has learned their lesson. After the poisoning, a knife would appear to attack them after a while, so they were all alert. At this time, Heizian immediately commanded the other players in the guild channel. Everyone surround this group of poisoned players. He will definitely attack them later. Heizian is also smart, and he can't hear Xu Yuan making decisions in the guild channel. But Xu Yuan was not a fool, and Xu Yuan couldn't help shaking his head and smiling after seeing these players surrounding the group of players who were poisoned. I'm worried that the number of people is not too crowded, but you did me a big favor. Every time Xu Yuan starts, he starts with a location where the crowd gathers, because the range of the splash-type potion is not large, and the more people gather, the more people can radiate. And after Xu Yuan moved his hands a few times before, after the number of people was less, the density of players was not high. Xu Yuan was really a little distressed about how to gather them, but he didn't expect that Shi Yan would do him a big favor. Xu Yuan looked at most of the remaining half of the medicine in his backpack and was excited. It was just a warm-up, and now, the Holocaust has really begun? At this time, the guild leaders were cautious, and all the people were looking at this group of poisoned players. At this time, a group of people from Ken and Seedman, no one cared at all. When Ken saw what Xu Yuan did, he was completely impressed by Xu Yuan. And Seedman was also dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Xu Yuan would actually be able to fight against the members of the 5 guilds alone. What kind of boldness and strength is this? After Ken saw that Xu Yuan completely occupied the battlefield advantage, he knew that Xu Yuan no longer needed their help. All they can do now is not give the other guilds a chance to kill them. Ken bumped into the seed. After looking over, Ken glanced at the snail. Seeds immediately understood what Ken meant. 3, 2, 1. Ken whispered. When one falls, Snail only sees that he has been kicked out of the guild, and before he can react to what is going on, he is killed by the combined forces of Seed Min and Ken. At this time, the other players of the guild were stunned when they saw this scene. Neither of them knew what was going on, and at this time, Ken and Seedman didn't have time to talk to them, so they said, "Let's go first. Just leave it to the boss here." Ken and Seeds fled just like that, and no one noticed them. At this time, looking at the members of the guilds, they were all looking for Xu Yuan's knife. At this time, Xu Yuan did not take out the knife, but threw a bottle of splash-type instant damage potion at the group of poisoned people. Xu Yuan's splash-type instant damage potion is level 2, and can deal damage to 6 blocks of HP. These players were originally poisoned, and the blood had not yet recovered, and this splash-type instant damage potion went down, and another piece was poured. The guild leaders saw the members fall again, and their faces were full of shock. Why are they all dead again? Who saw the knife? I didn't see the knife. I haven't seen it all along. Then how did they die? All gone in an instant. Because everyone was gathered very closely, everyone was staring at the air, so they didn't notice the effect of the potion that was floating on the ground for a moment. At this time, the members of the guilds were terrified. This is an unknown fear. Everyone does not know where Xu Yuan is, and they do not know when he will strike next. Xu Yuan was like a ghost. No, it shouldn't be a ghost, to be precise, like the Grim Reaper. Erratic, every time you strike, you will take away a piece of soul. The members of the guild have no fighting spirit, because maybe the next person to die is themselves, and they can't do anything, they can only passively accept death. Where the hell is he? Steve? You have the ability to show up, what kind of man are you? Or just fight in an upright manner, what is a sneak attack? Yes, you will come out if you have the ability. At this time, the members of the guild only had evil chi from their mouths, and by the way, they were bold. These words also fell in the ears of the audience watching the live broadcast, and everyone complained. Ouch, I don't know who sneaked up on the Cube People Guild first. This group of people is outrageous. Steve is alone, show up to fight with you 5,000 people. Steve is indeed a person who scared these 5,000 people, ha 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 ha. They are dogs jumping off the wall, and they can't jump the wall at least twice. One thing to say, if I were at the scene, I guess I would be scared to death at this time, and Nima doesn't know how he died. Yes, this unknown fear is the most deadly. Just when this group of players from the other guilds was incompetent and furious, Xu Yuan had already targeted the outermost players. Because just now, all the guild players took advantage of the trend of encirclement to surround the group of poisoned players. And all the attention is focused on the middle, so the outermost player is not watched. Xu Yuan immediately threw several bottles of splash-type instant damage potion towards the crowded place. Then he immediately drew his sword and began to mend it. All the actions were completed in one go, and the players did not notice it at all, and in just 1 second, they were directly killed. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room saw this scene, and the whole goosebumps came out. Because the players are God's perspective, they can see exactly what's going on. The players only saw that the group of players fell to the ground for a moment, and a bottle with a purple halo and a knife appeared in the air halfway. And these things, taken together, only appear in the field of vision for a second. The players only felt that they couldn't even keep up with Xu Yuan's operation. I finally know how they died. What kind of damage potion is used to sprinkle it, and then repair the knife? Steve boss, this speed. Oh my god. I think the intuitive feeling of those dead players should be that the health bar is gone in an instant. Yes, it was 2 injuries, but there was no pause. Perfect connection. At this time, the guild leaders were on the verge of collapse. They suddenly felt a little helpless. Xu Yuan was like a thief at the moment, and he couldn't find any trace of him at all. And this game is not like other games, there is something anti-stealth. They can only guess, rely on intuition, rely on seeing the knife. At this moment, the mood of the guild leaders was like being put to the neck by a knife. They felt sorry for their loss, but there was nothing they could do. Standing here can only be slaughtered. At this time, the guild leader suddenly wanted to retreat. We can't spend any more time with this. The good man doesn't suffer the loss in front of him, he can't fight him in the open and in the dark, don't waste it. Yes? Quickly kill Ken, take the map and scatter. At this time, the guild leaders just wanted to hurry up and get rid of this torture after getting the map. And when the guild leader turned to look in the direction where Ken was, the whole person was stunned. Where is the shadow of Ken? At this moment, the resurrected snail immediately sent a message to Hades. Boss, it's not good, we were designed. Hades was furious when he saw the news of the snail, and did he need the snail to say? It's just that what Hao Yan didn't expect was that more than 5,000 of them were played by Xu Yuan alone. They are now in a dilemma. If they continue to stay here, they can't think of a way to deal with Xu Yuan, and if they continue to consume like this, their group will have to die. The people here are all elites selected from each guild, and the equipment of these elites can also represent the strength of these guilds. If all of these people died, it would undoubtedly be an irreparable blow to these 5 guilds. But if you don't stay here and evacuate directly, when the time comes, these guilds will definitely be laughed at. because at the beginning, they provoked the incident, and then poured all kinds of dirty water on the forum saying that the cube people did not give a response, saying that the cube people confessed. And now the cube people responded, and Xu Yuan went out alone, and beat them to cry and call their mother. If they run away like this, then these 5 guilds will definitely be laughed at by all the players, and absolutely everyone will not be able to raise their heads. So they are now in the dilemma of fighting, not being able to fight, running, and not running. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but regret a little. I already knew that I wouldn't mess with the cube people, didn't I find myself unpleasant? But now they are also cornered, the only way is to fight with Xu Yuan to the end, maybe there is a glimmer of life. Hades probably counted the number of people in the field, this is not counted, and the number suddenly shocked Hades. In just 10 minutes, the number of players is 1,000 less. And these 1,000 people were all silently killed by Xu Yuan? Seeing this, Hao Yan couldn't help but frown, he definitely couldn't continue like this. If you are beaten passively like this again, then in another 10 minutes, 1,000 people will be gone, and in half an hour, the entire army will be destroyed. Yan thought for a moment, and then commanded everyone. Everyone disperse. Ha Yan carefully observed the battlefield, and every time Xu Yuan would choose a place with a dense concentration of players to start. In this way, every time you do it, you can take away a large number of people. Therefore, if you want to deal with Xu Yuan, you must scatter. At this time, the players present did not cooperate so much. This also scatters us, and it's not easier to die if we are left alone. Yes, spread out like this, even if you see the knife, you can't kill him with one blow, isn't that a gift for nothing? There are so many of them, no matter how they are scattered, they are all in a pile, it's useless. At this time, where will the members of the guilds consider what kind of guild honor and disgrace issues, they just want to save their lives. And they think the safest way to save their lives is to get together. Seeing that the players did not cooperate, he had a headache. This group of people are simply pig teammates. The players of other guilds can't control the Hades, and the players of their own guild will still obey the orders of Hades. Hades immediately broke away from the players of his guild and scattered. At this time, the entire area is divided into 2 pieces. One is the players of the Hades guild, and they are all 5 people standing in a circle and scattering. The other piece is a lump of players from the other 4 guilds, all of whom are firmly gathered together. Xu Yuan looked at the situation on the field and looked at the situation on the field with interest. It seems that these people are now divided in opinion. Obviously, Xian discovered the problem and scattered the people of his guild. The other guilds, on the other hand, had the opposite view of Hades. The current 2 teams of people were like 2 exercises in front of Xu Yuan. If Xu Yuan attacked the players on this side of the pile first, then these players would definitely feel that the thinking on the side of the underworld was right. At that time, they will definitely all be scattered, which is definitely what Xu Yuan does not want to see. Therefore, Xu Yuan's target this time chose the side of the underworld. And Xu Yuan chose to take the inflammation as the target of attack. Xu Yuan is obviously more transparent than other people. The so-called thief captures the king first. This group of people does not have the presence of the underworld. It is definitely at the mercy of Xu Yuan. Hadeson was standing with several top elites in the guild at this time. Each of them turned to one side, and their hands never stopped, slashing through the air. They were just afraid that Xu Yuan would attack them closely. At this moment, the players of the underworld guild who were on the periphery suddenly began to riot. Hades quickly looked in the direction of the periphery, and saw several green zombies rushing towards the players. The players were suddenly in chaos, and they immediately besieged this group of zombies. These zombies have a lot more HP than ordinary zombies, and their attacks are also high. Although the zombies were killed under the players' attack, these zombies also took away 1 or 2 players. The players immediately became puzzled by these sudden zombies. Where did this zombie come out? How are these zombies different in color from other zombies? Wait, why don't these zombies spontaneously combust in the sun? Seeing this, his heart suddenly tightened. He already felt that something was wrong just now. These zombies looked strange and familiar. These zombies are not ordinary zombies, but zombies summoned by Xu Yuan. Hao Yan had seen these zombies in the video of Xu Yuan defending the city before. Broken. Yan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Xu Yuan was distracting everyone. Just when Xian noticed something, he suddenly saw an axe shining purple in front of him. It's over. There are only these 2 words in his mind at this time. The next second he saw the axe, he fell directly to the ground. When everyone reacted, the axe had disappeared out of thin air. At this time, all the players of the Hades Guild were shocked. You know, their boss's equipment is a diamond suit enchanted all over his body. And he hadn't been poisoned and shed blood before. At this time, everyone in the Underworld Guild saw that their bosses had fallen, and one by one they were even more ineffective. At the moment, they just want to quickly escape this purgatory on Earth. I can't stand it, I'm leaving. Damn, or give it a pain, it's too tormenting. The boss is dead, what should we do? At this time, all the players in the live broadcast room were also scared into a cold sweat when they saw this scene. They are not blind, and they can see for themselves how luxurious the equipment of the underworld is, and they are dressed in enchanted diamond sets. And with such luxurious equipment, they saw the axe that appeared out of thin air and split it or twice, and the underworld fell directly to the ground. All the players began to wonder, what kind of axe is this? What is this? This is definitely not an ordinary axe. This Nima is an axe, right? The axes of ordinary people are used to cut trees, and the axes of big guys are for chopping people. You all noticed the axe, and what I noticed was Steve's big guy. Just now, those zombies were also put by the big guys, in order to distract these people. This group of people is smarter, and this is the end. This is no longer obvious, this group of people is going to be slaughtered. All the players in the live broadcast room are from the perspective of God, so they also know very well that this group of people can only have the inside of Hades. But obviously Steve knew this better than they did, so he immediately sent Hades back. At this point, this battle can no longer be regarded as a battle. Instead, it was a one-sided slaughter. After all, fighting each other on both sides is a battle. These 5,000 people in the various guilds didn't even touch a single hair of Xu Yuan, which was obviously already a massacre. On the battlefield at this time, after the death of Hades, the players of the Hadesian guild were suddenly leaderless. One by one, they were stunned and did not know what to do. And the guild leaders who were gathered on the side all swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. Fortunately, they didn't listen to Hades, and they were surrounded by players. If they were scattered like Hades, it would be them who died. At this time, this group of people was gone, and for Xu Yuan, it was already meat on the chopping board. Xu Yuan directly went to the place where the crowd was dense, and threw the potion on his body in a mess. At this time, the players saw Xu Yuan attack again, and all of them jumped chickens and flying dogs. At the moment, they don't know what to do. Xu Yuan took out his sword and pointed it at the place where the crowd was dense, and there was a flurry of slashing. One by one, the players had no strength to resist and fell to the ground instantly. At this time, some sharp-eyed players discovered Xu Yuan's traces, and they immediately surrounded in the direction of the knife. After surrounding him, he slashed in the direction where the knife disappeared. As a result, it took half a day to slash, and nothing was cut. And where they gathered, a bottle of sputter-type instant damage potion suddenly exploded. When they saw Xu Yuan's knife again, they couldn't see anything in the next second. Xu Yuan wantonly killed the members of these guilds like this. At this time, they could no longer stand such torture. The guild leaders also reached a consensus, that is, run. They can't care about face at the moment. If they continue to consume like this, their face will be gone, and their old book will be gone. At this time, all the players have no intention of fighting, they just want to escape the area. And this is even happier for Xu Yuan. Everyone wants to run, and naturally no one will watch him. He just had to hunt them down. Xu Yuan poured himself a bottle of agility potion, and then threw several bottles of splash-type retardation potion to the group of people running in front. Then came a crushing slash. This sword-drawing group battle is really useful. Xu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Drawing the sword is really an artifact for group battles. Because you can brush the SSS rating every time, you can hit the full damage every time. Not only group battles, but also drawing swords and single-handedly picking is also powerful. After all, there are skills such as picking flying, jumping back, and stabbing and so on. It can be said that under the current version, drawing the sword is definitely a very invincible weapon. But it depends on whether it will be used. At this time, Xu Yuan was like a god of war, destroying and decaying everywhere he went. All the players in the live broadcast room were shocked when they saw this scene. This Steve guy seems to have his own overlord color domineering. These have all given up resisting, they all just want to run. How arrogant you were then, how embarrassed you were when you ran away, ha 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 ha. Hey, it's not good to mess with anyone, you want to mess with the cube people. The point is, forget it, you still buy water troops in the forum, and you are still so arrogant. Yes, ha ha ha, and said that the people of the cube did not respond. Can you stand the response? Although the players watched the live broadcast with the mentality of watching the play. But when the players saw this, they all understood a truth. That is, don't mess with the cube people. Previously, all players felt that after the PvP mode was turned on, the status of the block people might be lost. After all, PvP and PvE are different, and everyone feels that PvP relies on the number of people. So the cube man may not have that much advantage. But now it seems that the number of people does not make sense in the square people. People Steve is 1v5,000, you still talk to me about the number of people suppressing? The chase continues on the battlefield. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, did not choose other players to start. Instead, he looked at the leaders of the other 4 guilds. It is these people who started the war, of course, it is necessary to take them to better alert them. Under Xu Yuan's pursuit, the leaders of these guilds also died under Xu Yuan's knife without resistance. And this massacre ended when the guild members fled leaderlessly. The players in the live broadcast room counted Xu Yuan's kills, and the live broadcast was only half an hour. Xu Yuan killed more than 2,000 people. If this group of people had not scattered and fled, then this group of people would definitely have died under the knife. After the other guild players scattered and fled, Xu Yuan didn't spend time chasing and killing. Gradually, the time for his invisibility potion also came. His figure was gradually revealed. At this time, the battlefield is surrounded by the corpses of the players, as well as a large amount of loot. And Xu Yuan stood alone with a knife in the middle of these loot, as if telling everyone that I am the master of this game. The whole live broadcast ended in this picture. At this time, the players in the live broadcast room only felt that their scalps were numb, and they no longer knew what words to use to describe this man. As soon as this matter comes out, it is estimated that no one will dare to provoke the cube man anymore. This is the courage of a guild leader. This is the strength of the first person in the game. This is the courage of you to kill me and I will slaughter you in a city. I couldn't understand what it means that one person can reach thousands of troops before, but today I can see it. After the live broadcast, all the players were still immersed in the shock brought by the picture just now. It can be said that the Battle of the Cube People Guild is showing their strength to everyone and all guilds. The strength of the Cube Man Guild is Steve. Steve alone is enough to keep the Cube Man at the top and standing. After this incident, no one dared to say that PvP relied on more people. At this time, the posts in the forum are updated. 1v 5000. This is the response of the Cube Man. Steve, the leader of the Cube People, single-handedly slaughtered 5,000 people. Steve got another artifact, the opening axe, enchanted diamond set for 2 seconds. God of War Steve, cut melons and chop vegetables video. You kill my elite group? I directly slaughtered your guild? This is Steve's courage. The forums are almost full of hype about it. Among these posts, one post stands out, and the title of the post is called, Inventory How Rich the Cube People Guild Really Is. Among the many posts, this post has a novel angle and immediately attracts the attention of players. After players click on the post, they will see various inventories of the landlord. The reason why Steve was able to fight 5 guilds single-handedly this time, in terms of courage and strength, I think it is also essential to have money. This can be referred to Iron Man, Batman, Black Panther, all of them are rich owners. They let us know that money can really do whatever you want. According to incomplete statistics from players, Steve used 4 potions in this battle. They are, Splash type Poison Potion, Splash type Instant Damage Potion, Splash type Retardation Potion, and Stealth Potion. Some of you may have heard of these potions for the first time and never seen them. And these potions are all priceless. And according to incomplete statistics, Steve Boss's battle this time, these potions used a total of about 40 bottles. It's no exaggeration to say that the value of these potions is comparable to that of a medium-sized guild. Ordinary people may have such a bottle of potion, it is definitely offered as a treasure. And judging by the frequency of Steve Boss's use, it doesn't look distressing at all. In turn, you can see how strong Steve's financial resources are. The players hadn't thought of this before, just wondered where Steve got so many potions. After looking at the inventory of this landlord, I realized that Steve is not only strong, but also a super rich man. After he fought this battle, he directly smashed in the money to build a medium-sized guild, and he didn't look distressed at all. It is no wonder that there are so many main cities of block people, and each main city has developed so luxuriously. In fact, in the guild war in the game, the player's strength is a little, but the most is more rich than whom. Otherwise, those guilds would not have gone to woo the consortium to inject funds. With money, there is better equipment and better development. And this battle of the Cube People Guild undoubtedly showed the guild's financial strength like everyone. And this battle is still after the monster siege. As far as players know, only the main city of the Cube Man Guild has been held, but it has been destroyed by monsters and shattered. The other main cities were also captured. If the main city is captured, it is equivalent to losing a large amount of equipment and resources. And there are so many main cities of the Cube People Guild, all of them have been captured, which is a big loss. Even so, the Cube people still fought this battle so extravagantly, it didn't look like they had just been hit hard. What the hell does this square person have to have money to squander like this? And all players also know that the Cube Man has no consortium to inject funds, it is all up to Steve alone. This is even more terrifying. With the power of just one person, Steve has reached a height that so many consortiums in other guilds cannot reach. The players only felt that there were no words to judge Steve. There's nothing Steve can't do in this game. He is God, and he can do whatever he wants. And this battle also made those guilds who wanted to surround the Cube people rejoiced before. Lying Groove, it's good that we didn't get news and escaped. Let the people of the guild go out in the future, be careful, don't mess with the people of the Cube people. Damn, this Steve is too fierce, right? This guy 5,000 people. Who TM told me again that the guild battle depends on the number of people, and my TM is definitely an ear scraper. They were glad that they didn't surround the people of the Cube Man Guild, otherwise they would have been hit hard. At this time, all the high-level officials and consortiums of the Dragon Tang Guild saw the entire battle, and their heads broke out in cold sweat. Long Tang, it's good that we listened to you. If you hadn't stopped us at that time, this would have been the end of our guild. This Steve is too fierce, isn't he? I can only say that the Cube Man is really TM, rich, and resource. That axe, I guess it came out of the Twilight Forest, it's really fucking fierce. This battle ended in such a situation, which Long Tang himself did not expect. Long Tang originally thought that the Cube people would use the power of the guild to fight against these 5 guilds. Unexpectedly, the Cube Man dispatched Steve alone. And this person is a devastating blow to these 5 guilds. This was something that Long Tang never expected, and he also had to admire Steve's strength, courage, and of course, financial strength. Long Tang is also very glad that he can see it through. If he is still as confused as before, then it is estimated that the entire guild will be buried by himself. Now Dragon Tang has no intention of comparing with the Cube People Guild at all. Dragon Tang didn't want to compete for the first place anymore, because he knew that the first position would always belong to Steve and the Cube Man Guild. And he now just wants to develop the guild safely and steadily, and no longer hate the Cube people. If the Cube people can abandon the past and pull them, it will naturally be better. After thinking about it, Long Tang sent a message to Ken. At this time, the Cube Man must still be happy. When is it better not to invite credit at this time? Congratulations to the Cube Man, big win. Ken's side has already arranged for someone to come and clean up the battlefield. While chatting with Xu Yuan, he saw the message sent by Longtang and couldn't help laughing. Xu Yuan laughed when he saw Ken for no reason, and asked with some curiosity, "What?" The message from Longtang said that congratulations to our Cube people on winning a big victory. Ken said truthfully. When Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he also shook his head and smiled. Is this Dragon Tang in a hurry to invite credit? Xu Yuan naturally saw Longtang's careful thoughts. However, although the elite team of the Cube people was later besieged, only more than 40 people were lost, and the most important map was not lost. If it weren't for Longtang's message, the 200 elites of the Cube people would be surrounded unguarded, the map would definitely be lost, and these 200 people would have no chance of surviving. Therefore, Longtang's snitch did save this relic map, which can be regarded as a contribution. Then how are you going to return this favor? Asked Ken Xu Yuan. Longtan's snoozing here is naturally to sell favors, and after this matter is over, the Cube people will definitely return Longtan's favors. When Xu Yuan heard this, he thought for a moment. The favor must be returned, but the main purpose of Longtang selling the favor is to enter the Twilight Forest. In fact, it doesn't have much impact to let Dragon Tang and them enter the Twilight Forest now. The main thing is that Xu Yuan can control the opening and closing of the Naga courtyard. As long as Xu Yuan closes the Naga courtyard, Longtang they can't beat the boss. However, even if Xu Yuan opened the Naga courtyard, it is estimated that it would be difficult for them to kill Naga. Since Longtang sold Xu Yuan a big favor, then Xu Yuan naturally wanted to return it well. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to Ken, "Since Longtang is so sincere this time, then I will give him a Naga. If you only let Dragon Tang enter the Twilight Forest, it would be too petty. If you say it, others will think that the Cube Man is stingy. If you want to give it a big gift." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately surprised. "Isn't it? Send him a Naga. Are you really going to do this? Naga will burst the sword." Originally, Ken thought that Xu Yuan was at most just letting Dragon Tang and them enter the Twilight Forest to explore, but he didn't expect that Xu Yuan actually said to send a Naga to Dragon Tang. If they were to draw their swords by the Dragon Tang, wouldn't it be too cheap for them? Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and asked Ken with a smile, "How many have you brushed so far?" Ken replied after thinking for a moment, "It's about 5. Did you draw your sword?" When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately understood what Xu Yuan meant. The explosion rate of this kind of thing is still very low, and Xu Yuan is because it is a single brush plus the first kill, so he burst out the sword pulling. When they went to brush again, they didn't see the shadow of drawing their swords at all. The rate of sword explosion is low, and even if they burst out, they don't know how to repair it, and even if they know how to repair it, they can't move up. Xu Yuan explained to Ken. The reason why Xu Yuan chose to send a Naga to Longtang was not completely rich and unconsidered. After all, drawing the sword is considered a top-level weapon for the current version. The reason why Xu Yuan would send a Naga to Longtang at the risk was that he didn't want to owe Longtang's favor. He wanted Longtang to know that the favor he sold to the Cube Man would be returned doubly. Of course, whether they can burst out depends on their own creation. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he also understood. If this Longtang knew this news, I am afraid that he would be happy and crazy. Ken immediately sent Xu Yuan's words to Dragon Tang intact. "We, President Steve, say thank you for this reminder. As a thank you, the boss decided to let you explore the Twilight Forest and give you a Naga boss. Naga will draw her sword, Dragon Tang Guild, good luck." Ken specially emphasized it to Dragon Tang. When Longtang saw the message sent by Ken, the whole person was stunned in place for a long time. The high-level members of the guild and the consortium were puzzled when they saw Longtang's expression. "What's wrong? Didn't you say to please people? What kind of expression is this? Could it be that the Cube Man pretends to be confused? No, the Cube Man has gained a lot this time, and Steve doesn't like to owe favors to others. President, what's going on?" The players of the guild shouted Dragon Tang for a long time before Longtang reacted. Then he said to the players with excitement on his face, "Steve let us go to the Twilight Forest and said to give us a Naga. At this time, all the high-level officials and consortium leaders cheered when they heard Longtang's words. "Groove? Really fake? Steve, this guy can. We've got what we want." The high-ranking officials and the heads of the consortium were just cheering for being able to enter the Twilight Forest, but they didn't know what Naga would drop. Longtang naturally knew that the people of the guild did not know the value of Naga, and he tried hard to restrain his emotions, and said to everyone with a trembling voice, "You all know that handsome knife Steve has in his hand, right? That knife was blasted out by Naga." At this time, the senior leaders of the guild and the head of the consortium were dumbfounded when they heard this. It was enough to be able to enter the Twilight Forest to make them happy, but they didn't expect Longtang to release another bombshell. "No, really fake? Steve. Such a generous. I really underestimate Steve. We'll give him an intelligence, and he'll give us a boss with a sword blast. This gift. All I can say is that the Cube Man Guild is really atmospheric. Steve is indeed a real man, not revenge. We really narrowed the road before, but this time we are on the right path." The guild leaders and the head of the consortium were all excited at this time. Just because of a Naga, their previous hostility towards the other block people was gone. Now I can't even wait to hold Xu Yuan up in a hug. You know, their whistleblowing is a matter of mouth. And the Cube Man returned such a valuable gift, which is simply domineering. At this time, the high-level leaders and the people in charge of the consortium have changed their normal behavior and want to further make friends with the Cube people. Long Tang, since this cooperation is so pleasant, you can talk to Ken again to see if there is a chance to cooperate again. Yes, those staffs. Isn't it okay too? And Steve's axe is also arranged. After all, weapons and equipment can show the hard power of a guild. Naturally, the crowd salivated over the output of the Twilight Forest. Long Tang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw their flattering appearances. What other chance is there now? Who else dares to move the Cube Man after this incident? Also, when we get to the Twilight Forest, everyone can guess what is going on, and even if someone tries to move the block, they won't let us know. How can it be so easy to make friends with the Cube people? I found an opportunity before, so I was able to sell my favor. How can there be such an opportunity in the future? When everyone heard this, although they understood, they still didn't want to give up. After all, if they could catch up with the Cube Man now, they would be able to improve their strength faster. Then you have to think of a way to see if you can make an alliance or something. There are so many chapters of the Cube people, what is there to ally with us? It's also, many of their club's main cities are about to catch up with our main cities. They don't seem to be short of money, and they don't seem to be short of supplies. Damn, what do they lack in their guild? Maybe there is a shortage of women. Everyone chatted and found that the Cube Man didn't seem to lack anything. In terms of resources, they have Twilight Forest holdings. In terms of money, Steve also fully demonstrated the guild's financial strength in this battle. In terms of connections, I believe that no one is more well connected than Ken. In terms of strength, Steve is alone, and a husband is a man. Everyone really doesn't know what weaknesses the Cube Guild has right now. It's hard for all guilds to see how they get stitched, let alone alliances. When everyone said this, they all dispelled this thought. It was good enough for Steve to be able to get them into the Twilight Forest and give them a Naga. This is something that no number of guilds can look forward to. Forget it, it's more practical to think about how to beat Naga. Let's do a Twilight Forest strategy. If Steve lets us in and gives us a boss, we won't be able to take it, then it will be a shame. Indeed, I heard that the backpack was completely empty when I entered the Twilight Forest, and it was dangerous inside. You must bring as many resources as possible when you go in this time. Knowing that the block clingers were hopeless, everyone focused on preparing to go to the Twilight Forest. Long Tang also confirmed with Ken the number of guild players who could enter the Twilight Forest. Ken saw the message from Long Tang and asked Xu Yuan. Dragons are asking how many people they can take into the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan thought about it and said, it's just 100 people, it's too few for them to have no game experience. After all, Xu Yuan had already promised to give them a Naga, and if he said that, he would let dozens of people enter the Dragon Tang Guild. When they see Naga's 5000 HP, they will definitely wonder if Xu Yuan really sent them. If there are 100 people, no more, no less, just enough to form a medium-sized group. And if the player operates it well, it is not difficult for 100 people to fight a Naga with 5000 blood. Xu Yuan didn't want to be thought of as generous. If it is said that it is a send, it is a real send, and Xu Yuan naturally wants to leave them with the possibility of killing. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded, and replied to Long Tang. Long Tang was relieved to see the number that Ken had replied to. Long Tang was actually still very panicked in his heart. He was afraid that Xu Yuan would only let them bring 1 or 20 people in. In this case, even if they enter, it will be difficult for them to kill Naga. Although for Xu Yuan, it is very simple to kill Naga alone. But not everyone is Xu Yuan, and others don't know about Naga's dispatch. If Xu Yuan only let a few people in, then this Naga Bai gave it to them, and they couldn't kill it. Seeing the number reported by Ken, Long Tang also knew that Xu Yuan really wanted to send Naga to them. After receiving the news, Long Tang's side immediately began to deploy. Xu Yuan and Ken also went back after tidying up the battlefield. This time it was a very rewarding experience. All kinds of enchanted diamond sets, iron sets, and some enchanted books, etc. Many players in the Siege War Guild were bankrupt before, and this harvest can just make up for some of it. After Xu Yuan and Ken returned to the main city, they saw that in the main city, the players in the guild were lined up in 2 rows. Everyone stood up straight, with excited smiles on their faces. As soon as they saw Xu Yuan coming back, they put their swords on their chests, their movements were uniform, and their heroic aura came to their faces, and they all shouted loudly, "Boss Steve's triumphant! Boss Steve's mighty! Boss Steve!" The sound wave is higher and higher, and the players' voices are deafening. In this battle, Xu Yuan alone shook all the guilds. That's the strength of the Cube people? This is the strength of the first guild master? Although none of the players participated in this battle made the blood of all the Cube people guild members boil. With such a bloody and powerful president, he is destined to create an immortal guild. It is destined to create an immortal myth. These scenes were arranged by Ken, and he already knew about them. Even if I knew it for a long time, when I saw this scene, my scalp was numb, and my hair stood on end. This scene also made Xu Yuan's blood boil. Xu Yuan looked at these players, and everyone's face was full of pride and pride. When Xu Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but think of a sentence. I don't regret joining the MC in this life, and I will be a cube man in the next life. At this time, the mood of the players should be similar to this sentence. Return to the Cube Man in the afterlife. After the welcoming ceremony, Xu Yuan and Ken took stock of the gains of this battle. In total, 500 sets of enchanted diamond sets, more than 1,200 sets of iron sets, and scattered food, diamond tools, iron ingots, and other things were harvested in this battle. The harvest is still quite rich, and a good diamond set can update the equipment for the elite players of the second echelon. The rest is for the more outstanding elite players in the third echelon. The equipment of the elite players in the first echelon, Xu Yuan has other plans. What kind of equipment are the elites of the first echelon wearing now? Xu Yuan asked Ken. Ken thought for a moment and said, it's all diamond sets, but maybe only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment have enchantments, and none of them have particularly useful enchantments. Hearing this, Xu Yuan thought about it and said to Ken, their equipment needs to be updated, the equipment of the first echelon will be replaced for the second echelon, and then more will be repeated. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded, and then asked, what equipment are you going to give to the first echelon? At the moment, the equipment of the first echelon elite of the cube people can be said to be very good. Much better equipped than many guilds' elite groups. Each of them has an enchanted diamond set on them, and although they are not fully enchanted, these equipment are already very luxurious at the moment. Ken has been with Xu Yuan for so long, although he has long seen Xu Yuan wearing an enchanted diamond set, Ken doesn't know what kind of configuration Xu Yuan's diamond set is. After all, it is impossible to see how many times it has been enchanted and what attributes it has been enchanted from the outside. If he had known that Xu Yuan had already been equipped with an enchanted diamond set, it was estimated that Ken would have died of redness. Since you want to change, it must be the best, of course, the top enchanted diamond set. Xu Yuan said indifferently. And Ken was stunned when he heard this. Xu Yuan's opening is the top enchanted diamond set? You know, even the presidents of the trade unions don't even have the top enchanted diamond sets, right? If you let other guild leaders know about this, you won't be angry. The equipment of a guild leader is not as good as the equipment of the first echelon elite group of cube people. I don't know how they will feel. Are you sure you want to change them? It's the best equipment ever. Ken still asked Xu Yuan in disbelief. Sure, and the best piece of equipment in the current version is not the diamond set. Xu Yuan naturally understood why Ken was so surprised. After all, Ken didn't know that he could use the enchantment table to enchant before. Their previous equipment was enchanted by enchanted books obtained from various treasure chests, so they felt that it was very precious. With the enchantment table, all you need is some experience and lapis lazuli. And the treasure type enchantment experience to be used to equip Xu Yuan has also been brushed out from the librarian who has become a villager. So, enchanting a few sets of diamond sets is more than enough. And after the Twilight Forest dungeon comes out, the diamond set is really not the best equipment in the current version. The blazing iron jacket in the Twilight Forest is the best equipment in the current version. In terms of weapons, the best weapons are also the ones produced by the Twilight Forest. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he didn't say anything more. He is naturally happy. If the equipment of the first echelon is changed, his equipment will definitely be changed together. Being able to wear a top-of-the-line enchantment set is the dream of many players. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he went to the basement. To enchant you must re-prepare the diamond set, plus Ken's, that is 31 diamond sets. A set of diamond armor plus weapons costs a total of 24 diamonds. 31 sets is 744 pieces. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned after calculating this amount. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that there were not many, but he didn't expect the cost of these 31 sets of diamonds to be so high. Xu Yuan looked at the diamonds in the warehouse. There were only 6 groups of more than that, and this half was not enough. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and he swore that he would change the equipment for the people of the guild, but the materials were not enough. If you say this, where will your face go? But now it's too late to regret it, and it is estimated that Ken has already told the elite group of the first echelon of the good news. Xu Yuan was thinking about how to resolve the current predicament, when he suddenly heard the sound of villagers humming on the side. How did I forget this stubble? Xu Yuan couldn't help but pat his head. He had almost forgotten what he was doing with so many villagers in the basement. Isn't it just for the villagers to trade? Isn't it just for the exchange of resources? Xu Yuan immediately came to the blacksmith villagers. Xu Yuan had already brushed out the diamond set before, so the blacksmith could change the diamond set. 7 emeralds for a diamond helmet. 18 emeralds for 1 diamond armor. 13 emeralds for 1 diamond pants. 7 emeralds for a diamond shoe. Xu Yuan calculated according to the price given by the blacksmith. The result of the calculation couldn't help but dash Xu Yuan's last hope. This set of diamonds will cost 45 emeralds? At present, in Xu Yuan's warehouse, there are only more than 3 sets of emeralds. Although it is possible to exchange other resources for emeralds from villagers, it is too cost-effective and time-consuming. Xu Yuan never thought that he couldn't even take out 31 sets of diamond sets now. But in fact, judging from the current situation, Xu Yuan's resources are the most among all players. These 7 groups of diamonds and 3 groups of emeralds are absolutely impossible for other guilds to take. After all, there are not many diamond mines in the game, and after the player base is large, it is not easy to dig diamonds in the mines. So basically, the methods of the major guilds to obtain diamonds almost do not rely on mines, but by playing dungeons. There are only 1 to 4 diamonds for one dungeon, and the cost of playing a dungeon is also very large. Therefore, the output of diamonds in the whole market is not much. Xu Yuan saw the current predicament and thought for a moment. There is only one way to get a diamond set once and for all. That is to build a marauder farm. The marauder farm mainly produces emeralds and immortal totems. With emeralds, you can find villagers to exchange resources for infinite. In the current PvP environment, the totem of the dead is definitely an artifact-like existence. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan immediately left the basement and came to the room. At this time, Ken is broadcasting good news to the players in the first echelon. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled awkwardly and asked Ken, "Do you still have the coordinates of the outpost before?" After the welcoming ceremony, Xu Yuan and Ken took stock of the gains of this battle. In total, 500 sets of enchanted diamond sets, more than 1,200 sets of iron sets, and scattered food, diamond tools, iron ingots, and other things were harvested in this battle. The harvest is still quite rich, and a good diamond set can update the equipment for the elite players of the second echelon. The rest is for the more outstanding elite players in the third echelon. The equipment of the elite players in the first echelon, Xu Yuan has other plans. What kind of equipment are the elites of the first echelon wearing now? Xu Yuan asked Ken. Ken thought for a moment and said, "It's all diamond sets, but maybe only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment have enchantments, and none of them have particularly useful enchantments." Hearing this, Xu Yuan thought about it and said to Ken, "Their equipment needs to be updated. The equipment of the first echelon will be replaced for the second echelon, and then more will be repeated." Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded, and then asked, "What equipment are you going to give to the first echelon?" At the moment, the equipment of the first echelon elite of the cube people can be said to be very good. Much better equipped than many guilds' elite groups. Each of them has an enchanted diamond set on them, and although they are not fully enchanted, these equipment are already very luxurious at the moment. Ken has been with Xu Yuan for so long, although he has long seen Xu Yuan wearing an enchanted diamond set, Ken doesn't know what kind of configuration Xu Yuan's diamond set is. After all, it is impossible to see how many times it has been enchanted and what attributes it has been enchanted from the outside. If he had known that Xu Yuan had already been equipped with an enchanted diamond set, it was estimated that Ken would have died of redness. "Since you want to change, it must be the best, of course, the top enchanted diamond set," Xu Yuan said indifferently. And Ken was stunned when he heard this. Xu Yuan's opening is the top enchanted diamond set? You know, even the presidents of the trade unions don't even have the top enchanted diamond sets, right? If you let other guild leaders know about this, you won't be angry. The equipment of a guild leader is not as good as the equipment of the first echelon elite group of cube people. I don't know how they will feel. Are you sure you want to change them? It's the best equipment ever. Ken still asked Xu Yuan in disbelief. Sure, and the best piece of equipment in the current version is not the diamond set. Xu Yuan naturally understood why Ken was so surprised. After all, Ken didn't know that he could use the enchantment table to enchant before. Their previous equipment was enchanted by enchanted books obtained from various treasure chests, so they felt that it was very precious. With the enchantment table, all you need is some experience and lapis lazuli. And the treasure type enchantment experience to be used to equip Xu Yuan has also been brushed out from the librarian who has become a villager. So, enchanting a few sets of diamond sets is more than enough. And after the Twilight Forest dungeon comes out, the diamond set is really not the best equipment in the current version. The blazing iron jacket in the Twilight Forest is the best equipment in the current version. In terms of weapons, the best weapons are also the ones produced by the Twilight Forest. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he didn't say anything more. He is naturally happy. If the equipment of the first echelon is changed, his equipment will definitely be changed together. Being able to wear a top-of-the-line enchantment set is the dream of many players. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he went to the basement. To enchant you must re-prepare the diamond set, plus Ken's, that is 31 diamond sets. A set of diamond armor plus weapons costs a total of 24 diamonds. 31 sets is 744 pieces. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned after calculating this amount. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that there were not many, but he didn't expect the cost of these 31 sets of diamonds to be so high. Xu Yuan looked at the diamonds in the warehouse. There were only 6 groups of more than that, and this half was not enough. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and he swore that he would change the equipment for the people of the guild, but the materials were not enough. If you say this, where will your face go? But now it's too late to regret it, and it is estimated that Ken has already told the elite group of the first echelon of the good news. Xu Yuan was thinking about how to resolve the current predicament, when he suddenly heard the sound of villagers humming on the side. How did I forget this stubble? Xu Yuan couldn't help but pat his head. He had almost forgotten what he was doing with so many villagers in the basement. Isn't it just for the villagers to trade? Isn't it just for the exchange of resources? Xu Yuan immediately came to the blacksmith villagers. Xu Yuan had already brushed out the diamond set before, so the blacksmith could change the diamond set. 7 emeralds for a diamond helmet, 18 emeralds for 1 diamond armor, 13 emeralds for 1 diamond pants, 7 emeralds for a diamond shoe. Xu Yuan calculated according to the price given by the blacksmith. The result of the calculation couldn't help but dash Xu Yuan's last hope. This set of diamonds will cost 45 emeralds? At present, in Xu Yuan's warehouse, there are only more than 3 sets of emeralds. Although it is possible to exchange other resources for emeralds from villagers, it is too cost-effective and time-consuming. Xu Yuan never thought that he couldn't even take out 31 sets of diamond sets now. But in fact, judging from the current situation, Xu Yuan's resources are the most among all players. These 7 groups of diamonds and 3 groups of emeralds are absolutely impossible for other guilds to take. After all, there are not many diamond mines in the game, and after the player base is large, it is not easy to dig diamonds in the mines. So basically, the methods of the major guilds to obtain diamonds almost do not rely on mines, but by playing dungeons. There are only 1 to 4 diamonds for one dungeon, and the cost of playing a dungeon is also very large. Therefore, the output of diamonds in the whole market is not much. Xu Yuan saw the current predicament and thought for a moment. There is only one way to get a diamond set once and for all. That is to build a marauder farm. The marauder farm mainly produces emeralds and immortal totems. With emeralds, you can find villagers to exchange resources for infinite. In the current PvP environment, the totem of the dead is definitely an artifact-like existence. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan immediately left the basement and came to the room. At this time, Ken is broadcasting good news to the players in the first echelon. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled awkwardly and asked Ken, "Do you still have the coordinates of the outpost before?" After the welcoming ceremony, Xu Yuan and Ken took stock of the gains of this battle. In total, 500 sets of enchanted diamond sets, more than 1,200 sets of iron sets, and scattered food, diamond tools, iron ingots, and other things were harvested in this battle. The harvest is still quite rich, and a good diamond set can update the equipment for the elite players of the second echelon. The rest is for the more outstanding elite players in the third echelon. The equipment of the elite players in the first echelon, Xu Yuan has other plans. What kind of equipment are the elites of the first echelon wearing now? Xu Yuan asked Ken. Ken thought for a moment and said, "It's all diamond sets, but maybe only 1 or 2 pieces of equipment have enchantments, and none of them have particularly useful enchantments." Hearing this, Xu Yuan thought about it and said to Ken, "Their equipment needs to be updated. The equipment of the first echelon will be replaced for the second echelon, and then more will be repeated." Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded, and then asked, "What equipment are you going to give to the first echelon?" At the moment, the equipment of the first echelon elite of the cube people can be said to be very good. Much better equipped than many guilds' elite groups. Each of them has an enchanted diamond set on them, and although they are not fully enchanted, these equipment are already very luxurious at the moment. Ken has been with Xu Yuan for so long, although he has long seen Xu Yuan wearing an enchanted diamond set, Ken doesn't know what kind of configuration Xu Yuan's diamond set is. After all, it is impossible to see how many times it has been enchanted and what attributes it has been enchanted from the outside. If he had known that Xu Yuan had already been equipped with an enchanted diamond set, it was estimated that Ken would have died of redness. Since you want to change, it must be the best, of course, the top enchanted diamond set. Xu Yuan said indifferently. And Ken was stunned when he heard this. Xu Yuan's opening is the top enchanted diamond set? You know, even the presidents of the trade unions don't even have the top enchanted diamond sets, right? If you let other guild leaders know about this, you won't be angry. The equipment of a guild leader is not as good as the equipment of the first echelon elite group of cube people. I don't know how they will feel. Are you sure you want to change them? It's the best equipment ever. Ken still asked Xu Yuan in disbelief. Sure, and the best piece of equipment in the current version is not the diamond set. Xu Yuan naturally understood why Ken was so surprised. After all, Ken didn't know that he could use the enchantment table to enchant before. Their previous equipment was enchanted by enchanted books obtained from various treasure chests, so they felt that it was very precious. With the enchantment table, all you need is some experience and lapis lazuli. And the treasure type enchantment experience to be used to equip Xu Yuan has also been brushed out from the librarian who has become a villager. So, enchanting a few sets of diamond sets is more than enough. And after the Twilight Forest dungeon comes out, the diamond set is really not the best equipment in the current version. The blazing iron jacket in the Twilight Forest is the best equipment in the current version. In terms of weapons, the best weapons are also the ones produced by the Twilight Forest. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he didn't say anything more. He is naturally happy. If the equipment of the first echelon is changed, his equipment will definitely be changed together. Being able to wear a top-of-the-line enchantment set is the dream of many players. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he went to the basement. To enchant you must re-prepare the diamond set, plus Ken's, that is 31 diamond sets. A set of diamond armor plus weapons costs a total of 24 diamonds. 31 sets is 744 pieces. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be stunned after calculating this amount. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that there were not many, but he didn't expect the cost of these 31 sets of diamonds to be so high. Xu Yuan looked at the diamonds in the warehouse. There were only 6 groups of more than that, and this half was not enough. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, and he swore that he would change the equipment for the people of the guild, but the materials were not enough. If you say this, where will your face go? But now it's too late to regret it, and it is estimated that Ken has already told the elite group of the first echelon of the good news. Xu Yuan was thinking about how to resolve the current predicament, when he suddenly heard the sound of villagers humming on the side. How did I forget this stubble? Xu Yuan couldn't help but pat his head. He had almost forgotten what he was doing with so many villagers in the basement. Isn't it just for the villagers to trade? Isn't it just for the exchange of resources? Xu Yuan immediately came to the blacksmith villagers. Xu Yuan had already brushed out the diamond set before, so the blacksmith could change the diamond set. 7 emeralds for a diamond helmet, 18 emeralds for 1 diamond armor, 13 emeralds for 1 diamond pants, 7 emeralds for a diamond shoe. Xu Yuan calculated according to the price given by the blacksmith. The result of the calculation couldn't help but dash Xu Yuan's last hope. This set of diamonds will cost 45 emeralds? At present, in Xu Yuan's warehouse, there are only more than 3 sets of emeralds. Although it is possible to exchange other resources for emeralds from villagers, it is too cost-effective and time-consuming. Xu Yuan never thought that he couldn't even take out 31 sets of diamond sets now. But in fact, judging from the current situation, Xu Yuan's resources are the most among all players. These 7 groups of diamonds and 3 groups of emeralds are absolutely impossible for other guilds to take. After all, there are not many diamond mines in the game, and after the player base is large, it is not easy to dig diamonds in the mines. So basically, the methods of the major guilds to obtain diamonds almost do not rely on mines, but by playing dungeons. There are only 1 to 4 diamonds for 1 dungeon, and the cost of playing a dungeon is also very large. Therefore, the output of diamonds in the whole market is not much. Xu Yuan saw the current predicament and thought for a moment. There is only one way to get a diamond set once and for all. That is to build a marauder farm. The marauder farm mainly produces emeralds and immortal totems. With emeralds, you can find villagers to exchange resources for infinite. In the current PvP environment, the totem of the dead is definitely an artifact-like existence. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan immediately left the basement and came to the room. At this time, Ken is broadcasting good news to the players in the first echelon. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled awkwardly and asked Ken, "Do you still have the coordinates of the outpost before?" After hearing Xu Yuan's question, Ken immediately asked his subordinates to check, and then replied to Xu Yuandao, "The coordinates are still there in several places. Tell me the nearest coordinates." Ken quickly sent the coordinates to Xu Yuan, and then asked with some confusion, "You've been asking me to remember the coordinates of this outpost, but I see you haven't asked me for it, so I thought it was useless. Why do you suddenly want this coordinates?" A long time ago, Xu Yuan asked Ken and them to find the coordinates of the outpost. It's been so long now, and Xu Yuan hasn't mentioned it again. Ken almost forgot about it, but luckily he had a heart for his players to remember. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard Ken's words. One thing after another, and then I forgot about it. Xu Yuan had been preparing to be a marauder farm for a long time, but he was too busy to forget about it. But it's not too late to do it now, and it's just what you need. With the marauder farm, the Covenderman's Guild diamond set will no longer be missing. And with the immortal totem, it is equivalent to an extra life, which is definitely a good thing in the current era. Although Xu Yuan can't be used in the Twilight Forest, when he goes to explore the ruins, it is definitely a life-saving artifact. Hearing this, Ken smiled helplessly. It's really busy, and I haven't been idle lately. But what are you doing with these coordinates all of a sudden? Aren't you going to change the equipment of the elite group? Hearing Ken's question, Xu Yuan coughed lightly, hiding his embarrassment, and then said, "Am I not changing them? With this coordinate, the diamond set will be the most basic set of the guild in the future." Ken heard Xu Yuan's words with question marks on his face. What? In the future, the diamond set will be the most basic set for the guild? Ken didn't know if he heard it wrong or if Xu Yuan said it wrong. If the diamond set becomes the most basic set, what version of the game will have to evolve? Ken thought Xu Yuan was joking, because he didn't know what the role of the outpost was. "I won't explain it to you, you just have to wait to collect the equipment." Xu Yuan didn't say anything more to Ken. Anyway, he promised that he would definitely change his equipment. After Xu Yuan took some things to build the Marauder's farm, he rode the genetically modified horse in the direction of the coordinates given by Ken. Along the way, I also met a lot of casual players, and after these players found Xu Yuan left their site in just a few seconds. The players were all stunned. Just now, what has passed? It's a horse, isn't it? It looks like Big Steve rode over. Are Steve's horses faster than others? It's not a horse, it's a BMW. What speed is this? They had seen horses, but they had never seen horses so fast. Since Xu Yuan basically didn't go out of the city much, the genetically modified horses were always kept in the guild after they were bred. So this is the first time Xu Yuan has ridden this horse. It was the first time that the players had seen such a fast horse. Xu Yuan rode the genetically modified horse and soon came to the coordinate location given by Ken. When they arrived nearby, they saw a group of people squatting near the outpost, as if they wanted to break through here. Looking at it, the equipment of this group of people is still very good, and the leading player has a full set of enchanted diamonds. All other players have at least 2 diamond sets on them. These pieces of equipment are already pretty good for casual players. Xu Yuan looked at the player in the lead and couldn't help but be a little stunned. The player's ID and the equipment in his hand shocked Xu Yuan. The lead player is a girl with an ID called Big Orange Orange. The weapon in her hand is the withered and fallen sword, Sanhua. When Xu Yuan saw this, he was stunned for a long time. Whether it is a weapon or this girl, the impact on Xu Yuan is quite big. Following the owner of Minjiuzhuang and Ximen, another MC popular upmaster from a previous life appeared, and it seems that his strength should not be underestimated. And it's also a rare super popular girl upmaster. However, Xu Yuan had only heard of the Big Orange, and he didn't know much about her before. Xu Yuan only knows that her personality is very likable, and if she doesn't do it, there are still a lot of male fans. It's mainly because I met a Big Orange by chance, but I didn't expect the Big Orange to be holding Sanhua in his hand. Although killing withering can explode scattering, the probability is definitely very, very low. The first time Xu Yuan got the first kill, he didn't see the explosion of Sanhua. Later, he killed several monsters, and the withering of the siege did not explode. Xu Yuan didn't think about it, but he didn't expect that Sanhua was blown out by a Big Orange. Sanhua can be regarded as a good sword drawer, mainly because it has the attribute effect of strength I when it rushes. In the current version, Sanhua is still relatively strong. However, Sanhua can't continue to upgrade, but the Iman in Xu Yuan's hand can continue to be upgraded to the Great Snake Iman. Therefore, in terms of improvement in the later stage, it is better to be in Iman. However, these two knives are definitely not comparable to the demon knife. Xu Yuan was looking at the Big Orange team and thinking about it, and the Big Orange suddenly turned his head consciously. Happened to glance at Xu Yuan. When the Big Orange saw Xu Yuan, he was stunned for a moment. She must also know Xu Yuan. After all, in this game, it is difficult not to know Xu Yuan. Big Orange really didn't expect to meet Xu Yuan here. Seeing this, her teammates also looked in Xu Yuan's direction. When everyone saw Xu Yuan, they were all surprised. Damn, isn't this Steve? Oops, I actually met a big celebrity, and I feel like a screenshot. This Steve's horses are all wearing diamond sets? Huh? What is Big Steve doing? While the members of the Big Orange team were chattering and discussing, the Big Orange came from the crowd. After she walked in front of Xu Yuan, she stretched out her hand towards Xu Yuan, and then smiled sweetly. Hello Steve, I've admired the name for a long time. My name is Orange. The image of the Big Orange is not much different from the image in the game in the previous life. He has orange hair, large aqua blue eyes, pale green clothes, and an orange vest. Looking at it, her image does echo her name. Xu Yuan saw that the Big Orange took the initiative to come over to say hello, so he also stretched out his hand and smiled. Hello. The Big Orange couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Xu Yuan stretching out his hand. Before, Big Orange had only heard of Xu Yuan through various channels. In the eyes of all players, Xu Yuan is a super powerful boss. And the previous battle also made all players feel that Xu Yuan is the kind of cold-blooded and ruthless character who is high-minded. After all, even the people in the Cube Man's own guild rarely saw Xu Yuan, let alone other players. Therefore, Xu Yuan's image in everyone's minds is also the kind that cannot be arrogant in his life. Naturally, Big Orange thinks the same way. So when Xu Yuan stretched out his hand and responded to her with a smile, she felt very surprised. She didn't expect Xu Yuan to have no shelf at all. At this time, everyone in the Big Orange team saw this and surrounded them. Big guy, you horse armor is so handsome. Big guy, what are you doing here? Big Steve has his eye on this outpost. Although the Big Orange gang is quite well equipped, they are not as well equipped as the others. These people have an attitude of neither humility nor arrogance. Didn't go out of his way to lick Xu Yuan, but he would also politely call Xu Yuan a big guy. However, things gather people in groups, and Big Oranges have a good personality, so this group of people also gives people a feeling of getting along well. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard everyone's words. Well, I do have a crush on this place. Xu Yuan is not shy about it. This place Xu Yuan is indeed going to be used as a marauder's farm. Seeing this, the Big Orange asked Xu Yuan with some curiosity. Big guy, you're here to farm emeralds. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard the Orange's words. It seems that the Big Oranges should be a regular visitor here. Sort of. Xu Yuan responded. Hearing this, Big Orange and the team members glanced at each other. Then he thought about it and said to Xu Yuan, we've been here for a long time, and everything has a first come, first served order. If you really want this place, how about a fight with me, big guy? When Big Orange said these words, there was no hostility on his face, but a look of excitement. After she broke out and drew her sword, she also studied hard, and she also studied a few moves. She had also drawn her sword and fought with her teammates before, but the weapons were different, and the strength of the two sides was not at the same rating at all. So Big Orange didn't have a good time, and she didn't know what her strength was. At the moment, I happened to meet another wielder who drew a sword, Xu Yuan. Big Orange naturally wanted to learn from Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard Big Orange's words. Why should I agree to your request? There's nothing I want that I can't get, and no one has ever won it in my hands. When Xu Yuan said these words, he was naturally not hostile. He was just stating the facts. If Xu Yuan wanted this place, he could have killed them all, or just put a piece of land here. Originally, Xu Yuan was also going to do this. After completing the Marauder farm, it definitely needs to be shielded, and it can't be destroyed. So Xu Yuan also brought a title deed a long time ago. Xu Yuan's words can be said to have no mercy. Although De Orange is a well-known female upmaster in her previous life, what does this have to do with Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan has no relationship with her, and he is not related to her, and he will not let her because she is a sister. The big orange was suddenly blocked by Xu Yuan's words, and he was a little speechless. She thought about it carefully, and what Xu Yuan said did make sense. After all, Xu Yuan's strength is over there. The main purpose of what Big Orange said just now was to have a discussion with Xu Yuan, and he didn't really mean to grab a place with Xu Yuan. At this time, when Big Orange's teammates heard Xu Yuan's words, they all looked at Xu Yuan with some caution. Big guy, you're wrong. We've been occupying this place for a long time. You can't rob it like this, right? That's right. You can't bully people, big guy. Everything, first come, first come. Although Xu Yuan's words made Big Orange's teammates feel a little uncomfortable, everyone was still not angry. Is still kind and angry to reason with Xu Yuan. Hearing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment. Originally, Xu Yuan said that sentence to provoke these people. If these people heard Xu Yuan's words and did something with him, Xu Yuan would just be able to find a reason to send them back. But the attitude of the group of people in Big Orange surprised Xu Yuan. The so-called reaching out and not hitting smiling people, they have such a good attitude, and Xu Yuan is not easy to occupy. Xu Yuan thought about it and said to them, well, this place is mine, and there is an outpost not far from here. You go over there, and I can tell you the coordinates. Anyway, one outpost is enough to produce as a pillager's farm, and it's useless to have more places to put it. Instead of inking with the Big Orange on their side, it is better to let them go somewhere else, and Xu Yuan can start work quickly. When everyone heard Xu Yuan's words, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, they were still a little worried that Xu Yuan would not listen to anything and directly grab this place. But I didn't expect Xu Yuan to say this. When the Big Orange saw Xu Yuan say this, the smile on his face came back again. Deal. Big Orange said without hesitation. Xu Yuan saw that the Big Orange agreed, so he walked directly to the outpost and used the title deed. After using the title deed, Xu Yuan told Big Orange the coordinates of the other outpost. After receiving the coordinates given by Xu Yuan, the Big Orange did not have the slightest doubt. Thank you, big guy. After Xu Yuan gave the coordinates to the Big Orange, he entered the outpost to clear the monster by himself. In about 5 minutes, after clearing the monsters here, Xu Yuan was preparing to start construction. But when they saw the Big Orange, they hadn't left yet, and they all looked at Xu Yuan there. Xu Yuan suddenly frowned. What do these people want to do? Xu Yuan was puzzled when he saw that the Big Oranges had not left yet. Didn't you already tell them the coordinates? Do they feel that the coordinates they gave are fake? Seeing this, Xu Yuan also put down the things in his hand and walked towards the Big Orange them. What's wrong? Do you think there is a problem with the coordinates I gave? Xu Yuan also did not shy away from asking directly. Seeing this, Big Orange hurriedly shook his hand and said, no, I believe you. Xu Yuan was even more puzzled when he saw the Big Orange say this, so he asked, and what are you doing here? Xu Yuan suddenly asked, and the Big Orange suddenly became difficult to speak, and she said hesitantly, this. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought that they had repented of the Big Orange, so he frowned. Just say it, I don't have much time to waste here. Seeing that Xu Yuan was a little impatient, Big Orange immediately blurted out, I want to talk to you. Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard Big Orange's words. He thought that Big Orange and they were staying here for something else, but it turned out to be to fight him. When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. There's no need to fight, you can't beat me. When the Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, she was immediately unconvinced, and she said to Xu Yuan angrily, don't underestimate me, I've practiced it. Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little cute when he saw the real appearance of the Big Orange. Xu Yuan didn't underestimate the Big Orange, she was able to have this equipment and get Sanhua, which showed that she was powerful. But no matter how strong Big Orange is, he is not at the same level as Xu Yuan. Although in this game, Xu Yuan is not as familiar with drawing a sword as before. But Xu Yuan has been fighting with a sword for a long time, and Xu Yuan can still master some skills. It's definitely more than enough to deal with large oranges. Kid, I'm busy, I don't have time to play with you, Xu Yuan said helplessly. Hearing Xu Yuan's words, Big Orange thought for a moment, and then said, all right then you go get busy. Xu Yuan thought that the Big Orange had given up, and was about to say something, when he saw the Big Orange continue. Anyway, I'm very idle, I can wait for you to finish your work, so you have time to talk to me. The Big Orange is completely clever and incisive. She knew that Xu Yuan must be doing something more secretive here. Otherwise, Xu Yuan wouldn't care if they weren't here, as long as it didn't get in the way. The reason why Xu Yuan cared so much about them here must be because he couldn't let them see what he was going to do. So the Big Orange also makes good use of this. Her purpose is very simple, that is, to have a discussion with Xu Yuan. She wondered what her strength was at drawing her sword. Big Orange is still very confident in herself. She is not blindly challenging to learn from Xu Yuan. She doesn't think she will lose. Xu Yuan heard the words of the Big Orange and stroked his forehead. This Big Orange is simply a little scoundrel. Although they are here, Xu Yuan can also start construction, but it is necessary to fence off the perimeter, but this greatly increases the workload. Xu Yuan sighed and said helplessly, okay, let's talk. Xu Yuan can see that if she doesn't learn from her, then she will definitely think of ways to disturb herself. The quickest way to do this right now is to get her out of the way. When the Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he jumped up directly with joy. She originally needed to soak it for a while, but she didn't expect Xu Yuan to agree directly. Xu Yuan saw the smug strength of the big orange, and instantly became a little unhappy. Xu Yuan instantly felt that he had been tricked. This can't be done. How can this little scoundrel succeed? You have to let her know what social sinister is? After Xu Yuan thought about it, he said to the big orange, I'm a natural gambler, and if I don't bet, I can't raise my energy. When the big orange heard this, he became even more excited. Good, good. What to bet on? Xu Yuan saw that the big orange was put on so quickly, and thought carefully for a moment. Then Xu Yuan's gaze fell on the big orange's knife. After seeing the big orange knife, Xu Yuan smiled maliciously. Bet on the knives in each other's hands. If I lose, the knife in my hand will be yours, and I will tell you how to advance. If you lose, the knife in your hand is mine. Xu Yuan really wanted to see how big the gap between the expression of the big orange and the current smug expression was. It can be regarded as punishing the big orange for being clever and calculating himself. When the big orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he was stunned. She looked at Xu Yuan's expression, and then at her own knife. The hand unconsciously clenched the knife a little. The stakes are too big for a big orange. The knife was the best thing she'd ever had. And she also likes this knife. If she loses, it will be a big loss. Seeing that the big orange hesitated, Xu Yuan smiled and said, Forget it, don't gamble, you can't win me, why bother with a knife? Xu Yuan's agitation method is still just right. When the big orange heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately aroused by Xu Yuan's competitiveness. Bet? Who says not to bet? Don't be a debtor when the time comes. At this time, Big Orange's teammates heard Big Orange's words, and they hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. Sister, don't, Orange, you can't bet. How did you beat him? It's over, the orange is on top. Get her away. Big Orange's teammates are all rushing forward, and if they can carry people in the game, they will definitely have staged a black man carrying the coffin at this moment. Big Orange, as the authority, was of course fascinated, but they, the onlookers, could see it clearly. If this is a gamble, this knife will be given away directly, and the words of these teammates are to push the Big Orange again. Who said I can't? I'll show you today. Steve? Let's take it. Under Xu Yuan's agitation, the orange immediately entered a combat state. After she turned on the PvP mode, she held the knife in both hands and placed it vertically in front of her. There's a smell of kendo in it. Xu Yuan looked at the way the big orange held the knife, and couldn't help but feel that it was very novel. Judging from the way of holding the knife, Xu Yuan and Big Orange are very different. Xu Yuan generally attacks after holding the knife with his right hand, and his left hand is usually placed on the scabbard. In this way, you can quickly draw your sword and increase your attack speed. And the method of holding the knife of the Big Orange is to hold the knife with both hands. What kind of attack effect does this have? Xu Yuan saw that the Big Orange was already full of fighting spirit, so he also turned on the PvP mode. Xu Yuan looked at the equipment on the Big Orange, and then said, In this way, lest I bully you, let's take off all our equipment and only bring weapons, which is fairer. Xu Yuan's current equipment is a fully enchanted Phantom Knight breastplate, Phantom Knight pants, and a fully enchanted diamond hat and shoes. Although Big Orange is also an enchanted diamond set, her equipment is definitely not full of enchantments, and some enchantments may not be useful. It would be unfair to say that you were fighting with equipment. Xu Yuan didn't want to take advantage of the Big Oranges. Since you have agreed to fight, it is a fair competition. Hearing this, Big Orange looked at Xu Yuan with some surprise. Because of Xu Yuan's words, Big Orange's favorability towards Xu Yuan has increased a lot. The team members of Big Orange were also a little impressed by Xu Yuan. Originally, they thought that Xu Yuan was just trying to pit Big Orange's knife. After all, Xu Yuan's equipment was definitely better than Big Orange's. At this time, the attitude of the crowd immediately changed 360 degrees. In that case, I think the orange might win. Come on, come on. Sister Orange, we are optimistic about you. I still believe in the killer formula of oranges. Come on. Fight to earn a knife back. The words of the Big Orange team members all fell on Xu Yuan's ears. Xu Yuan was still a little surprised when he heard their words. Before, they all persuaded Big Orange not to be impulsive. And after saying that they would not wear equipment, they immediately changed their attitude. Could it be that the Big Orange really has a hand in drawing swords? The change of Big Orange's teammates couldn't help but make Xu Yuan a little flustered. However, Xu Yuan still believes in his own strength. After playing this game for so long, can he still lose to a woman? Although he is facing a woman, Xu Yuan will also take it seriously. After all, this is the first woman to have a sword drawn. Xu Yuan held the drawn sword with one hand, and beckoned to the Big Orange with the other. Come on. Before Xu Yuan's words fell, he saw the Big Orange holding the knife in both hands and stabbing forward. The speed of the orange stab was very fast, and by the time Xu Yuan reacted, the tip of the Big Orange was about to touch the tip of Xu Yuan's nose. Xu Yuan hurriedly dodged with a back jump, and the sword chi from the back jump also shook the orange back a few steps. Big Orange's HP is immediately reduced by 2 blocks. Seeing this, Fa Orange not only did not panic, but became more excited, and she did not praise Xu Yuan's move. That's a handsome move. When Xu Yuan heard Dechenzi's words, he also smiled, and said politely, You're not bad either. After the two moved away, Xu Yuan jumped forward in a big stride, and with the forward momentum of the jump, Xu Yuan cut the knife straight. A jumping spike came to the big orange, and then slid the tip of the knife, ready to fly the big orange into the air in a wave of slashes. And at this moment, the big orange dodged Xu Yuan's thrust sideways, and then she plunged the tip of the knife into the ground with both hands, relying on the support of the knife, and her whole body drew a beautiful arc in the air. When her toes hit the ground, her knife was also drawn and slashed towards Xu Yuan-shan. The whole movement is done in one go, as if you are dancing ballet. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately dodged, but he was still knocked out by the sword chi by one square of blood. It's a beautiful move. Xu Yuan praised sincerely. Big Orange's move just now is a bit like a modified version of the back jump. It's just that the centrifugal force of the back jump is towards the back, and the move she just made relied on the centrifugal force on the side. I'll use the power of the knife to rotate the body to inflict damage. When the big orange saw Xu Yuan praising himself, he stuck out his tongue and said proudly, "How about learning from you, is it blue?" At this time, all the teammates on the side saw Xu Yuan and Big Orange fighting, and they all rolled their eyes. Why do I suddenly smell a sour smell? The big orange iron tree bloomed. Don't say it, the two are really a good match. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard Big Orange's words. Then learn this trick again. As he spoke, another spurt approached the big orange. The big orange was about to fight back, but when he saw this, Xu Yuan changed the trajectory of the knife. He quickly drew his sword twice and then paused for a moment, and when he drew it again, a stream of sword chi gushed out from the blade. The big orange was immediately shocked and took a few steps back, and the big orange hadn't yet stood firm. Xu Yuan followed with another jumping stab, and when the big orange didn't stand firm, he immediately picked up the big orange with the tip of the knife. Seeing this, the big orange is not good in the dark way. At this time, the teammates of the big oranges were also nervous. When they were fighting with Big Orange before, they had all experienced this set of slashes after picking up the fly. If the connection is good, it can directly kill people in the air. Oranges, don't hold back. Don't need a killer feature? If you don't use it anymore, it's too late. Oranges, it's now, golden opportunity. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that this game was going to end. After all, after being picked up, as long as the connection is good, you can always pick and fly. This set is absolutely dead. But he didn't expect that after he picked up the big orange for the second time, the big orange suddenly crashed into the sky. Her whole body turned downward in the direction she was being picked up. The big orange tightly grasped the knife in his hand with both hands, and with the descending centrifugal force, he stabbed towards Xu Yuan from the sky. You're going to take this trick. Originally, the big orange had been picked up by Xu Yuan and flown in the air, but the big orange flipped in one direction with the help of the power of being picked up by Xu Yuan. Her head was facing Xu Yuan, her hands clenched and she drew her sword, and stabbed down with gravity. Xu Yuan was surprised when he saw this. He could also stab in the air? Fortunately, Xu Yuan reacted quickly enough and dodged with a back jump. Otherwise, the big orange, which relies on the influence of gravity, will definitely not be able to parry it. Xu Yuan's quick response shocked Big Orange. This move was taken by surprise, so it was actually dodged by Xu Yuan. At this time, the Orange's teammates saw Xu Yuan's reaction, and their scalps were numb. It's all gone. What's the reaction to this? My god. That's a bit too fake, isn't it? The reaction of the big orange just now was already very fast, from being picked up to stabbing over, it was only a second. And after the stab comes over, with the influence of gravity, it may only take 0.5 seconds to reach Xu Yuan. 0.5 seconds. What kind of reflexes is this? If Xu Yuan was predicted, it would be easy to say, but Xu Yuan didn't know what tricks the big orange would make before. It's all an impromptu reaction? It's scary? Seeing this, the big orange no longer continued to fight with Xu Yuan, but looked at Xu Yuan and said with some loss, I lost? Although Big Orange's blood is still healthy, she knows that she has lost. The Big Orange will make these moves, and Xu Yuan has avoided these moves perfectly, so she knows that she has no chance of winning. When the teammates saw the Big Orange, they directly admitted defeat, and they all looked at the Big Orange in disbelief. Orange, what are you talking about? It's not over yet. Yes, you didn't lose much blood. This is not the Orange I know. Oranges never admit defeat. Big Orange smiled reluctantly when he heard the words of his teammates. There's no need to fight anymore. He has already figured out all my moves, and they have all avoided them perfectly. I can't hurt him. When the teammates heard Big Orange's words, they all fell silent. If you think about it, what Big Orange said is indeed the truth. They also all knew that those moves just now were all the moves of the Big Orange Club, and Xu Yuan successfully avoided them. Even the killer weapon of the Big Orange didn't hurt Xu Yuan in the slightest, and it really didn't make sense to fight anymore. But everyone is a little unwilling. If they admit defeat like this, then won't this drawn sword be given away in vain? All the teammates wanted to say and stopped, and in the end they didn't say anything. If you lose the bet, you have to admit it, and when the time comes, you will find a way to kill a few witherers. At this time, the mood of Big Orange and his teammates can be said to be extremely low. The Big Orange looked at Sanhua in his hand, and his eyes were full of reluctance. Tears were already rolling in his eyes. After a few last glances at Sanhua, the Big Orange finally handed Sanhua to Xu Yuan, and then looked at Xu Yuan and said seriously, I entrusted it to you, you must treat it well. Xu Yuan saw the big orange's expression and heard her words. Suddenly there was a feeling of picking up the plate. Seeing the knife handed over by Dichenzi, Xu Yuan hesitated. This knife is actually nothing to Xu Yuan. After all, this knife is a withering explosion, and if you want it when the time comes, build a withered skeleton monster farming tower, and collect skeletons to farm. But this knife is indeed a rare treasure for a big orange. And it can be seen that Big Orange also has feelings for this knife, and has spent a lot of time studying the skill of drawing a sword. In the game just now, Xu Yuan could see that the Big Orange was still very skilled in the use of drawing swords. And she has her own genre, her own tricks. This really shows that the Big Orange is talented, and if the person who is not gifted holds the drawn sword, it is actually no different from holding the diamond sword. I don't study all kinds of moves. Just as Xu Yuan was hesitating, the Big Orange directly threw the drawn sword into Xu Yuan's hand. Then she looked at her teammates and choked up. Let's go farm emeralds. After saying that, he didn't look back, so he left first. Seeing this, the teammates hurriedly chased after him. It's okay, Orange, we'll brush it with you later. Let's go to hell to farm the withered skeletons after we're done farming emeralds. Well, it's a good thing that the spawner of the withered skeleton found earlier hasn't been knocked out yet. It doesn't matter, Orange, you've learned a lot in this battle, and you'll be stronger when the time comes. Seeing this, Xu Yuan still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. I feel like I'm a bad uncle who robbed a little girl of candy. When Xu Yuan hesitated, the Big Orange and they had already disappeared from Xu Yuan's field of vision. Seeing this, Xu Yuan had no choice but to give up. Xu Yuan took Sanhua in his hand and tried it, and felt that the feel was indeed better than that of Iman, so he was ready to replace Iman. At this moment, Xu Yuan suddenly thought that the deputy seemed to be able to carry a knife. This is how the so-called double knife flow came about. Xu Yuan directly replaced the Iman in the deputy, and the main hand was the wearing Sanhua. After wearing the two knives on his body, Xu Yuan tried to draw the knives at the same time, but found that it was not what he imagined. Xu Yuan thought that he could draw out the sword chi at the same time, but because these two were both long knives, and the length of the arm is simply not enough for two knives to pull out together. Xu Yuan thought about it and had to give up, so he put the Iman gate up temporarily. If you can wear two knives, there must be a double knife flow of play, and it seems that you can only go to the simulated space research at that time. After packing up the things, Xu Yuan sent the coordinates of another outpost to the Big Orange. Anyway, the coordinates are useless in Xu Yuan's hands, and the right is to compensate the Big Orange for them. Their losses this time are indeed quite heavy. Seeing the coordinates of another outpost sent by Xu Yuan, Big Orange's mood improved slightly. She knew that this was Xu Yuan's compensation for her. In fact, even if Xu Yuan wanted to return the knife to her, she would not accept it. She has always been willing to gamble and lose, and this time she lost the knife because she was too confident. The loss of the knife is equivalent to punishment for oneself. However, Dechenzi felt that she had gained a lot this time, and the duel with Xu Yuan made her learn a lot of skills. In the future, if she can explode to the point of drawing her sword, then her strength will definitely be much stronger than before. Thinking of this, Big Orange's mood gradually improved a lot. If there's a next time, I'll have to talk to you. Big Orange secretly decided in his heart. After Xu Yuan sent the coordinates to the Big Orange, he began to work as a marauder farm. The principle of the Marauder's farm is actually very simple. It is based on the characteristics of the attack. Raids can occur near any village with at least one villager and bed, and spawn pillagers after the raid occurs. It would be a matter of concentrating them with a stream of water and then falling to their deaths and collecting the loot. So the crucial condition for crafting a Marauder's farm is to trigger an attack. Triggering an attack requires at least one villager and a bed. The bed is good, and the villagers can only be transported by minecart when it is ready. After Xu Yuan burned down the original outpost, he quickly got busy. That's when Ken sent a message. Dragon, they're already at the entrance to the Twilight Forest, you give them permission. After Xu Yuan saw the message sent by Ken, he directly gave Ken management permissions. Then Ken will be able to give these people permissions. I gave you administrative privileges, you can invite them. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he continued to work. After Ken received the administrative rights, he began to give the group of people in the Dragon Tang Guild access to the Twilight Forest. After about 10 minutes, after Ken gave the permissions of everyone present, the Dragon Tang and the group entered the Twilight Forest. Xu Yuan had instructed Ken to take them to the Naga courtyard before, so Ken also followed them into the Twilight Forest. Before entering the Twilight Forest, the players of the Dragon Guild were amazed. Wow, it's really different. This firefly is pretty. Let's take something out this time. After all, it was the first time they had entered the Twilight Forest. And Long Tang pulled Ken aside and asked, reveal a little bit of the strategy. Since the last incident, the contradiction between the Cube Man and the dragon has been resolved. Long Tang occasionally chatted with Ken later, and the two found that their personalities were indeed somewhat similar, so the relationship between the two was okay. Ken looked at the dragon and smiled. 1,000 gold is not worth $2, I can tell you Naga's skills, precautions. Long Tang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Ken's words. You think my money is blowing in the wind? Anyway, you President Steve doesn't have a time limit for us to come in, I'll figure it out by myself. Ken smiled when he heard Long Tang's words. Okay, don't beg me then. Once the dragon group was familiar with the environment, Ken took them to the Naga courtyard. The Naga here was not cleaned up by the people who Xu Yuan had released out of the guild before, and it happened to be left to Longtang and them. This is the Naga courtyard, and the Naga is inside. Good luck to you. Ken finished speaking and was about to leave, but was stopped by the dragon. You're so uninteresting. How much do you reveal something? Ken smiled at this, and then made a 5-to-5 gesture in his hand. Seeing this, Longtang was anxious to stump his feet. Did you get into the money cracks? Ken continued to shake in front of the dragon with a 5-tone gesture. 500 gold, the consultation I told you is definitely useful. Seeing this, Longtang was ruthless, gritted his teeth and said, okay, deal, it's time to go out to you? Ken couldn't help but regret it when he saw that Longtang agreed. This Dragontang guild is indeed a rich master, and it would not let the price if it was known. Don't go head to head with it, it's going to collide, it's useless to get tall, its eyes will make the blocks under your feet disappear. Also, pay attention to its tail, that's all. In fact, this boss is very simple. When Longtang heard Ken's words, he immediately felt that the 500 gold was lost. That's it. In fact, what Longtang didn't know was that Ken had actually made all the precautions clear. In this way, Longtang also saves a lot of time for exploration, and also avoids them from doing useless work. Remember my 500 gold. Ken finished and left. Longtang instructed the team members to explore the supplies. Xu Yuan is almost busy here, and the rest is some finishing work, and then it is to transport the villagers over. Transporting the villagers is the most troublesome. The main city is still a certain distance from here, and the fastest way to get over is to dig a tunnel. After the best marauder farm, Xu Yuan blocked all the surrounding areas with blocks. The internal structure of the marauder farm is still very simple, and you can basically learn it at a glance, so you still need to cover it up. It probably took Xu Yuan more than half an hour to build the marauder farm, and the covering took Xu Yuan an hour. And in this hour and a half, the Dragontang guild in the Twilight Forest can be said to have gained a lot. Dragontang makes players spend half an hour looking for resources, as the Naga courtyard is next to a large mine. Although there are many monsters in the big mine, there are also a lot of them, and they soon used the crowd tactics to clean up the big mine. The resources of the great mine were enough for each of them to have an iron sword and an iron cuirass. After gathering the resources, the dragons began to deal with the Naga. Longtang also remembered Ken's words, and after the group was wiped out a few times, Longtang discovered Naga's weakness. Longtang immediately adopted the tactic of digging a pit. In less than an hour, Naga was ground to death. And what Longtang never expected was that Naga actually broke out the rust of the Iman and drew the sword for them. After Xu Yuan's affairs were done, he was ready to contact Ken to let people dig through the tunnel. And at this moment, Ken also sent a message to Xu Yuan. Longtang burst out of the gate. Ken rarely uses symbols in his messages, and the use of 6 exclamation points in a row is enough to show how surprised Ken is. Xu Yuan was also surprised when he saw Ken's news. Xu Yuan never expected that Longtang and they would actually kill Naga once, and then they broke out of the Iman. If he knew that this was the case, Xu Yuan would definitely not say that he would send Naga to them. It was because of the small explosion rate that Xu Yuan was relieved to give Naga to Longtang. But I didn't expect that such a small probability would be blinded by Longtang. I have to say that Longtang's luck is really good. I've got it done here, go back and say. After Xu Yuan's finishing work was completed, he rode back to the main city. At this time, the main city was very lively, and the people of the Dragontang Guild were about to hold a celebration banquet here. Ken saw Xu Yuan coming back, and walked over and said helplessly, "It makes them so happy." Xu Yuan was about to say something when he saw Longtang walking towards him with the Iman. "President Steve, I want to thank you." Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "Don't thank me, it's your own luck." Seeing Xu Yuan say this, Longtang shook his head and said with a smile, "No, it's not my luck, it's President Steve's luck for you." When Xu Yuan heard Longtang say this, he looked at Longtang with some doubts. "Oh, how do you say that?" Seeing this, Longtang smiled, and then handed the sword to Xu Yuan and said, "I have offended a lot before, and this knife should be regarded as my apology." Xu Yuan was surprised when he heard Longtang's words, and Ken on the side also looked at Longtang in disbelief. The other players of the Cube Man Guild present were also full of surprise. Originally, everyone thought that Longtang would show off to Xu Yuan after he got the drawn sword, but they didn't expect him to give the drawn sword to Xu Yuan. This is obviously like Xu Yuan's intentions. Players didn't understand in an instant, drawing a sword is the best weapon in the current version, and Dragontang finally exploded, but they didn't want it themselves. Before, Longtang and they sold favors like cube people just to enter the Twilight Forest, and the purpose of entering the Twilight Forest was nothing more than equipment. Now that the equipment is in hand, it can be regarded as a wish, but Longtang took the initiative to take it out. Xu Yuan looked at the knife handed over by Longtang and thought for a moment. In fact, Xu Yuan can probably understand the meaning of Longtang. The reason why Longtang is like himself should be to have long-term cooperation. Longtang sees far ahead, not just greedy for immediate benefits. If a knife can be exchanged for the help of the Cube Man, it is definitely a sure profit. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he looked at Longtang. "Deo, I said a long time ago, Naga was given to you, and this knife was exploded by Naga, so naturally it belongs to you." Xu Yuan did not take Longtang's knife. First of all, this knife no longer means anything to Xu Yuan, and now Xu Yuan already has Iman and Sanhua in his hands. Even if he took this knife, he would give it to Ken to use. This knife has no meaning to Xu Yuan. Secondly, if Xu Yuan accepts this knife, it is equivalent to accepting Long Tang's surrender. In other words, in the future, the guilds of the two sides will be equivalent to an alliance. But Xu Yuan didn't want to do this. What was the premise of the alliance? Only when the two sides benefit each other can an alliance be meaningful. And the cubers are already strong enough, there is no shortage of supplies, and the alliance has no benefit for the blockers. On the contrary, forming alliances is beneficial to the Dragon Guild. Xu Yuan is not a bodhisattva who is willing to give, so of course he will not accept the alliance. When Long Tang heard Xu Yuan's words, he also understood what Xu Yuan meant. Then Long Tang thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry so much, I'll just say it, I don't want to form an alliance. I also know that you cubers don't need to form alliances. This knife is given to you by me in my personal name, and I should put an end to the previous grudge. Of course, I won't want to enter the Twilight Forest for free just because I gave you this knife. I just think that after this incident, when you open the Twilight Forest in the future, our Dragon Tang Guild will also be qualified to enter. Or, if you can, the equipment produced by the Twilight Forest in the future can be sold to our guild first." The meaning of Long Tang is very simple, that is, to turn hostility into jade. Long Tang knew that Xu Yuan let them in this time to repay the favor, but this time it will be different. Whether it can enter the Twilight or not is still up to Xu Yuan. When Xu Yuan opened the Twilight Forest before, Long Tang also wanted to go in, but it turned out that Long Tang didn't have any share at all. Long Tang just wanted Xu Yuan to know this time that they really had no hostility towards the other blockers. When Xu Yuan heard Long Tang's words, he understood what Long Tang meant. It turned out that Long Tang just wanted to write off the previous matter. Since Long Tang has sued for peace like this, Xu Yuan can't say anything more. Originally, Xu Yuan didn't pay too much attention to the previous things. It wasn't Xu Yuan's decision to not let Long Tang enter the Twilight Forest before, because the candidate to enter the Twilight Forest was chosen by Ken. Xu Yuan is a person who does not hold grudges, and Long Tang and Xu Yuan do not have any deep hatred. Every time he fought, Xu Yuan had the upper hand, and only Long Tang responded. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan took the knife from Long Tang's hand. "Okay, I'll take the knife." Long Tang saw that he needed to take the knife, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Yuan took the knife, that is, he promised to let them enter the Twilight Forest in the future. Of course, Long Tang will not think about entering for free again, but in the future, at least he can spend money to explore like other guilds. After Long Tang gave the knife to Xu Yuan, he left with the guild people. Before they left, Ken walked to Xu Yuan's side, staring straight at the drawn sword in Xu Yuan's hand. At this time, Ken's heart can be described as beautiful. He naturally knew that Xu Yuan didn't need this sword, and the final destination of this drawn sword must be him. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately laughed. "It's really not obvious what you're implying here," Xu Yuan said, and handed the Iman, Rust, to Ken. Ken took the sword and immediately took it in his hand and made a few strokes. "It's so light. It's much easier than a diamond sword." Ken picked up the sword and felt the difference between it and the diamond sword. Xu Yuan looked at the sword in Ken's hand, thought about it and said, "It just so happens that you also have a sword, practice with me." Xu Yuan wanted to practice the double knife flow of play. After all, this game allows two drawn swords, which should definitely be able to be used together. When Ken heard Xu Yuan say this, he was immediately interested. "Okay, find an open place, right? There are too many of them." Ken was actually afraid that the guild players would see and laugh at him here. "After all, I only held the drawn sword, and I didn't know how to use it." Said that he was practicing with Xu Yuan, but he was definitely beaten and had no power to fight back. After Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he also felt that it made sense. This place is indeed a little unwieldy, so after thinking about it, he said, "Let's go simulate the space, it's spacious." When Ken agreed, the two of them went to the simulation space. When the two of them arrived at the simulation space, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. At this time, there is no place in the simulation space. It's all filled with various redstone devices. It can be seen that the owner of Minjayo village has been very economical, and even the position in the air has been fully used. And the interval between each device is small. The whole space is obviously not enough for the owner of Minjayo village. As soon as Xu Yuan and Ken came in, the owner of Minjayo village discovered them. He immediately turned over to this side, pulling Xu Yuan and said excitedly, "Come on. There's good stuff for you." Xu Yuan saw the excited look on the face of the owner of Minjayo village, and his interest was immediately raised. The owner of Minjayo village must have made something terrible. Since the last time he told the owner of Minjayo that he wanted him to study the redstone device, the owner of Minjayo has not come out of the simulation space. It's completely like he doesn't listen to anything outside the window and only loves to engage in redstone. After such a long time, with the talent of the owner of Minjayo Zhuang, he should be able to develop a lot of things. Xu Yuan was thinking about it when he saw the owner of Minjayo village stop. Then he said to Xu Yuan with a confident face, "That's what I've been doing these days. I named it Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon." Ken on the side heard the name taken by the owner of Minjayo village, and laughed out loud. "It's really your style. It's all the same." When the owner of Minjayo heard Ken say this, he unexpectedly didn't argue with Ken. Instead, he glanced at Ken and continued to introduce to Xu Yuan. Boss, this machine can wither in seconds. When the owner of Minjayo village spoke, Xu Yuan had already looked at the huge device in front of him. The whole installation takes up almost half of the entire space. Xu Yuan turned on the creative mode and flew into the air to look at the internal structure of the device. I was amazed. Xu Yuan has seen this thing before. And it was also made. However, Xu Yuan did not create this device, but a device with the same principle as this device. The name of the device is Space-Based Dragon Slayer Cannon. The principle of this vector super electromagnetic cannon created by Minjayo Zhuang is the same as that of the space-based dragon slaying cannon. They are all built according to the characteristics of the arrows. In MC, the damage dealt by arrows is related to speed. When using the explosive force of the TNT explosion, the arrow is accelerated to reach a very high speed. This will deal a huge amount of damage. This high amount of damage can kill all creatures in an instant. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little excited when he looked at the vector super electromagnetic cannon made by the owner of Minjayo village in front of him. It's perfectly fine to use it to slay dragons with a little improvement. After Xu Yuan went to the end before, he found that the Ender Dragon had a full 10,000 HP. This amount of blood is still terrifying, and if you want to fight, it will definitely take a long time. And Xu Yuan doesn't know if the Ender Dragon's skills are the same as in the MC, so there is no idea of killing the Ender Dragon for the time being. If there is a space-based Dragon Slayer cannon, it is different. This will allow you to farm Ender Dragons efficiently. There's still a lot of good stuff for killing the Ender Dragon. The first is the Ender Dragon's egg. At present, Xu Yuan already knows that the game definitely has a mod for a Song of Ice and Fire. Therefore, the Ender Dragon's eggs should also be able to hatch. Then there's the Dragon's Breath when fighting the Ender Dragon. Dragon's Breath is a good thing, and it can be used as a lingering potion. Last time, if Xu Yuan had a lingering potion, the potion consumption would have been much less. Finally, there's experience, and killing an Ender Dragon will probably provide level 20 experience. It's definitely a lot faster than the mob farm. In addition, the Ender Dragon can explode the Inma sword, and the Inma sword can be said to be a very powerful existence in drawing the sword. The mere fact of drawing the sword is enough to reflect the value of the space-based dragon slaying cannon. Seeing that Xu Yuan didn't speak for a long time, the owner of Minjayo village thought that Xu Yuan didn't understand this device very well, so he began to explain to Xu Yuan. Boss, this device is actually based on your TNT duplicate. The TNT replicator you made gives the equivalent of this machine's energy source. Xu Yuan smiled when he heard the words of the owner of Minjayo village. This is done using the principle that the faster the arrow speeds, the more damage it does, and Thionta just accelerates the arrow. When the owner of Minjayo village heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that he had designed the device for so long, and Xu Yuan would actually know the principle at a glance. No, worthy of a master. Xu Yuan saw the expression on the face of the owner of Minjayo village, and then realized that his mouth was too fast. The owner of Minjayo Zhuang made this thing. Naturally he wanted to invite credit in front of Xu Yuan and wanted to show his performance. As a result, he didn't expect Xu Yuan to give him a chance at all. At this time, Ken, who was on the side, listened to the words of the two people and listened to it confused. He didn't know anything about the redstones, he just wanted to see the final result. Your reputation for this vector super electromagnetic cannon is loud, and the device is so big, but let me see it. Ken's words can be said to be just right, and it just happened to resolve the embarrassment. Good, I'll show you. Oh, by the way, boss, my vector super electromagnetic cannon can be located. Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little curious when he heard the words of the owner of Minjayo village. I didn't expect that this device made by the owner of Minjayo village can still be positioned. Xu Yuan wanted to see what kind of positioning method it was. After speaking, the owner of Minjayo Zhuang took out 3 withered skulls and 4 soul sand. Once these are discharged, Blight is summoned. Due to its creative mode, Wither does not attack when summoned, but instead begins to wander through the air. The current location of Withering is 2,000 yards to the west. As he spoke, the owner of Minjayo Zhuang took Xu Yuan and them to his so-called control room. There is a row of redstone lamps densely packed here, like an LCD screen. Many redstone lamps have a sign in front of them with some coordinates written on them. After finding the coordinates of the Withering in these signs, the owner of Minjayo Zhuang pressed the switch on the side. Now the location is locked. After the owner of Minjayo Zhuang locked the position, he immediately came to the launch pad. The launch pad has 2 display frames for bows and arrows. The honorary master took out his bow and arrows, and shot them at the soul sand at the entrance of the underground device. Then he pressed the switch on the side. I saw that the piston controlled by the switch pulled the soul sala aside, and the arrow rushed up the water in the device. Reloaded. When Xu Yuan and Ken saw this, they both set their eyes on the withered place in the sky. Seconds passed, and the withering was still in place, nothing had happened. Xu Yuan and Ken both set their sights on the owner of Minjayo village. At this time, the owner of Minjayo village said slowly, "Don't worry, let the arrows fly for a while." Ken rolled his eyes when he heard the owner of Minjayo say this. You fly for a while, and the withered will run away. Ken and the owner of Minjayo have had a much better relationship since the last time. Mutual street-fighting is a common thing, and the owner of Minjayu village doesn't care about Ken's deliberate provocation at all. Soon after the arrow was fired, the whole machine was seen in action. The TNT duplicator could clearly see the TNT explosions one after another. The force of the explosion propelled the arrow forward. Seeing this, the owner of Minjayu village immediately reminded Xu Yuan and Ken Dao. It's coming, look ahead. Ken and Xu Yuan both set their sights on withering again. In the next second, the withering disappeared directly out of thin air. Spike? When Ken saw this, he was stunned. If it weren't for seeing the withered drops falling, Ken would have thought that the withered had disappeared out of thin air. What the hell is this? A withered one just gives a second. Ken looked at the device in front of him in disbelief. Although the speed of the device is not very fast, it can accurately locate and achieve the effect of instant killing. It's already terrifying. If there was this device when the monsters were attacking the city, those monsters probably wouldn't even be able to touch the city gate. Xu Yuan smiled with satisfaction when he saw this. The growth rate of the owner of Minjayu village is really fast. In fact, the most difficult part of this device is the central control. The owner of Minjayu still worked the central control. His vector super electromagnetic cannon can adjust the attack position according to the positioning, which is very practical. And as long as the data is written, this will be a vector arrow cannon with high accuracy, which is simply invincible. However, this vector super electromagnetic cannon should be difficult to implement at present. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he asked the owner of Minjayu village, "How long do you think it will take to implement this outside?" The owner of Minjayu village was stunned when he heard Xu Yuan's words. He has been studying this for a long time in simulated space, and he has been doing it for a long time. If you go outside to implement it, not to mention the amount of work, it is estimated that it will take a while to get the materials ready. After thinking about it, the owner of Minjayu village said, "If the materials are complete and I compare and do it little by little, it may take a week." Hearing this, Xu Yuan nodded, and then said, "You make a list of the materials you need and give them to Ken, and Ken will be responsible for helping you find all the materials." Xu Yuan will definitely implement this vector super electromagnetic cannon. If there is a super electromagnetic cannon like this in the main city, then it will be easy to do it if there are monsters attacking the city. Also, the damage of this vector super electromagnetic cannon is adjustable. The damage of the vector arrow is generated based on the number of things pushes. As long as you add some more than Tian propulsion, this vector arrow will definitely be every second. Xu Yuan not only wants to install this vector cannon in the main city, but also install a dragon farming in the end. But this is going to be bitter Minjayu Zhuang owner. If it is a vector cannon of survival mode, it will definitely be a dead life. Not to mention too, when the owner of Minjayu village heard that Xu Yuan wanted to implement his vector super electromagnetic cannon, the whole person was immediately full of enthusiasm. However, this vector super electromagnetic cannon is very large, and if it is to be installed in the main city, it is definitely impossible to build it directly outside. If you want to implement it, you will definitely need to cover it, so you will need to change the appearance of the main city. The owner of Minjayu village thought of this and asked Xu Yuan, "Boss, this must be hidden if it is implemented, so that the appearance of the main city will definitely have to be changed." Xu Yuan heard the words of the owner of Minjayu village and said with a smile, "Then change it, it's a big deal." When Ken heard this, he chuckled in his heart, and immediately turned around Xu Yuan and said, "You go tell Yuer yourself. She has just finished repairing the main city, and you have to change it now. She did the design and restoration of the main city alone, and she was exhausted last time. When repairing the main city before, Ken could clearly feel that Yuer was a little powerless. After all the main cities of the cube people were designed by Yuer, and only she knew how to restore them. Although Xu Yuan also arranged for someone to help her, she didn't need to do it. But often using the brain is more tiring than the hands. Coupled with some small work, those bosses in the guild don't know how to do it at all, and they won't do it when they are given. So many times Yuer does it herself. The main city of these other branches, Yuer, has not yet been built, and Xu Yuan is going to change the main city again. Yuer is not ironclad, no matter how much she loves it, she will still be tired." Xu Yuan reacted after hearing Ken's words. "I really didn't expect this." Xu Yuan just thought that Yuer liked liver architecture very much, so he handed over all the architectural design work to Yuer. But as the main city gets bigger and bigger, there are more and more branches, and Yuer's workload is getting more and more. Although Yuer didn't complain, Xu Yuan still felt sorry for Yuer. It's time to find someone to help Yuer share the burden. Xu Yuan thought about it and said to Ken, "Well, let's go recruit some players who like liver building." Xu Yuan was talking, but the owner of Minjayu village on the side seemed to think of something and said, "Don't you say I forgot, I have a friend who likes to do architecture." Xu Yuan smiled when he heard the words of the owner of Minjayu village. "I'm talking about architecture, it's not as simple as building a matchbox. Our guild must be the designer of the main city building." Xu Yuan subconsciously felt that the friend who liked to engage in construction that the owner of Minjayu village said was the kind of petty fight. Seeing this, the owner of Minjayu village hurriedly shook his head and said, "Oh, why don't you believe me? My friend is really awesome, what he is good at is ancient architecture." Hearing this, Xu Yuan thought about it and said, "Okay, then you let him come and try it." Seeing this, the owner of Minjayu village immediately began to contact his friends who were engaged in construction. After a while, the owner of Minjayo said excitedly. He happened to be near our main city, and he said he would come right away. Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this, and then asked, "What's your friend's name?" I asked Ken to pick him up. "It's not him, it's them, and the leader is called Thowork." After Xu Yuan heard the words of the owner of Minjayo village, the whole person was shocked. Xu Yuan is still very familiar with the name Thowork. And the name does not represent a person, but a team. They are called National Architects. National Architect Thowork is a team of architects. This team is also well-known up masters, and their architectural style is mainly antique. In the MC architecture circle, the National Architect Thowork is considered to be very famous. It would be great if the friend mentioned by the owner of the moon was really the team of National Architects Thowork. Their level Xu Yuan is absolutely reassuring, and they are a team, so that the efficiency of building will be much faster. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan ordered Ken to pick them up. "Ken, you're going to pick them up." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken nodded, and then asked, "Did you bring them to simulated space?" Xu Yuan nodded and replied, "Yes." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was immediately a little puzzled. "Doesn't it matter if you bring them in? After all, Thowork's group of people is not from the guild, and although they want to recruit, they have not yet been determined. This would put them in the simulation space, which Ken felt was a little inappropriate. Just do it." In fact, Xu Yuan has his own considerations. "What do you like about playing architecture? Don't you just like designing buildings?" Thowork's group of people is estimated to be the same as the owner of Minjayo village, and it must be inconvenient to design in survival mode. This simulated space was placed in front of them, and the attraction to them was definitely the same as the attraction to the owner of Minjayo Zhuang. Ken saw Xu Yuan say this, and he couldn't say anything more, so he left the simulation space to pick up people. The owner of Minjayo village on the side shook his head and smiled when he heard Xu Yuan's words. "Boss, did you study psychology?" Pondering people's minds thoroughly, Xu Yuan heard the words of the owner of Minjayo village, chuckled a few times, and asked pretending to be puzzled. "Oh, how?" When the owner of Minjayo village saw Xu Yuan's appearance, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Xu Yuan was pretending to be confused. "I dare to pack tickets. This group of people will definitely not be able to move as much as I do when they come into this place." The owner of Minjayo ranch was naturally able to understand Thowork's feelings. "When I used to be with them, Thowork and they always complained that the game was not friendly to the construction party. The main reason is that there are too many consumables for large buildings, and if you want to make a different style, you need a lot of different building materials. This requires a lot of time to gather materials. It's really time-consuming, a building takes a long time to complete, and that's when they're working as a team. They don't have much time to design. If you let them come here, you definitely can't get out." Definitely like the owner of the Bright Moon, he will use a variety of materials to study the building. Xu Yuan just smiled when he heard the words of the owner of Minjayo village. If you want to capture people's hearts, you just need to do what they like, and this reason is very simple. As soon as Ken exited the simulation space, he saw that the people in the guild had brought Thowork and a group of people in. There were more than a dozen people in Thowork's group, none of them wearing equipment and no weapons in their hands. Even the temperament of each person is not quite the same as that of other players. I have to say that the group of Thowork is indeed different from other players. If other players enter the main city of the Cubaman for the first time, they will definitely praise how beautiful and magnificent the main city of the Cubaman is. The Thowork group came to see it with a professional attitude. The color scheme of this roof is a bit sloppy. It's completely possible to make a sculpture here. It's such a big piece of empty land. It's so monotonous. It's too monotonous. It could be a little richer. Ken couldn't help but smile wryly when he heard the words of this group of people. Is this what an expert is called? In the eyes of Ken and the guild players, the main city of the Cube people is already luxurious and beautiful. And their group of people is still not satisfied. Ken couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately UER was not in the main city, otherwise he would have to quarrel with this group of people. "Thowork, is it? Our boss has been waiting for a long time, so come with me." Thowork nodded politely when he saw Ken coming, and then followed Ken to the outside of the simulation space. The group of Thowork people were amazed to see the entrance to the simulated space warp. What kind of entrance is this? It's a bit of a different dimension. The Cube People Guild is really strong. I've never heard of such a thing. Curiously, Thowork and the others followed Ken into the simulation space. As soon as everyone opened their eyes, they saw a redstone device full of maps in the simulated space. Thowork was amazed. Is this another space? How is the terrain so flat? Good for architectural design. That's where the Cube of Blockers researches redstone technology. Just when everyone was curious, the owner of Minjayo village walked over to them. "Thowork, long time no see." Thowork smiled when he saw the owner of Minjayo village. "You're soaring?" The owner of Minjayo village smiled when he heard Thowork, and then introduced himself to Thowork. "This is our boss, and I'm sure you all know each other." Thowork looked at Xu Yuan and nodded with a smile. "That's natural. I don't think anyone in this game doesn't know your boss." The owner of Minjayo Zhuang smiled, and did not go around the bend with Thowork, but said directly, "How? Interested in designing the main city for our guild?" Thowork heard the words of the owner of Minjayo village and thought for a moment. After discussing it with the team, he shook his head and politely declined. "No, we like design, we don't like constraints. Helping the guild design the main city is a one-time project, and we have to come according to the guild's wishes. We all have our own ideas, and we don't want to be bound by rules and regulations. After all, designers have personalities, and naturally hope that all designs will be made according to their own wishes. But there will definitely be a lot of restrictions in the main city of the design guild, and all the work they don't want to take the job. Hearing this, the owner of Minjayu village smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Can you open your backpack and take a look?" Coachwork was a little puzzled when he heard the words of the owner of Minjayu, but he still opened his backpack as the owner of Minjayu said. When he opened his backpack, the shock on his face was unspeakable. "This. What is this?" Seeing this, the owner of Minjayu village smiled, and continued to guide the work. "You can take out everything in your backpack, all kinds of building blocks. And it's endless." When Thowork heard the words of the owner of Minjayu village, he immediately took out a few concrete of different colors. "This. Why?" Seeing this, the owner of Minjayu village continued. "Once you put the building materials down, you can easily knock them off with your hands. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that in this simulated space, you can fly." After speaking, the owner of Minjayu Zhuang flew up. Thowork was shocked to see the owner of the bright moon floating in the air. The people on the Thowork team also had shocked expressions. "It's so cool to do architecture here. Finally no more scaffolding." At this time, Thowork and everyone in the team were all bright-eyed. This space is a treasure to them. With this space, they are fully able to use their design talents. And there is no need to look for various materials, which is simply a time saver. When the owner of Minjayu saw the expressions of Thowork and the rest of the team, he knew that this matter had been done. So he secretly gave Xu Yuan an okay gesture. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately answered, "If you don't want to, then forget it, we won't be strong. Ken, let's see you off." When the people in the Thowork team heard Xu Yuan's words, they immediately panicked. Don't, we didn't say no. It's Thowork's personal opinion just now, and it doesn't represent our team. We are willing." Who said they didn't? Seeing this, Thowork was also busy waving his hands. "We took it." Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled with satisfaction, and then asked Thowork. The specific style is still based on the ancient style, and the most important thing so far is to implement the vector super electromagnetic cannon of the owner of Minjayu village into the main city. So you need to cover it up. You guys first design the cover building of this vector super electromagnetic cannon. If it's going to cost you, just ask. Xu Yuan directly told Thowork about his request, and did not give Thowork any restrictions. The most important thing is to cover the vector super electromagnetic cannon of the owner of the Bright Moon village. Hearing this, Thowork thought for a moment and said, "We don't need the cost, and we have also taken over the design of the main city, but we have one request." Xu Yuan smiled when he heard Thowork's words. "You say, this map?" Before Thowork's words were finished, Xu Yuan immediately replied, "Yes." Xu Yuan had only come to Thowork for a long time, and they just wanted to design in this map all the time. Thowork was also stunned when he saw that Xu Yuan agreed before he even finished speaking. "Then I think about it. It is estimated that the owner of Minjayu village also made such a request. When is it going to be delivered?" After seeing Xu Yuan's promise, Thowork immediately began to ask about the construction period. Xu Yuan said after thinking about it, "You have to cooperate with the owner. Your covering building must be done first, otherwise by the time the owner makes it, it will already be exposed. You communicate and cooperate more. I'm not in a hurry, just take your time." Hearing this, Thowork nodded, and then immediately began to discuss the details with the owner of Minjayu village. When Xu Yuan saw Thowork, they immediately entered the working state, so he didn't bother them. "So I found a corner in the simulation space and prepared to practice drawing a sword with Ken." Xu Yuan wore the two knives on the left and right sides, and then turned on survival mode with Ken. "Come on." When Xu Yuan was ready, he asked Ken to come and attack him. The first time Ken used a sword draw, he didn't know the moves or anything like that. His attack is the same as with the diamond sword before, he only knows how to slash. Xu Yuan could easily avoid Ken's attack without drawing his sword at all. The two practiced for a while, and Xu Yuan immediately felt bored. Ken is no match for himself at all, and training with him doesn't improve at all. And during the sparring, Xu Yuan also noticed that Ken had no talent. "Let's get here today, there are many moves to draw a sword, you can practice more when you are free." When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he couldn't help but feel a little lost. Ken's skills are actually not very good compared to some talented players. The main thing is that Ken is not mainly in technology. Ken's talent lies in his ability to manage people and his messaging network. Ken had been the guild leader until this game, and the president of a guild naturally has a lot of tedious things. In the kind of guild that has a consortium behind it, each guild leader is the one with the best equipment, but definitely not the most skilled one. Ken is already good, at least at the same level as the players in the first echelon, but compared to Xu Yuan, it is far behind. After thinking for a moment, Ken said to Xu Yuan, "Don't give me this knife." When Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, he was immediately a little puzzled. "What's wrong? The first time you drew your sword, you don't have to worry too much, just practice more." Xu Yuan thought that his practice with Ken had hurt Ken's self-esteem, so Ken said so. At this time, Ken shook his head and said, "I also want this knife, but this knife is given to me, and I don't think it can get the most out of him." I'm too busy, I need to deal with all the big and small things in the guild, I don't have much time to practice, it's better to give people more time. Maybe I can get some tricks with you. Ken's consideration was to get the most out of the knife. Although Ken liked the shape of the knife, it took a lot of time to practice using it. Ken really can't find the time. Xu Yuan is a hands-off shopkeeper, and Ken is responsible for all the big and small things in the guild, and Ken really has no time and experience. Hearing this, Xu Yuan nodded, and took the sword from Ken's hand. He then patted Ken on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. I'll keep this for you for the time being, and when the time comes, I'll come up with a sword book of the basic moves of drawing the sword. If you're interested, come to me again to get the knife. Ken, Xu Yuan has been with him for so long, and he still knows something. Ken is a very practical person, he won't come to anything, and he won't be polite to Xu Yuan or anything. Otherwise, when Long Tang gave the knife to Xu Yuan at the beginning, he would not have made no secret of the mood he wanted. He knew that he was indeed not the best candidate for this knife, so he made this decision. Xu Yuan naturally didn't say anything more. Xu Yuan, who had just practiced with Ken, did see that Ken had no talent. After Xu Yuan received the knife, he put it in his backpack. By the way, you're done with things at your outpost? Ken asked suddenly in his mind. When Xu Yuan heard this, he immediately patted his head. What a memory of this? If it weren't for Ken's reminder, I would have forgotten about it. I came back to transport the villagers to the outpost, but I didn't expect to be delayed one thing after another. It's not done, you can help me find some people and dig a tunnel to get through. Okay. Ken heard Xu Yuan's order and immediately arranged it. It would probably take some time for the tunnel to pass, and Xu Yuan came to the side of the owner of Minjiu village. This won't work. This one is going to be connected to redstone, and you can't put blocks here. It's ugly here. Your design looks so weird, I have to cooperate with your design. You know what? It's called high-tech, okay. Owner Bright Moon and Thowork discussed the exterior of the house intensely. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not bother them, but studied the central control system of this vector super electromagnetic cannon for a while. The entire central control system can be said to be very complicated. However, since this central control system can be positioned, the whole system can also be used in many devices. Xu Yuan thought of this, and suddenly an idea popped into his head. Since there is a vector super electromagnetic cannon, why can't there be a strafing vector cannon? The vector railgun uses arrows as a medium, although it has high damage and can instantly kill any mob in the current version. But it has a disadvantage, that is, it is monomeric and can only play one. In the event of a monster siege, the vector electromagnetic cannon can only be said to be aimed at a flying target, or a boss. It is definitely not possible to use a vector super electromagnetic cannon to clear mobs. Therefore, it is also necessary to develop a positioning vector cannon that can clear mobs. And this device, in fact, uses the central control system of the owner of Minjiu village, and then changes the cannonball from an arrow to a TNT. After Xu Yuan thought of this, he immediately found the owner of Minjiu village and told the owner of Minjiu village his thoughts. When the owner of Minjiu village heard Xu Yuan's thoughts, he couldn't help but applaud. That's right. This one works, and this one is much more useful than the vector super electromagnetic gun. In this way, there will be a single body and a group attack. After listening to Xu Yuan's suggestion, the owner of Minjiu village immediately jumped to give it a try. He dismantled some of the previous experimental devices, freed up some space, and began to work on vector cannons. And Thowork, on the other hand, has already begun to design a covering building for the Bright Moon owner's vector super electromagnetic cannon. Xu Yuan saw that the entire space was crowded, and suddenly felt a little pressure. A redstone boss, a construction team. Now the simulated space is such a little terrain really can't meet their needs. It seems that Xu Yuan must speed up the speed of clearing the Twilight Forest. If you can farm puzzles, the space can be expanded infinitely. About an hour later, Xu Yuan received a message from Ken. The tunnel has been dug and you have jumped onto the railroad tracks as you asked. I have to say that Ken's work efficiency is still quite high, and after Xu Yuan received the news, he left the simulation space. Once in the basement, Xu Yuan placed a villager on a minecart and carried him out. Survival mode is not good for this, and some devices need to use living creatures such as villagers or zombies, which is very troublesome. About half an hour later, Xu Yuan finally transported the villagers to the Marauder's farm. As soon as the villagers were in place, the Marauder farm was up and running. Xu Yuan hung up on the farm for a while, and after finding that the farm was fine, he was ready to leave. Xu Yuan has prepared a lot of boxes here to collect loot, and when the time comes, he only needs to come over regularly to get supplies. After getting all this done, Xu Yuan was about to leave. As soon as I came out, I met a big orange. When the big orange saw Xu Yuan coming, he was a little flustered. Xu Yuan walked up to the big orange and asked with some confusion, "Why are you here alone?" When the orange heard Xu Yuan ask, she was a little shy, and she said hesitantly, I take a break around here." At this time, the big orange's face was already blushing, and Xu Yuan didn't notice anything at all. "Oh, okay, then you can relax, I'll go first." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he prepared to leave. Seeing this, the big orange stumped his foot in a hurry. I obviously just said such a far-fetched excuse, couldn't Xu Yuan hear it at all? Seeing that Xu Yuan was about to leave, the big orange immediately called out to Xu Yuan, Hey, wait a minute. Xu Yuan heard the big orange call him, stopped, turned his head and asked, "What's wrong?" I saw that the big orange hesitated for a long time, as if there was something unspeakable. After the last brief contact, even Dichinzi herself didn't believe it. She actually seemed to like Xu Yuan. At first, Dichinzi just admired Xu Yuan, and slowly she kept thinking of the picture when she was sparring with Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's every movement, every expression, she remembers. She realized that after that fight, she should have thought about drawing the sword all the time. But I didn't expect that what I was thinking about all the time was Xu Yuan. Later, she realized that she seemed to like Xu Yuan. But she didn't dare to tell Xu Yuan, because Xu Yuan was too good. In the game, it can be described as a presence that calls for wind and rain. So being able to be by Xu Yuan's side and occasionally see him, the big orange is already satisfied. Can I join your guild? Xu Yuan saw the big orange grinding and chirping for so long, and thought she was going to say something. I didn't expect to want to enter the guild. With the strength of Big Orange, he is definitely qualified to enter the Cube Man Guild. Maybe you can still enter the elite group of the first echelon. After all, there are probably few people in this game who can fight Xu Yuan for a few rounds. I have to say that Xu Yuan's thoughts are still a bit straight. He only thought about the problem of combat power, and he didn't think about the reason why Big Orange suddenly wanted to enter the guild. Xu Yuan thought of this and agreed without hesitation. Welcome, your strength is good, you can try the assessment of the first echelon elite group. When Big Orange heard this, he didn't know whether to be happy or not. Xu Yuan didn't understand what she meant at all. However, Xu Yuan let her enter the guild, and she can be regarded as having achieved her wish, and it is also good to be able to see Xu Yuan occasionally. Well, I'll try. Xu Yuan immediately pulled the Big Orange into the guild. President Steve invites Big Orange to join the guild. Generally, there will be a guild reminder after entering the guild. If it is invited by the president, it will be displayed in a special color. The vice president is blue, and the president is red. This is the first time in a long time that Xu Yuan has pulled people in. The dazzling red font was immediately discovered by the guild players. Oops, it's actually the one Boss Steve pulled in. It's a young lady. Tut, can't it be the president's wife? Don't say it, it's really possible. Boss Steve is pulling people for the first time. Hello little sister? How old is the young lady? Does my sister have a boyfriend? Are you tired of being alive? Do you dare to rob the boss's sister? Basically, there are no girl players in the Cube Man's Guild, because cube people have technical requirements, and many girls' skills are not very good. And it's inevitable that there will be a miasma of smoke after there are more girls, so Ken basically confiscated the girl players. In the Cube People Guild, it can be said that there are more monks and less porridge. Oh no, it's the monks who don't have porridge. Although there is Yuer can only be regarded as half a bowl of porridge, because she is not very online. This time there was a female player, and the players were naturally very active. After the Big Orange entered the guild, he greeted everyone warmly in the channel. Hello everyone, my name is Orange, take care of me in the future. Big Oranges can also be regarded as generous, and they are not stage frightened at all. Originally, when he saw the news of the guild members, Xu Yuan thought that the Big Orange would not be used to it. Unexpectedly, the Big Orange quickly integrated into the environment, and Xu Yuan was also much relieved. Xu Yuan thought about it and asked the Big Orange, "By the way, what about your teammates? Do you want to join a guild?" The strength of Big Orange's teammates should also be good, and if Big Orange enters the guild alone, Xu Yuan is afraid that she will not be used to it. Dichinzi heard Xu Yuan's words and said with some surprise, "Can they too?" Xu Yuan thought about it and replied, "Their strength should have passed the assessment of our guild, but it's better to go through the process, and there are no exceptions in our guild." The Big Orange nodded after hearing this, and then asked Xu Yuandeo, "Then do I need to be assessed too?" After all, there are no special exceptions to the guild that Xu Yuan said just now, and he was pulled in by Xu Yuan without an assessment, and the Big Orange is still a little uneasy. Xu Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, "The last competition should be your assessment, and you will directly assess the first echelon." Big Orange nodded when he heard this. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought for a moment, and then said to the Big Orange, "Come on, if you can be admitted to the first echelon, I will send you a sword." It just so happens that Xu Yuan also has an extra handful of embroidery in his hand. If Ken doesn't want it, Xu Yuan doesn't know who to give it to at the moment. If Big Orange joins the Cube Man and passes the assessment of the first echelon, then this drawn sword can be used by Big Orange. Big Orange is still very talented in the use of drawing swords. The sword would be of use in her hand. And Xu Yuan can also find a Big Orange to practice at that time. When the Big Orange heard Xu Yuan's words, the whole person jumped up excitedly. Really? Originally, the purpose of Big Orange entering the guild was to satisfy his own little selfishness, and he could often see Xu Yuan. I didn't expect that now, selfishness is satisfied, and it is possible to have a sword again. This is a surprise for Dachinzi. The Big Orange's smile is still very infectious. Xu Yuan saw the Big Orange smiling so happily, and he laughed unconsciously. Really, come on. After hearing Xu Yuan's affirmation, the Big Orange smiled confidently. I'm going to get in. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, "I'm going back, are you coming with me or going to your teammates?" Big Orange thought about it and said, I'll go back with you, just let your teammates contact them in the channel, and I'll let them go to the main city for assessment. Yes, okay. After speaking, the two returned to the main city. When Dichenzi and Xu Yuan arrived in the main city, the guild people surrounded them. Boss, is this the president's wife? Sister Orange, hello, take care of me in the future. Oops, the boss has such a vision. When Big Orange heard everyone's words, his face immediately turned red. Seeing this, Xu Yuan waved his hand at everyone. Go, don't make a fuss, get your Ken boss. When all the players saw that Xu Yuan had ordered him to come down, they didn't dare to slack off, so they all ran to find Ken. Moments later, Ken walked over to the crowd of players. What? I heard you got us a president's wife? As soon as Ken came over, he joked. Xu Yuan smiled helplessly when he heard Ken's words, and then said, the president's wife doesn't, but the only female player in the first echelon may have found it. Ken was amazed to hear this. Xu Yuan's words are very high for the Big Orange. You must know that the people who can get Xu Yuan's affirmation are definitely players with good talent and skills. At this time, Ken's eyes on the Big Orange were different. I didn't expect a female player to be able to get Xu Yuan's affirmation. This female player is definitely not simple. At this time, Ken looked at the Big Orange and smiled. The assessment of the first echelon is very strict. Are you ready? When the players heard the conversation between Xu Yuan and Ken, they were all stunned. Even Xu Yuan said that Big Orange could enter the first echelon elite group. How strong is this Big Orange? At first, everyone thought that the Big Orange came in through the back door. After all, Xu Yuan pulled it indirectly. But I didn't expect the Big Orange to be a master. Did I hear me right? Miss Orange wants to enter the first echelon elite group. Is Sister Orange so fierce? Sure enough, people can't look good. Is it so strong? Sure enough, it's the woman Steve's portrait. Big Orange was also a little nervous when he heard Ken's words, but he quickly calmed down and smiled. Yes, I'm ready. Ken said when he heard the Big Orange say it was ready. Before entering the elite group, it was all about the ability and survivability of PvE. Since PvP is now open, there is also a PvP assessment added to the assessment. After the opening of PvP, the assessment content of the first echelon elite group will naturally change. At present, Ken has not had time to let everyone be assessed. After all, the first echelon has been helping Xu Yuan brush Naga before. At this time, the Big Orange needs to be assessed, and Ken is ready to add new assessment rules starting with the Big Orange. However, it is not only for Big Orange alone, but also for the people of the first tier elite group. Hearing this, Big Orange nodded. Okay, I know. What is the specific assessment content? In the case of PvE, it must be a corpse-tied dungeon and a boss duel dungeon above the difficulty level. And then the words of PvP. Ken thought for a moment and continued. As for the Civil War, you can randomly select the 5 elite members of the first echelon for PK. Best of 5. This assessment was actually improvised by Ken. It just so happens that the other players in the first echelon also need to be assessed. After Ken finished speaking, he looked at Xu Yuan and asked, what do you think? Xu Yuan nodded after hearing this. It's good, the players of the guild do need some practical experience. It's like this in the future, after meeting the PvE requirements, you can apply for the assessment spontaneously. The people in the first echelon have been too comfortable before, it's time to give them a wake-up call. The reason why Xu Yuan made this decision was also to motivate the guild's players to improve. After all, after the start of PvP, although the guilds now dare not move the Blockers Guild cannot stop moving. When the guild players heard this, they were all excited, and Xu Yuan's words also aroused their competitive spirit. You must know that the benefits of the first echelon of the Cube People Guild are very good. After seeing Xu Yuan's agreement, Ken immediately called the elite group of the first echelon. After about 5 minutes, the players of the elite team of the first echelon have all arrived. When Ken saw that everyone had arrived, he began to introduce the Big Orange. This is our elite group in the first echelon, a total of 30 people. You can pick 5 of them at random to PK with you. All the elite players were surprised to hear Ken's words. They didn't expect Ken to ask them to PK with their sisters. Boss, I don't hit women. This doesn't mean that we are bullying people. Boss, are you sure? The members of the elite group are definitely not weak in their own strength, and they all feel a little contemptuous when they see the girl players. Hearing this, Ken smiled. I hope you're done with those words. Although Ken doesn't know the strength of the Big Orange is affirmed by Xu Yuan, and the strength is definitely not bad. When Dichenzi heard everyone's words, he didn't get angry, but smiled and said politely, please advise. Then the Big Orange asked Ken, may I ask who are the 5 best performers in this group? Ken heard the Big Orange and looked at the Big Orange in disbelief. He didn't expect the Big Orange to be so confident, and he would pick the most powerful one as soon as he came. At this time, everyone in the elite group was also surprised. They didn't expect the Big Orange to be so crazy. Xu Yuan smiled when he saw this. Xu Yuan, the character of the Big Orange, appreciates it very much, and self-confidence is a good thing. And the Big Orange also has the strength to be confident. At this point, Ken looked at the Big Orange and confirmed. Are you sure? Big Orange smiled and nodded. Xiao, Aiwang, Ahao, Wenwu, Xiaopeng, out of the ranks. Ken shouted. Xiao, Awang, Ahao, Wenwu, and Xiaopeng are all veterans of the Cube People. The strength is naturally the top of the elite group, and basically they are responsible for many major things. At this time, the melon-eating masses on the side have all moved small benches, and everyone knows the strength of these 5 people. This is a rare PK. Wonderful, Sister Orange is really top. Pick the strongest one as soon as you come, Niupai. Sister Orange, we are optimistic about you, come on. At this time, Xiao, Awang, Ahao, Wenwu, Xiaopeng, and others glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. It's not glorious to fight with a woman, right? Why don't you put some water? After all, it was Boss Steve who added in. I never hit a woman. Isn't that embarrassing me? Hearing everyone's words, Ken frowned and said, there is no distinction between men and women in the assessment, only winners and losers, and they all show me all my strength. If you lose, you'll be scored. When everyone heard Ken's words, they all started to get serious. This assessment is a two-way street, and we must not let our guard down. I'll tell you the rules. All weapons can be used, bows, swords and even axes. But you can only use the most basic, wooden swords and axes. For the sake of fairness, both sides are not allowed to wear armor and cannot replenish blood. The venue limit is 100x100, and being forced out of the field is considered a loss. If there is no doubt, you can start. After Ken finished speaking, everyone made some preparations. When the big orange was ready, he pointed to the small fish and said, let's start with you. Xiao Yu saw that the big orange was pointing at him, and couldn't help but touch his nose. Little sister, I won't let you just because you're a sister. Seeing this, Big Orange smiled heartily. Yes, I'll do my best. After the two shook hands, they immediately distanced themselves and prepared for battle. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. As soon as Ken's voice fell, the two immediately turned on the PvP mode. The Big Orange immediately put on his bow and arrows and shot at the little fish. Xiao Yufo reacted very quickly, and immediately dodged sideways. Then he rushed towards the Big Orange. If the two fight in a fixed range, it is difficult to hit the long-range archery. After all, everyone has been taught by Xiaobai. Arrows coming in a straight line are still easy to dodge. Therefore, Xiao did not choose to use a bow and arrow, but directly fought hand-to-hand. The Big Orange saw the small fish rushing over, and did not dodge. When all the players saw this, their hearts were tight. If the Big Orange doesn't dodge, it will definitely be stuck by the small fish, and a lot of blood will definitely fall after a set. The young lady's reaction is still a little difficult to keep up. Sister Orange is too confident. Xiao must be a jumper when she comes. If there are field restrictions, it is really not easy to hit with arrows. After all, the field is so empty, and the arrows are still easy to dodge. Just when everyone felt that there was no suspense in this game, the moment the little fish rushed over, the Big Orange immediately raised 2 blocks under his feet. Xiao Yu suddenly cut a lonely. Then, the Big Orange jumped backwards from the high place, and at the same time as she jumped, the bow in her hand was already full. At this time, the entire back of the small fish is exposed to the field of vision of the Big Orange. As Big Orange's hand let go of the arrow, an arrow full of bows hit the small fish with a boom. The amount of blood of the small fish was immediately half reduced. Only then did Xiao Yu realize that the Big Orange just now did not dodge the attack on purpose. Seeing that half of his blood had dropped, Xiao Yu immediately turned around. I saw that the weapon in the hand of the Big Orange at this time had been replaced with a wooden sword, and he immediately gave the oncoming fish a jump split. Then came the finishing touches on a few swords. The players were stunned when they saw this scene. I just saw that the Big Orange didn't dodge, and I thought the game was over. As a result, the Big Orange's operation just now was simply stunned by everyone. Damn, it's all right. It's not a loss to be a woman that the boss fancies, so strong. Awesome, Sister Orange has 2 hits. Everyone in the first echelon elite group who watched the battle from the sidelines was also amazed by the operation of the Big Orange. They didn't expect that the Big Orange would operate so well and be so conscious. Her trick can be described as a textbook-level counter-killing, right? And she herself knows very well in her heart that in the case of similar weapons on both sides, the one who hurts the other person first will have a much better chance of winning. After all, the space is limited, and external forces cannot be used. So the first blow must maximize your own attack. Therefore, Big Orange chose to use a bow and arrow, which can deal 9 damage when fully drawn, and has a relatively small chance of causing 10 damage. This is much higher than the damage of the wooden sword's jump split. So as long as you use the blind spot to draw a full bow and shoot at the opponent, the Big Orange has already won. And Xiao's blind spot is naturally his back. So when the little fish rushed over, the Big Orange deliberately didn't dodge, giving him the illusion. When he rushes over, he immediately sets himself high, and then jumps down and draws his bow full, so that he can deal a fatal blow to the fish when he doesn't react. And then the next thing is the crushing of the amount of blood. I have to say that the operation, awareness, and adaptability of Big Orange are really top-notch. Ken on the side saw this, looked at Xu Yuan, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Where did you find such a strong girl?" Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and did not speak. In fact, just now, when everyone thought that the Big Orange was going to be attacked by the small fish in close quarters, Xu Yuan had already seen that the Big Orange was actually seducing. Seeing there, Xu Yuan already knew that the Big Orange had won this game, so Xu Yuan was not surprised. What surprised Xu Yuan after all was Xiao's operation, which was a little too mediocre. But in fact, if you think about it, you can understand that Xiao is underestimating the enemy. After all, I haven't figured out the strength of the Big Orange yet. It is estimated that the players who will play later will not be defeated so quickly. After Xiao was defeated, the whole person was stunned. I actually lost to a girl, Xiao must be uncomfortable in my heart. He immediately returned to the team. However, no one in the elite group laughed at him at this time. It's not that Xiao is too weak, but that the other party's strength is too strong. If it is the rest of the elite group in the past, it is estimated that this is also the result. At this time, Awang, Ahao, Wenwu, and Xiaopeng were all serious at this time. The duel just now made the three of them thoroughly see the strength of Big Orange, and they will definitely not be underestimated because of Big Orange's sister. After the Big Orange showed his strength, the people in the elite group also began to get serious. In the next 4 duels, Big Orange won Wenwu and Xiaopeng, but lost to Ngawang and Ahao. After all, Ngawang and Ahao were brought out by Ken, and their strength is still very strong, and they are both talented players. Xiao actually had strength before, but he underestimated the enemy, so he lost. However, Ngawang and Ahao won the Big Orange by a narrow margin. The blood volume of the two sides can be said to be almost the same. Ngawang and Ahao still relied on years of experience in the game to barely win Big Orange. After 5 rounds of duels, Big Orange won 3 games. The PvP assessment is absolutely qualified. And for the PvE assessment, Big Orange has long been qualified. She and her teammates have also cleared both of these dungeons. After 5 games, although Big Orange did not win all, she is already a great god in the minds of players. Even Awan and Ahao, who won her, said that they were lucky and narrowly won, and they all exaggerated the strength of the Orange. After the assessment, Ken also announced with great joy, "Congratulations to Big Orange for joining the first echelon elite group." After Ken's announcement, every guild member present gave Big Orange the warmest applause from the bottom of their hearts. Sister Orange Cowpie. Sister Orange is going to become a group pet in the future, ha 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 ha. The boss's vision is really poisonous, where did such a strong girl player find it? I agree to this marriage. All the players are also very happy, after all, such a strong player is rare, and such a strong girl player is even rarer. The elite groups of the first echelon were also very happy to join the Big Oranges, and they all greeted the Big Oranges enthusiastically. Sister Orange, take care of me in the future. Sister Orange, your post-jump arrow is too handsome, I will be your little fan brother in the future. Sister Orange, everyone will be their own people in the future, if you have anything to help, just tell us. At this time, the Big Orange was also very happy, and there were many more opportunities to see Xu Yuan after being able to enter the elite group of the first echelon of the Cube people. After passing the assessment, the Big Orange immediately jumped to Xu Yuan's side and said to Xu Yuan, "Boss, what about the reward?" Since he joined the Cube Man and became a member of the first echelon elite group, the Big Orange naturally called Xu Yuan boss along with everyone. Before Xu Yuan promised her that if she passed the assessment, he would send her to draw a sword, and this Big Orange was not forgotten. After drawing the sword and losing to Xu Yuan, Dechenzi felt unaccustomed to using the diamond sword later. It's better to draw a sword for yourself. Xu Yuan remembered his promise when he heard the words of the Big Orange, so he took out the Eman, embroidery, from his backpack and handed it to the Big Orange. You can use this for the time being, and I'll tell you how to level up when the time comes. The Big Orange immediately took the sword and waved it in his hand a few times. Yes, that's how it feels. It's been so long since I've pulled my sword, and the feeling of drawing my sword again can only be described in 2 words. At this time, all the players saw this, and they all became sour. Damn, boss, are you treating this differently? I didn't have this treatment when I joined the elite group. Boss, is this the new rule? Can you enter the first echelon elite group and be rewarded with drawing swords? Sister Orange said, what does this feeling mean? Could it be that Sister Orange has used a sword drawn before? Xu Yuan heard the players say this, and said after thinking about it. After drawing the sword, it will definitely be given priority to the first echelon elite group. If you want it, you will work hard. In fact, Xu Yuan did not treat it differently. For now, only by giving the Big Orange can it play its role. Although the strength of Awang, Ahao, and Xiao Yu in the elite group is very strong, they have not been in contact with drawing swords before. If you want to get acquainted with it, it will take a while. After Big Orange joins the first echelon elite group, he will definitely go down with the first echelon people. Draw the sword to the Big Orange, and all the members of the elite group can also learn how to draw the sword from the Big Orange. A long time of exposure is definitely much stronger than their own groping. It is also equivalent to letting the Big Orange lead the people of the elite group. When they've learned almost, just give them swords to draw. When all the players heard Xu Yuan's words, they all cheered. Naturally, everyone knows how rare it is to draw a sword. And from the last battle between Xu Yuan and 5,000, everyone also saw the power of drawing swords. Of course, everyone wants to have it. Xu Yuan's words also inspired the players in the guild. From now on, at least, they have set goals for themselves. And the members of the first echelon elite group were also excited when they heard Xu Yuan's words. Since Xu Yuan has promised, if Naga bursts out and draws his sword, they will definitely have their share. When everyone was thinking about it, Ken's words instantly shattered their dreams. Okay, the rest of the elite groups will also be assessed together today. When all the elite group players heard this, they all complained about it. No, boss. So fast? Let's get ready. A new generation replaces the old. Ken didn't care about the complaints of the elite group, and immediately began to arrange. Xu Yuan saw that there was nothing to do here, so he prepared to continue to clear the Twilight Forest. If you don't clear the puzzle sheep and expand the area of the simulation space, it is estimated that the owner of Minjiu and Thowork will soon fight for turf. Seeing that Xu Yuan was leaving, Dichenzi hurriedly asked, "Boss, where are you going?" Xu Yuan looked at the big orange and smiled. "I'll go to the Twilight Forest, and you'll be here to watch them take a test, and you'll learn a lot." Seeing this, the big orange didn't say that he wanted to follow Xu Yuan. After all, Xu Yuan went to clear the dungeon, and he couldn't help anything if he followed, and he couldn't ask Xu Yuan to take her with him. So he nodded a little frustratedly. Well, oh well, you stay safe. As soon as Dichenzi's words were spoken, he regretted it, and with Xu Yuan's strength, he didn't have to think about safety at all. Xu Yuan smiled when he saw this. "Yes, I'm leaving." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he walked towards the entrance of the Twilight Forest. At this time, Ken, who was on the side, looked at the big orange with a meaningful expression. Even a straight man like Ken can see that big orange likes Xu Yuan, but Xu Yuan himself didn't see it. Ken comforted the big orange when he saw it. "Our boss is used to being alone, don't go to heart." When Big Orange heard Ken's words, his face immediately turned red. Ken said this kind of thing, obviously seeing that he liked Xu Yuan. Big Orange hurriedly explained. "No, you are mistaken." Seeing this, Ken smiled. "Oh, what did I misunderstand?" The Big Orange realized that he had slipped his mouth, and then smiled reluctantly. "Boss, don't laugh at me." Ken heard the Big Orange call him boss, and waved his hand hurriedly. Don't call me boss, I can't stand it. Maybe I'll have to call you boss after a while." When Big Orange heard Ken's words, his whole face blushed to the root of his ear. She naturally heard Ken's meaning, but she was shy, and the Big Orange was still very happy to hear Ken say this. Although she herself felt that it was unlikely. After Xu Yuan entered the Twilight Forest, he went straight to the evil spirit. Xu Yuan has already killed the Phantom Knight before, and then fight a ghost, a snow monster leader, and then an ice queen to be able to fight the final boss. In fact, Xu Yuan is still looking forward to the duel with the final boss. After all, the author of the last boss of the Twilight Forest in the MC has not yet been developed. Although a boss was later installed, that boss was too weak, and it was a goblin with more blood. So it's equivalent to a rotten end. But in this game, the final boss will definitely not end. So this last boss must be a very powerful existence, and Xu Yuan doesn't know what his skills are. So it's still challenging. Xu Yuan thought about this, and unconsciously came to the Evil Soul Tower. If nothing else, Xu Yuan, the design of the Evil Soul Tower, still thinks it looks good. Whether it is the color scheme or the appearance, it looks majestic. Evil Ghost is actually a relatively difficult boss, but not for Xu Yuan. After getting a set of scepter and drawing a sword, Twilight Forest Xu Yuan could basically walk sideways. Still, like fighting the Lich King before, Xu Yuan did not choose to walk up from the tower, but chose to go directly up. After all, there are too many monsters in the tower, and it is still very troublesome to clean up a little bit. If Xu Yuan didn't have a shield scepter, then he would definitely not choose to go straight up. Because this is undoubtedly looking for death. Twilight ghosts, like the ghosts, are ranged monsters and float around the top of the tower. As soon as a target is spotted, a fireball will be ejected. With the shield scepter, there is no need to fear the attack of the Twilight ghost. Combined with the dusk scepter, there is no difficulty in killing the Twilight ghost. After Xu Yuan successfully reached the roof, he began to stand the Twilight ghost. Twilight ghost's HP is also 5,000, which is already high for a ranged monster. Xu Yuan could only grind it to death slowly. When Xu Yuan climbed to the top of the tower to kill the boss, the assessment on the main city side was almost carried out. At present, there are still several pairs of people who have not completed the assessment. After the assessment, the elite group players all gathered around the Big Orange and began to gossip. "Sister Orange, how did you meet our boss?" Yes, tell us about it." Seeing that you are not strange at all when you get the sword drawn, Sister Orange, have you used the sword drawing before? Big Orange heard the words of the elite group members, and smiled shyly. Actually, it's not a good idea. When the members of the elite group heard this, they were all surprised. "What's the matter, Sister Orange, you still fought with the boss?" "Lying Groove, Orange Sister Cow Batch, even the boss you dare to move. Sister, you're too fierce, aren't you?" Seeing this, the Big Orange hurriedly shook his hand. "It's not what you think. That day I was brushing monsters with my friends at the outpost, and the boss came. Because I also had a sword drawn before, after seeing the boss, I wanted to compete with him. After all, it was just me and him who drew the sword." When the members of the elite group heard this, they were a little stunned. "Lying Groove, you have drawn your sword before." "Orange Sister, really? The cow. Sister Orange, where did you draw your sword?" "You drew your sword, why did the boss still send you to draw your sword?" Seeing that everyone was so surprised, Big Orange smiled and said, "My sword is a sword that kills and withers, and it is called Sanhua. The reason why it is not there is because of the loss to the boss. Before, I didn't want to fight with the boss, so I bet on the sword drawing of both sides. As you can see, the sword lost to the boss. The boss gave me this sword, probably to compensate me. When the elite players heard this, they understood. Although Big Orange said that he lost to Xu Yuan without his strength, the elite players just listened. After all, after the Big Orange and Xu Yuan competed, they were affirmed by Xu Yuan. That is enough to show that the Big Orange uses the strength of drawing the sword. Moreover, losing to Xu Yuan is not a shame at all. After all, Xu Yuan is too strong. The Big Orange can live with Xu Yuan in a few moves is already very strong. Sister Orange, teach me more in the future. Sister Orange draws the sword for us to teach and teach. No wonder the boss wants to draw the sword to you, it seems that he is already familiar with it. Only then did the members of the guild understand why Xu Yuan would give the drawn sword to the Big Orange. So they all started to boo. Sister Orange, give us a show. Come one by one. Let's see the tricks of drawing the sword. Big Orange saw that the players of the elite group began to coax, and it was not easy to refuse them. So he looked at everyone and said, "Are any of you interested in practicing with me?" When the members of the elite group heard this, they were all stunned. Everyone has seen the strength of the Big Orange just now, and listening to the meaning of the Big Orange just now, she can live a few moves with Xu Yuan with a sword. Isn't it just looking for abuse to practice with her now? All the members of the elite group are you look at me, I look at you, and no one stands up. Seeing this, the Big Orange smiled helplessly. Then I'll demonstrate a few basic moves for you to see. After that, Big Orange began to demonstrate some basic moves like stabs, back jumps, and knockoffs. The feminine characteristics of the sword technique of the Big Orange are still relatively obvious. The moves are beautiful to do, just like dancing. The members of the elite group can be said to have learned something and are also pleasing to the eye. Just when everyone was concentrating on learning the move with Big Orange, a full-service system prompt broke the current tranquility. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the Twilight Evil first kill. Big Orange was originally demonstrating the move of jumping back to everyone, and when he saw this system prompt, he was immediately stunned. She was shocked. How long had it been since Xu Yuan entered the Twilight Forest? Had Xu Yuan killed a boss so quickly? And the members of the elite group are already surprised by this. What they were more curious about was what new equipment Xu Yuan had revealed. I don't know what equipment this Twilight Evil Spirit explodes. Boss, how many bosses have you beaten here, and this copy hasn't cleared yet? Yes, how big is that? Right. I don't know when we can fight the Lich King. The Lich King is a magic staff. After killing the Twilight Ghost, the reward for the first kill given by the system is still the same as before. Twilight Ghost drops a treasure chest after his death. The chest contains 8 arseniclidite ores and 5 bottles of fiery tears, as well as a Twilight Ghost loot. Arseniclide iron ore is used to synthesize tower mechanisms and can be used on redstone, and there is little other use. And hot tears are the same as hot blood, and together with iron ingots, they can be synthesized into hot iron ingots. It is the material used to make the blazing iron sleeve. After Xu Yuan put away the drops, he began to go to the snowman cave. The next boss is the snow monster boss, and it's not hard to kill it. In fact, at present, killing all the bosses in the Twilight Forest is no longer difficult for Xu Yuan. After all, the attack has the Dusk Scepter, the Sword Draw, the Zombie Scepter, and the defense has the Shield Scepter and the Vampire Scepter. With these artifacts, even if the boss has more HP, it is a matter of time before it is killed. Xu Yuan's side has been working hard to clear the customs in the Twilight Forest. The owner of Minjiao and Thowork are still running in, and the two have not yet finalized the specific plan for the exterior decoration. I said it all, this device can't hide underground? The owner of the Bright Moon Estate is already a little helpless. After all, the device does not mean that it can be changed. These things are not right, and the entire device will not work. Why not? Wouldn't you just move them all down? And Thowork's side is for beautiful and good looking. After all, the main city of the Square People is an ancient style building. Inexplicably a pestle in the sky, Thowork really can't think of what appearance it can make for the time being. I have high requirements for this, okay. Then you tell me how to get it. This can't be done. The hanging sky is ancient. How do you let me decorate? Hanging in the sky, the ancient style is not simple. When Thowork heard this, he was stunned. This proposal of the owner of Mingyu Zhuang seems to be indeed good. Hanging in the sky and wanting to compound the ancient style of the building, of course, is the Huaxia dragon. This seems to be a good idea. Thowork thought of this and immediately discussed it with the rest of the team. Everyone also thinks this idea is interesting. If it can be designed, it will be absolutely spectacular. After such a long period of discussion and running in, Minjiao Zhuang and Thowork finally finalized the appearance of the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Thowork decided to decorate the Vector Ultra Electromagnetic Cannon in the form of a dragon ship. Because the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon needs to be suspended in the air, and in order to match the ancient style of architecture, it is still difficult to do. If you only make a dragon, your whole body is too thin. Thowork's general idea is to make several ancient dragon ships suspended in the sky, and the dragon head is the muzzle of the Vector Super Electromagnetic Cannon. This setting was also strongly approved by the owner of Minjiao Zhuang. After the two finalized, Thowork's team immediately began to practice. The Thowork team has also tried to make a dragon model before, and the effect is still very impressive. But they had only made a faucet before. After all, the materials were limited and the construction was difficult, not like they were in a simulated space. Now that there is a simulation space, it will definitely be much faster. About an hour later, the ThoWork team had sketched out the general outline of the entire building. At this time, the sound of the full server system also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the boss Snow Monster boss first kill. After the death of the Snow Monster leader, 10 Snow Monster boss furs and 6 frost bombs were dropped. Snow Monster boss fur can be used to craft Snow Monster suits. Although the Snow Monster suit is not as high as the armor of the Diamond suit, it has a passive effect. That is, if attacked, it will freeze the attacker. This set can also be regarded as an artifact in PvP, and the Blazing Iron Sleeve can form the two heavens of ice and fire. The Frost Bomb, on the other hand, is a bit like the effect of a retention potion. When a Frost Bomb is dropped, the ice will fall within 7 times 7 of the area, causing snow or freezing. The creature will continue to lose blood for 5 seconds. Frost Bombs are also consumables. Xu Yuan took the loot and rushed to the Ice Queen's Aurora Palace without stopping. It is also affectionately known as the headquarters of MC players. The reason why it is called the headquarters of Pain News is because there are many penguins around the Aurora Palace. They are all gathered near the Aurora Palace. That's why I got this nickname. Xu Yuan came to the vicinity of the Aurora Palace and was amazed. In the MC before, Xu Yuan didn't think that the Aurora Palace was so good looking. I only feel that the color of those Aurora squares is very special, but come to the Aurora Palace in this holographic mode. Xu Yuan really felt what is called Aurora. The whole palace is indeed as mysterious and majestic as the Aurora. And the whole palace seems to be shining. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately started the idea of these Aurora squares. These building materials ThoWork will definitely love. The Ice Queen living in the Aurora Palace should be regarded as the last boss of the Twilight Forest in the MC. And her dropped objects are all artifact-like existences. 4 bows with different uses, ice arrows, and powerful disposable glass swords. And the purpose of Xu Yuan's trip was also to go for these weapons. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan rubbed his hands expectantly. If only the Ice Queen could blow all of this out at once. Among the many bosses in the Twilight Forest, the Ice Queen is also a more difficult boss. If you don't know her skills, it's still easy to die. There are 3 ways for the Ice Queen to attack. The first is to fly parallel to the player and fire ice magic. The second is that the 6 ice cubes spinning under her feet are immune to the damage received, and the Ice Queen will fly. The third is immune damage that comes to smash you after flying, and she destroys blocks when she lands. Knowing her attack method, it is good to attack her. In fact, the most important thing to play Ice Queen is to grasp the timing and find the best output time. Because the Ice Queen is immune to all damage when she flies, there is no way to output it at this time. But what to do at this time is to quickly run around the room and do not stand in the middle. If you stand in the middle, the block that destroys the floor after the Ice Queen descends, and the top of the tower, it is easy to fall. The best output time is when the Ice Queen has not flown again after falling. Xu Yuan has also played the Ice Queen many times in MC before. For her attack mode, it can be said that she is familiar with it. Xu Yuan still did not enter the interior of the Aurora Palace as before, but came to the top of the palace. Although there will be many treasure chests inside the castle, and there will be many good things in the treasure chests, there are also many monsters. If you want to clean up, it will take a lot of time, which is not cost-effective for Xu Yuan. After Xu Yuan came to the roof of the Aurora Palace, he dug up the room where the Ice Queen was. As soon as Xu Yuan came to the Ice Queen's room, the Ice Queen immediately discovered him. After the Ice Queen discovered Xu Yuan, she immediately floated. At this time, the Ice Queen's invincible state, she will always try to stay parallel to the player in the air, and then press down from above. Xu Yuan hurriedly came to the corner of the room. At this time, the Ice Queen also followed to the corner. When the Ice Queen aimed at Xu Yuan and prepared to fall, Xu Yuan saw the opportunity and immediately moved away. After the Ice Queen fell, she immediately destroyed all the floors around the fall. This is the perfect time to export? Xu Yuan found the right moment, picked up his sword and began to slash at the Ice Queen. The Ice Queen's 5000 HP slowly decreased under Xu Yuan's rapid slash. When Xu Yuan knocked out more than 100 HP, the Ice Queen flew up again. Seeing this, Xu Yuan did not covet the output, and immediately came to the corner again. Immediately afterwards, the Ice Queen smashed it again. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but get a little worried. Since in the original MC, the Ice Queen's HP is only 200, which is still very good for players to kill. Just dodge a few attacks she smashed down. There is also no danger of falling. But now it's different, the whole room is still so much area. But the Ice Queen's HP has increased. The frequency with which she uses her skills will definitely increase, and her whereabouts can destroy the terrain. In this way, it was easy to fight, and the floor on this floor was completely destroyed by her. Xu Yuan couldn't help sighing when he thought of this. Originally, Xu Yuan wanted to make a quick victory, but it seems that he still can't covet the output. You have to fill up the places that the Ice Queen destroyed. So Xu Yuan began to mend the floor while output. Fortunately, Xu Yuan is familiar with the skills of the Ice Queen, otherwise he would definitely not be able to operate it. Under Xu Yuan's output, the Ice Queen's blood volume also steadily declined. There were no accidents along the way, and about half an hour later, with Xu Yuan's final slash, the Ice Queen finally fell down with the bottom of her blood. The full server system announcement also sounded in response. Congratulations to player Steve for winning the Boss Ice Queen first kill. Xu Yuan got the first kill, which is no wonder to all server players. After glancing at the announcement, all the players continued to work on their own. After killing the Ice Queen, the first kill reward is some gold coins and a land deed. Since it is the first kill and it is a single kill, the Ice Queen is also a big explosion. 3 shots of bow, tracking bow, ice bow, ender bow, these 4 bows burst out. There is also a durable 3 sharp 3 ice arrow, as well as a glass sword and the Ice Queen's loot. The Ice Queen is also very face-giving, and everything that should explode exploded. Xu Yuan collected all the loot in this place. Of these bows, the 3-shot bow is currently the most practical. It fires 3 arrows at a time and consumes only 1 arrow, which means that 1 arrow can deal 3 times the damage. If the bow is full, it is 30 points of blood, and the damage is still very considerable. The other 3 bows are still very useful in PvP. The tracking bow is locked, the ice bow is slowed down, the ender bow teleports and transposes, and all 3 are PvP artifacts. The cold ice sword has the same effect as the cold ice bow, and it can also be used in PvP. And the most damaged is the glass sword. The glass sword can reach 40 damage, but unfortunately it is disposable. It will be damaged once and cannot be repaired. But the damage of the glass sword is definitely enough to kill the player in seconds, and it is still very good to hit a surprise. The harvest this time is still very good. At that time, attaching top enchantments to these weapons will be very powerful. After Xu Yuan put his things away, he jumped down from the top floor of the palace. After putting down the falling water and falling safely, Xu Yuan followed the map to the Forest of Thorns. This is also the last stop in the Twilight Forest, where the final boss lives at the top of the Highland Tower surrounded by the Forest of Thorns. Regarding the Twilight Forest, Xu Yuan's favorite is also the setting of reaching the Highland Tower. To get to the Highland Tower, you need 2 magical items. One is the magic bean, and the other is the lamp of embers. Players need to find the troll cave in the Forest of Thorns, and then find the magic bean inside the treasure chest in the cave. Use cultivation soil to grow magic beans, and the magic beans will grow into towering trees that lead to the top of the clouds. Hentang is guarded by giant miners, who defeat giant miners and return to the troll cave after obtaining a huge pickaxe. Dig up the huge obsidian in the troll cave and find the ember lamp in the treasure chest inside. The lamp of embers can scorch thorns, which can be easily knocked out once burned. This way you can go to the high tower. Xu Yuan looked at the Highland Tower surrounded by thorns, and his heart was looking forward to it. Inside the Highland Tower, I don't know what boss awaits him in the end. After Xu Yuan came out of the Aurora Palace, he rushed straight to the Forest of Thorns. At this time, in the simulation space, the Thowork team has completed the shape of the entire dragon ship. Thowork immediately called the owner of Akatsuki who was doing strafing vector cannons. Look, how's it going? Thowork proudly displayed his team's work. When the owner of the Bright Moon Estate saw the shape of the vector super electromagnetic cannon, goosebumps suddenly rose. Lying Groove, this is also too handsome, right? New batch, the professional is really different. Bright Moon is also focused on praise. After all, the work they have done is indeed spectacular. Especially the dragon that hovered around the ship. Majestic, majestic, imposing. Imagine what a shocking scene it would be to spit out a vector arrow that can kill everything in seconds. And these ships around the dragon not only did not affect the beauty of the dragon, but also added mystery to the entire appearance. The complementarity between the two is perfect. Thowork saw the expression of the owner of the Bright Moon and heard his praise, and he was also proud. That's natural. How can it be implemented? Thowork still wants to quickly implement this service into the main city. After all, this is their first finished work. Installed in the sky of the main city, it is absolutely shocking. When the Bright Moon Estate heard this, he said after thinking about it, "You can install it, you can implement it according to this ratio and height, and I'll get the internal structure when you're done." Thowork was excited to hear that the owner of Minjayo finally agreed. Okay, let's go out and install it. Thowork was about to leave with the team when he suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, if the material is concerned, it should be out of the guild, right? After all, to implement this building, there are still a lot of materials needed, and the outside is not like a simulated space, and various materials can be used indefinitely. Implementing it on the outside definitely requires a lot of materials." Seeing this, the owner of Minjayujuang nodded and said, "You guys go to Ken and he'll arrange it." Thowork and his group were also relieved to hear this. Fortunately, the guild will be responsible for the problem of materials, and if they are allowed to find the materials themselves, the construction period will be delayed for a long time. The Thowork team found Ken immediately after leaving the simulation space. After listening to their request, Ken immediately asked someone to help Thowork collect materials. Thowork's side also immediately began construction. When construction began on Thowork's side, Xu Yuan had already obtained the ember lamp and opened a way to the Highland Tower. After a long journey, Xu Yuan finally came to the bottom of the Highland Tower. The shape of the whole Highland Tower is still very good looking, just like a medieval castle. The tower is white throughout, and the top of the tower is black brick tiles. Some parts of the tower are covered with blue mysterious runes. It reveals a sense of mystery of understated luxury. Although there are many large and small towers in the Twilight Forest, but the Highland Tower is definitely the most restrained, but it also looks like the tallest. From a distance, you can feel that there is a huge boss locked up here. Previously, in the MC, some of the monsters in the Highland Tower had already been implemented. But it doesn't drop things, only the giant swordsman drops the giant sword. The giant sword is a good melee weapon. Although the attack speed is only 0.5, it is 1.1 lower than the other swords. However, its attack damage is indeed 12 points, which is 5 points higher than the diamond sword. And due to the large body of the sword, its attack range has also been increased by 2.5. If you enchant, a sweeping brush group of monsters is still very comfortable. Although there may be unknown treasure chests in the Highland Tower to explore, Xu Yuan is not prepared to explore them now. The main purpose now is to go to the roof of the final boss and quickly clear the level. Everything else can be explored later. After Xu Yuan came to the center of the Highland Tower, he slowly climbed along the tower where the boss was. As soon as he reached the top of the tower, the name and health of the boss were displayed on the top of Xu Yuan's head. Steve's HP, 5000. Xu Yuan was a little stunned when he saw the name and blood volume of the boss. Steve? The boss is Steve? So is this Steve Xu Yuan himself or the real Steve? Seeing this, Xu Yuan quickly looked into the cage formed by the fence in the center of the top of the tower. I saw a character exactly like Xu Yuan standing in the center of the fence. Steve in the cage at this time did not wander. Instead, stand where you are. It looks as if it is not activated. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be a little curious. Generally, as long as the boss is close to a certain range, the boss's AI will be activated. And this boss, Xu Yuan, has been so close, but it has not been activated. Xu Yuan also thought that this boss would directly rush over and destroy the fence like Minotaur. Then this boss is estimated to be activated after entering the fence. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he stepped forward, dug a fence, and walked into the cage. Xu Yuan just walked to the cage and saw that Steve inside was activated. After Steve was activated, his originally closed eyes opened instantly. Xu Yuan was stunned when he saw Steve's eyes. How so? At this time, Steve's eyes turned white, just like a light source, emitting white light. This appearance, I believe that people who have played MC know, even if they don't know, there will be rumors of him. That's him. There are many stories and theories about him. Some believe that he exists, others say that he is nothing more than legend. But there is no doubt that him in every story is a powerful presence. Xu Yuan never expected that the boss at the top of the Twilight Forest tower was actually him. This made Xu Yuan a little worried about whether he could beat him in the end. But it's useless to think about it more. It's coming, you must try it to know. Xu Yuan immediately changed into a shield scepter and put a shield on himself first. After all, him will definitely attack immediately after being activated. Xu Yuan still doesn't know what him's skills are, so it's better to be safe at the beginning. At this moment, another scene of Xu Yuan's surprise appeared. Him in front of him did not come to attack him. Instead, like Xu Yuan, he had an extra shield scepter in his hand. Then, an even weirder scene appeared. Him also did the same action as Xu Yuan, adding a shield to himself. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was surprised. Could it be that this boss like him will imitate his own operations? Thinking of this, Xu Yuan immediately took a few steps forward, and the boss at this time also took a few steps forward. Xu Yuan immediately jumped back a step, and saw that the boss also jumped a step back. Seeing this, Xu Yuan understood that it seemed that this boss who looked like him should not be the real him. His setting should be the player himself. However, this setting is also very common. After all, only by defeating yourself will you break through. But what surprised Xu Yuan was that this boss was not just about imitating actions. Even the weapons, equipment, and bosses on Xu Yuan's body can be imitated. I just don't know if potions, food, etc. can be imitated. If this can be imitated, then this boss will be difficult to fight. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan took out a pork steak from his backpack and ate it. As a result, the boss in front of him also took out a pork steak out of thin air and ate it. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little tricky. If the boss can only imitate weapons, attacks, this is good to say. Xu Yuan can directly rely on eating golden apples to deal with the boss. But this boss is obviously all the same as Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan has something, it can detect what comes out of thin air. In this way, it is tricky. After Xu Yuan thought for a moment, he had a general strategy method in his heart, but he still needed to experiment to know if it could be done. Xu Yuan first replaced his sword, then rushed to the boss and cut off its shield. When Xu Yuan cut off the boss shield, the boss also took the sword and cut off the shield on Xu Yuan's body. Then Xu Yuan symbolically slashed at the boss. At this time, the boss also slashed Xu Yuan with a sword. Xu Yuan looked at the damage, and with a knife just now, he cut off the boss's 10 points of blood, and the boss cut off Xu Yuan's blood volume. It is equivalent to Xu Yuan attacking the boss with a sword drawn. He will lose a block of blood, and he will not be able to replenish. After Xu Yuan understood the attack power of the boss, he retreated to the side and began to wait. Xu Yuan had eaten a pork steak before he came, so the current satiety was full, and the amount of blood in one compartment quickly recovered. After his blood was full, Xu Yuan immediately looked at the boss. Isn't it? Xu Yuan saw the amount of blood of the boss, and only felt a surge of qi and blood. The boss's HP actually came back with it. This is difficult. If the boss can't return blood, Xu Yuan can slowly grind him to death. But this boss is obviously copied 1-to-1 with Xu Yuan, and the boss must also have satiety. In this way, it is really tricky. If this method does not work, then there is only another way. This boss will definitely have weaknesses. Xu Yuan carefully recalled the scene of slashing with the boss just now. Although the boss's attack is exactly the same as Xu Yuan's, the boss's reaction seems to be a little delayed. After Xu Yuan finishes the action, the boss learns Xu Yuan's action, and there will be a delay of almost 0.5 seconds. Can you rely on this delay difference to fight damage? This delay difference can indeed be exploited. If Xu Yuan reacts fast enough and dodges himself at the last second when the boss fights, then the boss will not be able to hurt himself. Xu Yuan thought of this and immediately began to implement it. The speed of drawing the sword is too fast and it is not easy to dodge, so the weapon must not continue to use the sword. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he took out the Dusk Scepter, and from a distance, the Dusk Scepter's Ender Pearl Cannonball was still quite easy to dodge. The main thing is to control the 0.5 seconds of time and move away immediately. Xu Yuan took a few steps back, and the boss also took a few steps back. After pulling away a certain distance, Xu Yuan immediately used the Dusk Scepter to shoot the Ender Pearl Cannon towards the boss. After a slight delay, the boss also shot the Ender Pearl Cannon towards this side. Xu Yuan calculated the time, and immediately moved away 0.5 seconds before the Ender Pearl Cannon hit him. After moving away, Xu Yuan immediately looked at the boss. Sure enough, the boss was hit. In other words, as long as you keep attacking the boss in this way, you can defeat him. After the Ender Pearl shell exploded on the boss, it caused 5 damage to the boss, which can be said to be like tickling. Although this damage is not painful for the boss, Xu Yuan heard it without being injured. It's also an improvement. Xu Yuan immediately began to grind the boss according to this method. This method can be said to be a very hurtful way of playing, because every attack mentality must be highly concentrated. Xu Yuan has been attacking the boss with the Dusk Scepter, and occasionally he can't react when he is hit by the boss. The boss's HP is also slowly decreasing. When the boss HP dropped to 4,600, Xu Yuan's Dusk Scepter was also used up. If you want to continue using it, you need to use the Ender Pearl. Xu Yuan looked at the backpack, and the whole person was stunned in place. The Ender Pearl in the backpack has run out? Since the contents of the backpack will be cleared after entering the Twilight Forest, the Ender Pearl cannot be brought in. All the things on Xu Yuan's current body are produced by the Twilight Forest, and Xu Yuan can also save it, so he has this equipment. The Ender Pearl, which energizes the staff, cannot be brought in, so I can only collect it myself. Originally, there were not many blacks in the Twilight Forest, and Xu Yuan did not collect a few Ender Pearls. The previous bosses were not so difficult, and they didn't have to be killed with the Dusk Scepter. Therefore, Xu Yuan did not collect the Ender Pearl. But I didn't expect to get stuck here. Originally, it was not easy to defeat the bosses more than 400 HP. Could it be said that he gave up just like that? Xu Yuan must be unwilling. My eyes are about to see the blood that took me to grind off, and I will start again after giving up. If you don't give up, the contents of the backpack can't support Xu Yuan to kill the boss. Xu Yuan suddenly fell into a stalemate. Is it in or out? Xu Yuan saw the amount of blood of the boss, and he really didn't want to give up. He looked at the backpack, which still contained more than 3 sets of arrows, which could last for a while. If you use the 3-shot bow burst out by the Ice Queen, you should be able to grind away some of the boss's HP. After sharpening a little more, you can only use the sword drawn, although the damage of the sword is not easy to dodge, but if you use the stabbing skill, it's also similar to using the Ender Pearl shell. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan took out a 3-shot bow and continued to use the previous method to start dealing with the boss. I have to say that the damage of the 3-shot bow is indeed very high, and Xu Yuan is in a state of full bow every time. It can deal 30 points of damage every time, which is still very objective. Xu Yuan has been slowly attacking the boss at his own pace. The boss's HP is also slowly decreasing. When the boss's HP dropped to 4,000, Xu Yuan shot an arrow again. As a result, it was found that the boss's health was not decreasing. Just now, Xu Yuan obviously hit the boss and dodged the boss's attack, and the amount of blood did not drop at all. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was puzzled. Could it be that the damage of the bow and arrow is invalid? Xu Yuan hurriedly shot another arrow over. As a result, there is still no damage to the boss. Seeing this, Xu Yuan replaced the 3-shot bow, and then replaced it with a blood-sucking scepter. The vampire scepter is also a ranged weapon if it can deal damage to bosses. This means that the mechanic of the boss should have restrictions on weapons, not on long-range attacks. After Xu Yuan swung the vampire scepter, he attacked the boss. It turned out that the boss's HP still didn't move. On the contrary, he couldn't avoid the damage of the vampire scepter and lost some of his HP, and the boss also returned some HP because of the vampire scepter. Xu Yuan replaced the tracking bow and the cold ice bow, and the result was all the same. It does not damage the boss. Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly collapsed. It seems that this boss will be immune to long-range attacks after receiving a certain degree of ranged attacks. In that case, you can only rely on the sword to fight and hurt. Seeing this, Xu Yuan had to take out his sword and start to hurt carefully. At the beginning, Xu Yuan was still a little unaccustomed to it, and he was beaten by the boss several times. Fortunately, the attack of the boss is not high, and Xu Yuan is not life-threatening. Compared with other weapons, it is good that as long as there are blocks in the backpack, the glorious soul of the sword can be repaired all the time. So the question of durability is not a concern. The boss's HP slowly decreases under Xu Yuan's attack. As a result, when stuck at 3000, the damage of the sword is useless to the boss. Isn't it? Did I make a mistake? Seeing this, Xu Yuan suddenly collapsed. Ranged, melee weapons can't do damage to the boss, so you still spank. This is for me to hit with my hands. Xu Yuan replaced his weapon and pulled the boss with his bare hands. It turned out that the boss still didn't lose blood. Xu Yuan suddenly laughed a little helplessly. He, this is the boss that people fight. Although this boss is not aggressive, his setting is also too perverted, right? Ranged weapons and melee weapons have a certain amount of damage and can no longer damage the boss. To put it simply, this boss is now invincible. Xu Yuan thought of this and looked at the boss in front of him. He always felt that something was not quite right. Depending on the nature of the game, as long as you find the weakness of the boss, you can easily overcome it. Many bosses have confirmed this rule before. Originally, Xu Yuan thought that the weakness of this boss was the delay of 0.5 seconds. As long as you rely on reactions, you can slowly grind the boss to death. But at the moment, this is not the case. This boss will definitely not be able to be tackled with this method. Otherwise, it would not have become the current situation of long range and melee immunity. Xu Yuan thought of this and observed the surrounding terrain. There is nothing left at the top of the tower other than the cage enclosed by this fence. Xu Yuan looked at the guardrail around the top of the tower and suddenly had an idea. Then he stared at the ground and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14. After counting one side, Xu Yuan immediately ran to the other side and began to count. 1, 2, 3, 12, 13, 14, 15. Counting this, Xu Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. So that's it. Xu Yuan just counted the number of grids from the edge of the fence to the guardrail at the top of the tower. Counting down, Xu Yuan found that there was a difference in the number of squares on both sides. If you say, Xu Yuan and the boss regressed to the guardrail at the same time, due to the difference in the number of grids, it is again the top of the tower. If the boss is on the 14th square, then Xu Yuan only needs to step back one more block, then the boss can fall directly. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he immediately felt enlightened. It turns out that it is necessary to rely on this method. After finding a way, Xu Yuan immediately dug up the wooden fence in front of him. Xu Yuan had just retreated to the wooden fence in order to count the grids, and the boss was like him, retreating to the wooden fence on the other side. At the same time that Xu Yuan dug the wooden fence, the boss also dug the wooden fence. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. It seems that this method does work. Xu Yuan immediately began to retreat. And just when Xu Yuan's feet stepped out of the border of the wooden fence, when I saw the boss, I immediately walked back to the middle area of the wooden fence cage. His eyes also closed, and the boss became inactive again. And his blood volume was full in an instant. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's whole person was stunned in place. Isn't it? What is this operation? Does it mean that you can't leave the area of the cage when you fight this boss? Looking at the amount of health that the boss had recovered, Xu Yuan collapsed a little. His eyes were burned, and he finally grinded off the boss's 2000 HP. The result is a wrong decision, a return to the pre-liberation process. And this top of the tower also gave Xu Yuan an illusion. The architect of this tower must not be obsessive-compulsive. Otherwise, why is the distance between the two sides not the same? It was because of this that Xu Yuan had the illusion that he could defeat the boss through this method. As a result, it became a mistake that was hated for thousands of years. What a pit daddy. In fact, Xu Yuang's actions were indeed a fluke. It was also because he had fought for so long, and it turned out that the boss was already invincible, and Xu Yuan's mentality was a little unstable. Xu Yuan should have guessed long ago that the hatred value of the boss out of the cage would definitely disappear, and thus return blood. And the bricks in the cage are different from other places, each brick is covered with mysterious purple runes. This also shows that this area is different from other areas. It may be because of these runes that after entering here, the boss will do the same action as Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan thought of this and was annoyed. If I could think about it a little more, it wouldn't be like this. Seeing the bloody boss in front of him, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a little decadent. How can this boss be defeated? Barricades? Digging holes? Xu Yuan thought of this and entered the wooden fence again. The boss is also activated again. Xu Yuan did not care about the boss, but picked up the manuscript and began to dig down. It turned out that it was impossible to dig at all. Xu Yuan took the stone and prepared to raise it, but found that he could not place blocks in it. Xu Yuan suddenly felt a little desperate. Doesn't this boss have weakness? Xu Yuan looked at the boss in front of him and fell into deep thought. Since the boss is designed, there will definitely be a way to defeat it. At this time, you just need to think along the way. Ranged attacks are ineffective, melee attacks are ineffective. Is this a disguised reminder to players that they can use other attacks? In the game, there are still many things that can cause damage to the player. For example, cacti or thorns in the forest of thorns. Also buried by sand, submerged by water. None of this can be achieved at the moment. So there is only one thing that can be achieved at present. Burn with magma? When Xu Yuan thought of this, a plan immediately appeared in his mind. Then he stepped out of the wooden fence and jumped from under the tower. It is still the familiar operation of landing water, and after landing safely, Xu Yuan immediately returned from the road where he came. After leaving the forest of thorns, Xu Yuan found a natural mine cave nearby, and then leaned down. After exploring the cave for more than 10 minutes, Xu Yuan finally found the magma. After Xu Yuan remade an iron bucket, he loaded the magma. With magma, Xu Yuan's plan was half successful. After getting the magma, Xu Yuan immediately returned along the road. After coming to hit the top of the tower again, Xu Yuan did not rush into the wooden fence. Instead, at the exit of the place dug earlier, a pass of magma was poured. It is known that the fluidity of magma has 3 tiles. Even if it can't be placed inside the wooden fence, it can be placed outside the wooden fence and let the magma flow into the boss map. Of course, this is just Xu Yuan's idea. If the boss space has a special barrier that can't even flow magma, then Xu Yuan really doesn't know how to fight this boss. After Xu Yuan placed the magma, he saw that the magma flowed into the boss map area through the wooden fence. There's a show. When Xu Yuan saw this, he was overjoyed. This shows that his approach is correct. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately dug a wooden fence from next to the magma and entered the boss space. As soon as Xu Yuan entered the boss space, the boss immediately woke up. Then he began to imitate Xu Yuan's movements. Xu Yuan immediately adjusted his position and brought the boss to the place where the magma invaded at the entrance. Sure enough, the boss began to burn as soon as he touched the magma. Seeing this, Xu Yuan finally felt most of the stone in his heart. Magma can deal damage to bosses, and the next step is to see if the bosses behind will be immune to flame damage. After the boss is damaged by magma, it is not repelled like the usual boss. It still imitates Xu Yuan's movements. Xu Yuan stands here without moving, and the boss stands in the magma without moving. Soon, the boss's HP was burned by 1,000 points. Xu Yuan had observed before that the previous ranged damage and melee damage were no longer used to deal damage after reaching 1,000 points. So, 1,000 points is a critical value. When the boss's HP reached 4,000, Xu Yuan stared at the boss's health bar. When he saw that the boss's blood bar continued to descend, Xu Yuan's whole person breathed a sigh of relief. Finally found the right way. In this way, Xu Yuan only needs to stand here all the time and wait for the boss to be burned alive. If there is no accident, the boss will be burned directly. Then this boss is actually not difficult. It's just that killing requires some brains. But I have to say that Xu Yuan also took the longest time on this boss. After all, I didn't find the right way to toss for half a day, and I did a lot of useless work. Xu Yuan looked at the burning boss in front of him and felt a little puzzled. If this boss is a replica player, what should the players do when they come in a group? Is there as many players as there are bosses? It seems unlikely, and there are not enough venues here. Or is it that only one person is allowed to enter when it comes to the final boss? Thinking about it this way, there is also this possibility. The boss's HP drops quickly under the burning flames. Until now, there have been no accidents. After more than half an hour, the boss finally bottomed out of blood and fell to the ground. And as the boss fell to the ground, the all-server system announcement also sounded. Congratulations to player Steve for getting the boss X first kill. Congratulations to player Steve for clearing the Twilight Forest for the first time. The sound of these two system announcements made the originally numb players fry the pan again. Groove, did Steve finally clear the Twilight Forest? Boss, what is X? This boss name is a bit interesting. I feel like Steve is going to harvest a lot of good things again. And just after the boss died, Xu Yuan was preparing to pick up the dropped items. I saw that a boss was refreshed again in the center of the map. The re-refreshed boss is exactly the same as the boss just now. It's also Steve's appearance, white eyes. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately became vigilant. The system has all announced, indicating that the boss is dead. How can it be resurrected? Just when Xu Yuan was puzzled, a system prompt popped up. Please be the boss X name. When he saw this system prompt, Xu Yuan was stunned. For the boss X naming? What the hell is this? Is the AI ratio of this boss a mirror boss that replicates the player's form 1-to-1? That's why it's called boss X. X means that the name will change depending on the player. But the system prompted Xu Yuan to name this boss. Could it be that after the naming, the future form of this boss will be like this? Isn't it that when other players come to fight, they will think that this boss is actually Xu Yuan? After all, the appearance of the boss is exactly the same as Xu Yuan, but the eyes are different. This system burst into the boss and let Xu Yuan name the boss, which really made Xu Yuan a little confused. Let's name it first. Although Xu Yuan didn't understand the boss setting too well, it was useless to think about it now. After naming the boss, the system should explain something. Xu Yuan thought of this and thought for a moment. What the hell is the name for the boss? Naming this kind of thing is the most annoying. Xu Yuan was also at the beginning because he didn't know what the name was, plus he chose the role of Steve, so he directly named Steve. And if you name the boss now, Xu Yuan doesn't really want to name it after himself. After all, the Twilight Forest will still be open to players at that time, so when everyone fights here, won't they have to hit themselves? At that time, there will be all kinds of discussions. Steve, have you ever fought? I finally beat Steve to death. Damn, Steve is too perverted, right? Xu Yuan didn't want to be talked about all the time, although now he was already on the lips. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan looked at the boss in front of him. At first, when Xu Yuan saw the boss, judging from his appearance, he really thought he was him. After all, his white eyes are particularly eye-catching. Xu Yuan thought of this and thought for a moment. Or is it called him? In MC, him has always been a legendary existence, just like the ghosts of the world. Although not everyone has seen him, everyone knows his physical features. And the appearance characteristics of this boss are exactly the same as him. This may also be a coincidence. Xu Yuan thought of this and made a decision. In this game, since there is this opportunity, then the him in this game is created by himself. From now on, this boss is the him in the game? Xu Yuan thought of this, and immediately typed the 3 letters of him in the naming column. Named successfully. Twilight Forest Final Boss, him. Entering data information. After Xu Yuan successfully named the name, the system will display the start of entering data information. When Xu Yuan saw this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Isn't it just a name, but also enter the data information? After about 5 minutes, the system finally finished entering the information. Twilight Forest Final Boss information. Boss name him. Boss HP, 5000. Weapons held by the boss, Omen Drawing Sword, Dusk Scepter, Vampire Scepter, Shield Scepter, 3-shot bow, Tracking bow, Ice bow. Boss reply, Pork chop. Boss attribute, Flame, all attacks come with fire effect. Boss reaction speed, 0.5 seconds. When Xu Yuan saw this boss information, he was instantly stunned. He couldn't help but feel a little numb in his scalp, and goosebumps were brushing up. Hiss. Xu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Why is this boss so powerful all of a sudden? The weapons he wields are the Sword of Omen Draw, the Dusk Scepter, the Vampire Scepter, the Shield Scepter, the 3-shot bow, the Tracking bow, and the Ice bow. There are also recovery items, attacks with fire effects, and reaction speed. This is really worthy of the name him. Seeing this, Xu Yuan became more and more puzzled. Wait, isn't this boss a mirror boss? This boss is obviously a mirror boss, with no skills, and the weapons in his hand are all derived from the host. But now the attributes of the boss don't look like a mirror boss. When Xu Yuan saw this, his brows furrowed. He took another closer look at the boss's information. Draw the sword, the Dusk Scepter, the Vampire Scepter, the Shield Scepter, the 3-shot bow, the Tracking bow, the Ice bow. Aren't these the weapons you just used in front of the boss? And the pork chop was also eaten in front of the boss after he came in at the beginning, in order to test whether the boss could return blood. The flame attribute of the boss must be because he burned the boss with magma in the end, so the boss also read the flame attribute? That said, the boss's reaction speed of 0.5 seconds is also thanks to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan was shocked when he thought of this. In other words, the final boss of this copy is entered according to the information of the person who cleared the level first. That is to say, Xu Yuan inadvertently created a super boss. If Xu Yuan hadn't experimented so much, he hadn't come up with so many weapons. If you first thought of using magma, then this boss may just be an ordinary boss that can attack with flames. But Xu Yuan did everything he could, and basically took out some of the artifacts in his hand. As a result, all the information was entered. And pork steaks are also entered. Xu Yuan thought of this, and his mood was a little complicated. Logically speaking, Xu Yuan should be glad that he has cleared the customs. Otherwise, if such a boss was placed in front of him, even Xu Yuan himself would not be too sure that he would be able to kill it. This boss will definitely be a nightmare for players in the future. His strength is indeed worthy of the name Xu Yuan gave him. In MC, him is just a horror legend. And in this game, it seems that him continues his horror, but he is no longer a legend, but has already been implemented. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly when he thought of this. It seems that the name him will soon become a household name. After Xu Yuan inadvertently made this boss, there was actually a problem. The boss is so powerful, Xu Yuan himself doesn't know if he can fight or not, then if you want to brush the boss at that time, it will be difficult. Just when Xu Yuan was thinking about it, another system message popped up. Congratulations, get the ownership of boss him. Players who have obtained boss ownership can execute the boss at will, and the boss will not attack it. Boss holders can adjust the probability of dropping objects, minimum 0.5%, up to 100%. Boss defeat players can get 1 to 2 pieces of loot. Loot is automatically stored in the boss backpack, and holders can withdraw it regularly. This piece of news appeared in front of Xu Yuan's eyes, and Xu Yuan only felt a little dazzled. After fully interpreting these news, Xu Yuan knew what it was to be carried away by happiness. This boss holding is too cool, right? Xu Yuan was still worried that him was so strong, what if he couldn't beat him at that time? I never expected that after having the ownership of him could be executed directly, and him would not resist. This is simply meat on a chopping block. And after the boss defeats the player, the loot obtained belongs to Xu Yuan. Him is so strong, it is absolutely destructive. Even if other players team up to attack him, they may be destroyed. Although the player's loot is nothing more than some equipment in the copy, Xu Yuan is not rare. Those who can step into here will definitely have completed the bosses in front of them, and they may also burst out various artifacts in the Twilight Forest. If the boss can capture those artifacts, it will be equivalent to players working for Xu Yuan for nothing. Moreover, the most powerful thing about this holding right is that you can control the probability of the boss's drops, that is, you can control the burst rate. It can be adjusted from 0.5% to 100%. Xu Yuan can completely adjust to 100% when he plays, and then 0.5% at other times. Don't be afraid that someone will be able to kill the boss and get the loot. This is simply the feeling of controlling lightning. Xu Yuan thought of this, and suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen the first kill, the first reward, and the boss's drops. So I quickly opened my backpack. The reward for the first kill has changed slightly this time, and the gold coins and title deeds are still the same. This time, Xu Yuan sent 2 more latent boxes. The latent box is still very useful, which is equivalent to expanding some backpack space for Xu Yuan. When Xu Yuan saw the reward of the first pass, he was suddenly a little puzzled. The reward for the first pass is a dark, mysterious cube with the name. There are also no details under the name. After Xu Yuan saw this mysterious block, he took it out and put it on the ground, ready to try to open it by opening the lucky block. There was no response. When Xu Yuan saw this, he was puzzled. What do you mean? Give it to me and don't tell me what it is. Xu Yuan thought back to what was related to the mysterious cube in the MC. After thinking about it for a long time, the lucky cube came out, and it seems that there is nothing else to do with it. What the hell is this thing? Xu Yuan looked at this mysterious square and had no way to start. There is no system prompt on how to open and how to use it in your hand. Put it on the ground and can't open it. Xu Yuan really couldn't think of any use for it. But looking at the appearance of this mysterious square, it must be an amazing thing. It's just that at present, Xu Yuan doesn't know how to use it. Xu Yuan thought for a moment, in terms of the urine nature of this game. What has exploded but cannot be used is likely to have not been activated. Just like the previous drawing of the sword, or the dragon that appeared in Europe. It should be that the mod has not been activated yet, so it cannot be used yet. It makes sense to think about it. After all, the whole game is still in the early stage. On the Huaxia side, it was because of Xu Yuan that it was like stepping on the accelerator and accelerating the progress of the game. According to players sent to other country regions have not even made a copy yet. They are still in their primitive period. The current game progress of players in other countries and regions is a normal game process. And Huaxia's side is definitely speeding a lot. Overspeeding in game progress can have these effects. For example, Xu Yuan burst out to draw the sword, but found that the drawing sword mod had not been opened. Xu Yuan obtained a super workbench, but found that he couldn't use it at all. Because these things have to be developed slowly according to the progress of the game. And Xu Yuan directly skipped these things and jumped directly to the next step, which led to such a result. It seems that this thing is not used for the time being. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he had to give up for the time being. After all, the game progression because of his acceleration is a double-edged sword. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages. However, it is also good to be able to get these things in advance, and when the time comes, you can use them directly. Xu Yuan temporarily put the mysterious cube up. Then he set his sights on the boss's drops. The boss dropped a lot of items for Xu Yuan. A complete set of blazing iron sheaths, weapons, armor, and tools are available. The blazing iron suit is also the best armor produced in the Twilight Forest. Wear it on the body if attacked will burn the attacker, and it is very good for PvP and PvE. And the blazing iron manuscript also has a special effect. That is, if mining with a blazing iron pickaxe, the excavated minerals do not need to be smelted, and the effect is directly after smelting. Just like iron ore, digging it out with a blazing iron pickaxe is directly an iron ingot. In addition to the blazing iron sheath, there is also a book. The appearance of this book is different from enchanted books and ordinary books. The cover of the book is white. Seeing this book, Xu Yuan immediately came to the nature. This book should be a new addition to this game, and it must be a good thing. Xu Yuan picked up the book and looked at its introduction. Fusion book, can fuse mutually exclusive enchantments. Seeing this, Xu Yuan's hands holding the book couldn't help but tremble. This book is simply amazing. It is simply a divine book. This book, artifact. When Xu Yuan saw this book, his eyes simply lit up. It can be said that this book is definitely the most wanted thing in the game in front of any MC player, and there is no one can fuse mutually exclusive enchantments. This ordinary introduction, but it contains tens of millions of gold. In the game, although there are many kinds of enchantments, not all enchantments can be stacked on a weapon. These spells are mutually exclusive. For example, protective spells, protection, explosion protection, drop protection, flame protection, projectile protection, these are mutually exclusive. So if you want to enchant, you can only choose one of them to enchant. There are also deep sea explorers and frost walkers, these two are already mutually exclusive in the literal sense. I just don't know what will happen if I fuse with the Book of Fusion. There are also damage type spells, sharp, undead killers, amputation killers, which are also mutually exclusive. Only one damage spell can be attached to the weapon. In addition, the accurate collection of manuscripts and the timing are mutually exclusive. However, these mutually exclusive enchantments above, even if they are fused through the Book of Fusion, are not too powerful. There are only two enchantments that can maximize the effect of the Book of Fusion, an enchantment for the bow, and an enchantment for the trident. Enchantment, infinity, and experience tinkering for bows and arrows are mutually exclusive. In other words, no consumption and no durability cannot be combined. Players who like to use bows and arrows should dislike this mutually exclusive enchantment setting. If these two enchantments were not mutually exclusive, then it is estimated that no one would use melee weapons. The Book of Fusion can do just that. Let the bow and arrow become a non-consuming, non-durable existence. Fusing these two enchantments, this bow is definitely an output artifact. Moreover, Xu Yuan exploded to the triple bow, giving it infinite and experience patching with power and fire. Think about that endurance, think about that damage. That's definitely the best long-range weapon out there. Then there's the trident. Trident's thunder, loyalty, and torrential repulsion. The trident is also a very powerful weapon, and loyalty enchantment is necessary. But loyalty, enchantment, and torrent repulsion. But both enchantments are useful. If there is a book of fusion, a trident, thunder, loyalty, torrents, all of them, in rainy days or underwater, it is definitely a very scary existence. However, Xu Yuan has not yet obtained the trident. After all, Xu Yuan has never explored the sea area, nor has he killed a drowning corpse. When the time comes, you can get a handful. Xu Yuan carefully put away the Book of Fusion. This book is an absolute treasure. I just don't know whether this book exploded because of the first kill or if it will explode every time. However, since the Book of Fusion is a boss drop, it means that it can be exploded. Moreover, Xu Yuan can adjust the explosion rate, directly adjust it to 100%, and he can directly brush the Book of Fusion and the Blazing Iron set. When Xu Yuan thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. I already knew that I could brush the Blazing Iron sleeve. Why did I spend so much effort to get a Marauder farm in order to get diamond sets for the players of the guild? But you can't think of it that way. The Marauder farm is still very useful, and its value is definitely not lower than Xu Yuan's Pig Spirit Exchange. Although the Pig Spirit Exchange directly produces gold coins, the probability is still very low, and only one gold coin is produced each time. It's not like before now it's thousands of gold coins at every turn, and the output of the Pig Spirit Exchange is actually not much. And the Marauder farm is different. First of all, emeralds are the source of trade, and with emeralds, you can exchange unlimited supplies on the villagers' side. And these materials, the people of their own guild can't use, doesn't mean that other players can't use them. So it's totally sellable. A set of diamond sets, now on the market, selling a few hundred gold, will definitely be sold. And the Marauder farm also produces various enchanted books, as well as undead totems. The mere fact that he could brush the immortal totem was enough for Xu Yuan to spend time repairing this Marauder farm. After Xu Yuan packed up his things, he looked at the boss in front of him. The boss is already activated at this point, as can be seen from his glowing white eyes. After Xu Yuan thought about it, he drew his sword. He was ready to try his possession. After approaching the boss, a system bar immediately popped up in front of Xu Yuan. If the player is detected to be close to him, do you adjust the drop rate? Xu Yuan understood when he saw this system reminder. As long as a player approaches the boss, after activation, Xu Yuan should be able to be alerted by the system to adjust the drop rate. Xu Yuan adjusted the drop rate to 100%, and then slashed down with a knife. As soon as his knife landed on him, he fell to the ground. Lightning deal? Seeing this, Xu Yuan was stunned in place for a few seconds. Is this the power of ownership? Xu Yuan originally thought that he would stand on the pile and output for a while. After all, the boss has 5000 HP. Unexpectedly, the holder hit him, and directly gave the second a knife. No wonder the instructions say that the holder can execute him at will. That's really casual enough. After the boss died, just like just now, the Blazing Iron sleeve that fell all day and the Book of Fusion. It seems that all the drops of this boss are these. Only then did Xu Yuan let go of his heart. But the Book of Fusion is such a thing, and everyone's demand is just that. Although Xu Yuan can brush it infinitely, Xu Yuan will definitely not let the Book of Fusion flood. The maximum supply is provided to the players of the first echelon of the guild. Others, if they want, either come and call him themselves, or buy it from Xu Yuan at a high price. This book, neither now nor in the future, will depreciate. And how much this book sells, it is completely up to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's harvest this time can be described as a lot of money, that is, he still knows what that mysterious square is. But it doesn't matter, it must be a good thing. Xu Yuan was already full of joy. After clearing Twilight, you can brush the puzzle sheep, so that the simulation space can also be expanded. Xu Yuan soon returned to the main city, and the main city at this time could be described as very lively. Many players gathered in the main city. Lying Groove, there is a new building in the main city of the Cube people. That's a dragon ship, Lying Groove, it's too handsome, right? It's shocking? The main city of Huaxia district should have dragons. At this point, players gathered in the main city of the Cube people. They had heard that the Cube Man was building the main city again, so they were very curious. The main city of the Cube Man is already very luxurious for players, and after the last monster siege, the Cube Man has rebuilt the main city. It didn't take long for construction to start again, so they all wanted to see what new fame would come out this time. As a result, when they came to the main city of the Cube people, they were shocked by the scene in the air. They would never have thought that the Cube people were actually not satisfied with the buildings on the ground, and had actually built dragon ships in the air. This dragon is really cool. Brain, I will, hand, go TM. While I was glad to make a house that wasn't a matchbox, the big guy was already working on sculptures. I will take the TNT and die with my rotten straw house. Neil, the jaw has been dislocated. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of the dragon ship. Although the entire building is not yet fully completed, the general framework has been determined. So players can roughly see the whole form. Just the unfinished work is enough to shock the players. Players feel that this dragon ship is simply too appropriate. This is what the main city should look like. After Xu Yuan returned from the Twilight Forest, he was also a little surprised to see the number of players in the main city. But when he saw the buildings in the air, he understood what was going on. I have to say that the Thuwork team is indeed strong and full of liver. The shape of the building they made was shocking even to people like Xu Yuan, who had seen the world. At that time, if it is completed, it will definitely be a landmark. Xu Yuan is still very satisfied with Thuwork's design this time. After Xu Yuan observed the building for a while, he was ready to go back to the room to enchant the three-shot bow. At this moment, several players discovered Xu Yuan. They immediately roared a few times. Steve is back. Steve guy, you have cleared all this Twilight Forest. When is the time for us to go in and taste it? Lie down. Surprise Steve boss. The loud voices of these players were immediately heard by other players. When the players saw that Xu Yuan was there, they immediately gathered around. And Ken also crowded the crowd to Xu Yuan's side. Finally cleared the customs. How did you get it? Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. Quite abundant. Ken was also happy to hear this. Xu Yuan said so, then this trip definitely gained a lot of good things. After all the players gathered around, they immediately asked various questions. Steve boss, what is the last boss of the Twilight Forest? Big guy, have you exploded any powerful weapons again? When is the time for us to experience the Twilight too? All the players can be regarded as catching Xu Yuan this time, and they are all asking a strong question. Seeing this, Xu Yuan smiled and said, I will open the Twilight Forest to the public after that, and the final boss can be explored by yourself at that time. I will not spoil it. When the players heard Xu Yuan say that the Twilight Forest copy would be opened in the future, they were all excited. Really? Really? I've wanted to go inside for a long time. Big guy, can you give us some strategy? Xu Yuan saw that the players were a little chattering, so he showed Ken a look. Ken immediately understood when he saw this. Okay, everyone don't gather here, our boss still has something to do. Saying that, he asked the players of the guild to disperse these players. After Xu Yuan came to the room, Ken immediately followed. Did you just say you were going to open the Twilight Forest really, or was it to prevaricate them? Xu Yuan found a place to sit down and looked at Ken. It's true, no prevarication of them. When Ken heard this, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Twilight Forest is currently the top copy, and the equipment output inside is the top. Why open it? When Xu Yuan heard this, he smiled and said, yes, now the Twilight Forest is indeed the top copy, but in half a month, another month, it may not be. In fact, the reason why Xu Yuan was ready to disclose the Twilight Forest was still thoughtful. At present, the output in the Twilight Forest, Xu Yuan should have everything. Now enter the Twilight Forest, that is, brush the puzzle sheep, or go to the hymn side to brush up on the Book of Fusion. Therefore, for Xu Yuan, the value of the Twilight Forest now is only puzzle sheep and him. If you want to expand the value of the Twilight Forest, it is to charge players to enter the Twilight Forest. Although various artifacts were produced in the Twilight Forest, Xu Yuan was not worried that they would fled. First of all, the order of the boss kills of the Twilight Forest is not clear to everyone. Secondly, even if everyone knows it, it is difficult to kill the boss. Even if you kill the boss, the explosive rate of these artifacts is very small. Therefore, opening the Twilight Forest has more advantages than disadvantages for Xu Yuan. And, because the Twilight Forest is currently the top copy, now is the time to open it. Because of the uncertainty of the game, the trigger of various copies and the trigger of mod, Xu Yuan can't control it. When a new quest appears, if there is a higher level of equipment output, the Twilight Forest loses its value. Who would pay a lot of money to enter the Twilight Forest and get an overdress? And not necessarily yet. So, of course, to open up the Twilight Forest when it's most valuable. When everyone is hot about the output of the Twilight Forest, the maximum benefits of the Twilight Forest can be brought into play. This can also bring more benefits to Xu Yuan. After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken thought for a moment. Well, I see, you're looking long-term. Then can everyone from our guild also enter? Xu Yuan heard this and nodded. Well, let them have a good experience. When Ken heard this, he was ready to arrange it, and was about to go out, but he folded back. By the way, my subordinates have already collected more than 10 medium-sized relic key fragments. It's already been combined into a medium-sized relic key. Do you want it now? When Xu Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. I didn't expect to collect the key to a medium-sized relic so quickly. It just so happened that Xu Yuan was also idle at the moment, so he nodded. Well, let them bring it. Seeing this, Ken immediately asked his players to take the keys, and waited for the player who gave the keys to leave. Ken looked at Xu Yuan and smiled. Are you going to explore the ruins alone? Xu Yuan's Lone Ranger style Ken already knows very well, but Ken still can't help but want to ask more. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and nodded. Yes, isn't that usually the case? Xu Yuan was already a loner, so he wanted to solve everything alone. In fact, this is also a kind of inertia. After all, when Xu Yuan played MC before, it was basically a single player. Everything is done by one person. Although the game has now become a server form, Xu Yuan has not changed his old problems. When Ken heard this, he seemed to have something to say, and after thinking about it, he held it back. Ken's performance was still obvious, and Xu Yuan immediately saw Ken's thoughts. So he asked, "What's wrong? Just say it." After hearing Xu Yuan's words, Ken raised his hand and motioned for Xu Yuan to sit down first. Seeing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but joke with Ken. Are you going to have a long talk with me? When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he smiled awkwardly, and then he also found a place to sit. After thinking for a moment, Ken said to Xu Yuan, "My technique, as you know, is really not good. It is a master, but it is not top-notch. However, in the games I played before, the top players in each class were basically the elites of my guild. Do you know why that's it?" Xu Yuan heard Ken's words, thought about it, and said, "Because you know the pearls." Xu Yuan also learned about Ken later, and Ken's management ability is indeed very strong, and his ability to see people is also very good. Therefore, I feel that the reason why the top players in the guild before Ken gathered was because of Ken's good vision. Ken shook his head and smiled when he heard this. There are reasons for this, but not entirely. Talented players are of course good seedlings. Xu Yuan nodded when he heard this. Is that because you can teach? Ken continued to shake his head. I don't have talent myself, what can I teach? Well, I won't sell it to you anymore, so let's just say it. The reason why all the players in my guild are at the top is because of the butterfly effect. Xu Yuan asked with some doubts when he heard this. Well, the butterfly effect. Ken nodded, then explained. Players have a strong ability to learn from each other, and they learn from each other, which in turn allows them to improve quickly. That's why there are so many top players in my guild. After Ken said this, he said with a wry smile, "Maybe you don't believe it. Xiao, Ai Wang, and Ahao, the three of them, have always been the existence of the big three in my guild, and the three of them are the top of the top. And now, they may only be slightly stronger than the elite of other guilds." Xu Yuan was a little surprised when he heard this. Xiao, Ai Wang, and Ahao are indeed able to operate, but they have not reached the top level. Xu Yuan really didn't expect that the three of them were actually the top of the top in other games. Xu Yuan thought about what Ken said earlier, and seemed to understand. This game is very new to these top players, so they took a lot of time to figure it out, and the controls of this game are completely different from other games. As a result, these top players did not perform at their level. However, if you want these top players to improve, it is actually very simple, just mention it casually. But at the moment, no one is mentioning them, because everyone is the same, fumbling and not knowing how to play. Therefore, the general strength of players is very weak. Even the players of the Cube Man Guild are only better equipped than the players of the other guilds. In terms of operation, in fact, it is not much different. Actually, the strength of the entire Block People Guild is supported by you alone. Although everyone dares not touch our Cube people, I know best in my heart that the current Cube people are an empty shell. Ken said this, his tone getting heavier and heavier. He manages things large and small, and naturally knows these best. The square man is indeed an empty shelf at present, only Xu Yuan is the facade. The strength of other players is actually not much different from the strength of players in other guilds. I know, you're strong, even multiplayer copies you can single swipe. But a person's strength is always limited. Just like the previous boss showdown, you can't go it alone, you have to join the team. If the strength of others can be slightly stronger, I believe that clearing the level will be faster. It's like the previous monster siege, if we can be stronger, we won't lose so much. Fortunately we saved your residents with our lives, what if not? When Xu Yuan heard this, his brows furrowed. Ken's words do have his point. For so long, Xu Yuan only wanted to improve himself quickly, and felt that the guild was enough. But forget that this is a full-service game. No matter how great a person's power is, it is also limited. Unless Xu Yuan can open the creative mode, but even if the creative mode is opened, the Titan creatures can kill you at will. Therefore, no matter how strong a person is not invincible. And for so long, Xu Yuan had never thought of improving the strength of the guild players. Xu Yuan felt that it would be good to give them the best equipment. But this idea is very wrong. Equipment is important, but operation, strain, and mind are just as important. With the same equipment, it is the mind that pulls apart the player's strength. At this time, Ken said with some pleading. So, I hope that in the future, when you go down to a quest or explore the ruins or something, you can bring the elite group of the first echelon. Even if you want to swipe alone, you can let them watch so that they will improve, and the whole guild will improve. The first butterfly of the butterfly effect is you. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and thought for a moment. Ken's request was indeed necessary. In fact, when exploring the Twilight Forest before, Xu Yuan could bring people from the first echelon elite group. It's just that because Xu Yuan is used to going alone, he didn't expect to go over there. Before Xu Yuan often brushed a book by himself, and then arranged for his subordinates to brush it. Xu Yuan will not tell them how to brush specifically, so he will casually mention a few words. Even so, the players of the first echelon of the guild comprehended it quite quickly. This is enough to show that the players in the first echelon are still very savvy. In fact, it doesn't matter how Xu Yuan brought them with him when he fought the boss. If you want to brush alone, just let them watch on the side. Even if they are watching from the sidelines, the harvest and improvement of them is definitely much faster than they can explore by themselves. Xu Yuan thought of this and nodded towards Ken. It was my previous negligence. If I can in the future, I will bring the first tier elite group. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he was finally relieved, and a smile finally appeared on his face. These words had been held in his heart for a long time, mainly because he was afraid that Xu Yuan would be unhappy after saying them. Xu Yuan has always been a loner, and if he is suddenly asked to join other players, Ken is afraid that Xu Yuan will not get used to it. Fortunately, Xu Yuan is not the kind of person who does not understand things. After thinking about it, Ken asked Xu Yuan, "So are you going to explore the medium-sized ruins next?" Xu Yuan nodded. "Well, since you have already gathered enough keys, let's go and see what is inside. After all, the relic system is opened after the monster siege, and there will definitely be a lot of good things in the ruins." When Xu Yuan said this, he seemed to remember something, and then said, "By the way, have the other guilds already explored medium-sized ruins?" Although Xu Yuan had a map of the ruins and could quickly find the location of the ruins, the guild also sent 200 people from the second echelon to explore. And there were some things going on before, so the progress shouldn't be much ahead of other guilds. Since the block people have gathered the key to a medium-sized ruin, it is estimated that other guilds may also have gathered it. When Ken heard Xu Yuan's words, he immediately began to investigate. About 5 minutes later, he replied to Xu Yuan, "Well, at present, all 5 guilds I can find out already have the keys to medium-sized ruins." Xu Yuan was still a little surprised when he heard this. Originally Xu Yuan thought that there might be only 1 or 2, but he didn't expect that 5 guilds had already gathered the key. Xu Yuan thought about it and asked Xiang Ken, "Have they all gone to explore medium-sized ones?" Ken shook his head and said, "The first time they got the key, they all seemed to explore the medium-sized ruins, but they heard that the medium-sized ruins were very difficult, and they couldn't successfully explore them and didn't find anything." When Xu Yuan heard this, he was immediately puzzled. "Didn't catch anything? Impossible, right? There should still be a lot of treasure chests in the general ruins. Even if you haven't finished exploring, you can open a few treasure chests and get something. How could you have caught nothing?" Although Xu Yuan has not explored the medium-sized ruins, when playing MC before, Xu Yuan has not explored the ruins. Medium-sized should already be similar to small ruins, maybe larger areas and more monsters. But no matter what, going once will definitely be rewarding, and it cannot be empty-handed. Unless the medium-sized ruins are crowded with monsters like monsters attacking the city. They said the ruins were not what they thought, and I haven't found out exactly what it is. Anyway, they all seem to have no clue at the moment. Xu Yuan heard Ken's words and thought for a moment. Since no one has finished exploring, Xu Yuan can just try it. Maybe he can get an achievement or something. And with Xu Yuan's current equipment, it should be no problem to explore a ruin. Xu Yuan thought of this and said to Ken, "No need to check, I'll just take a look. You let the elite regiment of the first echelon come over." When Ken heard this, he answered and immediately arranged it. After a while, all the people from the first echelon elite group came to the room. Everyone was excited at this time. Everyone still remembers the last time I went down with Xu Yuan. It was when I was in a boss duel. It has been so long since the last time, and the members of the elite group can finally team up with Xu Yuan to explore the ruins again. I've been waiting for a long time, and finally waiting for today. Don't open your voice, my own people, I just finished eating. Ha 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 ha, boss, you can be considered to have missed us here. The big orange was naturally coming with everyone in the elite group, and she was also excited to see Xu Yuan. I finally looked forward to teaming up with Xu Yuan. Old boss, what are we going to do this time? When Xu Yuan heard Big Orange's words, he smiled and said to everyone. This time, everyone went to explore the medium-sized ruins together. When the players heard this, their interest was immediately aroused. Good, good. I heard that medium-sized ruins are very difficult. We may not drag the boss back. Isn't it just a ruin? There is a boss. It's not 3 or 2 minutes to explore. Xu Yuan saw that all the players were enthusiastic, and he was also influenced by them. I used to explore alone, and I wouldn't have this state of excitement. It seems that it is quite interesting to team up with everyone. Before exploring, what I promised you before, change all the equipment first. The members of the elite group cheered when they heard this. Long live the boss. Can we have a full enchanted diamond set? I thought the boss forgot about this stubble. When Big Orange heard the words of all the players, the whole person was stunned. She thought she had misheard. Enchanted diamond set? Even the elite group dressed better than the guild leaders of other guilds? Big Orange is considered to be the strongest among idol players, and her equipment is also considered to be the top existence in the game. Each diamond set has an enchantment attribute, and some also have 2 enchantment attributes. Big Orange originally thought that his equipment was good enough, but he didn't expect that Xu Yuan was actually ready to change the elite of the first echelon of the cube people with enchanted diamond sets. The first echelon has already put on a diamond suit full of enchantments, so what kind of equipment must Xu Yuan's own equipment be? The Big Orange couldn't help but be a little curious. Since Xu Yuan usually does not wear equipment on his body, everyone does not know what Xu Yuan's current equipment is like. Xu Yuan saw that the elite group was so happy, and he could see how much the players were looking forward to these equipment. Previously, Xu Yuan had agreed to replace all the equipment of the first echelon elite group with a diamond suit full of enchantments. However, due to the lack of materials, it has not yet been implemented. After the Marauder farm was done, it had been brushed with emeralds for a long time, and now the equipment should have been enough. Although Xu Yuan can already brush the blazing iron sleeve, because Xu Yuan cleared the Twilight Forest before, if he wants to reach the boss again, he needs to brush it again, which will take a lot of time. Time does not wait for anyone, let's make do with the diamond sleeve first. Xu Yuan asked Ken to send someone to fetch some of the emeralds and undead totems from the Marauder farm. Then he started building equipment for the players. Previously, Xu Yuan took the time to tell the use of the Ken enchantment platform. When Ken is idle, he starts swiping enchantments. So now Xu Yuan's warehouse, in the 3 rows of boxes, are all kinds of useful enchantment books. After Xu Yuan distributed these enchantment books to the guild members, he explained them to everyone. Let me tell you a little about what things enchant and what attributes. Helmets, Protection 4, Underwater Breathing 3, Endurance 3, Experience Patching, Thorns 3. Cuirass, Protection 4, Durability 3, Experience Repair, Thorn 3. Pants are the same as cuirasses. Shoes, Protection 4, Fall Protection 4, Durability 3, Experience Repair, Thorns 3. If you have to prepare 2 pairs of shoes, when the time comes to explore the sea, add a Deep Sea Explorer 3, and if you want to walk on the sea, add Frost Walker 2. Then there's the weapons. Sword, Sharp V, Knockback 2, Flame Additional 2, Snatch 3, Sweeping Blade 3, Durability 3, Experience Patch. Bow, Power V, Impact 2, Fire Arrow, Durability 3, and then those with more backpack space can be repaired with experience with more arrows, and those with less backpack space can use infinite. When the players of the elite group heard what Xu Yuan said, they were all stunned in place. Eyes that reveal wisdom. Does anyone take notes? This whole body is enchanted down. Wouldn't that be invincible? Can one piece of equipment enchant so many attributes? A sword can actually enchant 7 attributes. My heavenly. Is there still an infinite number of enchantments in the bow, so that there is no need to use arrows? It was the first time that the members of the elite group had come into contact with so many enchantments, so they were all a little confused. The big orange is the same, but since Xu Yuan just started to say, the big orange has already recorded what Xu Yuan said. So he said to everyone, I recorded it here, I sent it to everyone, and everyone just followed the enchantment. When the players heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have a girl, be careful. Let's come up with a form then, so you will know how to enchant it in the future. I really want to try the power of the full set of enchantments. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he distributed the enchantment book. It was the first time that the players of the elite group saw so many enchantment books, and their eyes straightened. It's the first time I've seen so many enchantment books. Hiss. How do you feel like you're being raised? Go and go. If you want to raise it, you will also raise Sister Orange. When Big Orange heard this, his face instantly turned red. It's really a bit of a wrapped up. After the players take the enchantment book, they begin to enchant. As a result, it was attached and it was found that the experience was not enough. Seeing this, Xu Yuan thought about it and took the members of the elite group to the basement. Originally, only Ken came to this side of the basement. Xu Yuan had never wanted to make it public before, but now that he thought about it, it was actually nothing. The installations in the basement are not something that you can learn at a glance. And the elites of the first echelon of the guild have signed systematic treaties, so there is no need to hide anything. After all the players came to Xu Yuan's basement, they were all stunned by the scene in front of them. I saw that in the basement, pieces of boxes were stored in categories. There are also all sorts of weird running devices. There are even many villagers who are locked up here. It simply stunned the players. It turns out that the previous rumors that there is treasure in the basement of the boss are true. Horrible. Does the boss's box still have an automatic sorting device? Boss, imprison the villagers for a few years. Boss, are you a hoarding maniac? The box of iron ingots has 3 rows of sleeping grooves. There are 5 rows of gold ingots. No wonder the boss is not distressed at all with an iron puppet. Groove? This whole wall of boxes is full of potions. When the players saw so many boxes, they only felt a little dizzy. This was the first time they learned about Xu Yuan's strong family background. When these things are said, it is estimated that no one will believe them. If the other guild leaders came to Xu Yuan's basement, it was estimated that they would die of jealousy. Many people were speculating about how rich Steve really was. The players of the elite guilds knew the answer to this question when they saw such a spectacular view. The answer to this question is so much that you don't believe it's true. I finally understand what it means to be rich and enemy. All the players were deeply shocked by Xu Yuan's wealth. All of them were like countrymen entering the county, and they were full of curiosity about Xu Yuan's basement. One by one, it is like a sightseeing tour, and I can't wait to take a day trip to Xu Yuan's basement. Seeing this, Ken immediately reminded the players. Well, don't look at the excitement, there are still business to do. When all the players heard this, they all immediately closed their hearts. Ken didn't say that they all forgot to go to the medium-sized ruins with Xu Yuan to explore. Okay, everyone come with me. Xu Yuan brought the players to the Brush Monster Tower, and then changed the Brush Monster Tower to a mode that needed to be killed, and said to the players, "You're here to brush up on your experience." When the players came to the Brush Monster Tower, they were again amazed at the Brush Monster Tower in front of them. It turns out that so many of the boss's kills in the beginning relied on this thing. How is this done? I don't know what the internal structure is. Boss, can we also get a monster tower in our own house? With this monster tower, there is no shortage of arrows, carrion, and gunpowder. Seeing this, Ken coughed lightly to remind everyone of humanity. Do more and talk less, quickly brush. Seeing this, the players shrugged their shoulders and immediately began to line up and brush up. The players were brushing their experience over there, and Xu Yuan was also ready to enchant his blazing iron set and 3-shot bow. Xu Yuan currently has 2 fusion books in his hands. In terms of equipment, it is definitely limited to the 3-shot bow fusion experience to repair and infinite. The others are not in much demand at present, and another book of fusion will be put away for the time being, and then it can be used for the trident, or the precise collection and timing of the fusion manuscript. Thinking of this, Xu Yuan took out the 3-shot bow. The 3-shot bow and the book of fusion were then placed on the anvil. The 3-shot bow and the book of fusion immediately merged together, and even the name of the 3-shot bow changed. Fusion 3-shot bow. After Xu Yuan took down the fusion 3-shot bow, he directly enchanted a complete set of attributes to the 3-shot bow. Power V, Impact 2, Fire Arrow, Durability 3, Experience Patch, Infinite. After fusing the 3-shot bow enchantment, the entire bow body was not like other enchantments, but only glowed with purple light. Instead, it exudes a strange glow of colorful dazzling. This light can tell at a glance that this weapon is not an ordinary product. Looking at the fusion 3-shot bow in his hand, Xu Yuan really wanted to test its power. Originally, the 3-shot bow had 3 times more damage than the normal bow. After enchantment, the 2 attributes of Power V and Fire Arrow increase damage. A Power V bow deals 25 damage, while a 3-shot bow deals 25 damage per arrow. One attack is 3 times the damage of 75 damage, plus 5 damage from flame burning. That is, if one shot goes down, it is 80 blood. This is definitely a terrifying existence, with twice as much damage as the glass sword with the highest damage. Monsters and whatnot, it's definitely a kill with 1 stone. After enchanting the 3-shot bow, Xu Yuan also attached all the blazing iron sleeves to the enchantment. After about half an hour, all the players were ready. At this time, all the players can be described as shotguns changing cannons, and their faces are full of happy smiles. This is the pinnacle of their lives? Xu Yuan saw that all the players were ready, and also said, "All set? Let's go." When the players heard this, they immediately jumped up. Go. Let's go. I can't wait to try the power of this equipment. With this equipment, isn't the medium-sized relic sprinkled with water? Xu Yuan took the map and led the players to start looking for medium-sized ruins near the main city. Xu Yuan and the others went out on the street, which can be described as a visual effect explosion. Xu Yuan walked in front alone, and the players of the elite group followed closely behind. Although Xu Yuan was not wearing equipment, the 3-shot bow he held in his hand could be described as dazzling. And the players of other elite groups, the full set of enchanted diamond sets, the visual impact is still great. The visual effect of this explosion immediately attracted the attention of other players in the main city. Lying Groove, boss, where is this going? What kind of bow is the bow in Steve's hand, and the appearance is different from other bows? Hiss. Is the equipment of the first echelon of the cube people so good? Listen to my brother, their first-tier elite group is now all full of enchanted diamond sets. No, the leaders of other guilds don't necessarily have enchanted diamond sets. I heard that Steve promised it to the players of the first echelon. Harm, normal, there are people in the first echelon who have drawn their swords. What is the enchanted diamond set? The outing of Xu Yuan and the elite group of the guilds can be said to have made the players re-recognize the equipment strength of the Cube Man Guild. Many players in the main city of the Cube People Guild have taken screenshots of this scene and uploaded them to the forum. These pictures were immediately reprinted by all players, and all players were envious. All the players were also curious about what kind of artifact the gorgeous-looking bow in Xu Yuan's hand was with a mysterious luster. When the guild leaders saw the bow in Xu Yuan's hand, all of them were about to flow out. This bow is definitely the last boss X burst out. Even the luster is different from other enchantments. Go find out Ken's mouth and see when their Twilight Forest opens to the public. Hurry up and ask the people of the consortium for an emergency fund. No matter how expensive the Twilight Forest is, you have to go in. Originally, the guild leader saw that Xu Yuan had not opened the Twilight Forest, so they all set their eyes on the ruins. After all, it can't stand still, and the ruins may have higher equipment than the Twilight Forest. But after seeing this bow, they wavered again. This Twilight Forest seems to have to be explored. There are too many artifacts. And this also happened to be in line with Xu Yuan's wishes. The more everyone wanted to enter the Twilight Forest, the more Xu Yuan could increase the ticket price. Xu Yuan and his party followed the map for more than half an hour before arriving at the nearest medium-sized ruin. It is a huge woodland mansion surrounded by the Black Forest. The entire woodland mansion is more than 5 times larger than the ordinary woodland mansion in MC. And this woodland mansion is 5 stories high. In this forest, it can be regarded as a luxurious villa. Let's go in and take a look. Among the ruins in the MC, the woodland mansion is definitely a very difficult one. The monsters inside are still very difficult to entangle. Guardians, demon summoners, and annoying ghosts, these are relatively powerful monsters. The main thing is that their damage is high. The Guardian deals 19 damage in hard mode. When the Guardian spots, he attacks the player with an axe in hand. Xu Yuan had heard before that the prototype of the Guardian actually came from Jack in the movie The Shining. Because they are all armed with giant axes, they are very aggressive. Although the Demon Summoner causes much less damage than the Guardian, the Demon Summoner is quite a summoner. The Demon Summoner has a different attack style than other monsters, and when it finds the player, it runs towards the player. Up to 16 blocks away, within this range, it will summon its fangs to attack, spawning 16 fangs near the player. If the player moves towards it, it will summon a fang's ring around it to repel the player. If its recent attack doesn't hit the player, it will try to move away from the player. And it also summons annoying ghosts. Annoying ghosts can fly and can pass through walls. Although annoying ghosts are annoying and not easy to kill, they also have a time limit. It will disappear after 2 minutes. These 3 monsters alone are already difficult enough. And the Woodland Mansion will also have ordinary monsters such as zombies, little whites, and coolies. Therefore, it is still a bit difficult to explore the Woodland Mansion. All the members of the elite group looked up and saw the huge Woodland Mansion in front of them, and they were all shocked. Oh my god, this monster's home is bigger than mine. Is this really a ruin? It's too luxurious, isn't it? For the first time, I felt that I was not as good as a monster. In fact, it is not surprising that the players of the elite group were surprised when Xu Yuan first encountered the Woodland Mansion. It's the same mood as they are. At that time, I was not very good at playing, and I found the Woodland Mansion deep in the forest. Xu Yuan thought it was a house built by someone else here. After all, the appearance of the Woodland Mansion is still very good looking. So Xu Yuan ventured in. The result was a tragic death under the axe of the apologists. While the players were sighing at the magnificence of the Woodland Mansion, Xu Yuan had already groped around. Found the entrance to the Woodland Mansion. There are 2 gates at the entrance of Woodland Mansion. On one of them, there is a keyhole. Xu Yuan inserted the key of the medium-sized relic into the keyhole. Snap! The door of the Woodland Mansion opened in response. As soon as Xu Yuan opened the door, he saw 2 marauding beasts guarding the door of the Woodland Mansion. At this time, the marauding beasts seemed to have not found Xu Yuan, and when Xu Yuan saw this, he felt that the door was closed. Xu Yuan never expected that this medium-sized Woodland Mansion actually had marauding beasts. The strength of the marauding beast is still very strong. After all, the damage is high blood and thick. Although with Xu Yuan's current equipment, there is no need to be afraid of plundering beasts. But this relic is not like the one explored before. This one is a medium-sized ruin. Everything inside is unknown, and the monster's HP, skills, etc., may change. Moreover, these 2 marauding beasts are obviously guarding the door. If they can't be killed at the same time, their calls are estimated to attract all the monsters in the Woodland Mansion. It's better to be careful in everything. Xu Yuan carefully closed the door and took a few steps back. Seeing this, all the players became a little puzzled. Boss, what's wrong? Look at the face of the boss, is there something terrifying in it? Boss, do you want us to go together? Xu Yuan shook his head when he heard the words of the players. There are 2 marauder beasts at the door, and I expect they will shout and signal as soon as the player enters. So we have to kill them quickly. When the players heard this, although they didn't know what a marauding beast was, judging by Xu Yuan's tone, it should be a difficult monster. So they all said, then we'll rush in together and catch them both off guard. You're stupid, why don't you rush all in? This door is so big. Wouldn't it be nice to tear it down here? Are you stupid? Are they blind? When the elite group players said this, they immediately began to express their opinions. Seeing this, Ken frowned, raised his hand, and signaled them to be quiet. Let you come not to listen to your quarrel here, let your boss be pure and pure. When all the players heard this, they all closed their mouths. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to the players, I'll go see the monster's HP first. After speaking, Xu Yuan drank a bottle of invisibility potion, opened the door again and entered the Woodland Mansion. After entering the Woodland Mansion, Xu Yuan looked at the 2 marauding beasts at the door. Marauder Beast Beginner, HP 100. After Xu Yuan saw the name of the marauding beast, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. What does it mean to be advanced? Is there an advanced level? There has never been such a rating as beginner advanced in the game before. And here a rating appears. It seems that this medium-sized relic is indeed not simple. The HP of a marauding beast is 100, which is not much, and Xu Yuan can kill it with 2 strokes if he uses 3 bows. After understanding the general situation, Xu Yuan withdrew from the Woodland Mansion. Orange, Ken, Xiao, Wang, Ahao. The 5 of you drink the invisibility potion and come in with me. After Xu Yuan finished speaking, he handed the invisibility potion to the 5 of them. After the 5 drank the invisibility potion, they followed Xu Yuan into the Woodland Mansion. Orange and Ken and I against the one on the left, Xiao, Wang, and Ahao. The 2 of them stood next to the marauding beast on the right, waiting for me to command. The players nodded when they heard this. Xu Yuan, Orange, and Ken went around to the side of the marauding beast, and then Xu Yuan picked up the 3-shot bow and pulled the strings. 3, 2, 1. Ken, Orange, do it. When Xu Yuan counted to 1, the arrow in his hand also shot over like a plundering beast. And Orange's sword and Ken's diamond sword were also cut at the same time as Xu Yuan. Under the combined attack of the 3, the marauding beast fell to the ground in response. Xu Yuan's damage calculation is very accurate. The damage of the 3-shot bow is 75, so there is still 25 damage to be made up. Orange's sword draws SSS only 16 damage, so Orange and Ken are needed to repair the knife. In this way, the marauding beast can be killed in seconds. Just after Xu Yuan and they killed the marauding beast on the left in seconds, the marauding beast on the right immediately noticed the 3 of them. As soon as the marauding beast noticed Xu Yuan's people, it immediately raised its throat and began to scream. Moo. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately pulled the string again and shot towards the marauding beast on the right. Xiao, Aiwang, Ahao, attack. When the three heard Xu Yuan's words, they did not dare to delay for a moment, and immediately slashed down towards the marauding beast. The marauding beast fell to the ground in response to the combined attack of the four people. Although it killed the marauding beast in one blow, it still made the marauder scream out. At this time, the entire woodland mansion fell into a deathly tranquility. Ken and several of them couldn't help but start sweating on their faces. The moo of the predatory beast just now can be described as very loud. It definitely alarmed the monsters in the woodland mansion. The calm at this time can be described as the calm before the storm. Not long after the marauding beast fell to the ground, everyone heard the sound of banging downstairs, and the sound of shoes stepping on the wooden floor. Let's go. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately prepared to take everyone out of the door. But at this time, the door of the woodland mansion could not be opened. Seeing this, everyone was surprised. Ken immediately replaced with an axe ready to destroy the door. It turned out to be useless. Ken continued to try to cut the wooden board next to it, but the wooden board did not move. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately led the players to a small room not far from the door. Good thing there are no monsters in this room. Although the effect of everyone's stealth potion was still there, everyone did not dare to take this risk. Listening to those footsteps, there are definitely quite a few monsters coming down. If it is discovered, it will definitely die a terrible death. Everyone listened with bated breath to the movement outside. I only heard the monsters outside whispering words that they couldn't understand. Then after lingering outside for a while, they all left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the monsters leave. Everyone was about to go out, but was stopped by Xu Yuan. Wait a minute. Although the monsters all left, Xu Yuan felt that it was not so simple. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt that the floor trembled slightly. Then, he saw that an apologist had brought two more marauding beasts from nowhere and placed them at the exit. Seeing this, everyone was suddenly a little stunned. Does the monster in this have an IQ? Isn't it usually refreshed directly? How was it brought over? We finally got those two. How did we bring two more? Seeing this, Xu Yuan also frowned. I've never seen such a setting before. Xu Yuan also thought that after killing those two marauding beasts, he would not be reborn. As a result, it turned out that the guardian took two more marauding beasts. Xu Yuan took advantage of the time of the stealth potion to lean out and look at the information of the marauding beast. Marauder beast advanced, HP 500. Hiss. So thick. When he saw the amount of blood of the high-level marauding beast, Xu Yuan was surprised. The high-level marauding beast had actually reached 500 HP. It's already scary for a mob. I just don't know if there is a higher class above this high level. After Xu Yuan retreated, he told everyone about the situation just now. When everyone heard this, they were all surprised. After thinking about it, Xu Yuan said to everyone, after the HP reaches 500, it will be difficult for us to kill them in seconds. It seems that people outside can't get in for the time being. Let's go around this predatory beast and explore inside. All the players nodded. Fortunately, Xu Yuan came over this time to be well prepared, and the stealth potion also brought some. Otherwise, you would definitely be in danger by now. After everyone drank another bottle of invisibility potion, they all carefully left the room. Looking at the entire first floor, it can be said that it is outrageous. A red carpet runs through the entire aisle on the first floor. On the entire first floor, on the corridor in front of him, Xu Yuan roughly counted, and there were almost 15 to 20 large and small rooms. So many rooms. Are we going to explore them one by one? There must be a lot of treasure hidden inside. Then we can't explore the entire woodland mansion in this way. The words of everyone really reminded Xu Yuan. Indeed, as Nga Wang said, wouldn't it be too simple to say that the entire woodland mansion could be explored directly with the stealth potion? When Xu Yuan thought of this, he always felt that there was a problem. But I can't say what's wrong. Even after coming to this woodland mansion, I felt very strange. It's kind of creepy. One step is one step. After Xu Yuan sorted out his thoughts, he didn't continue to think about it. Xu Yuan led the players to explore the first room. Strangely, for the first time, there was not a single monster in these rooms. These are all decorative rooms that will be found in woodland mansions. And in these rooms, there is not a single treasure chest. Everyone was originally enthusiastic, but as a result, several rooms were explored, and one by one. Why is there nothing? Yes, if the treasure chest is not there, it is not even strange. Is it too strange? After coming in, I always felt weird and uncomfortable. Although everyone complained, they continued to explore. Until you come to the end of the corridor on the first floor. Everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them. I saw that at the corner of the corridor on the first floor was a large prison. The prison is made of cobblestone, and the door of the prison is an iron gate, and there is a lever at the door that controls the opening and closing of the door. At this time, the prison doors were all closed, and the inside of each cell was dark. At a glance, it is impossible to see what is locked inside. And when everyone found the prison, a system prompt popped up in front of everyone. Trigger event, the secret of Woodland Mansion. Continue to explore the secrets of the Woodland Mansion. The treasure of the Woodland Mansion is hidden behind its secrets. Everyone was surprised when they saw this system prompt. The secret of the Woodland Mansion? Hey, did you all receive it too? I was wondering what this was. Isn't this a ruin? It's a puzzle game. What are the secrets in this Woodland Mansion? Everyone, you are figuring out the meaning of this system prompt. Seeing this, Ken asked like Xu Yuandao. Do you know what the secret of this woodland mansion means? Ken's usual thinking is to ask Xu Yuan if you don't know. So after encountering a problem, he will be the first to ask for help like Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan carefully looked at the system prompt and thought for a moment. The system prompt is very clear. If you want to clear the level or want to get the treasure of this ruin, you have to solve the puzzle. That said, this medium-sized relic is not primarily exploratory. This is probably why there are no treasure chests in the rooms on the first floor. Is there any secret in this woodland mansion? And what do you need to do to solve the puzzle? Is it fighting monsters or looking for clues? None of this is known. The system doesn't give any hints at all. I don't know very well, but this kind of task to trigger an event is also the first time I have encountered it. We explored the room below so much, it didn't trigger the mission, just walked to this prison, and triggered the event. I guess let's start by exploring the prison. Ken heard this and nodded. Well, it seems that this is the only way. The prison in Woodland Mansion is still somewhat dangerous. In the original MC, there are occasional coolies in the prison of Woodland Mansion. And what is in the prison of this medium-sized relic Woodland Mansion, Xu Yuan is not sure. But what Xu Yuan can be sure of is that there must be danger in the prison. Xu Yuan thought of this and looked at everyone and instructed a few words. We're going to explore the prison here now, split into 2 teams, or just like just now, I, Orange, and Ken team, explore the left one. Xiao, Wang, and Ahao explore the one on the right. Everyone be careful, there may be danger in the cell. Everyone nodded after hearing Xu Yuan's words, and then divided into 2 teams and began to explore. The whole prison is still very large, and it is very gloomy, and the visibility is also very low. Everyone marched cautiously with torches. Xu Yuan came to the first cell on the left and looked in at the iron door of the cell. The inside of the cell was pitch black, and I couldn't see my fingers, and I couldn't see anything. Xu Yuan immediately retreated, and he gestured to Ken. At this time, Xu Yuan and Big Orange had already drawn their bows and aimed at the door at this moment. As soon as something rushed out, Xu Yuan and the Big Orange immediately became able to attack it. Ken nodded and pulled the lever away. When the cell door was opened, the light of the candle instantly shone into the cell. I saw that this cell was empty, and there was only one alchemy pot and a few carpets in the cell. When everyone saw this, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Yuan took the torch and walked into the cell. The space in the entire cell is very small, and you can see the head at a glance. When Xu Yuan saw what was on the wall, he was a little stunned. Xu Yuan quickly stepped forward and stuck the torch on the wall. The torch immediately lit up the wall, and Ken and Big Orange also noticed Xu Yuan's actions. They all looked over this way, and then they were all surprised. Is this blood? After playing the game for so long, the first time I saw blood still on the block. What's going on here? Ken and Big Orange are not mistaken, it is blood on the wall. Seeing this, Xu Yuan was also puzzled. As Ken says, playing the game for so long has never seen where there is blood. Although the game is in holographic mode, there will be blood stains when killing monsters, but these blood stains will only exist at that time and disappear immediately. It is simply impossible to print on a square. Xu Yuan thought for a moment and said, "This should be a hint for us. At present, this is the only reason that is more reasonable. If it weren't for the hints given to them, I believe that such suspicious blood stains would not have appeared." Seeing this, Big Orange felt a little flustered. She always felt that this woodland mansion hid some hidden secrets. This woodland mansion is another cell, another medicine pot, and a bloodstain. It's like doing a shady experiment. Since the game is holographic, coupled with the eerie atmosphere, the whole atmosphere is indeed quite uncomfortable. Xu Yuan was stunned when he heard Big Orange's words. Experiment. Speaking of experiments, Xu Yuan remembered something. When playing MC before, some people did some research on Woodland Mansion. The results of the research are simply terrifying. That's the conspiracy theory of Woodland Mansion. In MC, the Woodland Mansion will have a wool house, but the wool house will only have 3 colors of wool: blue, light blue, and cyan. The weird thing is that zombies are actually these 3 colors. According to the life and death theory of lapis lazuli, the zombie may have come from a human experiment in the Woodland Mansion. Why else wouldn't zombies attack the marauders, but the villagers? The marauders initially studied zombies, but it didn't get good results. So he shifted his target to the villagers. Everyone knows that the difference between the villagers and the villagers is that their eyes are blue, and lapis lazuli is exactly blue. And in the center of the head of the statue of the villager of the disaster in each Woodland Mansion, there will be a lapis lazuli block. And what is even weirder is that this statue, judging by the color of the eyes, is not a disaster villager at all, but an ordinary villager? So there is such a conclusion. Some evil villagers cut open the heads of ordinary villagers and stuffed lapis lazuli in an attempt to solve the mystery of life and death. They will stop at nothing in order to be reborn, and it is precisely because of this research that they are banished. Then, they succeeded, and their eyes turned blue. They became guardians, demon summoners, all as a result of successful experiments. And after killing the demon summoner, they will drop the undead totem, which also shows their evil research. The immortal totem looks a lot like a villager and has the same green eyes. It seems that every immortal totem suppresses the soul of a villager. The so-called immortality, that is, life for life.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.